In his previous life, he was the strongest martial arts grandmaster. In this life, he was nothing more than a cultivation failure. Yet, an unexpected sudden death led to his reincarnation in the mystical world of Xintian continent. I'm sorry, Suba, but we're not meant to be. Just give up. The heart-wrenching rejection echoed in his mind. Lu Wan, I've cared for you in every way, doing everything I could for you over the years. If you don't like me, why did you allow me to treat you so well? The voice of the boy in his memories was filled with pain and unwillingness. Don't overthink it. I simply enjoy the feeling of being fawned over, the girl said mockingly. You've been at the academy for nearly 3 years, yet you're still stuck at the early stages of a one-star warrior. How weak can you get? You're destined to never become strong, destined to be a failure for life. You're nothing but my most insignificant backup option. Arg, Suba, what are you doing? You jerk. Stop running. The angry shout jolted the boy awake. Suba sat up abruptly in bed, his eyes momentarily dazed. Then, a torrent of chaotic and unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, and his gaze slowly shifted to one of astonishment. This was Xintian continent, a world where strength reigned supreme. Here, a complete cultivation system existed, with warrior levels ranging from 1-star to 9-star, followed by the bone-tempering realm, and then the legendary Hotian realm. A 3-star warrior could tear apart tigers and leopards with their bare hands, while a Hotian realm expert could shatter mountains with a single strike. It was said that beyond the Hotian realm were the Xintian experts, capable of flying, traversing the skies, and moving mountains and seas, akin to celestial beings descending upon the world. In his previous life, Suba had been the top martial arts grandmaster of China, obsessed with martial arts since childhood. At 12, he apprenticed on Song Mountain. At 18, he descended the mountain after mastering his skills, challenging and defeating martial artists across the land, emerging undefeated. However, as he reveled in his anticipation of exploring a new world of martial arts, the memories in his mind poured over him like a cold bucket of water. It turned out that the body he had reincarnated into belonged to a branch member of the Su family in Fengwu Kingdom's capital. His parents were ordinary people who made a living managing a general store assigned by the family. Worse yet, this body was notorious for being a failure at Huanai Academy, having spent nearly 3 years stuck at the 1-star warrior stage, while most peers had already advanced to 2-star. He had spent 3 years madly in love, only to suffer a ruthless rejection. In a fit of rage, he kicked his crush, then hid in his rented room to drown his sorrows with alcohol, ultimately leading to his sudden death. Fengwu Kingdom's major martial academies were about to begin their enrollment. With the aptitude of this body, it would be nearly impossible to gain entry even into the weakest academy. Without a place in a martial academy, how could he hope to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts? Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep, beep. System scan complete. Initiating fusion. Beep, beep. A sudden electronic sound echoed in Suba's mind, followed by a series of continuous system notifications. System scan complete. Initiating fusion. One-click recycling system fusion complete. Attribute panel generated. Beginner's reward. 300 enhancement points awarded. A virtual attribute panel instantly unfolded in Suba's consciousness. Host, Suba. Cultivation level, 1-star beginner. Cultivation technique, none. Weapon, none. Martial skill, none. Enhancement points, 300. Lottery, 100 points. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. A system? Suba was startled, a rare hint of joy appearing on his usually composed face. As a former citizen of Huaxia in his past life, he was all too familiar with the concept of a system, a standard perk for transmigrators. Suba attempted to communicate with the system. System, what functions do you have? No response. He asked a few more questions, but the system remained silent. It seemed he would have to figure it out on his own. As he prepared to get out of bed, the moment his hands touched the wooden bed frame, the system's prompt sounded again. Beep beep. Ordinary wooden bed detected. Recycling will yield 0 enhancement points. Proceed with recycling? To confirm his theory, Suba walked over to the wooden table and placed his hand on its surface. As expected, the system's prompt activated again, confirming that simply touching an object would trigger the system's detection function. Gazing at the attribute panel and the 300 enhancement points displayed, Suba noticed a symbol beside both the cultivation level and storage space. Intrigued, he clicked on the next to the cultivation level. Beep beep. Cultivation level upgraded to 1-star intermediate. Enhancement points 100. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, and Suba could clearly sense his strength increasing. When he attempted to upgrade again, the system notified him that he lacked sufficient enhancement points. With the remaining 200 points, Suba decided to try the lottery feature. First lottery draw. Beep beep. Enhancement points 100. Lottery initiated. Congratulations, host. You won. Nothing. Unwilling to give up, Su-Ba immediately initiated a second draw. Beep beep. Enhancement points 100. Lottery initiated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the cultivation technique 9 Sun's divine art. Out of thin air, a manual with a blue cover materialized in Su-Ba's hands. He eagerly flipped it open, and on the first page, the bold words stood out. 9 Sun's divine art, supreme martial cultivation technique. The 9 Yang divine skill, a peerless martial technique embodying ultimate Yang energy and sheer strength. The manual meticulously describes the remarkable effects of mastering this skill. The rapid generation of internal true energy, significantly enhanced physical recovery, and the ability to unleash tremendous power even with simple punches and kicks. It offers unparalleled defense, immunity to all poisons, and is especially effective against techniques with cold or yin attributes. The manual also provides a detailed map of the body's acupoints: 52 single points, 300 paired points, 50 extraordinary points, and 108 critical points. Among them, there are 36 fatal points and 72 non-fatal vital points, totaling 720 acupoints. Once all the body's acupoints are unlocked, the technique reaches perfection, and the flow of true energy becomes endless. Peerless martial technique? What rank is this skill? Su-Ba furrowed his brows. In his memory, on the Xintian continent, martial techniques were categorized into 4 ranks: human, profound, earth, and heaven. Even the most powerful Yunmeng Martial Academy in Fengwu Kingdom only possessed profound-level techniques. Earth-level techniques were found only in legendary sects, and as for heaven-level techniques, he had never even heard of them. As Su-Ba finished reading, the manual dissolved into specks of starlight and merged into his mind. The cultivation pathways and training methods were instantly imprinted in his memory. A surge of inexplicable power coursed through his body, making him feel as though he could now strike down a mid-level 2-star martial artist with a single punch. This technique is truly formidable. Su-Ba suppressed the excitement in his heart. The path of martial arts is endless. This is just the beginning. Just as he was about to focus on cultivation, a sudden, urgent knock came from the door. Opening it, he saw 2 strangers standing outside, one short and stocky, the other thin with a sharp, rat-like face, both looking at him with disdain. Su the useless, so you really live here? The sharp-faced youth's eyes lit up. Haha, you've been absent from the academy for a few days. We thought you'd kicked the bucket. The stocky youth sneered. Without a word, Su-Ba shook his head and shut the door in their faces. The 2 were momentarily stunned, then erupted in rage. The stocky one kicked the door open, and the pair stormed in, fuming. Tell me, who sent you? Su-Ba asked coldly, his back still turned to them. Su the useless, you're quite bold. The stocky youth sneered. You slapped the girl that Brother Wang had his eyes on, and you think hiding at home will save you? So this was Wang Quan, the renowned prodigy of Phantom Knight Academia, third-year martial artist at the late 2-star stage, and an ardent admirer of Zhang Luan. Su-Ba quickly pieced the situation together. If he had once been the most insignificant backup in Zhang Luan's eyes, then Wang Quan was undoubtedly the man most likely to win her heart. Brother too. Why bother explaining to this loser? Sneered a scrawny young man with a sharp face. True. A short, stocky youth cracked his neck with a series of popping sounds, glaring menacingly at Su-Ba. All right, Su the waist. Brother Wang said that if we ever saw you, we should beat you so badly that your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Hey, enough noise. Before the sentence was even finished, a cold glint flashed in Su-Ba's eyes. His entire body surged with raw energy, and in an instant, he spun around and delivered a vicious punch. His fist struck with the precision of lightning, landing squarely on the youth's mouth. A dull thud echoed as several bloody teeth flew through the air. The short youth let out a pained scream, his body forming a perfect arc before crashing heavily to the ground. My mouth. My teeth, the youth wailed, clutching his face in agony. Su-Ba, expressionless, began advancing step by step. In his previous life, he had been a legendary martial arts master in China, revered by countless admirers for the power of his iron fists. His martial heart had always been unwavering, indomitable, and supreme. Even though his strength had diminished after crossing into this world, how could he tolerate such pathetic provocations? Su the waist, you. The short youth trembled on the ground, pointing at Su-Ba with disbelief written all over his face. In their minds, Su-Ba was supposed to be a weaklinga coward who neither dared to fight back nor even retort when mocked. Waist? Huh? Su-Ba sneered. Who's the real waist here? As his words fell, his heavy boot came down hard on the youth's forehead. The young man's eyes rolled back, and he passed out without even a chance to scream. Su-Ba had held back his strength. Otherwise, that stomp would have been fatal. It was only then that the scrawny young man snapped out of his shock. Su the waist, you actually dared to beat up Brother Wang's men like this? You're dead. Dead, am I? Su-Ba slowly raised his head, his face devoid of emotion as his voice turned icy cold. Perhaps you still don't understand the situation you're in. The moment Su's deep, abyssal eyes locked with his, the scrawny youth's entire body shuddered as if he were being stared down by a demon. His mouth opened and closed wordlessly before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Humph. With such weak resolve, why bother practicing martial arts? Suba chuckled coldly, shaking his head. He casually dragged the two unconscious bodies out of the room like discarded trash, looting their money as compensation for their provocation and the damage to his door. After tidying up, Suba stepped outside, ready to face whatever came next. After leaving the residential area, Suba leaned against the sturdy trunk of a large tree by the roadside, contemplating his next steps. Renting a place was no longer a concern. These days marked the crucial period for martial academies across the nation to recruit new students. With his current mastery of the 9 Yang divine skill, it was practically guaranteed that he would gain admission. The thought of this supreme martial art, even more powerful than the highest tier techniques, filled Suba with confidence. Even with just the initial mastery and without unlocking a single acupuncture point, he had already advanced from mid-level 1-star to a strength comparable to late-level 2-star. Clenching his fist, he felt the surging power within him and thought to himself that even against a peak 2-star martial artist, he might still have a fighting chance. If he could one day unlock all 720 acupuncture points in his body, he might even rival legendary innate-level warriors, despite being at the acquired stage. In martial cultivation, the gap between realms was often daunting, especially in the later stages. Early on, being able to fight across a minor realm was already considered a mark of genius. In the later stages, being undefeated within one's realm was an achievement. Being able to fight across realms was the hallmark of a prodigy among prodigies. As for acquired stage warriors who could rival innate-level fighters, Suba had no recollection of such individuals. Perhaps only the most exceptional talents from prestigious martial sects could achieve such feats. However, Suba had one ace up his sleeve: the system. Although it acted like a mute and rarely communicated, its abilities had already left him impressed. With enough enhancement points, his strength could theoretically grow without limit. So far, it seemed the system had no interest in ordinary items and couldn't generate enhancement points from them. It appeared he would need to explore opportunities within the martial academy, experimenting with pills, weapons, techniques, and other items. Quickly gathering his thoughts, Suba followed the memory in his mind and checked into an inn. It was a last resort since the door of the house he was renting was damaged, and it was too late to find someone to repair it. He had no intention of sleeping in a room with an open door. The next morning, Suba arrived at the gates of Illusion Knight Academy, only to run into the third-year martial arts chief instructor, Yen Hua. "Suba, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you," Yen Hua called out. After listening to Yen Hua, Suba's expression darkened. "Chief instructor, are you saying the academy plans to expel me?" No, it's not what you think," Yen Hua replied with a forced smile. "Although you've been skipping classes and violating academy rules recently, the leadership has decided to be lenient. They're only suggesting that you temporarily withdraw. You don't need to come for the next couple of days, just stay home and focus on your cultivation. You can return next year." "Oh, and why is that?" Suba narrowed his eyes. "Heh, Suba, you know your own level. Representatives from martial academies across Fengwu Nation are here for recruitment today. With your current strength, why embarrass yourself? You'd be better off training at home and coming back next year with some dignity." Suba sneered internally. "Embarrass myself? You're just afraid I'll embarrass you." Suba sneered inwardly. The good intentions of the academy leadership, though, have him take a leave of absence, withdraw from the enrollment assessment, and go back to focus on his training were nothing more than a calculated scheme. This way, they could avoid losing face in front of the esteemed officials of the Martial Mansion, while still being able to collect his tuition fees next year to inflate their numbers. "Chief instructor, what if I insist on participating in the enrollment assessment?" Suba asked calmly, his expression unchanging. Yen Hua raised an eyebrow, noticing that Suba seemed like a completely different person. However, he didn't dwell on it. With his smile fading, he said, "Suba, I'm doing this for your own good. You've been absent from classes without reason for 7 days, which is already considered misconduct. The academy has every right to expel you and deny your re-enrollment next year. Moreover, the Illusory Knight Academy has good relations with other academies. With just a word, no academy would accept a problematic student like you. You need to understand the bigger picture. Do you get it?" Suba narrowed his eyes. From persuasion to threats, clearly, they had all the tactics covered. Unfortunately for them, the soul now inhabiting this body belonged to a martial arts grandmaster from Huaxia. A man who pursued the pinnacle of martial arts, unyielding and self-reliant, would never back down in the face of such threats. "If you're going to expel me, then go ahead," Suba said indifferently, flicking his sleeve. "But as for today's enrollment assessment, I will participate no matter what." With that, he strode into the illusory night academy, leaving Yin Hua behind with a darkened expression, his fists clenched tightly. Unbelievable. How dare he refuse to listen to reason? He's asking for trouble. Yin Hua spat through gritted teeth as he followed after Su Ba. Inside the martial arts hall, the enrollment assessment was already underway. The academy's principal and vice principal were respectfully accompanying over 30 officials from various martial mansions. These imposing officials, representing the 32 martial mansions of Fengwu Kingdom, observed the assessment with solemn expressions. Hundreds of third-year students stood in orderly rows, while the only sound in the hall came from the assessment officer announcing the results. Ma Wei, strength, 630 pounds, speed, 11.1 milliseconds, reaction ability, average, overall score, 73 points. Xian Handu, strength, 710 pounds, speed, 12.2 milliseconds, reaction ability, average, overall score, 79 points. Wang Xiaoli, strength, 660 pounds, speed, 11.8 milliseconds, reaction ability, above average, overall score, 77 points. The martial mansion officials on the high platform remained expressionless, while the academy leaders maintained humble smiles. These officials, though not of the highest rank in their respective martial mansions, were all warriors with strength above 4 stars, far superior to the academy's leaders, whose peak strength barely reached 3 stars. Wang Quan, strength, 1,020 pounds, speed, 14.7 milliseconds, reaction ability, high, overall score, 91 points. The assessment officer's voice rang out again, and the hall was immediately filled with the sound of gasps. Wang Quan, truly impressive. All his stats are top-notch. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Of course, Wang Quan is the pride of our academy's third-year, a genius martial artist at the late 2-star stage. Scoring this high is only to be expected. Over 90 points. I heard that in the history of our Phantom Knight Academy, there have only been a handful of students who scored above 85. Discussions buzzed among the spectators. On the elevated platform, the previously expressionless admissions officers from the Martial Arts Academy finally showed faint smiles. Not bad, this one's good. Decent. A small prodigy, likely at the late 2-star stage. 18 years old and already late 2-star? That's acceptable. Hearing these evaluations, the Academy's dean and vice dean couldn't hide their grins. Their joy was especially evident when they noticed the admissions officer from Yunmeng Martial Arts Academy, the most prestigious in Fengwu Kingdom, nodding slightly in approval. Amid the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd, Wang Quan returned to the lineup with a confident smirk. Just then, a girl exuding a seductive charm, Jiang Luwan, threw him a flirtatious glance. Wang Quan, you're amazing. A glimmer of heat flashed in Wang Quan's eyes as he leaned in closer and whispered, Luwan, graduation is coming up. You must know by now that I'm the man most suited for you. Don't worry, if you're with me, you'll never regret it. Wang Quan, you're so strong, of course I like you, Jiang Luwan replied in a coy, sultry voice. Just as Wang Quan was about to press his advantage, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Su Ba. Upon seeing who it was, Wang Quan's expression immediately darkened. Beside him, Jiang Luwan also dropped her smile, clenching her teeth. Huh. Su Ba. Others in the lineup also noticed the unexpected arrival, their faces showing surprise. Su Ba, what are you doing here? A male student nearby asked incredulously. After all, someone like Su Ba, whose abilities were notoriously poor, should have already been advised by the instructors to take a break from school and skip the assessment altogether. Why can't I be here? Su Ba replied calmly, his hands behind his back. I'm here to take the assessment. His words immediately triggered a wave of laughter. Ha ha ha, Su the loser wants to take the assessment? Have you even hit 500 pounds of strength yet? Year after year, you're dead last in strength, and now you think you can get into the martial arts academy? Keep dreaming. A burst of laughter suddenly erupted in the martial arts hall, and the noise instantly filled the entire space. Silence. What's going on here? Principal Su, the headmaster seated on the high platform, bellowed with a livid expression. For heaven's sake. The esteemed officials from the martial institution are present here. Such clamor, what kind of behavior is this? His furious shout immediately brought the hall to silence. At that moment, Principal Su noticed Su Ba stepping into the crowd, seemingly preparing to line up. His brows furrowed tightly. Su Ba, what are you doing? Su Ba paused briefly, raised his head to look at the platform, and smiled faintly. What am I doing? Principal, I'm here to take the assessment. You? Taking the assessment? Principal Zu's face darkened instantly. Just then, he caught sight of Yin Hua rushing in from outside the martial arts hall. Their exchanged glance spoke volumes. Yin Hua shook his head grimly, and Principal Su immediately understood the situation. Damn it, this bastard has no shame. Principal Su cursed inwardly. What's the matter? Principal Su? A nearby official from the martial institution frowned and asked, is he one of the candidates? If so, let him join the line quickly. Don't waste time. Although the chief official of Yunmeng Martial Institution remained silent in his seat, his gaze at Principal Su carried a hint of displeasure. Principal Su straightened his posture immediately and explained respectfully, honorable officials, this student has already been expelled. He skipped classes for 7 consecutive days, blatantly ignored the academy's rules, and has a disgraceful record. He then sharply turned to Su Ba and pointed at him. Su Ba, you've been expelled. Why are you here for the assessment? Leave at once and stop disturbing the other students. The surrounding students quickly stepped aside, revealing Su Ba standing in the sunlight. Some cast sympathetic glances his way, while Wang Quan sneered, and Jiang Luan's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. However, to Principal Zu's surprise, the once timid and underperforming Su Ba neither retreated in fear nor showed any sign of panic. Instead, he stood calmly in place, gazing at him with a composed, even slightly amused expression. Principal Su, you can expel me, sure, but I've paid my tuition for this semester. There's no reason I can't take the final assessment, is there? You. Principal Su was furious, but noticing the growing impatience on the officials' faces, he could only sneer coldly. Fine. You're no longer a student of Huanyi Academy. Take this final assessment, and then get out immediately. He turned to the officials. What do you think, esteemed officials? Let him finish quickly, one official said with a frown. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions indifferent. Hearing this, Su Ba smiled faintly, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode toward the platform. As he passed Wang Quan, the latter lowered his voice and threatened. Su Ba, you've got some nerve. Not only did you kick Luan, but you also dared to hit my lackey. Just you wait. Next to him, Jiang Luan said nothing, but her alluring eyes were filled with shame and anger. It was the first time in her life that she had been so humiliated. Completely ignoring Jiang Luan, Su Ba replied to Wang Quan in a calm tone, your daddy's waiting? With that, Su Ba let out a hearty laugh and marched confidently toward the platform. Wang Quan's face turned dark instantly upon hearing those words, his fists clenching involuntarily. Beside him, Jiang Luan, furious at Su Ba's complete disregard for her, gritted her teeth and leaned close to Wang Quan's ear, whispering in a sweet yet indignant tone, Wang Quan, you have to stand up for me. That bastard treated me like this, and I've never even been touched before. Don't worry, Luan. Wang Quan stared at Su Ba's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. Once the assessment is over, I'll crush that useless fool with one hand. At the entrance to the assessment site, a stern-faced instructor from Huanyi Academy pointed to the examination room beside him. Go in. Without a word, Su Ba pushed open the door and stepped inside. He was well aware that the room was equipped with specialized instruments to test strength, speed, and reflexes. As the door closed behind him, the red light above the assessment room began to flash, signaling the start of the evaluation. Below, the students began murmuring among themselves. What do you think this loser's scores will be? Will his overall rating even reach 30 points? 30 points? Are you blind? He'd be lucky to get 25. What an idiot. He knows he's going to embarrass himself, but he still showed up. Now he's done for hell, definitely get expelled, and won't even need to come back next year. That's why he's called a loser. His brain is probably useless too. On the high platform, the senior instructor for the third years, Yin Hua, along with the headmaster and vice principal, all wore grim expressions. They had hoped to use this opportunity to impress the Wu Mansion dignitaries and boost the academy's student promotion rate. All the weaker students had tactfully stepped aside, except for this clueless upstart who just had to ruin things. Watching their chances of achieving a 100 promotion rate slip away, the academy leaders looked as though they had swallowed flies. Headmaster Su silently fumed. Damn it, Su Ba, you'd better forget about staying in this academy. Just wait and see how we'll blacklist you. Suddenly, the red light above the assessment room switched to green, signaling the end of the evaluation. The examiner prepared to announce the results, but upon seeing the data displayed on the crystal screen, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and the words caught in his throat. What's wrong? Xiaoji, hurry up and stop wasting time. Headmaster Su barked, frowning. Yes. The examiner snapped back to reality and announced loudly, Su base strength, 1,500 pounds, speed, 18.1 meters per second, reflexes, extraordinary. Overall score, 99 points. The words hung in the air, and the entire venue fell into stunned silence. What? Headmaster Su stammered, unable to believe his ears. Repeat that for me. It wasn't just Headmaster Su. Everyone present was too shocked to speak. Among them, the hundreds of third-year students stood frozen, their mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. Su Ba, strength, 1,500 pounds, speed, 18.1 milliseconds, reflexes, exceptional, overall score, 99 points. The examiner's voice echoed through the assessment hall, unusually clear this time. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall erupted into chaos. Impossible. How could someone at the bottom of the grade, a mere early stage 1-star, score 99 points? That's even better than Wang Quan. Exclamations of disbelief rippled through the crowd, with astonished gazes crisscrossing among the students. On the podium, Dean Su, the vice dean, and Yen Hua exchanged serious glances. As senior leaders of the academy, they were well aware of an unspoken rule. The highest possible score for the assessment was capped at 99 points. Even if a student achieved a perfect performance, the last point would automatically be deducted to remind prodigies not to become arrogant. Wang Quan's cold smile froze at the corners of his lips, while Zhang Luan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, rendering her momentarily speechless. On the elevated platform, 32 admissions officers from martial academies across the nation exchanged knowing looks. These seasoned examiners understood that scoring full marks was exceedingly rare, a feat achieved by only 1 in 100 candidates. For an ordinary martial school to produce such a prodigy was truly unexpected. The head admissions officer of Yunmeng Martial Academy was about to scrutinize this extraordinary candidate when the doors of the assessment room suddenly swung open. Suba emerged with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and composed. All eyes immediately locked onto him. What? Midstage 1-star? Yunmeng Martial Academy's admissions officer, Xia Hang, shot to his feet, his chair clattering loudly to the ground behind him. His eyes widened as he stared intently at Suba, as though witnessing something utterly unbelievable. This was the first time Xia Hang had ever lost his composure in his admissions career. For a midstage 1-star martial artist to achieve a perfect score, it meant his strength was at least on par with that of a peak 2-star martial artist. Such a leap across nearly 1.5 levels of power was simply unheard of. Others instinctively probed Suba's cultivation, their expressions frozen as though struck by lightning. Dean Su, the vice dean, and Yen Hua stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Xia Hang's words made them instantly realize an astonishing fact. A mid-level 1-star martial artist capable of rivaling a peak 2-star martial artist, such a prodigy was a rarity in the 600-year history of Fengwu Nation. Are you kidding me? Did I actually just expel Suba? This thought hit Dean Su like a hammer. His body trembled, and his face turned pale. He knew all too well that the better the students an academy produced, the more funding it would receive from Fengwu Nation in the coming year. But now, expulsion meant severing all ties with this genius. This harsh reality left Dean Su almost unable to stand, his head spinning. Suddenly, as if recalling something, his expression darkened, and he turned to Yen Hua, the one who had initially proposed expelling Suba. Sensing the dean's murderous glare, Yen Hua felt a chill run down his spine and was about to explain. Just then, an indignant roar erupted from the crowd. No, this is impossible. Suba's results must be a mistake. There's no way that loser has such strength. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw Wang Quan stepping out from the crowd, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Suba. Yen Hua seized the moment and urgently said to Dean Su, "That's right, Dean. The testing chamber hasn't been maintained in years. We were just planning to repair it after this year's assessments. Maybe it malfunctioned when it was Suba's turn." Hearing this, Dean Su's expression softened slightly. Indeed, a student who had always been at the bottom suddenly becoming number 1 was hard to believe. Heh. Suba turned around, looking down at Wang Quan with a faint hint of mockery in his voice. Some people just think they're superior to everyone else. When the results don't go their way, they start doubting everything. In the end, they're nothing more than frogs in a well, incapable of comprehending true strength. What did you say? Wang Quan roared in fury, pointing at Suba. You useless piece of trash. It took you 3 years to advance a single level, and now you're putting on airs? If you're so great, come down here and fight me. You're claiming 99 points? Watch how I, with my 91 points, crush you. Sorry, you're not worth it, Suba replied calmly. Just as Wang Quan was about to lose control of his temper, a deep voice echoed from the platform. It was Xia Hang, the admissions officer from Yunmeng Martial Academy. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Wang Quan, who, though still glaring at Suba with clenched fists, dared not act recklessly. With his arms crossed, Xia Hang addressed Suba. Suba, right? Spar with him. Suba raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding Xia Hang's intent. This was a test to verify the authenticity of his assessment results through combat. For Suba, it was the perfect opportunity. Yunmeng Martial Academy, the most prestigious martial institution in Fengwu Nation, offered the best techniques, skills, and instructors, a dream destination for any aspiring martial artist. The thought of competing with countless other geniuses there made his blood boil with excitement. All right, I understand. Suba nodded calmly. With a swift leap, he landed in front of Wang Quan and said indifferently, "Go ahead. Show me what you've got. Arrogant fool. Watch how I take you down." Wang Quan roared furiously, his figure shooting forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. His clawed hand reached straight for Su Ba's throat, tearing through the air with a piercing, explosive noise. As a latest-stage two-star martial arts prodigy, Wang Quan's enraged attack unleashed a force that surpassed the assessment's maximum limit, reaching an astonishing 1,200 pounds. Such power could crush solid wood in an instant, let alone the fragile human throat. Being repeatedly disrespected by someone he considered a useless weakling was the ultimate insult to Wang Quan's pride. Though he dared not kill outright in this setting, he had resolved to cripple Su Ba permanently, ensuring he could never practice martial arts again. How powerful! Gasped hundreds of third-year students watching from the sidelines. The speed and strength Wang Quan displayed were overwhelming, far beyond what they could handle. They could already foresee Su Ba's tragic end. On the elevated platform, the recruitment officials from various martial academies, the principal and vice principal of Illusion Knight Academy, and the third-year chief instructor, Yan Hua, all watched the scene intently, holding their breath. Su Ba's true strength was about to be revealed. Facing Wang Quan's thunderous strike, Su Ba remained motionless, standing as still as a statue. Principal Su and Yan Hua exchanged subtle smirks, thinking, this fool must be paralyzed with fear. Summerhang, the recruitment officer from Yimeng Martial Academy, was just about to intervene when his pupils suddenly contracted in shock. At the very moment Wang Quan's clawed hand was about to grasp Su Ba's throat, Su Ba's right hand flashed like lightning, seizing Wang Quan's throat first. In the next instant, Wang Quan's entire body was lifted like a ragdoll and swung through the air in a wide arc. Boom! Wang Quan crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. As he struggled to rise, Su Ba's foot came down hard on his face, slamming the back of his head into the ground. Wang Quan's eyes widened in shock before he let out a muffled groan and lost consciousness. The electrifying scene left the crowd in stunned silence. Wang Quan was defeated in an instant? The students exchanged bewildered looks, their faces full of disbelief. Zhang Luan stood frozen, utterly unable to process what she had just witnessed. Yan Hua staggered back several steps, his face pale as a sheet. In desperation, he slapped himself across the face, only to realize it was no illusion. Wang Quan truly lay there like a lifeless dog. Remembering his earlier suggestion to expel Su Ba, Yan Hua was overcome with regret, collapsing to the ground as his lips trembled uncontrollably. On the platform, Principal Su shook from head to toe, at a loss for words. A surge of overwhelming remorse suddenly consumed him. Dean Su's face turned ashen in an instant. A genius among geniuses, expelled just like that. Fury surged within him. Compared to Wang Quan, Su Ba was on a completely different level. If someone like Su Ba graduated from the academy, Fengwu Nation would undoubtedly reward them generously next year. But now, all those prospects had vanished into thin air. He spun around abruptly, his fierce gaze piercing straight at Yan Hua, who was slumped on the ground. It was all because of this scoundrel whispering nonsense in his ear earlier, claiming Su Ba was a hopeless failure, a disgrace to the martial profession. But now, it was clear that the one truly unworthy was Yan Hua himself. In the martial hall, a brief silence was followed by an uproar of chatter among the students. Everyone spoke at once. Wait, Su Ba hasn't made a move in the past 3 years. Yeah. He's always been so quiet, never even responding to ridicule. I heard he has a thing for Zhang Luan and spends all his time running errands and giving her gifts. No wonder his cultivation hasn't progressed. Ed's been wasting money trying to impress a girl. Zhang Luan's quite the flirt, stringing along several guys. Su B's just one of her backups. This is hilarious, an extraordinary genius, almost ruined by her. Amid the crowd, Zhang Luan froze as she listened to the murmurs. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly, a wave of regret surging in her chest. To think that the one she thought was the worst turned out to be the best? On the stage, Yan Hua finally realized the truth. Su Ba was exceptionally gifted, but he had spent the past few years focusing his energy elsewhere. Collapsing to the ground, Yan Hua was filled with bitter remorse. If Su Ba were still his student, his own status as head instructor would surely rise with such a prodigy entering the martial academy. At that moment, hearty laughter silenced the chatter. Xia Hang stepped forward, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Su Ba. Su Ba, I am Xia Hang, the recruitment officer of Yimeng Martial Academy. I formally invite you to join Yunmeng. What do you say? The moment these words were spoken, the other recruitment officers from various martial academies could no longer sit still. Normally, they were the ones standing on high, selecting candidates. But faced with a talent of this caliber, maintaining their aloof demeanor would only mean losing a golden opportunity. In an instant, all the officers rose to their feet, scrambling to reach Su Ba first. Before he even arrived, news of his presence had already spread across the exam hall. Su Ba, is it? I'm the admissions officer from Mujiang Martial Academy. We'd be thrilled to have you join us. Suba. Although Daqian Martial Academy in Luoye City is a bit farther than Fengwu City, if you're willing to come, I can apply for a special reward for you. If you choose Huai Martial Academy, any conditions are open for discussion. One eager voice after another filled the air. As admissions officers from various martial academies, their primary duty was to recruit talented students. Securing an exceptional recruit would undoubtedly earn them generous rewards. Even the prestigious Yunmeng Martial Academy wouldn't ease up when competing for a prodigy. 32 admissions officers took turns offering their best terms, each extending their olive branch. They knew all too well that the allocation of resources and rankings within their academies was intricately tied to talent acquisition. The higher the academy's ranking, the more cultivation resources it could provide. For a genius, choosing an ordinary academy could often be the smarter decision. In an ordinary martial academy, a prodigy could quickly stand out and secure abundant resources. But at a top-tier institution like Yunmeng Martial Academy, where geniuses were everywhere, the competition was fierce. Catching up to more experienced students in a short time was nearly impossible, and one would often have to wait for the previous cohort to graduate before having a chance to rise in rank. More importantly, the immense pressure in such elite academies could crush the martial spirit of some prodigies. Each year, many talented martial artists gave up their training because they couldn't handle the stress. As the old saying goes, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. It was often wiser to dominate in an ordinary academy than to be overshadowed in a top-tier institution. Hundreds of third-year students in the audience were left dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. In their minds, admissions officers from prominent martial academies were usually aloof and unapproachable. Yet today, they all seemed to be acting like desperate fans. Most assumed Suba would choose the well-resourced Huai Martial Academy or Mujiang Martial Academy. After all, while these two weren't on par with Yunmeng Martial Academy, they offered abundant resources with far less pressure. However, Suba merely smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for the kind invitations from all of you, especially the generous offers from Huai Martial Academy and Mujiang Martial Academy, which were indeed tempting. But I choose Yunmeng Martial Academy." Thud. Hundreds of third-year students collectively fainted on the spot. The martial arts hall erupted into an uproar. Everyone stared in stunned silence at Suba's decision. The two recruitment officers from Huai Martial Arts Academy and Mujiang Martial Arts Academy had their smiles freeze on their faces, gazing at him in disbelief. Why? Suba stood tall and proud, his gaze unwavering, and his voice rang out with determination. The path of martial arts is a struggle against the heavens. Even if the road ahead is filled with thorns and hardships, I will fear nothing. I pursue martial arts to reach the pinnacle, and what I seek is pressure, what I need is tempering. Therefore, I choose Yunmeng Martial Arts Academy. His words exploded like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present profoundly shaken. Xiahang, the recruitment officer from Yunmeng Martial Arts Academy, had a glint of admiration in his eyes and a satisfied smile on his face. As a five-star martial artist, he carried his own pride and never resorted to offering lavish promises to attract talents like the other recruitment officers. Xiahang stepped forward briskly, flipped his palm, and took out a jet black token, handing it to Suba. "This is the Yunmeng Martial Arts Academy's admission token. With this, you are eligible to participate in the advancement assessment." Advancement assessment? Suba accepted the token, his expression showing slight curiosity. Xiahang explained with a smile, "The recruitment assessment only tests basic potential. The advancement assessment is the true test of a martial artist's heart for the path of martial arts. Yunmeng Martial Arts Academy seeks elites without an unwavering martial heart. Even the greatest potential won't suffice." "I understand," Suba responded calmly with a nod. For him, a test of the martial heart had never been a concern. "Based on what you just said, I have no doubt you'll succeed," Xiahang said, patting Suba on the shoulder. Yunmeng Martial Arts Academy is located in Fengwu City, not far from Phantom Knight Academy. "You should know the place." Suba nodded in acknowledgement. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked out of the martial arts hall slowly, under the awed gazes of hundreds of third-year students. During this time, Zhang Luan hesitated to speak, but ultimately could only watch his figure grow distant. With a look of dejection, she closed her mouth in silence. The Yunmeng Martial Academy is located in the northeastern corner of Fengwu City. Spanning 3 miles from east to west and 1,000 steps from north to south, it is nestled against the majestic Dalong Mountain and is the most grandiose architectural complex outside the royal palace. It's about an hour's walk from Illusion Knight Academy, but taking a carriage would be much faster. As the capital of Fengwu Kingdom, Fengwu City boasts a bustling 10-mile-long street where traffic flows endlessly, and crowds of people create a lively atmosphere. Merchants gather, and the air is filled with the constant calls of street vendors, painting a vivid picture of prosperity. Suba walked through the throngs with a calm expression. For someone who was the foremost martial arts grandmaster in his previous life in Huaxia, such scenes were hardly remarkable. As he strolled along, Su-Ba suddenly remembered something. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a pitch-black token from his storage space. The token was exquisitely crafted, its edges adorned with intricate patterns, and the word Yunming was boldly inscribed in the center. He weighed the token in his hand, feeling its significance, when suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Beep. High-grade Xin iron token detected. Recycling it will yield 100 enhancement points. Proceed with recycling? This token is worth 100 enhancement points? Seems pretty rare, Su-Ba muttered, but before he could finish, he realized something was wrong. He urgently shouted in his mind, "System, no, don't recycle it, don't." But it was too late. A flash of white light blinked, and the token vanished into thin air. A glance at the system interface revealed that 100 enhancement points had been added. Damn it. Su-Ba's face darkened immediately. He was almost at Yunming Martial Academy, and now the token was gone. What was he supposed to do? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to proceed to the academy and explain the situation honestly. Surely, the academy would have a way to contact Steward Xia Hang to verify his identity. Since the token was already recycled, he couldn't let the 100 enhancement points go to waste. Su-Ba silently activated the system lottery, and the system promptly responded. Beep. Enhancement points 100. Lottery initiated. Congratulations, host. You have won a bag of exclusive dog food for the celestial hound under the ancient, immortal Erlang Shun. A finely woven white bag appeared in Su-Ba's hands. Opening it, he found crystal-clear, aromatic pellets that exuded an enticing fragrance. Though the scent was undeniably unique, the realization that it was dog food made Su-Ba's face darken. He was about to store the bag back into his storage space when, with a sudden flash of white light, something soft and furry darted into his arms. Su-Ba's eyes sparkled sharply as he was about to reach for something that had suddenly appeared on him. However, the moment he saw it clearly, he froze. A tiny white puppy, about the size of a palm, was curled up in his arms. Its snow-white fur gleamed softly under the sunlight, and its big, watery black eyes were both adorable and full of life. The little creature had burrowed into Su-Ba's embrace and immediately started sniffing around with its tiny nose. Suddenly, the puppy's gaze locked onto the white woven bag in Su-Ba's hand, its eyes lighting up instantly. It barked twice at the bag, then turned to Su-Ba, barking again as if trying to communicate something. Could it be smelling the dog food for the howling celestial dog? Su-Ba mused. Just then, he felt a tickling sensation on his arm. It turned out the little puppy had already climbed onto his arm, eager to make its way toward the bag of dog food. Moved by the puppy's innocent and endearing demeanor, the usually stern Su-Ba couldn't help but smile. He gently placed the puppy on the ground, then took a small handful of dog food from the bag and offered it in his outstretched palm. The puppy immediately darted forward and licked up the food in no time at all. Strangely, just that small amount of food seemed to satisfy it completely. It even let out a little burp. A faint glow briefly flickered across its body, and it seemed to grow slightly larger. Now full, the puppy rolled onto its back, playfully patting its round little belly with a look of pure contentment in its eyes. Its incredibly cute behavior compelled Su-Ba to crouch down and gently stroke its head. Instead of shying away, the puppy affectionately licked his hand in return. As Su-Ba contemplated whether to adopt this affectionate little creature, a clear, melodious female voice rang out. Wong Wong. Wong Wong, where are you? How did you run off so quickly? The moment it heard the call, the puppy immediately flipped onto its feet, wagging its tail excitedly as it barked in response. A graceful figure emerged from the Aliyah, stunning young woman. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her phoenix-shaped brows perfectly arched, and her enchanting eyes seemed to captivate anyone who met them. Her delicate, oval face was complemented by soft, rosy cheeks, and her skin was as flawless as snow. Ah, Wong Wong, there you are. You had me searching everywhere. The woman let out a sigh of relief upon spotting the puppy and ran lightly toward them. Before long, Su-Ba's eyes caught sight of a playful little white dog frolicking ahead. A stunningly beautiful woman approached swiftly, gently scooping up the dog in her arms. With a light tap on its forehead, she said softly, Wong Wong, you used to be so obedient. What's wrong today? If you keep misbehaving, I'll have to lock you up. The dog seemed to understand her reprimand. Its ears drooped as it let out a soft whimper and nuzzled against the woman in an attempt to please her. Stop it, that tickles, the woman giggled, her laughter light and pleasant as she playfully ruffled the dog's head. Suddenly, she noticed Su-Ba standing nearby. Before she could say anything, Su-Ba gave a calm nod and continued walking forward with steady strides. Though the woman was peerlessly beautiful, his gaze returned to clarity after just a glance. For Su-Ba, the pursuit of martial greatness was his sole focus. Everything else, be it women, wealth, or power, was merely fleeting and inconsequential. Wu Wong Wong let out a soft, reluctant whine, watching Su-Ba's retreating figure. Qin Jiuyu's bright eyes shimmered as she gazed thoughtfully at his back. As a youngling of the royal spirit beast breed, the white wolf Qinghuang dog, Wang Wang was naturally born with third-tier strength and could rival postnatal realm masters upon maturity. Such spirit beasts were inherently wary of strangers, and most people couldn't even get close to them. Yet, this young man had unexpectedly earned Wang Wang's affection, which was truly surprising. What astonished Qin Jiuyu even more was his indifference to her unparalleled beauty. He had merely glanced at her calmly before turning away, his demeanor entirely composed and unaffected. This kind of detachment didn't seem feigned. That young man. So cold, yet so cool. She murmured softly to herself. Noticing the direction Su Ba was heading, Qin Jiuyu paused in realization there was only Yunmeng Martial Academy in that direction. Could he be one of this year's new disciples? Holding Wang Wang, she also began walking toward the academy. An incense sticks time later, Su Ba came to a halt in front of the gates of Yunmeng Martial Academy. In the distance, the grand and majestic complex stretched across dozens of miles, enveloping much of the Dalong Mountain. It was a testament to the unparalleled prestige of Fengwu Nation's top martial academy. As Su Ba thought about the challenges awaiting him, a surge of battle intent ignited within his heart. As he approached the grand entrance, a loud and stern voice suddenly rang out. Who goes there? This is Yunmeng Martial Academy. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed. A burly guard with a rugged face stepped forward. Greetings. I am a graduate from this year's cohort, selected by the Academy's recruitment officials. I've come to participate in the advancement assessment, Su Ba replied with composed confidence. Show me your new disciple token, the guard demanded expressionlessly, extending his hand. My apologies. I accidentally lost my token, but you can verify with. Stop right there. The guard sneered coldly, pointing off into the distance. He spat out a single word. Leave. So domineering. Su Ba's face darkened slightly upon hearing the guard's reprimand. The aura exuded by the guard at the gate had reached the late stage of the 3-star level, a strength comparable to Yen Hua, the chief instructor of Phantom Knight Academy. If a conflict were to arise, Su Ba knew he would not come out on top. Realizing that the loss of the admission token was indeed due to his own carelessness, Su Ba took a deep breath and softened his tone. I truly came here for the advanced examination. You can contact Steward Xia Heng to confirm. Did you not hear me when I told you to get lost? The rough guard's face was filled with impatience as he waved his large hand. He had argued with his wife the previous day and was already in a foul mood. Now, seeing a kid with only mid-1-star strength trying to sneak into Yunmeng Martial House, he saw a perfect opportunity to vent his anger. Do you think Yunmeng Martial House is a place for trash like you? If you don't leave now, do you believe I won't beat you up? The leaner guard standing to the side felt his companion's words were overly harsh, but, considering that a child from an ordinary family was unlikely to be noticed by the Martial House's recruitment steward, he chose to remain silent. Truly judging people with dog eyes. A flash of cold light appeared in Su Ba's eyes, and his tone turned icy. Since the other party showed no courtesy, there was no need for him to be polite either. What did you just say, brat? The rough guard's eyes widened as he drew his longsword halfway out of its sheath, its cold glint threatening. Su Ba ignored him, turning and walking away with his hands behind his back. To him, someone full of pent-up anger looking for an outlet was nothing more than trash, unworthy of his time. He decided to wait for Steward Xia Heng to arrive and explain the missing token directly. How dare you ignore me? The rough guard, seething with rage, stormed forward, his face twisted in fury. Raising his large hand, he prepared to strike Su Ba. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a whistle pierced through the air. Su Ba's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected the guard to dare attack him openly on Fengwu City streets. With no other choice, he braced himself for a fight. Though mid-1-star against late 3-star seemed like a mismatch, Su Ba felt no fear. His 9-young true essence surged throughout his body, and he prepared to rely on his combat experience as a martial arts master in his past life. At the critical moment, a flash of white light streaked past Su Ba's eyes with a swish. A loud thud followed as the white figure collided heavily with the rough guard's chest. The guard let out a cry of pain, stumbling back several steps before falling onto the ground in an ungraceful heap. Woof. Woof 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 woof. The white flash turned out to be a small, snow-white dog, as pure as jade. After landing a successful hit, it gracefully landed on the ground, standing with its hind legs straight and its front paws slightly bent. Adopting a combat stance, it bared its sharp fangs at the guard, letting out a series of warning growls. Is this Wang Wang? Su Ba's eyes narrowed as he stared at the tiny puppy in front of him, momentarily stunned. Its snow-white fur shimmered under the sunlight, giving off a crystalline glow. It was the same puppy he had just encountered by the roadside. What shocked him the most was that this seemingly fragile creature possessed such incredible strength it had just knocked down a latest-stage 3-star martial artist with ease. Suba began to calculate silently. In the world of Xintian continent, spirit beasts and exotic beasts were classified into 9 levels, corresponding to the one-at-Nestor rankings of martial artists. Exotic beasts were ferocious and bloodthirsty, making them nearly impossible to tame. Spirit beasts, on the other hand, were gentle by nature and could be trained by skilled beast tamers to become mounts or battle companions. However, spirit beasts were exceedingly rare and precious, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. While Suba was still deep in thought, the burly guard who had been knocked over had already leapt to his feet in a fit of rage. Damn it! Where did this beast come from? It's asking to die. His face contorted with fury as he drew his long sword, ready to strike Wang Wang. Stop! The lean martial artist to his right suddenly turned pale and grabbed his companion's arm. Xiaolu, don't stop me. I'm going to kill it. The burly guard roared angrily. You idiot. Look carefully at what kind of dog this is before you act. The lean guard barked sharply. The burly guard froze and scrutinized the puppy more closely. His face immediately turned ashen, and his sword trembled in his hand. This is the pup of a white wolf Qinghuang hound. It's the pet of Lady Qin Jiyue, one of the core disciples of Yunmeng Martial Academy, the lean guard said in a voice filled with awe. At Yunmeng Martial Academy, core disciples were prodigies, personally groomed by the academy's master. Although Qin Jiyue's family background wasn't the most illustrious, she had achieved the 7-star grandmaster realm at just 19 years old, earning a status higher than most elders. Ah, thank goodness you stopped me, the burly guard began to speak, but his words abruptly caught in his throat as if he had been choked. Following his gaze, the lean guard turned to look and couldn't help but swallow nervously. A graceful figure was approaching them slowly. She wore a simple yet elegant silk robe, draped with a light blue veil. Her stunning beauty was otherworldly, and a faint spiritual aura surrounded her. At this moment, the breathtaking woman's expression was icy as she locked her gaze on the burly guard and spoke coldly. Why did you raise your hand against it? No, that's not it. The burly guard's legs trembled, and his voice stuttered. How could I dare to lay a hand on your pet? Qin Jiyue tilted her head slightly, signaling him. Following her gaze, the burly guard froze in shock and quickly pointed at Suba, anxiously explaining, Master Jiyue. This guy tried to enter Yunmeng Martial Academy without a freshman token. He repeatedly ignored warnings and even insulted others. What a joke. Suba interrupted with a cold laugh, enunciating each word. I insulted others? Why don't you check your conscience and tell me who spoke rudely first? Let's be clear, you're just looking down on me, aren't you? So what if I'm a mid-level 1-star martial artist? Does that mean I'm not qualified to be selected by the Academy's admission officer? The burly guard's blood boiled, and if Qin Jiyue weren't present, he might have already drawn his sword. Enough. Qin Jiyue spoke calmly, her gaze fixed on the burly guard. Even if what you said is true, does that give you the right to act out in public? Are you unaware of Fengwu City's iron rules? As the face of Yunmeng Martial Academy, do you not understand your own role? I was wrong, Master Jiyue. The burly guard lowered his head in shame. It was my bad mood and impulsiveness that led to this. If you're wrong, punish yourself. Do you need me to repeat myself? Qin Jiyue asked with a faint smile. No, of course not. The burly guard shuddered and immediately slapped himself several times across the face until his cheeks swelled. Only when Qin Jiyue gestured for him to stop did he cease. Neither he nor the thinner guard beside him dared to make a sound. Suba narrowed his eyes, observing everything. So this was the status of a core disciple? As he carefully sensed her presence, he realized the true essence within Qin Jiyue was as vast as a river, indicating she had reached the 7-star master realm. For someone of her age to achieve such heights, her talent must be extraordinary. In martial cultivation, titles were granted after the 6-star level: 7-star master realm, 8-star grandmaster realm, and 9-star supreme grandmaster realm, with an immense gap between each stage. Yunmeng Martial Academy was indeed a haven for talent. As he pondered, Qin Jiyue turned to face him. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of curiosity. Despite Suba's modest mid-level 1-star cultivation, he exuded an aura as sharp as an unsheathed sword. What surprised her even more was the formidable presence about him, one that seemed capable of standing on equal footing with her. Young man, Qin Jiyue's melodious voice rang out. Are you one of the Academy's selected recruits here for the advancement assessment? I heard you lost your freshman token? Yes, Suba cupped his hands respectfully. I was chosen by Deacon Xia Heng from Huanai Academy, but I did accidentally lose my token. Qin Jiyue glanced at Suba and nodded slightly. Let me confirm that. Thanks for the trouble. Suba nodded and quietly waited for Qin Jiyue to contact the admissions officer, Xia Heng. Just then, a white blur zipped past, and a snow-white puppy suddenly burrowed into his arms. Looking down, he saw it was Wang Wang, wagging her tail affectionately. Her shiny black eyes sparkled with a look of accomplishment, and her tiny pink tongue peeked out slightly. Thinking back to earlier, when Wang Wang had knocked down that burly guard just in time, saving him from a tough fight, Suba couldn't help but chuckle. He understood what the little one wanted: snacks. Didn't you just eat? Hungry already? He teased, reaching into his robe but actually pulling a small handful of dog food from his storage space. Here, enjoy. Wang Wang's eyes lit up instantly. She wiggled her little body closer and devoured the dog food in Suba's palm within seconds. Is it good? Suba asked with a grin, watching the little dog revel in satisfaction. Woof woof, Wang Wang barked cheerfully. Suddenly, she leaned her tiny head forward, rubbing against Suba's face, and then licked him a few times on the lips with her small tongue. What the? Suba's mind screamed. His first kiss in this world had been stolen by a little female dog. Suba, right? I've confirmed with Officer Xiahang Ando. Just as Suba's expression darkened, and he was about to push Wang Wang away, Qin Jiyue's startled voice rang out. In his arms, Wang Wang suddenly began emitting a dazzling white light, so bright that Suba had to squint. Moments later, the light faded, and Wang Wang had not only grown significantly larger in size, but was also exuding an extraordinary aura. Oh my goodness, a level 4. Qin Jiyue gasped, her beautiful eyes wide as she covered her small mouth in disbelief. How is this possible? She advanced from late level 3 to level 4 in less than a day? Suba's mind raced. Could this be the effect of the dog food? If less than 10 grams could elevate a level 3 spirit beast to level 4, then the 3,000 grams in his storage space could potentially nurture multiple Haoshan level spirit beasts. Considering that Haoshan level beings were the pinnacle of a nation's combat strength, having such protectors would ensure his safety without question. Suba, could you show me what you just fed Wang Wang? Qin Jiyue walked closer, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Not for now, Suba refused outright. Such a treasure needed careful study, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Qin Jiyue's smile faltered slightly. It was the first time a man had so bluntly turned her down, and it stirred an unfamiliar feeling within her. Miss Jiyue, thank you for helping me contact Officer Xiahang. The advancement assessment should start now. I'll head in first. Suba handed Wang Wang back to Qin Jiyue and turned to leave. But Qin Jiyue suddenly stepped in front of him, blocking his path with a faint smile. Dear Suba, I wish you failure in the assessment. Ha, dear Miss Jiyue, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Suba remained unfazed and strode confidently into Yunmeng Martial Academy. On the expansive square of Yunmeng Martial Academy, hundreds of gifted students from across the nation had gathered. These were the elite, meticulously selected from various academies, now sizing each other up with competitive sparks in their eyes, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the martial art assessment. Among the crowd, a lean figure dressed in black stood out. This was Suba, standing with his eyes closed, exuding an air of unique confidence and dominance. To him, the martial art assessment was merely a test of a warrior's willpower. Even with only half his willpower, he was certain he could pass with ease. Suddenly, the square fell silent. Suba opened his eyes to see a familiar tall figure approaching Xiahang, the steward. Xiahang's gaze swept over the crowd, pausing briefly on Suba before he indifferently announced, "Everyone is here. Follow me." As Suba prepared to join the group, Xiahang's voice resonated in his mind through a transmission of true essence. Suba, you're the most talented among the dozens of students I've recruited. If you don't secure a top spot in this assessment, and let the other steward students outshine you, just think about that time you lost the new student token a few months of your stipend for sure. As the group followed Xiahang, murmurs arose around them. Some discussed the unique martial art assessment of Yunmeng Martial Academy, rumored to be an ancient formation discovered by the academy's leader, with an exceptionally high difficulty level and a pass rate of less than 30%. Others expressed confidence, convinced their unwavering determination would see them through. Those with prior experience warned of the assessment's harrowing nature, claiming that most who underwent it once would never willingly attempt it again. If someone sets a new record, they'll definitely catch the attention of the higher-ups, one person speculated with anticipation. Listening to the chatter, Suba's expression remained calm. A glimmer of expectation flickered in his eyes as he pondered where he might rank among the academy's past participants. Amid the hushed whispers of the crowd, Steward Xiahang, with his formidable cultivation, caught every word of the murmurs. Yet, his expression remained indifferent as he continued leading the way. They followed the winding, twisting stone steps until finally stopping at a distinct location. "We're here," Steward Xiahang said curtly. The group looked around and found themselves standing before a circular stone platform. The surface of the platform was smooth and reflective, emanating a faint, unusual glow that seemed to possess a mysterious allure, drawing everyone's attention. Realizing something was amiss, many quickly averted their gaze. Before they could ask any questions, Steward Xiahang spoke again. "All of you, step onto the platform. You have the time it takes for one incense stick to burn to prepare. After that, the advancement assessment will officially begin." With that, he turned and left. The examinees exchanged glances before leaping onto the circular platform. Some sat cross-legged to meditate and adjust their breathing, while others, unable to suppress their excitement, paced back and forth. Meanwhile, in a grand and opulent side hall of Yunmeng Martial Academy, more than a dozen elegantly dressed and imposing stewards had been waiting for some time. On the walls of the hall, the fluctuations of an array reflected the images of the hundreds of students about to participate in the assessment. Steward Xia Heng strode into the hall with steady steps, a faint smile on his face. "Ah, everyone is here, I see. Steward Xia Heng, you've worked hard. We've just been waiting for you," said Steward Chu Tai, a tall man with blue hair, casting him a meaningful glance. "But you seem to be in a good mood?" Xia Heng's expression remained unchanged. "Not too bad. I recruited a promising candidate who should perform well." "Oh." Chu Tai raised an eyebrow with a sly smile. "Are you aiming for the top 3 this time? Or perhaps first place? You might not know, but I managed to recruit a 3-star genius this time." The martial heart assessment is about more than just talent," Xia Heng retorted with a cold snort. "Well, let's wait and see then, brother Xia Heng," Chu Tai replied with a smug grin, secretly anticipating that his chosen prodigy would shine in the assessment and earn him rewards from the academy's resources. "All right, it's starting. Don't get ahead of yourself," Xia Heng said flatly, casting a brief glance at Chu Tai before turning his focus to the glowing array screen. Though his face remained calm, his clenched fist betrayed his inner tension. Ever since witnessing Su Ba's unwavering determination toward martial arts during the recruitment process, Xia Heng had been confident in Su Ba's potential to pass the assessment. However, he had no certainty about how far Su Ba could go. All he could do now was wait and see how Su Ba would perform. On the other side, atop the stone platform, as the time of one incense stick burned away, Su Ba suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, his consciousness plunging into a brief vertigo. When he finally regained clarity and opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, he found himself in a vast, white, misty space. Around him stood other candidates participating in the assessment, their faces etched with confusion. Just as everyone began to adjust to this unfamiliar environment, a faint tremor rippled through the ground. As seasoned martial artists, they immediately sensed a stifling and unsettling pressure spreading through the air. Su Ba furrowed his brows slightly, quickly detecting the anomaly. The temperature of the space was rising. "Look at the ground!" someone shouted in alarm. They all turned to see waves of scorching heat rising from the ground as the temperature rapidly climbed to 70 degrees Celsius. Though this level of heat was still within the tolerance of the martial arts elites present, worry was evident on everyone's faces, for the temperature showed no signs of stopping its ascent. Instinctively, Su Ba attempted to form a protective barrier using his true essence, but he soon discovered that the searing heat waves devoured his true essence like ravenous beasts, even attempting to invade his body. He immediately withdrew his true essence, and the intensity of the heat returned to its original state. So that's it. This is a test of one's Dao heart. Using true essence to cheat won't work, Su Ba realized. Without hesitation, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state, allowing the scorching heat to burn his skin, muscles, meridians, and internal organs. Among the crowd, a young man in blue quickly grasped the essence of the trial as well. However, upon noticing that Su Ba had reacted even faster than him, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He too sat down cross-legged shortly after. The rest of the group, however, were far less composed. Cries of pain echoed as they jumped and flailed about as if dancing on hot coals. Yet before long, they were forced to give up resisting and grudgingly endured the torment of the heat. Meanwhile, in the side hall of Yunmeng Martial Academy, a group of over 10 recruitment officers observed the trial through an array projection on the wall. Su Ba's performance immediately caught their attention. "Haha, looks like I win this one," Xia Heng said smugly. "That cold and composed youth in black is my pick, Su Ba." "Impressive, brother Xia Heng," the other officers praised. This young man instantly recognized the strange nature of the heat and decisively cut off his true essence to prevent deeper harm. His reflexes place him among the top tier of candidates in recent years. When they noticed the blue-robed youth, Shihi, quickly following suit, Xia Heng teased, "Shihi isn't bad either, just a fraction slower than Su Ba." Chu Tai's face darkened, and he responded coolly, "Let's keep watching. This is only the beginning. Quick reflexes are one thing, but the real test is martial willpower. What matters is who can endure until the very end." Xia Heng fell silent, knowing the truth of that statement. Still, the chance to irk Chu Tai, even just a little, was a small victory in itself. On the round stone platform of the Yunmeng Martial Academy, the assessment had barely begun when something unusual occurred. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, more than 10 students abruptly opened their eyes, their bodies trembling violently. Their faces were pale, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads as they hurriedly checked their own bodies. Once they confirmed that they were unharmed, just as relief began to wash over them, an icy voice cut through the air mercilessly. Only lasted for 1 incense stick's time? Pathetic. You are eliminated. These elite students from various martial academies instantly looked as if their world had collapsed. Glancing around, they saw that the other candidates were still enveloped in a hazy white light, some grimacing, some calm, some contorted, others frowning, clearly still undergoing the assessment in the mysterious space. Realizing they were among the first to fail out of hundreds of examinees, shame overwhelmed them. Faces flushed, they quickly fled the platform. Time passed, and in less than the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, more than half of the candidates had been eliminated. The Yunmeng Martial Academy's Heart of Martial Arts Advancement Assessment truly lived up to its reputation. This was to be expected. Yunmeng Martial Academy sought only the best of the best, the geniuses among geniuses. Those with talent, but lacking steadfast martial will and determination, were destined to fall short, and thus were swiftly eliminated. As time went on, fewer and fewer candidates remained on the stone platform. Suddenly, the hazy white light around one student dissipated. The student abruptly opened their eyes, drenched in sweat, their expression still filled with lingering fear. The cold voice echoed once again, lasted for a quarter of an hour. Qualified. You are admitted to Yunmeng Martial Academy. The student froze for a moment, then erupted in joy, leaping up and shouting excitedly, I did it! I got into Yunmeng Martial Academy. This is amazing. In the side hall of Yunmeng Martial Academy, a graceful and composed female steward smiled as she commented, a quarter of an hour in, and over 30% of the students are still holding on. This year's cohort has a decent level of quality. Indeed, another person agreed, especially Suba and Shihi. They're still as steady as mountains, completely at ease. Their resilience is truly commendable. Excellent prospects. Xiaheng burst into hearty laughter. You flatter me. Suba's performance filled him with pride. Earlier, when Chu Tai had introduced a 3-star genius, Xiaheng had felt slightly uneasy. But now, seeing Suba appear even calmer and more composed than Shihi, his confidence soared. He couldn't help but glance at Chu Tai with a raised eyebrow, signaling his satisfaction. Ugh. Chu Tai's face darkened instantly, as black as the bottom of a pot. Pretending not to notice Xiaheng's provocation, he looked away. Although Chu Tai was reluctant to admit it, at this moment, Shihi was indeed slightly inferior. He let out a cold snort, secretly thinking, let's wait and see. True geniuses often possess an extraordinary level of endurance. Within the illusionary space, the ground temperature had soared to 100 degrees Celsius. This level of heat, capable of boiling water, penetrated the body, bringing unbearable agony. Screams echoed continuously as many trainees writhed in pain on the ground. Their skin cracked and burst from the scorching heat, blood seeping out, leaving their bodies torn and battered. One by one, the trainees vanished from the space amidst their cries of torment. After the time of 4 incense sticks had passed, the temperature climbed further to 130 degrees Celsius. Without the ability to use their true essence to resist, every additional degree brought exponentially greater suffering. The young man in green, Shihi, sat cross-legged, enveloped by rolling waves of hot mist. Some of the mist rose from the ground, while some came from his own sweat, evaporated by the intense heat. His face was flushed unnaturally, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. The capillaries across his body burst incessantly, and his clothes were already soaked through with blood. Shi kept his eyes tightly shut, desperately clinging to his last shred of clarity. For incense sticks' worth of time, this achievement is already remarkable. Surely, no one else besides me has endured this long, he thought to himself. As the only 3-star genius among this cohort of newcomers, he had reached this point through exceptional talent and relentless effort. When it came to martial determination, he was confident that no one could surpass him. This martial heart assessment would undoubtedly make him stand out. With this confidence, Shi forced his eyes open to survey his surroundings. The space was almost entirely empty, but in the corner, the cold and stern young man in black, Suba, who had reacted even faster than him, was still holding on. Although Suba was also covered in blood and his face contorted in pain, he somehow seemed not to have reached his limit. Huh? Still pretending? Trying to compete with me? You're far from it. Shi felt a surge of displeasure in his heart, closed his eyes again, and gritted his teeth to endure. Incredible. It's been nearly 5 incense sticks worth of time, and Suba and Shihi are still holding on. In the side hall of Yunmeng Martial Academy, a graceful female admissions officer gasped in amazement, covering her red lips as her eyes remained fixed on the formation's projection screen. On the screen, the sweltering heat enveloped the 2 examinees in thick white mist, their figures barely discernible through the haze. The martial willpower of these 2 is truly exceptional, far surpassing their peers. It seems they can keep going. a bearded middle-aged steward remarked in admiration. Brother Xia and Brother Chu are in for some good fortune this time. With results like these, the Academy's rewards won't be lacking. The surrounding stewards nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with envy. You flatter us, Chu Tai replied with a faint smile. I expected Shihi to last this long, but Su Ba has surprised me. However, as far as I know, Shihi has always been tenacious since childhood, training with relentless effort. In terms of willpower, he yields to no one. Hearing this, Xia Hang's lips twitched slightly, a subtle reaction that did not escape Chu Tai's notice. What's this, Brother Xia? Not convinced? Then, Chu Tai was about to provoke further when suddenly, Shi's figure on the screen trembled and vanished from the illusionary space. Huh, Brother Chu, what were you about to say just now? Xia Hang's eyes lit up as he turned to Chu Tai with a smug expression. Damn it! Chu Tai's face darkened, suppressing his anger as he said, don't get too cocky. When martial willpower is evenly matched, talent is what truly matters. Shihi will undoubtedly surpass Su Ba in the future. Evenly matched martial willpower? Xia Hang murmured thoughtfully to himself. Lasting 5 incense sticks is already an exceptional achievement in the Academy's history. What more could you ask for? Chu Tai sneered. Surely, you don't think Su Ba could break Qin Jiyue's record of 6 incense sticks, do you? At the mention of Qin Jiyue, Xia Hang fell silent. Seeing this, Chu Tai grew even more confident and boldly declared, I'll say this. Su Ba won't last more than a dozen breaths longer. If I'm wrong, I'll walk on my hands. The other stewards quickly tried to dissuade him, but Chu Tai waved them off dismissively. No need to worry. I trust my judgment. But reality delivered a crushing blow to his confidence. 3 breaths passed, then 5, then 10 until a quarter of an incense stick, half an incense stick, and finally, an entire incense stick passed. Su Ba had endured for another incense stick and over 10 breaths in total. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Every steward stared in shock, their mouths agape. Even Xia Hang was too stunned to speak. More than 6 incense sticks. How? How is this possible? Chu Tai muttered in disbelief, his expression dazed. After all, the highest record in the past decade's advancement assessments was set by none other than the current core disciple, Qin Jiyue. At that time, he endured for the duration of 6 incense sticks, an astonishing achievement that left the elders of Yunmeng Martial Academy utterly speechless. To put this into perspective, the previous best record was only 5 incense sticks, set by the exceptionally gifted Qin Jiyue. Although Qin Jiyue wasn't the strongest among the core disciples, she was the youngest and most talented. At just 19, she had already broken through to the 7-star master realm, a feat that elevated her status above many of the Academy elders. As a prodigious talent, it was widely believed that she could replace Bu Biao within a year or two and become the Academy's new head core disciple. However, today, her record was shattered. The admission examiners snapped out of their daze, swallowing hard before exclaiming in amazement. Xia Hang, in particular, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew I wasn't wrong about this kid Su Ba. Not only did he break Qin Jiyue's record, but he also created a new miracle. Congratulations, Examiner Xia Hang. This news will likely reach the inner Academy elders, and even the Academy master soon. Indeed, Brother Xia Hang, you'll have to treat us to a celebration. The other examiners teased enviously. Of course, of course. Xia Hang readily agreed, turning to Chu Tai with a grin. Brother Chu Tai, will you join us? You all enjoy yourselves. I have other matters to attend to. Chu Tai replied with a dark expression as he turned and walked away. Brother Chu Tai, don't forget to walk on your hands. Xia Hang shouted after him, and a loud thud echoed from outside the door. Meanwhile, in a delicate courtyard within Yunmeng Martial Academy, a beautiful young woman with exquisite features was crouched on the ground, playing with a small snow-white dog. This was none other than Qin Jiyue. When she received the message talisman informing her that her record had been broken, she froze in place. 6 incense sticks and a little over 10 breaths. Qin Jiyue murmured softly, a flicker of brilliance flashing in her eyes. That rascal is quite impressive. The advancement assessment ultimately left only around 100 participants, with an elimination rate of nearly 70%. Considering that those who participated were already the elites of their respective academies, such a high elimination rate underscored the rigorous standards of Yunmeng Martial Academy. When the remaining candidates learned that someone had lasted 6 incense sticks in the illusion trial, they exclaimed in disbelief, calling it monstrous. Their gazes towards Su Ba were filled with newfound awe. Xia Hang handed out white tokens and jade slips to the candidates who passed the assessment. When he reached Su Ba, he paused deliberately, giving him an approving pat on the shoulder. Well done, kid. You did an excellent job. After distributing the tokens, Xia Hang announced, in 1 month, the Outer Academy Training Tower ranking battle will take place. Whether you can secure more resources depends on your performance. With that, he left. Ranking battle. Suba muttered as he prepared to leave, suddenly feeling a sharp gaze on him. Looking up, he saw a handsome man in white walking toward him. So, you're the top scorer in this year's advancement assessment, Suba, huh? I heard you broke the record. Quite impressive, the man said in a tone that seemed complimentary but carried a cutting edge of hostility. An unfriendly arrival. The surrounding new disciples, who were about to leave, stopped in their tracks and turned their curious gazes toward the sudden confrontation. Who's that? Looks like an old disciple from Yunming martial house. His aura feels so cold. Does he have a grudge against Suba? Who did Suba offend this time? As murmurs spread among the crowd, a passing senior disciple from Yunming martial house widened his eyes in shock. Heavens! That's Wang Hui, the top expert of Yunming outer house. Wang Hui, senior brother, can you explain what's going on? The new disciples eagerly asked. The senior disciple glanced around as realization dawned on him. Ah, right, today's the day for new disciples to join. That Wang Hui is our outer house's top expert. He's supposed to be in seclusion, preparing to break through to the 5-star realm and qualify for the inner house. At this moment, Wang Hui had already approached Suba, towering over him with an imposing presence. Something you need? Suba's expression remained indifferent. Wang Hui let out a cold laugh. You're Suba, aren't you? Good. I finally know why my cousin Wang Quan didn't show up for the entry ceremony. Severe brain trauma, fractured ribs, recuperating at home for over a month. Was that you're doing? Wang Quan. Suba clasped his hands behind his back, his tone calm. If he dared to provoke me, he should have been prepared to be crushed underfoot. A glint of frost flashed in Wang Hu's eyes as a sneer tugged at the corner of his mouth. Such boldness. Then what if I provoke you now? You, a mere mid-1-star nobody, aren't you known for challenging those at late 2-star levels? Come on, let's see you take me on. The air around them turned icy, and everyone nearby swallowed nervously. This prodigy, who had ranked first in the entry examination, had immediately crossed paths with the top expert of the outer house, who was on the verge of breaking through to the 5-star level. It was an unfortunate twist of fate. A mid-1-star disciple against someone at the peak of 4-star? Such a disparity in strength no one across the entire continent could bridge that gap. Seeing Suba remain silent, the crowd assumed he was backing down. Wang Hui was about to deliver another mocking remark when Suba's calm voice broke the tension. All right, since you're so eager to die, they'll deal with you after the outer house tower ranking battle in a month. What? The crowd was stunned. This newcomer actually dared to challenge Wang Hui. Did I hear you right? Do you even understand the gap between us? Wang Hui couldn't help but laugh. Fine. Clean your neck and wait for me. Suba merely cast him a cold glance before turning to leave. Arrogant fool. Enjoy your last month while you can. Wang Hui growled, his face twisting into a menacing smile as he watched Suba's retreating figure. News of this confrontation spread like wildfire throughout the martial house. A newly admitted disciple had just challenged the top expert of the outer house, Wang Hui, to a battle in 1 month. Outside the outer residence of Yunming Martial Academy, in a modest wooden cabin. Beep, beep. Items produced by the system cannot be recycled. Suba furrowed his brows as he withdrew the dog food into the system's space. This recycling method wouldn't work. It seemed he would have to find another way. By now, some time had passed since he issued the challenge to Wang Hui, and the news had likely spread throughout the entire martial academy. The 1-month deadline he set for himself wasn't arbitrary. It was carefully considered. For most people, advancing their cultivation realm required an extended period, and a month was far too short. But for someone like him, equipped with a system, as long as he had enough enhancement points, breakthroughs could be achieved rapidly. From his earlier interactions with Wang, Suba had already figured out several rules of the system. Apart from items produced by the system, all other items could be recycled. Living beings, however, were an exception. This realization sparked an idea: if living beings couldn't be recycled, what about non-living beings? For example, the corpses of humans or beasts. Human corpses were hard to come by, and Suba wasn't one to kill indiscriminately. But the corpses of beasts could be obtained through hunting in the wilderness. With his current strength, he could easily hunt beasts below the 3rd level on the outermost perimeter. If beast corpses also couldn't be recycled, then he would have to resort to his last option: selling the dog food. With its extraordinary effects on nurturing spirit beasts, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. However, Suba was reluctant to use this method unless absolutely necessary. After all, he might need to cultivate spirit beasts himself in the future, and revealing such wealth could attract unwanted attention. If it came down to it, he could always trade with Qin Jiyue, exchanging dog food for pills or true essence stones, items that could be recycled. From her demeanor, she seemed trustworthy enough for such dealings. Just then, a crisp knock came from the door. Suba opened it to find a serene and stunningly beautiful woman standing outside. Senior Sister Qin? What a surprise! Suba said, clearly not expecting her. I heard you challenged Wang Hui? Qin Jiyue asked directly, her gaze fixed on him.
Yes.
Do you know his strength? He's at the peak of 4-star level, capable of contending with mid-5-star martial artists outside. The higher the realm, the harder it is to challenge someone above your level. You're nearly 4 major realms apart. Do you really think 1 month is enough? Qin Juyu's delicate brows knitted together. Suba met her gaze and suddenly said, Senior Sister Qin, so it seems you're not angry anymore? Is this your way of showing concern for me? His eyes took on a peculiar look as they scanned her from head to toe. For some reason, Qin Jue felt an inexplicable discomfort under his gaze, as if she were exposed. But she quickly composed herself. Junior brother Su, I'm not as petty as you think. Why not reconsider and give yourself a longer time frame? I can intervene to amend your challenge with Wang Hui. No need. Su Ba cut her off calmly, meeting her eyes with unwavering determination. The path of my martial heart is one of invincibility and relentless forward momentum. I said I would defeat Wang Hui in a month, and he will be defeated. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of dominance erupted from him, as if he were a towering, unshakable pine tree. Very well, I believe you. Qin Juyu's heart rippled as she gave him a deep look. She retrieved 2 items from her sleeve and placed them in his hand. These are for you. I'll take my leave now. With that, she turned and gracefully departed. Suba looked down and clearly saw 2 items in his hands, an exquisite porcelain bottle and a simple cloth bag. He first opened the porcelain bottle, revealing 10 crystal-clear pills neatly arranged inside. Then he checked the cloth bag, which contained around 50 stones emitting faint energy fluctuations. When he placed one of the pills in his palm, a system notification immediately sounded. Beep beep. 1 grade 6 gathering yuan pill detected. Recycling it will grant 210 enhancement points. Do you wish to recycle? He replaced it with one of the small stones, and the system prompted again. Beep beep. 1 low-grade true yuan stone detected. Recycling it will grant 20 enhancement points. Do you wish to recycle? Su Ba's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the value of these cultivation resources. Each low-grade true yuan stone was worth 20 gold coins, while a single grade 6 gathering yuan pill cost a staggering 320 gold coins. A quick calculation revealed that this gift was worth over 4,000 gold coins. To put things into perspective, a single gold coin could feed an average family for 3 days. Back at Phantom Knight Academy, his monthly allowance had been no more than 15 gold coins. Even at Yunming Martial Academy, outer disciples typically received only 5 true yuan stones per month, and even the so-called strongest outer disciple, Wang Hui, only received 30. Qin Jiyue's generous gift of 50 true yuan stones and 10 precious pills was no small favor. Su Ba narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. This wasn't because of some aura of dominance that had charmed this prodigious woman. No, it was because he had helped her pet, Wang, evolve from a Tier 3 spirit beast to a Tier 4 one, saving her at least a month's worth of training time and an abundance of resources. This gift was her way of expressing gratitude. Understanding this, Su Ba's impression of Qin Jiyue improved. Without hesitation, he chose to recycle all the items. It was the perfect opportunity to boost his strength before venturing into the wild. With a flash of white light, the porcelain bottle and cloth bag disappeared. His status panel instantly updated. Host, Su Ba. Current realm, mid-star rank 1. Cultivation technique, 9 Suns Divine Art 0720. Weapon, none. Combat skill, none. Enhancement points, 3,100. Lottery, 100 points. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. Gazing at the 3,100 enhancement points, Su Ba carefully considered his next move. He decided to strengthen the 9 Suns Divine Art. The system prompted. Beep beep. Successfully activated the first acupoint. Enhancement points 1,000. In an instant, Su Ba felt as though he had entered an internal visualization state. He could clearly see the Baihui acupoint at the top of his head suddenly light up, like a lantern ignited in the darkness. A surge of heat burst forth from the Baihui acupoint, spreading rapidly throughout his entire body. Excited, he clenched his fists, feeling his strength soar from 1,500 pounds to an astonishing 2,500 pounds, on par with a star rank 3 body-refining martial artist. Although a significant amount of enhancement points had been consumed, the comprehensive improvement in his physical attributes made it entirely worthwhile. Deep down, Su Ba had a growing suspicion that the 9 Suns Divine Art might surpass even the legendary heaven-grade techniques. Su Ba paused his plan to unlock the meridians and shifted his focus toward improving his cultivation level. To him, the system's enhancement points were like attribute points in a game. Only by using them on the most critical aspects could he achieve maximum benefits. Both physical strength and the total amount of true essence were indispensable. Only by advancing both simultaneously could he unleash his full combat potential. Without hesitation, he clicked the plus sign next to his cultivation realm. Beep. Cultivation advanced to martial artist stage 1, late phase. Enhancement points 300. Continue. Beep. Cultivation advanced to martial artist stage 1. Peak phase. Enhancement points 500. Feeling the surging true essence within his body, Su-Ba clicked again. Beep. Cultivation advanced to martial artist stage 2. Early phase. Enhancement points 700. True essence coursed through his meridians, and power filled every corner of his body. A faint smile appeared on Su-Ba's lips. She now possessed the strength to contend with a martial artist stage 3 at peak phase. With 600 enhancement points remaining, he decided to try his luck with the system's lottery, hoping to obtain a suitable weapon or martial skill. The system immediately initiated a 6-draw session. Comprehension 30 points. Strength 22 points. Nothing obtained. Comprehension 26 points. Nothing obtained. Congratulations. You have acquired the ancient divine weapon of the battle Saint Buddha, the Rui Jingu Bang. The final draw made Su-Ba's eyes light up. A pitch-black staff with golden ends materialized out of thin air, crashing heavily onto the ground and leaving a foot-deep crater. Su-Ba lifted the Rui Jingu Bang and was astonished to find that the 13,500-pound divine weapon felt as light as a feather in his hands. Clearly, the artifact had already recognized him as its master. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's extraordinary capabilities, from transcendent-level techniques to god-ear weapons. It was truly beyond imagination. Just as he was debating whether to use more enhancement points on the lottery, the system suddenly issued a notification. Beep. Host's beginner period has ended. Lottery probabilities reduced, and the drop rate for rare items has significantly decreased. Su-Ba froze for a moment before chuckling in understanding. So, all his earlier success had been thanks to the beginner's perks. While it was a bit regrettable to miss the chance to spend over 2,000 enhancement points on the lottery, he had already secured the most critical techniques and divine weapon. Thinking about how the entire Xintian continent might not have anyone better equipped than him, his mood lifted. After all, a lower drop rate didn't mean it was impossible to get something good. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In a quiet clearing deep within a forest, Su-Ba wielded a thick, black iron staff, practicing his staff techniques. Dressed in all black, his every move was imbued with overwhelming power. The iron staff cut through the air with sharp, explosive whistles. After executing the final move of the routine, Su-Ba stood still with the staff in hand. A heavy, ancient aura emanated from him, as if behind him stretched a vast, desolate land with a towering iron pillar at its center. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips as he casually slung the black iron staff over his shoulder. Over the past month, Su-Ba had been hunting exotic beasts in the Beast Mountain range, while using enhancement points to repeatedly draw comprehension abilities. Though the Great Wild Demon Suppressing Staff technique was notoriously difficult to master, it hardly posed a challenge to him. A month ago, after acquiring the divine weapon Rui Jingu Bang, he headed to the Martial Arts Pavilion at Yunmeng Martial Academy. Leveraging the foundational staff techniques he had learned in his past life at the Shaolin Temple, he selected the most challenging high-grade human-level staff technique on the first floor, the Great Wild Demon Suppressing Staff technique. Since he already possessed the 9-Yang Divine skill, he merely copied the best high-grade human-level cultivation technique and returned it promptly. Although the Martial Arts Pavilion contained numerous alluring techniques and skills, he refrained from succumbing to greed and disrupting the Academy's fortune. Moreover, with postnatal realm experts guarding the pavilion, he wouldn't have succeeded even if he tried. This month of training had given Su-Ba a profound understanding of the system's reduced drop rates. Out of hundreds of draws, he had received no physical items, only attribute points such as physique, comprehension, soul power, and strength. However, these attribute boosts proved immensely beneficial. The significant improvement in his comprehension, in particular, allowed him to fully master the Great Wild Demon Suppressing Staff technique within a mere month. Such an achievement would take even the most gifted disciples at least 3 months to reach a minor level of mastery, let alone those with average talents, who might not even grasp the basics in half a year. Glancing at his attribute interface, Su-Ba made some mental calculations. A cultivation level at the peak of 3 stars, 4 meridians unlocked in the 9-Yang Divine skill, arm strength of 15,000 pounds equivalent to the power of 1 elephant and 5 horse on par with a typical 5-star latest stage body refining expert. Coupled with his mastery of the Great Wild Demon Suppressing Staff technique and the divine weapon Rui Jingu Bang, what was someone like Wang Hui compared to him? The Outer Academy ranking battle is about to begin. The showdown with Wang Hui is finally here, Su-Ba murmured calmly, a confident glint flashing in his eyes. This time, I will make an unforgettable impact. About 100 miles away from Fengwu Kingdom lies a vast mountain range inhabited by exotic beasts. This area is not only home to numerous rare creatures, but also hosts a variety of precious herbs. Occasionally, one might even encounter a rare spiritual beast, which has long attracted disciples from martial schools of neighboring kingdoms to train and hone their skills. At this moment, on the outskirts of the mountain range, Su-Ba was leisurely walking with a golden staff slung across his back. There were still 1 or 2 days left before he needed to return to Yuming Martial School, so he had plenty of time. Suddenly, a foul, fishy stench filled the air. Almost simultaneously, a piercing sound of something cutting through the wind came from behind. In an instant, a massive shadow loomed over Su-Ba. Monstrous snake, over 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel, was lunging at him with its gaping, blood-red mouth, ready to swallow him whole. In that critical moment, Su-Ba's eyes flashed with a sharp, piercing light. Spinning around with lightning speed, he unsheathed the long staff from his back and delivered a powerful, downward strike. A profound aura, ancient and imposing, spread out as he moved. It was none other than the De Huang demon-suppressing staff, a high-tier human-grade martial technique. Boom! The golden staff smashed into the snake's head with tremendous force. The giant snake, a formidable level 5 beast known as the sky-scaling Fang snake, didn't even have time to let out a cry before its head exploded into pieces. This fearsome creature, a standout among level 5 beasts, had been taken down with a single blow by a mere 3-star peak martial artist. The headless snake's massive body collapsed with a thud. Su-Ba approached its lifeless form, expressionless, and placed his hand on the carcass. A mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Beep! Level 5 beast corpse detected. Recycling will yield 150 enhancement points. Proceed with recycling? Yes. With a flash of white light, the enormous snake corpse vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered bits of brain matter and bloodstains on the ground. You are courting death, coming at me when I'm about to leave. Su-Ba muttered coldly as he slung the golden staff back over his shoulder and continued on his way. He hadn't gone far when the sound of a fierce battle reached his ears. Quickening his pace, he soon came upon 2 groups of people. On one side were 4 young individuals, 2 men and 2 women who appeared to be elite disciples of a martial school, all at the 4-star level. On the other side stood 2 middle-aged men, one fat and one thin, both at the 5-star level or higher. The fight had just ended, and the 4 youths were nursing various injuries. Not far from where they stood, a small tree bore a dozen or so bright, luscious fruits. Snake heart fruit. Su-Ba's eyes lit up. This fruit was a key ingredient in crafting the grade 5 blood refining pill and was highly valuable. It seemed the conflict between the 2 groups had arisen over these fruits. We already agreed to give you the snake heart fruit. Why are you still blocking our way? A tall young man angrily questioned the 2 middle-aged men. The fat man, who was at the mid-5-star level, leered at the 2 young women. Heh, don't be in such a rush to leave. We'll take the fruits, but the 2 lovely ladies here will need to stay and have some fun with us. If you serve us well, I promise we'll let you go safely. Shameless. Keep dreaming. The young men and women shouted angrily in unison. You refuse to cooperate? Then don't blame us for being ruthless. The chubby man's face darkened suddenly, his tone carrying an unmistakable threat. The 4 young people immediately tensed up. The tall young man among them stepped forward, straightened his posture, and said, You 2 should think carefully. We are disciples of the Flying Tiger Martial Academy, the top institution in Hanyu Kingdom. If you make a move against us, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Oh, still daring to threaten me? The chubby man's eyes gleamed coldly as he suddenly thrust his right palm forward. The gust of wind from his strike roared through the air and slammed into the tall young man's chest. The youth was sent flying backward, spitting a mouthful of blood as he fell. A mere 4-star mid-level cultivator dares to act arrogant in front of me? I've killed no fewer than 80 so-called genius disciples in my time. The chubby man sneered coldly. Brother Huang! The other 3 cried out, rushing to his side. The thin young man and the 2 girls supported their injured companion, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the chubby man. If you don't know what's good for you, stop wasting time. The skinny middle-aged man behind him said impatiently. Kill the 2 men and capture the women alive. If they resist, deal with them together. Just as the 2 middle-aged men were about to make their move, a figure emerged from the bushes. The newcomer wore black clothes, had a lean frame, a cold expression, and carried a thick black iron staff on his back. Though his approach seemed casual, his presence exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if a mountain were bearing down on everyone. The 2 middle-aged men froze mid-action. The Flying Tiger Martial Academy disciples' eyes lit up with hope, but their optimism quickly faded when they realized the newcomer's cultivation level was only at the peak of 3-star. Where did this kid come from? Get lost now, or I'll smash you with one slap. The chubby man snarled viciously. The man in black ignored the threat and turned to the disciples of the Flying Tiger Martial Academy. Since you've given up on the snake heart fruit, I'll take it, he said calmly, then began walking directly toward the fruit tree. Everyone present was stunned. The chubby man flew into a rage, his figure flashing as he appeared in front of the man in black. His massive hand swung toward the man's head, unleashing the full force of his mid-5-star cultivation level. Watch out! One of the female disciples cried out in alarm. But in the next moment, an eerie silence fell over the scene. Everyone stood frozen in shock, their expressions utterly blank. Everyone stood dumbfounded, eyes wide, as they watched the scene unfold before them. The young man in black, moved with an almost unbelievable simplicity, stopped, turned, and threw a punch. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as the mid-5-star ranked, overweight man let out a scream and was sent flying, slamming heavily into the ground. His right arm was completely shattered, twisted into a grotesque angle. His chest had caved in, with broken bones piercing out from both sides, blood splattering everywhere. His heart had burst, killing him instantly. The scene fell into complete silence. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. The disciples from the Flying Tiger Martial Hall of Hanyue Kingdom stood frozen, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. A mid-5-star ranked body refinement martial artist couldn't even withstand a single punch? How could this young man in black, who appeared to only have a peak 3-star rank, possibly be this powerful? Second brother. The surviving, thin middle-aged man let out a heart-wrenching cry. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared furiously at Su Ba. You little brat, I'll tear you to pieces. Before he finished speaking, he unleashed his full late 5-star strength, gripping a sharp blade as he charged wildly. Annoying. Su Ba's expression turned cold as he fluidly drew a black staff from his back. A heavy, ancient aura spread out, and the staff in his hand seemed to transform into a towering iron pillar. Boom! Another resounding crash. In an instant, the thin man and his blade were obliterated. The remaining 4 disciples of the Flying Tiger Martial Hall were completely stunned. A late 5-star expert, taken down in one strike by a peak 3-star martial artist? They stared blankly as Su Ba, expressionless, put away his staff, collected the fruits from the snakeheart tree, and quietly left. Gulp. It was only then that the onlookers snapped out of their daze, swallowing hard in unison. That guy is terrifying. A tall young man's eyes gleamed with shock. Since when did Yunmeng Martial Hall of Fengwu Kingdom produce such a terrifying figure? In the conversation that followed, they confirmed Su Ba identician outer disciple of Yunmeng Martial Hall. The group quickly departed, eager to report this astonishing discovery to the elders of their martial hall. After they left, a faint rustling came from the forest, and Su Ba, who had left, reappeared. The Three Kingdoms tournament, he murmured with a raised eyebrow, walking toward the 2 corpses. After retrieving their storage rings, he lightly pressed on the bodies. With a flash of white light, the corpses vanished. Even a mosquito has meat. 2 5-star martial artists' corpses are worth 300 enhancement points. Su Ba chuckled softly before his figure blurred and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Fengwu Kingdom, Yunmeng Martial Mansion. The morning sunlight bathed the grand plaza of Yunmeng Martial Mansion, where over 300 outer mansion disciples were gathering. Among them, nearly 100 newcomers stood out, drawing considerable attention. Today marked the monthly rankings competition for the training Toera test, not only of the outer disciples' combat abilities, but also a key measure of the progress new students had made in their first month. The new students stood tall and proud, their eyes shining with confidence. Though rumors suggested that it was nearly impossible for newcomers to make it onto the ranking stone during their first assessment, these prodigies remained undeterred. After a month of intense preparation, they were eager to break the norm. In the plaza, the 300 disciples were distinctly divided into 2 groups: veterans and newcomers, gathered separately. As the hour of C approached, a tall, stern-faced, middle-aged man strode into the plaza. This was Steward Xia Hang. Xia Hang began the roll call, but as he neared the end of the list, his brows furrowed. Where is Su Ba? Does anyone know where he is? Su Ba, a genius who had once broken the record for the 5 illusionary trials of Yunmeng Martial Mansion, had been promoted to chief steward of the outer mansion ahead of schedule. For this reason, Xia Hang paid special attention to him. Su Ba, he's not here. A stir rippled through the group of newcomers as they all looked around. At that moment, a mocking voice rose from the veteran disciples. Huh, that kid is probably hiding somewhere like a coward. The speaker was Wang Hui, the top-ranked disciple of the outer mansion. This comment immediately triggered a wave of recollection among the crowd. Su Ba had boldly declared that he would deal with Wang Hui after today's ranking competition. He's probably chickened out. There's no probably about it's definitely scared. So what if he broke the record for the 5 illusionary trials? That just means he has a strong martial heart. It doesn't say anything about his actual strength. Even a prodigy like senior sister Qin Jiue wouldn't make such arrogant claims. Who does he think he is? As the discussions grew louder, Xia Hang was about to intervene when a domineering voice rang out from the distance. Apologies, but if I'm just a fart, then you're not even worth that. Everyone's heads snapped toward the direction of the voice. A lean man dressed in black slowly stepped into view. On his back was a massive black iron staff, his expression cold and stern. Every movement he made exuded a steady and immovable aura, like a mountain. Suba! It's Suba! An astonished cry rose from the crowd. He actually dared to show up for the training tower ranking battle. Well, Suba, you really came. An older disciple named Wang Hui stepped forward, a sneer on his lips. I thought you'd chicken out and hide. I'm looking forward to your performance in the ranking battle. If you don't even make it onto the rankings, that'll be a real joke. Suba glanced at him indifferently. You don't need to worry about my ranking. You should be more concerned about yourself. Soon, you'll be nothing more than a stepping stone for me. Huh. Bold words. Wang Hui laughed, but his expression quickly darkened as he said coldly, my cousin Wang Quan missed his chance to enroll in Yiming Martial Academy because of you. Since you're courting death, don't blame me when... He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his eyes narrowing. What? Your cultivation? You've reached the peak of the 3-star level. This revelation caused an uproar among those present. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. No way. Wasn't he only at mid-1-star level a month ago? That kind of advancement is insane. I heard he got into Yunmeng Martial Academy purely because of his potential to fight above his level. Someone added, I'm in the same academy as Su Ba. He used to spend all his time chasing girls and barely trained. At this speed, even senior sister Qin Jue can't compare. Someone murmured in disbelief. Even the top-ranked experts of the Outer Academy were visibly shaken. After all, with their talents and abundant resources, advancing one major level in a month was already considered the limit. Wang Hui took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. For the first time, he regarded the opponent before him seriously. Suba, I have to admit, you've surprised me. But don't get ahead of yourself. So what if you're at the peak of 3-star? You can challenge those above your level, but so can I. The gap between us remains as vast as the heavens and the earth. Enough with the talk, Suba said with a faint, disdainful smirk. In a moment, I'll show you what it means to truly know your place. Everyone secretly broke into a cold sweat. Suba's arrogance was truly shocking. All right, since everyone is here, let's head to the assessment side at the training tower. Deacon Xiahang interrupted Wang Hui, issuing the command with an indifferent tone. As the chief deacon of the Outer Academy, his authority was unquestionable. Even Wang Hui, the top fighter of the Outer Academy, could only swallow his pride, though he still shot a fierce glare at Suba before leaving. Xiahang also glanced at Suba a few more times before departing, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. This kid's cultivation talent was truly extraordinary, perhaps unmatched in the entire Yunmeng Martial Academy. Coupled with his unwavering dedication to martial arts, it seemed likely that Yunmeng Martial Academy would produce an exceptional powerhouse in the coming years. However, his domineering and arrogant personality was a real concern. With this in mind, Xiahang furrowed his brows and transmitted a message telepathically. Suba, consider your duel with Wang Hui a lesson. In the future, restrain yourself and avoid taking reckless actions without certainty. Deacon Xiahang, thank you for the advice. Suba, who had just advanced to the 3rd star and mastered true essence sound transmission, replied with an unflinching expression. But for someone like Wang Hui, giving him a month before crushing him is already a generous acknowledgement of his worth. Xiahang was momentarily speechless, thinking that perhaps only the taste of failure would bring Su Ba to his senses. Shaking his head, he said no more and led over 300 Outer Academy disciples across the Grand Plaza. Half a cup of tea's time later, they arrived at a natural valley on the western side of the academy near Dalong Mountain. The valley was lush with greenery, and at its center was a small square spanning over 100 square meters. In the middle of the square stood a towering white structure, dozens of stories high, covered in intricate runes that only formation masters could comprehend. Behind the tower loomed a stone wall over 10 zhang tall, its surface smooth like a mirror and inscribed with shimmering names. At the very top, the 2 large characters Wang Hui stood out prominently, followed by rows of smaller names descending in size. The training tower and the ranking stone, this is our destination, Xiahang announced as the white tower suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The runes on it began to activate one by one, and a vortex-like entrance appeared on the 1st floor. Since there are newcomers, they'll explain the rules, Xiahang said. The training tower can accommodate 20 people for assessment at a time, and the ranking stone will update rankings in real time. Each floor contains 10 opponents. Defeating them grants access to the next floor. The higher the floor, the stronger the enemies, and the more points you earn. You may concede at any time, and the tower will immediately transport you out. The ranking stone only displays the top 200 names. Who wants to be in the first group of 20? Before his words had fully settled, a young man dressed in black and carrying a long black staff strode confidently toward the white tower. Suba. All eyes instantly turned to the figure striding forward with confidence. The new disciples were stunned while the senior disciples hesitated. Suba, a newcomer, had already taken the lead. After taking a few steps, Suba suddenly stopped and turned to Xiahang, his tone calm as he asked, Deacon Xiahang, The Jade Slip mentioned that the top 10 disciples who enter the rankings of the outer courtyard training tower for the first time each receive a reward, correct? That's right. Xia Hang confirmed with a nod. Then, please prepare the rewards for ranks 1 through 10, Suba said indifferently. The moment his words fell, the scene went completely silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. A freshman who had only been in the martial academy for a month was boldly declaring his intent to claim the top rank? Ha ha ha. Wang Hui let out a sharp laugh. Suba, have you lost your mind? With just your peak 3-star strength, you think you can take first place? Do you even know that I'm the one holding the top spot? The other senior disciples in the top 10 joined in with mocking laughter. Suba merely cast a faint glance at Wang Hui, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his lips. You worm, make sure to clean your neck while I'm taking the test, he said coldly, before striding straight into the swirling entrance at the base of the White Tower. Heh, I'd love to see what rank you end up with. Wang Hui sneered venomously, his eyes fixed on the direction where Suba had disappeared. When you come out, I'll make sure you regret it. As Suba entered the first level of the training tower, he found himself in a vast, dimly lit space shrouded in darkness. Suspended in the void around him were 10 eerie white lamps, their glow casting an unsettling atmosphere. Without hesitation, he drew the ruby golden cudgel from his back. With a casual flick of his wrist, the staff quivered violently, its overwhelming power enough to kill with the slightest touch and shatter steel with a single strike. As the 10 white lamps lit up, beneath each appeared a cold-faced warrior clad in black armor and armed with weapons. Their cultivation levels hovered around the early 2-star stage. Huh. The 10 black-armored warriors let out a simultaneous shout and charged at Suba. 10 early 2-star opponents? Humph, child's play. A glint of sharpness flashed in Suba's eyes. Gripping the end of the golden cudgel with his right hand, he stepped forward and swung it in a sweeping arc circle slash. Thud, 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 thud. A series of explosive sounds echoed as all 10 black-armored warriors were obliterated in an instant. In the span of just one breath, the first wave of enemies was completely annihilated. Bathed in a white light, Suba's vision flickered briefly before he found himself in a new space. The layout was similar, but the white lamps shone brighter, and the black-armored warriors that appeared were clearly more powerful. Bring it on. Suba's expression was icy as he charged forward without waiting for the opponents to make the first move. With the cudgel in hand, he transformed into a streak of light and aimed a ferocious strike directly at the head of a mid-3-star black-armored warrior. Bang! The head of the mid-tier black-armored warrior instantly exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Suba kicked the corpse aside, gripping the golden staff tightly in both hands as an overwhelming force of 15,000 pounds erupted from him. The golden staff transformed into a black torrent, whirling furiously through the air. Wherever the staff swept, a terrifying shockwave tore enemies to shreds, scattering severed limbs and bone fragments amidst a mist of blood. Empowered by the 9-yang divine art, Suba's internal energy surged like a rushing river, continuously replenishing his strength. Even in such an intense battle, his breathing remained steady, exuding an aura of dominance. With each enemy he vanquished, Suba rapidly ascended the levels of the training tower. Outside the tower, all eyes were fixed on him. After all, this arrogant young man had boldly declared his intention to defeat the top expert of the outer court acclaim, so audacious it left many in disbelief. Ha! Let's see if he can even last through 5 incense sticks worth of time. An older disciple sneered. Every one of the top 10 ranked fighters relies on at least that much time as their foundation. This kid's potential is indeed remarkable. Give him a few more months, and he might truly challenge the top spot. But right now, he's far from it, another remarked. Time flew by. 3 incense sticks had already burned out, and as the 4th was just lit, someone suddenly exclaimed, "What the? Suba has already climbed to the 30th rank." Everyone immediately turned their gaze to the ranking stone. Sure enough, in the 6th row, 2nd position, Suba's name gleamed brightly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Such speed in defeating enemies was on par with the top 10 fighters. Someone scoffed, "He's just being reckless. The top 10 fighters wait until after 5 incense sticks to conserve their energy. He's burning through his stamina too quickly and won't last long." Yet, it was undeniable that for a newcomer to reach the top 30 during their first attempt at the training tower was an achievement unmatched by more than 10 people in the 100-year history of Yunmeng Martial Academy. In the crowd, Wang Hui's eyes flashed with malice. He silently vowed to crush Suba's martial spirit in the upcoming duel, cutting off any chance of this prodigy rising to prominence. Though Elder Xia Hang was impressed by Suba's performance, he also believed the young man would soon be forced to retreat due to depleted energy. Hopefully, this lesson will teach the kid the value of humility, he thought, shaking his head. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a forest near the valley, a graceful figure cradled a snow-white puppy, quietly observing everything. A fleeting trace of worry crossed her stunningly beautiful face, almost imperceptible in the dim light. As the crowd buzzed with animated discussions, a shocking change occurred on the ranking stone. The name Suba in the second position of the sixth row started flashing intensely. In just a few breaths, his rank skyrocketed from 29th to 25th. This is impossible. The senior students stared at the ranking stone, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the later stages of the cultivation tower, enemies grew increasingly powerful, and maintaining such a rapid pace of defeating them required an enormous expenditure of stamina and true essence. Yet Suba seemed like an inexhaustible machine, maintaining an incredible level of combat efficiency. The rankings continued to climb at an astonishing pace. 24th, 22nd, 20th until he reached 15th. The area fell into a stunned silence, and even Xiahang's face showed an expression of disbelief. A mere freshman at the peak of 3-star cultivation had achieved such a feat in less than the time it took for 4 incense sticks to burn. But this was only the beginning. As the senior students gradually emerged from the cultivation tower, Suba's rank continued to surge. 12th, 10th, 8th, 5th. All eyes were glued to the ranking stone, watching his name climb relentlessly to 3rd place, then 2nd. Suddenly, the first position on the ranking stone fluctuated violently. The name Wang Hui, which had dominated the top spot, began to fade, replaced by the 2 characters Suba. The entire square erupted into chaos, with gasps of astonishment echoing everywhere. A freshman had shattered Wang Hui's long-standing record in the span of just 4 incense sticks. After another incense sticks time, Suba was finally teleported out. He immediately sat cross-legged to meditate and recover his energy. Every gaze was fixed on this young man who had created a miracle, filled with awe and reverence. The freshmen, in particular, stared at him with such admiration that they seemed ready to worship him. When the ranking battle in the cultivation tower reached its midpoint, Suba opened his eyes and stood up calmly. Ignoring all the senior students, he walked straight toward Wang Hui, whose face was dark with anger amidst the crowd. With his hands clasped behind his back, Suba made a throat-slitting gesture toward Wang Hui and asked coolly, "Wang Hui, have you cleaned your neck?" After a brief commotion, the crowd quickly fell silent, and all eyes turned to Wang Hui. His face was dark and menacing as he stared intently at Suba. Suddenly, he burst into unrestrained laughter. "Suba, what a surprise. Your talent has reached such an extraordinary level. But do you really think you've secured victory?" Wang Hui's handsome face twisted into a disdainful smirk. "That ranking? It's nothing but my results from last month. And let's not even discuss whether I gave it my all back then. A whole month has passed, and things are completely different now." Before his words could fully settle, a powerful aura erupted from Wang Hui, surging like tidal waves and sweeping across the area. "Wang Hui, you've broken through to the 5-star realm," Xiaheng exclaimed in a low, serious tone. This revelation immediately sparked a wave of shocked murmurs among the crowd. Senior brother Wang Hui only advanced to 4-star a few months ago, and now he's already 5-star? Incredible! 5-star is the level required to enter the inner residence. With his current strength, senior brother Wang Hui could easily challenge latest-stage 5-star warriors. Suba might be in trouble now. The gap between each minor realm after 5-star is as vast as the gap between major realms before it. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a large space for the two. Everyone knew that a major showdown was about to unfold, and even the ranking stone assessment was temporarily forgotten. Those who had initially placed their hopes on Suba began to waver. Meanwhile, Wang Hui's aura continued to grow, forcing weaker disciples nearby to retreat further. Xiaheng pondered to himself, Wang Hui must have advanced to 5-star some time ago. Suba's chances of winning have plummeted. Even I, a latest-stage 5-star warrior, wouldn't be entirely confident against Wang Hui. "Suba," Wang Hui laughed arrogantly. "You use a staff, don't you? Well, I suggest you pull it out now, or you might not even get the chance later. Should I let you have 3 moves first?" Ha ha ha. The crowd looked at Suba with pity. If not for Wang Hui's breakthrough, Suba might have truly achieved a miracle in the history of Yunmeng Martial Academy, defeating Wang Hui, the peak 4-star warrior, within a month of enrollment and claiming the top spot in the outer residence. Despite the growing skepticism around him, Suba remained composed. He gazed at the overconfident Wang Hui across from him, a faintly mocking smile appearing on his stern face. "Let me have 3 moves? Ha, you'll be lucky if you can withstand even 1 strike from me." In the next moment, Suba drew out the golden cudgel and swung it downward at Wang Hui's head. The strike appeared slow, its trajectory clear, but in the blink of an eye, it was already upon Wang Hui. His expression shifted, and he quickly raised his sword to counter. At that instant, a heavy, ancient aura suddenly emanated from Suba. The onlookers felt as if they were transported to a vast, boundless wilderness where a towering iron pillar stretched into the heavens, making them feel utterly insignificant. Unbelievable. Xia Heng nearly stumbled to the ground, trembling violently. He stared at Su Ba in shock and blurted out, "An intent? Su Ba has comprehended martial intent." Scalp tingling. At this moment, Xia Heng's entire body trembled. The profound concept of martial arts intent was something that only exceptionally gifted martial artists could comprehend after mastering a certain martial skill, or gradually grasp through a high level of cultivation. Generally speaking, one needed to reach the 7-star master realm to even catch a glimpse of the doorway to martial intent. Even the most dazzling prodigy of Yimeng Martial Academy, Qin Jiyue, had only comprehended martial intent at the 5-star realm, which caused a sensation throughout the academy. The headmaster had praised her as the most talented genius in Fengwu Kingdom in the past century. And now, this Su Ba, with merely a 3-star peak cultivation, had not only mastered the most challenging technique of the human-grade high-level martial skill, the great desolate demon-subduing staff, within a single month, but had also comprehended the intent of the great desolate staff. This had already transcended the realm of genius and bordered on the monstrous. Xia Heng calculated silently in his heart. If this news reaches the inner academy, those elders will surely explode. Back then, the inner academy nearly turned upside down over the competition for Qin Jiyue. Now, with the emergence of someone even more gifted than her, they might not be able to hold onto even half of Mount Dalong. The new disciples around were dumbfounded, feeling an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. The older disciples were even more shocked, their mouths wide open as they stared at the scene in disbelief. In the shadows of the dense forest not far from the valley, Qin Jiyue quietly observed everything. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, and for a moment, her smile outshone the blooming flowers around her. This troublemaker, not bad at all, right, Wang Wang? The little dog in her arms, as white as jade, wagged its tail excitedly and barked a few times in response. Qin Jiyue gently stroked Wang Wang's head, then turned and gracefully departed. On the altar, Wang Hui's face changed drastically as he faced Su Ba's onslaught. "No, this is impossible. I won't lose." Feeling the heavy and ancient aura, his body trembled violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. As he watched a colossal staff magnify endlessly before his eyes, Wang Hui's reddened eyes flared with fury as he roared, "Lu Yue 18 strikes." In an instant, sword light erupted, and killing intent surged. This move was the ultimate attack from Lu Yushang, and combined with Wang Hui's early 5-star strength, its power rivaled that of a top-tier human-grade martial skill. But all of this was futile. The colossal staff descended, shattering all the sword light in an instant. Boom! The residual force of the great desolate staff intent slammed heavily into Wang Hui. He spat out blood as his knees hit the ground with a heavy thud, creating 2 shallow craters. Cracks spread across the ground like a spiderweb. Su Ba slowly withdrew the golden staff, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked down at the ashen-faced Wang Hui. He said calmly, "I told you long ago. You couldn't take even one strike from me." The crowd fell into a dead silence, as if time itself had frozen for a few breaths. Suddenly, an earth-shattering cheer erupted. Su Ba had won. This newcomer, who had only joined the Martial Academy a month ago, had defeated Wang Hui, a 5-star beginner, with his peak 3-star strength. In one leap, he had become the top expert of the Outer Academy. The scene was electric. All eyes were fixed on the tall and imposing figure in the arena. Su Ba, though not traditionally handsome, exuded an unmatched aura of dominance with his sharp, chiseled features. Standing there, he radiated a calm and unshakable presence, drawing countless admiring gazes, especially from the female disciples, whose eyes gleamed with an unusual brightness as they looked at him. Meanwhile, in the Wang family estate, located over 10 kilometers away from Yimeng Martial Academy, in a side room, Wang Quan was half reclining on a bed, bandages wrapped around his head and chest. Beside him sat a seductive woman, Jiang Luan, who casually twirled a lock of hair by her ear. She asked softly, "Wang Quan, isn't today the day your cousin faces off against Su Ba?" "Luan, don't use the term face-off." Wang Quan's expression darkened. "My cousin has already broken through to the 5-star level. Dealing with someone like Su Ba is child's play for him." Mentioning Su Ba made his face grow even more grim. Because of that man, he had missed his chance to enroll in Yimeng Martial Academy. Now he was left with the choice of joining another academy or wasting a year to try again. "Haha," Wang Quan sneered, "my cousin promised to avenge me. Hell shatter Su Ba's martial spirit and turn him into a cripple. We'll be hearing good news very soon." Jiang Luan nodded slightly, a flicker of anticipation and malice in her eyes. The more exceptional Su Ba became, the more it reminded her of her poor judgment, a bitter pill for someone who prided herself on toying with men at will. As they spoke, a knock sounded at the door. "Luan, go open the door. It must be the good news," Wang Quan said excitedly. Zhang Luan got up and opened the door. A man wearing the white badge of the Outer Academy of Yunmeng Martial Academy stepped inside. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu. Wang Quan eagerly asked, did my cousin crush Su Ba underfoot and teach him a harsh lesson? Trample Su Ba into the ground and make sparks fly? Upon hearing this, the young man referred to as Lu Gu had a peculiar expression on his face. What's wrong, Lu Gu? Wang Quan propped himself up on the bed, noticing the odd look on Lu Ji's face. He asked suspiciously, you're not sick, are you? You look terrible. Sick, my foot. You're the one who's seriously ill. Lu Gu shot Wang Quan a fierce glare and said harshly, Wang Hui asked me to tell you not to mess with Su Ba anymore. He can't help you. With that, he turned to leave. Wait a minute. Wang Quan hurriedly tried to get out of bed to stop him. Lu Gu, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Lu Gu paused, turned around, and said indifferently, today, Su Ba challenged Wang Hui and brought him to his knees with a single strike. Su Ba is now the #1 fighter in Yunmeng Outer Academy. Do you get it? You idiot. With that, he strode out of the room without looking back. The room fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Lu stood frozen in place like a statue. Wang Quan's mouth gaped open, his eyes wide in disbelief, as Lu Ji's words echoed in his mind. Wang Hui was brought to his knees by a single strike from Su Ba. No, this can't be true, he cried out in despair before tumbling off the bed onto the floor. Meanwhile, in a humble wooden cabin in the outer section of Yunmeng Martial Academy, Su Ba sat cross-legged. After the duel, he had no interest in watching the other assessments and had returned here early. In front of him were 10 exquisite white porcelain bottles, the entirety of his reward for ranking first. Each rank came with a reward, primarily Juyuan pills to aid warriors in their cultivation, with quality ranging from 3rd to 5th grade. Su Ba counted them. 4 bottles of 3rd grade Juyuan pills, 3 bottles of 4th grade, and 3 bottles of 5th grade, with 10 pills per bottle. Based on market value, these would fetch at least tens of thousands of enhancement points. Suddenly, he remembered something. With a flash of light, 2 storage rings appeared in his hand, spoils from the 2 bandits he had killed in the Beast Mountain range earlier. Probing them with his consciousness, he discovered a trove of valuable items. Over 200 low-grade true essence stones, dozens of bottles of various pills, several human-grade treasure swords, and 2 martial techniques. He examined the martial techniques, Iron Sand Palm and Cold Wind Sword, both mid-tier human-grade. They held no interest for him, so he chose to recycle them directly. To his surprise, the contents of these 2 storage rings surpassed the total rewards for achieving first place in the Outer Academy. No wonder some people are drawn to killing and looting, Su Ba remarked with a cold smile. It truly is the fastest way to get rich. However, he quickly suppressed the thought. While he wasn't a saint, he only killed those who deserved it. After some consideration, Su Ba kept a few pills useful for healing injuries and recycled the rest of the items. He opened his attribute panel, eager to see the results of his haul. Su Ba quickly scanned through his status panel. Cultivation Realm, 3-star peak. Cultivation Technique, 9 Suns Divine Skill 4720. Weapon, Rui Jingu Bang Golden Bandit Staff. Combat Skill, Great Wilderness Demon Subduing Staff. Enhancement Points, 30,620. Lottery Points, 100. Storage Space, 1 cubic meter. Looking at these numbers, Su Ba felt a surge of excitement. His gaze immediately locked onto the plus sign next to his cultivation realm, and without hesitation, he began clicking repeatedly. Beep, beep. The system notification sounded, and a series of cultivation breakthroughs followed. 4-star early stage, 3,500 points. 4-star mid stage, 4,000 points. 4-star late stage, 4,500 points. 4-star peak, 5,000 points. A powerful surge of warmth coursed through his body, and in the blink of an eye, he leapt from 3-star peak to 4-star peak. This rapid advancement left Su Ba inwardly astonished. With 13,620 enhancement points remaining, Su Ba turned his attention to the 9 Suns Divine Skill and clicked on the plus sign beside it. Beep, beep. Successfully unlocked the 5th acupoint. Enhancement points 5,000. Through internal visualization, Su Ba could clearly see the acupoints aligned on the back of his head. Bai Hui, Houding, Feng Fu, and Yamen were all glowing faintly. Suddenly, the Wangu acupoint lit up like a brilliant lamp. Boom. A torrent of energy surged out from the Wangu acupoint, flooding his entire body in an instant. His bones crackled and snapped as his strength skyrocketed. Clenching his fists, he felt his power surge to 20,000 Jin. This was equivalent to the strength of 2 elephants, enough to rival the physical prowess of a 5-star peak body refinement genius. Glancing at the 8,000 plus enhancement points still remaining, Su Ba decided to use them all for the lottery. Though the chances of acquiring rare items were slim, the attributes he could gain such as comprehension, strength, physique, and soul power were invaluable to a martial artist. Comprehension, in particular, was a critical attribute that determined the upper limit of a martial artist's talent. It was precisely his exceptional comprehension that had allowed him to master the great wilderness demon-subduing staff to perfection within a single month and even grasp the profound essence of the great wilderness. To learn even more powerful combat skills in the future, boosting his comprehension was an absolute necessity. With this in mind, Su Ba made up his mind without hesitation and activated an all-out 80 consecutive draws. Ding ding. The system's notification sound echoed in Su Ba's mind. Enhancement points 8,000, initiating 80 consecutive draws. Seated cross-legged with his eyes closed, Su Ba focused intently. The system's notifications came one after another. Congratulations, host. Comprehension 30 points. Congratulations, host. Strength 22 points. Congratulations, host. Soul power 23 points. A series of attribute boosts followed in rapid succession. With each notification, Su Ba could distinctly feel the changes within his body. His muscles grew firmer, his thoughts sharper, and his senses more acute. At the final moment, a unique notification chimed. Ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent mastery in alchemy. Su Ba's eyes snapped open as a wave of cool clarity surged into his mind. It lingered for a few breaths before dispersing entirely. Mastery in alchemy? Su Ba raised an eyebrow and quickly opened his attribute panel to check. Host, Su Ba. Realm, 4-star peak. Cultivation technique, 9 Suns Divine Art 5720. Weapon, Rui Golden Cudgel. Martial skill, Great Desolation Demon Subduing Staff. Talent, Mastery in Alchemy increases pill success rate by 50, pill quantity by 50, and pill quality by 50. Enhancement points, 620. Draw points, 100. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. After reviewing the panel, Su Ba felt a tinge of disappointment compared to talents like mastery in martial skills or cultivation techniques. Alchemy talent seemed less exhilarating. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and carefully assessed the results of this draw. His strength had increased to the power of 2 elephants and 4 horses, equivalent to 24,000 pounds. His comprehension of the Great Desolation Demon Subduing Staff had advanced from basic mastery to minor success, doubling the power of the martial skill, and his sensory abilities had significantly improved. As he reflected on how he should have prioritized using enhancement points to advance his cultivation level, reaching the standard of the 5-star realm required to enter the inner court, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Knock knock. Opening the door, Su Ba saw the tall, burly, and stern-faced steward, Xia Heng. Yet, to Su Ba's surprise, the typically cold Xia Heng wore a faintly ingratiating smile. Su Ba, would you like to join the inner court? Xia Heng asked warmly. Entering the inner court? Su Ba was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing lightly. According to the rules, wasn't one required to reach the 5-star level before being allowed into the Yunming inner court? Xia Heng seemed to notice his confusion and offered a reassuring smile. Su Ba, your talent and combat prowess are exceptional, especially since you've comprehended martial intent at the peak of 3 stars. Staying in the outer court is no challenge for you. In fact, it would just be a waste of time. He continued to explain. I've already reported your situation to the court master. The court master was astonished upon hearing about you, and has granted you special permission to enter the inner court ahead of schedule. Not only that, but he has also arranged a mentor for you, Elder Shao, a renowned master of staff techniques in Yiming Martial Court. Elder Shao has a bit of a temper, but his Scorpion King tiger-crushing staff is unmatched in the entire Yiming Martial Court, Xia Heng added, then seemed to recall something. Back when Qin Jiyue chose to pursue swordsmanship, Elder Shao didn't show much interest. But you're different, you, like him, specialize in staff techniques, and your talent surpasses even Qin Jiyue's. If anyone dared to compete with him for a disciple, with his fiery temper, not even the court master could hold him back. He might just bring down half of Dalong Mountain in his fury. The court master likely learned from past experience and decided to settle this matter directly to avoid any disputes. Thank you, Steward Xia Heng. Su Ba's face lit up with excitement. Entering the inner court meant facing stronger opponents and greater challenges. As for taking a mentor, with his system in hand, he wasn't overly concerned. Suddenly, Su Ba remembered the alchemy proficiency talent he had just acquired and asked, Steward Xia Heng, may I ask, is the profession of an alchemist profitable? Of course it is. Xia Heng answered without hesitation. Pills are high-demand consumables, making alchemy the most lucrative of all secondary professions. Alchemists are always quite wealthy. He then looked at Su Ba with a hint of puzzlement. Why do you ask? How wealthy? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Su Ba's eyes. Xia Heng pondered for a moment. Take Elder Hu from our martial court, for instance. Although he's only at the 8-star level, his wealth likely surpasses that of all the postnatal realm elders combined. Great, I've made up my mind. Su Ba's eyes sparkled with determination. Steward Xia Heng, could you please introduce me to Elder Hu? I want to learn alchemy. Sure. Wait, what? Xiaheng initially nodded, but quickly realized what Suba had said, his eyes widening. You want to learn alchemy? That's right. Suba replied with a calm smile. I'm very interested in alchemy and confident in my talent in this area. Xiaheng couldn't help but grumble internally. Alchemy talent? Could it possibly surpass your martial talent? Comprehending martial intent at the peak of 3 stars, advancing from Midnester to the peak of 3 stars in just a month, that kind of terrifying cultivation speed. His thoughts abruptly came to a halt as he witnessed something utterly shocking. My heavens! Xiaheng stared at Suba in disbelief, his mouth agape. It took him a while to find his voice again. Suba, you? How are you already at the peak of 4 stars? Stunned and shocked, Xiaheng felt a chill shoot up from the base of his spine to the top of his head, making his scalp tingle. His eyes widened as he stammered, staring at Suba in disbelief, as if looking at some kind of impossible creature. Suba, are you human or a ghost? Xiaheng's tone was filled with astonishment. The speed of Suba's cultivation improvement was utterly mind-blowing, faster than a rocket. Not long ago, Suba had only been at the peak of the 3-star level, but now, in just a few hours, he had leapt to the peak of the 4-star level. Seeing Xiaheng's expression, as if he had seen a ghost, Suba couldn't help but wonder if he had advanced too quickly. Rubbing his nose, he casually made up an explanation. Director Xia, I'm not entirely sure what happened. While cultivating after I returned, I suddenly felt an eerie silence around me. It was so quiet that I could hear nothing but my own heartbeat. It was almost like an out-of-body experience. What? Xiaheng's face turned pale as he took a sharp breath. Could it be that you entered the rare and elusive state of enlightenment that warriors dream of? Enlightenment? Suba feigned confusion. Yes, enlightenment. Xiaheng exclaimed, as though he had unraveled a great mystery. He excitedly explained the legendary phenomenon on the Xintian continent, a rare state warriors might encounter during cultivation. According to tales, some had ascended to become top-tier experts through enlightenment. Though these stories were often regarded as myths, the phenomenon of enlightenment was real. However, cases like Suba's, where multiple levels were broken through in such a short time, were exceedingly rare. More than 5 instances in the past 1,000 years. Suba calmly nodded in agreement, though inwardly he chuckled. The random excuse he had made up had been overanalyzed and elaborated upon by Xiaheng into such a detailed explanation. It seemed he would have to be more restrained in his future breakthroughs to avoid alarming others. Director Xia, Suba said, steering the conversation away, let's not dwell on this. Just take me to meet Elder Hu. Are you sure you want to apprentice under Elder Hu? Xiaheng hesitated, his expression conflicted. The governor recommended you to Elder Xiao. Your information has likely already been sent to him. If you switch to Elder Hu, I'm afraid. He trailed off, shuddering slightly at the thought of Elder Xiao's infamous temper. What? Do you think Elder Xiao would kill Elder Hu over this? Suba frowned, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. My choice of master is my own business. It has nothing to do with anyone else. My mind is made up. Lead the way. A commanding aura emanated from Suba, leaving Xiaheng momentarily stunned. Internally, he marveled at how intimidating this young man could be. After giving Suba a long, thoughtful look, he suppressed his unease and led him out the door. Xiaheng led the way, with Suba walking ahead. Staring at Suba's broad back, Xiaheng felt a tangle of emotions. This young prodigy had already grasped a martial arts essence that even 7-star Master Realm warriors found difficult to comprehend, all while at just the peak of the 3-star level. Now, having reached the peak of the 4-star level, the power of his staff technique might even be too much for Xiaheng to withstand. Yet, what puzzled everyone was Suba's decision to refuse the recommendation of the Manor Lord to train under Elder Xiao Bao, the most powerful staff master of Yimeng Martial Manor. Many inner manor disciples and core disciples would fight tooth and nail for a chance to become Elder Xiao's apprentice, but Suba instead chose to apprentice under an alchemy elder. Xiaheng couldn't help but shake his head silently. The thoughts of geniuses were truly inscrutable. The path of alchemy was not something just anyone could pursue. While Suba had unparalleled talent in martial arts, his aptitude in alchemy was still unknown. If he tried to do too much and ended up failing at both, it would be a waste of his potential in martial cultivation. The two continued along the mountain path and soon arrived at the midsection of the main peak of Dalong Mountain. We're here, Xiaheng said, coming to a stop. Suba looked ahead and saw an open area filled with various exquisite buildings. Standalone houses were accompanied by beautifully designed courtyards, far superior to the worn wooden huts of the outer manor. His eyes lit up. Life in the inner manor was clearly on a different level. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a white stone monument about 10 feet tall in the distance. It had a massive sheet of paper affixed to it, densely covered with names. Steward Xiaheng, what is that? Suba asked, pointing at the monument. That's the inner manor talent ranking. It was created by the Manor Lord and Elders based on the Three Nations elite ranking. It records the top 36 disciples in the inner manor, Xia Heng explained. Su Ba squinted and saw the first name carved on the monument. Wen Tianyu, noticing Su Ba's interest, Xia Heng added, Wen Tianyu is the strongest in the inner manor. He's reached the peak of the 6-star level and is on the verge of breaking through to 7-star, which would elevate him to core disciple status. His Gale Blade technique is unmatched in the inner manor. He must have already comprehended the martial essence, right? Su Ba asked. Yes, he understood the Gale Blade essence when he was at the late 5-star level. His insight is indeed remarkable, though still a bit behind yours, Xia Heng remarked with subtle flattery. By the way, what is the Three Nations elite ranking you mentioned? Su Ba inquired further. It's a ranking established jointly by the Three Nations of the Eastern region, including our Fengwu Nation. It lists martial geniuses under the age of 25 who have achieved the 7-star master realm or higher. Only core disciples from top-tier martial manors make it onto the list, and there are only 18 spots in total. These individuals are considered the strongest of the younger generation in the Eastern region's Three Nations. Xia Heng looked at the new disciple before him, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. Su Ba, do you know? Qin Jiyue, the pride of our Yunmeng Martial Academy, defeated the 18th-ranked genius on the Three Kingdoms elite ranking right after entering the 7-star grandmaster realm. She's now ranked 16th. At this rate, in another year or so, she might even surpass Wei Biao, the 4th-ranked disciple and the core senior of our academy. She truly is the pride of our institution. Xia Heng's gaze burned brightly as he looked at Su Ba. Your talent surpasses even Qin Jiyue's. One day, you must claim the top spot on the Three Kingdoms elite ranking and bring glory to Fengwu Nation. Hearing the names Qin Jiyue and Wei Biao, Su Ba narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashing within. The top spot on the Three Kingdoms elite ranking? For him, that was a foregone conclusion. But for now, his priority was to claim the top position within the inner academy. Standing before a dilapidated wooden hut, Su Ba looked stunned. Steward Xia Heng, is this really my residence? The shabby wooden hut was no different from the outer academy disciples' quarters and formed a stark contrast to the elegant individual buildings not far away. Noticing Su Ba's confusion, Xia Heng explained, those buildings are indeed the residences of the inner academy disciples, but only the top 36 disciples on the inner academy talent ranking are qualified to live there. This system was specifically designed by the Academy Master to motivate disciples to strive for excellence. How does one get on the inner academy talent ranking? By direct challenge? Su Ba raised an eyebrow, his tone calm. Exactly. Inner academy disciples can challenge those on the ranking at any time. If they win, they can immediately move into the new residence. The rankings on the stone tablet are updated monthly by designated personnel. Su Ba pointed to one of the nearest elegant buildings. Who lives there? That's the residence of Lu Niu, ranked 33rd on the talent ranking. He's at the peak of the 5-star realm and wields the powerful wild bull fist technique. I've heard his arm strength recently reached 20,000 pounds, a true genius in physical cultivation. Before Xia Heng could finish, he saw Su Ba already striding toward the building. I'll have this Lu fellow vacate the house so I can move in, Su Ba said calmly as he walked. What? Xia Heng was stunned and quickly caught up with him. Su Ba, don't act recklessly. Lu Niu isn't someone like Wang Hui. He's a true physical cultivation prodigy and a top-ranked expert on the talent ranking. When Xia Heng caught up with Su Ba, he saw that Su Ba was already standing in front of a delicate small building with a courtyard. The gate was tightly closed. Su Ba was about to kick it open, but suddenly stopped. A smirk crossed his face. This was about to become his territory, so why bother damaging his own gate? Taking a deep breath, Su Ba called out loudly toward the small building inside the courtyard. Lu Niu, come out and face your death. The shout was so powerful that it seemed to shake the very air. Xia Heng's face turned ashen, and passers-by, drawn by the thunderous voice, quickly gathered into a curious crowd. Whoa, what's a peak 4-star like him doing in the inner court? Is this guy insane, challenging a genius from the Renjie ranking? With Lu Niu's temper, he's probably going to toss him out like a dead dog. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the courtyard gate suddenly burst open with a loud crash. Out strode a burly man with a physique like an ox, broad shoulders, and a muscular build. It was none other than Lu Niu. Who dares shout outside my door? Lu Niu's booming voice cut through the murmurs as his fierce gaze scanned the crowd, landing squarely on Su Ba. Su Ba's expression remained unchanged. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said calmly, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You have the time it takes for one incense stick to burn to pack your things and get out. The moment those words left his lips, the crowd fell into stunned silence. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they had just heard. Lu Niu was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter, his voice dripping with anger. Kid, I've seen arrogant people before, but none as arrogant as you. Are you itching for a beating? Do you want me to loosen up your bones? 4 minutes and 50 seconds left, Suba replied, still standing with his hands behind his back, his tone as calm as ever. You're asking for it. Lu Niu roared, taking a powerful step forward and throwing a heavy punch straight at Suba's face. The force of his fist tore through the air with a deafening whistle, the sound sharp enough to make the crowd's hearts skip a beat. That's the wild bull fist, 20,000 pounds of force. He's not dodging? Does he actually think he can catch that punch barehanded? Before anyone could finish their thoughts, Suba stepped forward instead of retreating, meeting Lu Niu's punch Hedon with his own. Bang! Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. Lu Niu's massive frame flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing through the courtyard gate and landing heavily on the ground several meters away. His right arm hung limp, while his left hand clutched his injury as he let out a muffled groan of pain. The scene descended into an eerie silence. Lu Niu, a prodigy of the inner sect ranked 33rd on the talent leaderboard with a peak 5-star cultivation, had been defeated. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at what lay before them. The renowned body refinement expert, famous for the strength of his arms capable of lifting 20,000 jin, was now sitting on the ground clutching his broken arm, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. What was even more shocking was that his defeat came at the hands of a martial artist with only peak 4-star cultivation, someone known primarily for their skill with the staff. You fight with a staff, don't you? Lu Niu struggled to lift his head, his voice filled with confusion. The crowd turned their gazes collectively toward the victor, Suba. Yes, I do use a staff, Suba replied calmly. But I chose not to use it this time because I was worried. Worried? The crowd was utterly perplexed. Because I was afraid. One strike might kill you. Suba's light sigh carried effortlessly to everyone's ears. Under normal circumstances, such a statement would have been met with ridicule. But at this moment, after witnessing Suba break Lu Niu's arm with a single punch, the onlookers couldn't help but swallow nervously. A 4-star peak martial artist claiming he could kill the 33rd ranked genius with one strike. Such strength was undeniably terrifying. Remember my name, Suba. He scanned the crowd, then added with a smirk. Of course, if you want to be more affectionate, you can call me Baba. As soon as those words left his mouth, black lines metaphorically appeared on everyone's foreheads. If it weren't for the fear of his recently demonstrated power, someone surely would have stepped forward to confront him. Suba turned and walked over to Lu Niu, towering above him. You seem pretty badly hurt. Even packing your belongings would be a struggle. Wait outside. I'll throw your stuff down in a bit. He began to walk away, but suddenly turned back. Oh, and by the way, you broke my courtyard gate. Fix it within a day. You. Lu Niu's face alternated between pale and flushed. Suba, this is too much. It was you who threw me and broke it. Should I fix it? From inside the building, Suba's cold voice echoed. Fix it because I said so. Keep complaining and I'll beat you again. This threat was enough to make Lu Niu faint from anger. The crowd gasped before breaking into chatter about spreading the news of this monster throughout the inner sect. They quickly dispersed. Only Elder Xia Heng remained standing in place, stunned. After a long while, he finally muttered to himself, damn, this Suba. He's a total freak. Suba stepped into the small building, his eyes sweeping over the residence, which was far superior to his own humble wooden hut. After surveying the room, he nodded in satisfaction, though his expression darkened slightly when his gaze lingered on certain items. Quickly pack up Lu Niu's belongings and throw them out, he ordered a trembling servant standing nearby. The servant responded respectfully and immediately began efficiently gathering Lu Niu's things. As he worked, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Suba, his heart filled with shock. In the past, every inner court disciple who had come to challenge Lu Niu left defeated and wailing. Yet today, this man had done the unthinkable, defeating Lu Niu with a single punch and even scaring him unconscious. The thought sent a shiver through the servant's body, and he worked even faster. Suba. At that moment, Xia Heng appeared at the doorway, his gaze a mix of complexity and awe as it rested on Suba. In just 1 month, this disciple he had once introduced as a mid-stage 1-star had grown into someone even he now had to look up to. Steward Xia Heng, you came at the perfect time, Suba said with a faint smile. The room is just about cleared. Let's go see Elder Hu from the alchemy pavilion. All right. Xia Heng retrieved a blue waist token from his robe and exchanged it for Suba's white outer court disciple token. The two made their way toward the alchemy pavilion. Along the way, whispers followed them, with words like monster, genius, and prodigy filling the air. Each time Suba turned his head, the murmurs would abruptly stop, and the crowd would scatter like startled birds. Suba, you've really made a name for yourself with that fight, Xia Heng remarked. It won't be long before your name spreads throughout the entire inner court. You're too kind, Steward Xia Heng. Lu Niu was simply too weak, Suba replied calmly. Lu Niu, Rank 33rd on the outstanding disciples list? Is too weak? What does that make the rest of the inner court disciples? Xiaheng shook his head in exasperation. Your talent might rank among the top 3 in the history of Yiming Martial Palace. At this rate, surpassing the inner court's number 1, Gale Blade Wentianyu, is only a matter of time. Gale Blade Wentianyu? The one who's about to step into the 7-star master realm? Su Ba narrowed his eyes. All right then. Let's set a small goal. I'll take down Wentianyu within 3 months. Thud. Xiaheng nearly stumbled. He stared at Su Ba with wide eyes, finding the declaration absurd yet somehow thrilling. After all, with a prodigy like him, normal logic no longer seemed to apply. Inside the main hall of the Dan Pavilion, Xiaheng quickly approached Su Ba, his face showing a hint of joy. Su Ba, I've conveyed your message to Elder Hu. Elder Hu is a decent person. When he heard someone wanted to become his disciple, he didn't reject the idea outright and agreed to come over and take a look. Pausing briefly, Xiaheng's expression turned serious as he earnestly reminded, what happens next depends on how you present yourself. But let me say this. If your talent in alchemy isn't sufficient, don't force it. Return to martial arts as soon as possible. Don't let your martial arts training go to waste. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Xia. Su Ba replied with a cupped fist, a sincere smile in his eyes. This external steward had shown him considerable thoughtfulness on multiple occasions, which deserved acknowledgement. All right, I'll leave you to it then. Hearing Su Ba address him as Brother Xia, Xiaheng froze momentarily, a wave of delight washing over him. Although his position as a senior steward of the outer sect placed him above average inner sect disciples, Su Ba was a prodigy listed on the inner sect's genius rankings. The respect shown by such a future powerhouse filled Xiaheng with elation. Smiling broadly, he left the Dan Pavilion. As Su Ba watched Xiaheng's figure disappear into the distance, he shifted his focus back and patiently awaited Elder Hu's arrival. He calculated silently in his mind. Cultivating martial arts required a combination of fortune, talent, and resources, with the resource demand growing exponentially in the later stages. Alchemy, on the other hand, was an excellent way to obtain resources. Unlike the uncertainty of hunting exotic beasts, alchemy not only provided enhancement points and self-sustainability, but also served as a way to relax and balance one's mind during training. While he was lost in thought, the sound of approaching footsteps broke his concentration. Su Ba looked up to see an elderly man in a white robe, with a sharp and dignified appearance, walking toward him at a measured pace. Su Ba greets Elder Hu, he said promptly, cupping his fists in respect. Elder Hu gave a slight nod and asked in a calm tone, You're the disciple Xiaheng recommended to become my apprentice? Hearing that Xiaheng had spoken on his behalf, Su Ba felt a surge of gratitude toward him. Yes, Elder Hu. I humbly seek your guidance. Elder Hu didn't respond immediately but instead remarked meaningfully, Alchemy isn't something you can learn just because you want to. It depends on whether you have the talent for it. Do you understand? I understand. Good. Let's see what kind of talent you have for alchemy. Follow me, Elder Hu said, turning to lead the way. In a secret chamber adjacent to the main hall of the Dan Pavilion, Su Ba followed Elder Hu inside. At the center of the chamber stood a dark crystal monument, its height perfectly matching that of an average person. This is the monument used to test soul aptitude, Elder Hu explained as he retrieved a low-grade true essence stone from his robe and placed it in the recessed slot at the center of the monument. To become an alchemist, the key lies in the strength of one's soul, not martial talent. The stronger the soul, the greater the potential for achievement in alchemy. Pointing to the 9 segments on the monument, he continued, lighting up 3 segments indicates the soul strength is sufficient to embark on the path of alchemy. Now, lean against the monument and focus your mind. It'll activate the array momentarily. Hearing this, Su Ba felt a surge of anticipation. He recalled the vast amount of soul energy he had absorbed in the Beast Mountain range and the small wooden cabin. How many segments could he light up now? What's the matter? Don't dawdle. This old man's time is limited, Elder Hu said with a frown, silently thinking that if it weren't for Xiaheng's recommendation, he wouldn't have bothered to take on a disciple so casually. If this boy's aptitude was lacking, he would send him away without hesitation. Understood, Su Ba responded quickly, stepping forward to lean against the monument. Closing his eyes, he said, Elder Hu, am ready. Without delay, Elder Hu formed a hand seal and activated the array. In an instant, white light burst forth from the monument, enveloping Su Ba entirely. Su Ba felt his mind spinning, as if he had fallen into a kaleidoscope of swirling light. At first, Elder Hu's expression remained indifferent, but suddenly, a red glow emerged at the base of the monument and rapidly illuminated 3 segments. He nodded slightly, about to offer a word of praise, when the red light surged again, reaching 5 segments in the blink of an eye. What the? Elder Hu's eyes widened in shock. 5 segments represented a rare, 9,000 talent. Yet the red glow didn't stop there, it surged forward and lit up 7 segments. Damn! Elder Hu exclaimed, leaping to his feet in disbelief. 7 segments signified an unparalleled, 1/10 genius in par with his own talent. But before he could fully process this, the red glow exploded once more, completely overwhelming the white light of the array and illuminating all 9 segments. The entire monument radiated a brilliance never seen before. Good heavens! Elder, who stood rooted in place, stunned. Surpassing 9 grades, unseen a lifetime prodigy? Coming back to his senses, he fixed his gaze on Su Ba, who stood within the dazzling white light, his eyes now alight with fervent excitement. The potential of an alchemist is closely linked to their soul power. While it is possible to enhance soul power through specific cultivation techniques, such methods are not only rare, but also far less effective compared to being born with strong innate soul power. Take Hu Danqing as an example. Born with 7th grade soul power, he has cultivated for decades yet remains unable to step into the 8th grade. Even though his alchemy skills are unmatched in Fengwu Nation, he can only barely manage to refine 9th grade pills. However, Su Ba, who now stood before him, was entirely different. With a soul power talent surpassing the 9th grade, not only could he easily refine 9th grade pills, but he also showed potential to reach the 10th grade. Pills of this caliber could drive Hotian realm experts to fight fiercely over them. Elder, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as he inwardly praised Xia Heng's sharp judgment for introducing such an exceptionally gifted alchemy prospect to him. No wonder Su Ba could enter the inner court at merely the peak of 4-star cultivation. At this moment, as the radiance of the testing array faded, Su Ba regained clarity from the kaleidoscopic world he had just experienced. Shaking off the heaviness in his head, he turned to the now dim black crystal monument and asked, "Elder Hu, did I pass?" "Ha ha, of course you passed," Hu Danqing replied with a warm smile, his tone noticeably friendlier than before. "Your soul power talent is truly remarkable." Su Ba keenly noticed the change in Elder Hu's attitude and deduced that his soul power test results must have been outstanding. Without hesitation, he asked directly, "Then, are you willing to take me as your disciple now?" "Of course, I'm willing," Hu Danqing replied eagerly, not missing the chance to reveal his status. "I am Hu Danqing, the most renowned 8th grade alchemist in Fengwu Nation. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll soon reach my level and be admired by countless people." Though slightly taken aback by Elder Hu's sudden enthusiasm, Su Ba respectfully performed a grand gesture of obeisance. "Su Ba greets master." "Good, good. No need for such formalities," Elder Hu said joyfully as he helped Su Ba up. Casually, he tossed him a low-grade storage ring. "Take this. Inside, you'll find cultivation resources and a comprehensive alchemy material compendium. Memorize the compendium thoroughly before coming to me to learn alchemy. Remember, your cultivation level must also keep up. Refining high-grade pills requires sufficiently dense true essence." When Su Ba's divine sense entered the storage ring, he was momentarily dazzled by what he saw. In addition to the thick alchemy material compendium, there was an astonishing amount of low-grade true essence stones, roughly 500 of them. To put this into perspective, inner court disciples of Yunmeng only received a monthly stipend of 50 stones. At this moment, Su Ba finally understood why alchemists were said to be so wealthy. "All right, Su Ba, if there's nothing else, you may go for now. I will await your progress at the alchemy pavilion," Elder Hu said, clearly satisfied as he observed Su Ba's astonished expression. Su Ba carefully stored the ring, bid farewell to Elder Hu, and left the secret chamber of the alchemy pavilion. Su Ba had just stepped out of the Dan Pavilion's grand hall when he suddenly remembered the benefit mentioned in the jade slip. The first time an outer sect disciple entered the inner sect, they were allowed to choose a cultivation technique or martial skill from the second floor of the Gongwu Pavilion. He took out the jade slip to check the map and found that the Gongwu Pavilion was nearby. Perfect, it's not far. They'll go pick a martial skill first, Su Ba thought as he quickened his pace toward the Gongwu Pavilion, already forming a plan in his mind. With the 9 Suns' divine art already in his possession, ordinary cultivation techniques no longer held much appeal to him. While his mastery of the great wilderness demon-subduing staff had reached a high level, the essence of its staff intent was still incomplete, something he could take his time perfecting. Since he only had one chance to make a selection, he decided to choose a top-tier movement technique. After all, for a martial artist, the boost in combat effectiveness brought by an exquisite movement technique was no less significant than that of a cultivation technique or martial skill. Before long, the silhouette of the Gongwu Pavilion came into view. At the entrance sat an elderly man with a weathered face and white hair, his eyes half closed as if dozing. Just as Su Ba approached, the man's withered hand shot out like lightning. Understanding the gesture, Su Ba handed over his blue waist token. The old man lightly brushed his hand over it, and some information promptly appeared on the token. "Approved," the old man said tersely, returning the token before closing his eyes again to rest. Su Ba bowed respectfully and entered the Gongwu Pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned to leave, the old man opened his eyes, which now gleamed with sharp clarity, a stark contrast to their earlier murkiness. Isn't this the kid who was only at the mid-stage of 1 star a month ago? Now he's already at the peak of 4 star. And his soul power is so keen it almost feels like he could see right through me. It seems Yunmeng Martial Academy is about to produce another genius. Following Qin Jiyue, the old man thought to himself in amazement. On the second floor of the Gongwu Pavilion, Su Ba quickly found a movement technique that caught his eye: the Thunder Flash Phantom Step. This height-tier profound grade technique allowed practitioners to move with the speed of lightning, creating phantom images to confuse their opponents. At higher levels, one could move as fast as a flash of lightning and split into 3 distinct phantoms. Though such a high-grade movement technique typically took even talented disciples months to master, Su Ba, confident in his means to enhance his comprehension, was unfazed. After recording the technique into his jade slip and preparing to leave, a figure suddenly dashed out from around the corner. Bam! The two collided head-on. Su Ba remained motionless, while the other person staggered backward several steps. Who the hell doesn't watch where they're going? Are you looking for a beating? A cold and angry voice echoed through the second floor of the Gongwu Pavilion. Su Ba's eyes narrowed instantly. Ahead, a tall and lean young man stood coldly in front of Su Ba. In his left hand, he held a slender blade, its sharp aura seeping through the gaps in the scabbard. His gaze, as venomous as a serpent's, locked onto Su Ba as he spoke in a chilling tone. Kid, you're the one who bumped into me earlier, huh? I'll give you 10 seconds, kneel, apologize and kowtow. Are you sure you're talking to me? Su Ba asked flatly, his expression unchanging. Huh? The young man sneered, his eyes scanning Su Ba dismissively. You're standing right in front of me. Who else would I be talking to? Then, noticing Su Ba's cultivation level, his brow arched slightly, and his tone turned mocking. Kid, you've got guts. A 4-star peak, daring to step onto the second floor, a place reserved for inner disciples. At this moment, several inner disciples who had been browsing martial techniques on the second floor were drawn over by the commotion. Whispers broke out among the crowd. Whoa, isn't that Yuan Tao, ranked 28th on the Rinjie rankings? That 4-star peak kid actually dared to provoke Yuan Tao? He's asking for it. Wait, he's carrying the blue token of an inner disciple. I heard that Su Ba, the guy who defeated Lun Yo, ranked 33rd, with a single punch a few days ago. Hearing this, Yuan Tao's expression shifted as realization dawned. Oh, so you're Su Ba. No wonder your physical strength isn't bad. You even managed to force me back a few steps earlier when I wasn't expecting it. He sneered coldly. But don't think I'm as useless as Lun Yo. Be smart and do what I told you. It was you who wasn't watching where you were going and bumped into me, yet you're blaming me? Su Ba retorted, his hands clasped behind his back and a mocking smile tugging at his lips. Yuan Tao, ranked 28th on the Rinjie rankings, right? Perfect. Since we've run into each other, you might as well come and face your end, saving me the trouble of seeking you out. With that, he strode towards the exit of the martial arts pavilion. Fine, fine, fine. Yuan Tao laughed coldly, his eyes gleaming with malice as he followed closely behind. The crowd erupted into excitement, surging towards the open area outside. Some even abandoned their search for martial techniques, unwilling to miss the spectacle. In the open space outside the pavilion, Su Ba and Yuan Tao stood facing each other from a distance. The area was already surrounded by inner disciples eager to witness the showdown. Kid, I'll make sure you understand what happens when you cross me. Yuan Tao threatened darkly. Unfazed by the threat, Su Ba remained calm. Slowly, he raised his right hand under the watchful eyes of the crowd, gave Yuan Tao a thumbs up, and then abruptly turned it downward with force. Pathetic. Weakling. Su Ba spat out these 2 words, his tone dripping with disdain and dominance. Though simple, these words struck like a sledgehammer, instantly turning Yuan Tao's face a shade of ashen green. Damn it, kid. Watch how I teach you a lesson today. Yuan Tao roared, unsheathing the narrow blade in his hand. The sharp edge sliced through the air with a chilling hum. With a flash, his figure blurred, transforming into a phantom as he charged straight at Su Ba with astonishing speed. Boom. A surge of overwhelming aura erupted from Yuan Tao, and blade lights poured forth like a relentless tide. Both at the pinnacle of the 5-star level, his strength was clearly more than 3 times that of Lun Yo. The fierce, scattered blade energy forced the surrounding disciples to retreat a few steps, their faces filled with shock. How powerful! Yuan Tao's blade techniques have improved again. Of course, though his personality is cold and ruthless, his talent in the way of the blade is exceptional. He's already mastered the low-grade profound rank technique, White Moon Blade. Can Su Ba withstand this? Sure, he defeated Lun Yo, but Yuan Tao's strength is on another level. While the crowd murmured among themselves, Su Ba had already raised his right fist. The 9 Yang Divine skill instantly activated 5 acupoints, unleashing a colossal force of 24,000 pounds in an instant. Boom. An unstoppable wave of fist energy surged forward, slicing the oncoming blade energy cleanly in half. The observing disciples gasped, finally understanding how Su Ba had effortlessly defeated Lun Yo. Ha ha ha. Yuan Tao laughed maniacally. Your strength is impressive, but if that's all you're relying on, you're dead today. Before his words had fully landed, the narrow blade in his hand was already raised high, slashing down towards Su Ba. Clang! A dazzling blade light erupted, its power several times stronger than before. A unique aura surged from Yuan Tao, enveloping him completely. The embryonic form of intent, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Yuan Tao has comprehended blade intent from the White Moon Blade. This strike could seriously injure even a mid-sixter warrior. But just as the situation seemed critical, Su Ba spoke coldly. Martial intent? You dare flaunt this half-baked White Moon Blade intent in front of me? He reached behind him and slowly drew out a black iron staff, casually swinging it upward with ease. Minor mastery Great Desolation Staff Intent. In an instant, an ancient and imposing aura erupted from Su Ba. To everyone present, it seemed as if a vast, boundless wasteland had appeared before their eyes, with a towering iron pillar piercing straight into the heavens at its center. The Great Desolation Staff Intent had leapt from its initial stage to minor mastery, with the pillar in the intent realm growing from a mere 100 feet to several hundred feet tall. This is minor mastery of intent. The entire crowd was left in stunned silence, frozen in awe. When mastered, the Great Wilderness Demon Suppressing Staff technique is indeed comparable to a lower-tier profound-level martial skill. When Su Ba unleashed the intent of the Great Wilderness Staff, its power surged from twice its initial might at the entry level to 4 times the strength at the minor mastery stage, instantly surpassing Yuan Tao, who had cultivated the White Moon Blade and comprehended a trace of blade intent. In battle, under the suppression of Su Ba's Great Wilderness Staff intent at the minor mastery stage, the blade light that Yuan Tao had prided himself on continuously shattered. Accompanied by crisp cracking sounds, the sharp blade light imbued with a sliver of blade intent was forced into retreat. This is impossible. Yuan Tao roared in disbelief. Before his voice could fade, the Great Wilderness Staff intent had already shattered through the blade light and struck Yuan Tao heavily. With repeated thud-thud sounds, Yuan Tao spewed blood like a machine gun, screaming as he was sent flying backward. He crashed to the ground over a dozen meters away, lying there in a pitiable state, as helpless as a lifeless dog. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. The outcome had been decided the moment Su Ba displayed the minor mastery of the Great Wilderness Staff intent. All eyes turned to Su Ba at the center of the field, filled with awe and reverence. Incredible! Even Yuan Tao, ranked 28th on the prodigy list, couldn't last a single move against him. To comprehend a minor mastery intent at the peak of 4-star strength's a monster. This is as powerful as a profound-level martial skill. He's even more of a monster than senior sister Qinjiue. He's guaranteed to secure a spot in the top 10 of the Inner Academy competition. The crowd buzzed with discussion, but Su Ba remained calm. He strode toward Yuan Tao, looking down at him condescendingly. Now do you see who the real fool is? Yuan Tao glared at Su Ba, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Su Ba noticed it, and his voice turned icy. That look in your eyes makes me very uncomfortable. Don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll beat you every time. Got that, you weakling? You. Yuan Tao trembled with rage. Weaklings should know their place. If you're itching for another beating, feel free to come find me anytime. Su Ba sneered, kicking him aside before striding away. Yuan Tao spat another mouthful of blood, his gaze dark and venomous as he watched Su Ba's departing figure. Then, humiliated, he pushed through the crowd and left. News of this battle quickly spread throughout the Inner Academy, causing an uproar. 3 days later, in a small courtyard, Su Ba stood motionless, gripping his golden staff. Suddenly, his figure blurred, and the air crackled with the sound of electricity. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 20 meters away, while an identical image of Su Ba inexplicably materialized at his original position. Sizzling sounds of electricity echoed once more. In a flash, Su Ba shifted 20 meters away, leaving behind a phantom that quickly dissipated, only to reappear at his original position. Even more astonishing, as Su Ba swung his golden cudgel, the phantom seemed to move with a will of its own, mirroring his every action. If an observer were present, it would have been nearly impossible to distinguish the real from the illusion. After a while, Su Ba put away the golden cudgel and let out a soft sigh. It had taken him 3 full days to grasp the basics of the Thunderflash Phantom Step, and he found his progress to be rather slow. If these words were to reach the ears of other inner court disciples, they might just cough up blood in frustration. After all, the Thunderflash Phantom Step was a high-grade profound-level movement technique. Even for exceptionally talented disciples, it typically took at least a month to get the hang of it, while ordinary disciples might take 3 months without even scratching the surface. Yet Su-Ba had managed to master the basics in just 3 days and he still found it slow? In these 3 days, Su-Ba had not only mastered the comprehensive guide to alchemical materials, but he had also used the hundreds of lower-tier true essence stones gifted by his cheap master to draw rewards. These rewards brought him a significant boost in soul power and other attribute points. At present, his strength had reached an astonishing 28,200 pounds, equivalent to nearly the power of 3 elephants. Furthermore, his mastery of the desolate staff intent had advanced to perfection. He opened his status panel. Host, Su-Ba. Cultivation realm, 5-star early stage. Cultivation technique, 9 Suns Divine Art 5720. Weapon, Rui Golden Cudgel. Martial skills, high-grade mortal level Desolate Demon Subduing Staff, high-grade profound level Thunderflash Phantom Step. Intent, perfected Desolate Staff Intent. Talent, Alchemy Mastery 50 increase in pill success rate, quantity, and quality. Enhancement points, 70 points. Lottery points, 100 points. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. As Su-Ba contemplated whether to challenge a top-ranked expert on the Renjia list, or to first seek out his cheap master for alchemy training, the sound of the courtyard gate being pushed open interrupted his thoughts. A servant entered respectfully, holding a white pouch in both hands and presenting it to him. This is the monthly stipend for inner court disciples. Please inspect it, Senior Brother Su, the servant said. Isn't there usually someone assigned to deliver this? Su-Ba raised an eyebrow. The servant stammered. The senior brother responsible for distributing stipends turned pale when he heard your name. He absolutely refused to come and kept muttering, the fierce one, over and over. Su-Ba remained silent. It wasn't surprising. Upon entering the inner court, he had consecutively defeated Lu Niu, ranked 33rd on the Renjia list, and Yuan Tao, ranked 28th. Now, those lower-ranked genius disciples dared not show their faces in the inner court. Most of them had either gone out on missions or sought training elsewhere, terrified of running into this so-called fierce one. Su-Ba took the white pouch and opened it, raising his eyebrows slightly in surprise. The amount of the stipend inside was unexpected. Wasn't the monthly allowance for inner court disciples supposed to be just 50 lower-grade essence stones? Noticing the confusion on Su-Ba's face, a nearby servant quickly explained, Senior Brother Su, that's the standard stipend for ordinary inner court disciples. Disciples ranked on the Renjia list receive much more generous allowances. The higher the rank, the more they get. It said that Senior Brother Wen Tianyu, who ranks first on the Renjia list, receives as much as 200 lower-grade essence stones every month. As he spoke, a flicker of envy flashed in the servant's eyes. For laborers like him, earning even 1 or 2 lower-grade essence stones a month was already a luxury. Su-Ba rubbed his nose, understanding the situation. Yunmeng Martial Academy's approach was clearly designed to ignite a sense of competition among its disciples. The Renjia list was not only a symbol of honor, but also a guarantee of both strength and resources. By the way, Senior Brother Su. The servant seemed to recall something and lowered his voice. I ran into a senior brother from the contribution hall at the gate earlier. He mentioned that even though you're a new inner court disciple, you still need to complete at least 1 inner court task before the end of the month. If you miss the deadline, next month's stipend might be deducted. Contribution hall? Inner court tasks? Su-Ba paused for a moment before recalling the explanation in the jade slip. Inner court disciples were required to complete 1 task each month, which could involve slaying demons, vanquishing evildoers, gathering resources, or clearing dangerous areas. These tasks served as trials to temper the disciples. Understood. Su-Ba nodded and gestured for the servant to leave. He planned to visit the Pill Pavilion first to learn alchemy from Elder Hu, laying a solid foundation before taking on any tasks. On his way to the Pill Pavilion, passers-by gave him a wide berth, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Whispers of the fierce one is coming reached his ears, making Su-Ba feel a bit helpless. When he arrived at the grand hall of the Pill Pavilion, Elder Hu Danqing, dressed in white robes and exuding an air of wisdom, greeted him warmly. Well done, young man. You've memorized the entire compendium of pill materials in just 3 days. Your extraordinary 9th-grade soul talent is truly remarkable. And you've already advanced to the early stage of 5-star cultivation. Excellent, excellent. The elder beamed with delight, secretly thinking that this disciple might become the first alchemist in Fengwu Nation capable of crafting 10th-grade pills. After all, creating 10th-grade pills required not only advanced cultivation, but also the rare 9th-grade soul talent. Unaware of Su-Ba's recent exploits due to his constant focus on alchemy, Elder Hu grew even fonder of him upon seeing his exceptional potential. Good disciple, you're here to learn alchemy from me, aren't you? With your talent, you're a natural-born alchemist. Come, I'll teach you right away. Elder Hu led Su-Ba to an adjacent alchemy room. After closing the door, he said, before we begin, let me first explain some key points you need to keep in mind when refining pills. Listen carefully. Before refining pills, 3 essential things are needed: a pill furnace, ingredients, and pill fire. First, let's talk about the pill furnace, Elder Hu said, pointing to the square cauldron in front of him, which stood about half a person's height. His eyes gleamed with pride. This is my treasured high-grade Shintir pill furnace, the Rition furnace. There isn't a second furnace like this in the entire Fengwu kingdom. It alone can increase the pill refinement success rate by 10. Suba nodded politely in admiration, but inwardly, he chuckled. His mastery of alchemy could directly boost the pill success rate by 50. If his new master knew about this, the old man would probably be utterly shocked. Elder Hu continued his explanation. The choice of ingredients is equally critical. The older the medicinal herbs and the higher the grade of the beast blood, the better the pill's medicinal potency and fusion. He paused briefly before adding, as for pill fire, higher quality fire can better eliminate impurities. Pill fire is categorized by quality, from mortal fire to earth fire, and then to exotic fire. Elder Hu went on and on, explaining in great detail as Suba listened attentively. After all, this knowledge was crucial for his future wealth. Have you memorized these basics? Elder Hu asked, looking at his disciple with anticipation. Got it, Suba replied concisely. Good. Elder Hu beamed with satisfaction. Now, they'll demonstrate how to refine a basic first-grade pill, the tempering pill. For an 8th-grade alchemist like Elder Hu, refining such a simple pill, meant for strengthening children's bodies, was an easy task. It wasn't long before the Rition furnace emitted a fragrant aroma. Elder Hu lifted the lid, revealing 10 small, marble-sized pills glowing faintly red. 10 pills, with an 83 medicinal fusion rate. Elder Hu remarked with mock humility. Ah, it's been too long since I refined such low-level pills. I'm a bit out of practice. I used to be able to refine 13 or 14 pills with over 90 fusion. Suba cooperatively showed a look of amazement, making Elder Hu even more pleased with himself. All right, now it's your turn, Elder Hu said with a cheerful smile. Don't worry. If there's anything you're unsure about, I'll guide you. Suba stepped forward and took his place, carefully following the steps to add the ingredients. 3 chin of tianxin fruit, first-grade beast blood, and 1 chin of mo stone powder. Control the temperature carefully, Elder Hu advised from the side. Use your soul force to sense the changes in medicinal power. Don't rush. If your soul force fluctuates, the entire batch could be ruined. Worse, the furnace might even explode. It's normal for beginners to fail a few times. Just keep trying in. Before he could finish, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted from the top of the furnace. Did it succeed? Elder Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Through his soul power perception, Suba could already see some round pills inside the alchemy furnace. Without hesitation, he lifted the lid, revealing the scene at the bottom of the furnace to both of them. Elder Hu's gaze fell on the reddish pills, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Unbelievable. 15 pills, with a fusion rate of 93. These are top-tier pills of the same level, surpassing a 90 fusion rate. He turned sharply to look at Suba, his expression a mix of astonishment, shock, and utter disbelief, as though he were witnessing a rare prodigy descend from the heavens. This young man, on his very first attempt at alchemy, had already surpassed Elder Hu's lifetime best record. Most people are considered exceptional if they can refine 5 pills at a time with a 60 fusion rate, Elder Hu thought, recalling his own first attempt at alchemy. Back then, he had experienced several furnace explosions before finally producing 2 pills with a mere 30 fusion rate, and even then, his master had praised him for his talent. Reflecting on it now, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. If he was considered talented, then this young man before him was clearly a born alchemy genius. My good disciple, keep going. Try a few more times, Elder Hu urged, barely able to contain his excitement. With the experience of his first attempt and the support of his immense soul power and natural talent in alchemy, Suba continued to display astounding alchemy skills. Second batch, 16 pills, 95 fusion rate. Third batch, 18 pills, 94 fusion rate. Fourth batch, 18 pills, 96 fusion rate. Fifth batch, 17 pills, 97 fusion rate. Elder Hu was utterly flabbergasted. This was beyond mere luck. Producing at least 15 pills per batch with a consistent fusion rate above 90 was a testament to raw ability. As Suba prepared for his 10th batch, Elder Hu finally couldn't hold on any longer. Waving his hand weakly, he said, Enough, enough. Go on and take a break. Let me rest for a few days. I need some time to process this. Seeing Elder Hu's reaction, Suba touched his nose, wondering if he had been too dazzling and inadvertently dealt a blow to the Wind Martial Nation's top alchemist. After bowing respectfully, he turned and left. Not long after he walked away, a burst of wild laughter erupted from the alchemy room. Ha ha ha. The future greatest alchemist of the Eastern region's 3 nations, no, the 18 nations of the Eastern domain will undoubtedly emerge under my guidance. Ha ha ha. The laughter was so loud that the entire pill pavilion could hear it. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, muttering to themselves, "Has Elder Who lost his mind? Is he okay?" The contribution hall was not far from the pill pavilion. As Su-Ba stepped out of the pill pavilion, the reactions of the disciples he passed were almost identical. First, a shiver ran through their bodies, followed by an instinctive step back, their eyes filled with unconcealed fear. Is that the cold and imposing Su-Ba? Yes, that's him, the one who knocked Lu Niu, ranked 33rd on the talent rankings, unconscious as soon as he arrived at the inner court. I heard he also dealt with Yuan Tao, ranked 28th, when he went to the martial arts pavilion. Don't stare at him too long, or he might come after you. Although these whispered remarks were faint, Su-Ba caught every word clearly. His expression darkened as he silently thought to himself, "Since when did I become such a fearsome figure?" Just as he was about to step into the pill pavilion, a cold shout rang out suddenly. "Su-Ba, stop right there." Turning around, he saw three figures striding toward him. Leading them were none other than the two he'd defeated earlier, Lu Niu and Yuan Tao. Lu Niu was as burly and imposing as a mountain, exuding a wild and untamed aura. Yuan Tao, lean and tall, carried a sharp blade, his presence cutting like a knife. Between them stood an unfamiliar young man, whose aura was even more commanding than the other two. That's Lu Niu, Yuan Tao, and Chu Yu. Ranked 25th on the talent rankings, gasped the onlooking disciples. Three top fighters together, this is going to be? The young man named Chu Yu stepped closer, pointing at Su-Ba before turning to Yuan Tao. Is it this guy? Exactly. Yuan Tao nodded emphatically. Before Chu Yu could say another word, Su-Ba narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Yuan Tao. Didn't I tell you last time? Every time I see you, I'll beat you. Looks like you're itching for another lesson. Hearing this, Yuan Tao's face turned pale, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Chu Yu let out a cold snort, stepping forward as he said, "You've only grasped a minor insight into intent. Don't get too full of yourself. There are plenty of people stronger than you in this world." Su-Ba sneered dismissively, glancing at Chu Yu. "So, you're the reinforcement they called?" Not impressed. "How dare you?" Chu Yu roared in fury. Before he could make a move, Su-Ba casually motioned with his hand. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Why don't the three of you come at me together?" Wow, the entire crowd erupted in astonishment. Su-Ba words, "Come at me all at once," hit everyone like a sledgehammer. The onlookers widened their eyes, and for a moment, there was dead silence. Lu Niu, Yuan Tao, and the others' faces turned beet red with fury. As top-ranked experts on the Renjia list, when had they ever been so brazenly disrespected by a newcomer to the inner court? But the predicament was clear. They were stuck. If they truly ganged up on him 3 against 1, their reputations would be in tatters. For Renjia list elites, their pride was everything. Chu Yu initially wanted to teach Su-Ba a lesson, but as he faced him directly, an instinctive sense of danger made him wary. He let out a cold snort, narrowing his eyes at Su-Ba. "Don't get too cocky. The inner court's semi-annual assessment is coming up. When the time comes, with so many watching, they'll show you what I'm capable of." With that, Chu Yu lifted his chin high and marched away in long strides. "Chu bro." Yuan Tao stood there, dumbfounded. The turn of events was entirely beyond his expectations. Weren't they here to settle the score? Feeling the sharp, knife-like gaze from behind him, he dared not turn around. Instead, he awkwardly chuckled and hurried after Chu Yu. "Wait for me." Lu Niu, drenched in sweat, quickly followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the three who had arrived so aggressively vanished from sight. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. Looks like Chu Yu was scared. My god, even the 3 Renjia list elites were forced to retreat. Unbelievable. When Su-Ba's gaze swept across the crowd, they scattered like startled birds. Su-Ba shook his head in mild exasperation and walked straight into the contribution hall. The mission board inside was densely packed with various tasks. Clean the inner court martial hall for 1 week reward. 3 Wu Fu contribution points. Eliminate a level 4 beast in the eastern outskirts of Fengwu City reward. 10 Wu Fu contribution points. Clear out bandits around Fengwu City reward. 20 Wu Fu contribution points. Most of the tasks were simple yet time-consuming, with decent rewards. A single Wu Fu contribution point could be exchanged for at least 1 low-grade true essence stone, and with enough points, one could even obtain premium-grade pills. For diligent inner court disciples, this was a considerable source of income. However, for Su-Ba, if not for the mandatory monthly task completion requirement, he wouldn't have bothered coming here. Since he had no choice, he might as well pick the most valuable mission. Suddenly, a new task caught his eye. Collect 10 100-year-old jingling flowers near Yunwu Mountain. High difficulty level recommended for those below peak 5-star strength. Reward: 50 Wu Fu contribution points. Though the mission was dangerous and jingling flowers were hard to find, it was perfect for Su-Ba. Yunwu Mountain was known for its beasts, making it an ideal place for training. Completing the mission would just be an added bonus. Besides, the reward was exceptionally generous. Without hesitation, he accepted the task and immediately set off for Yunwu Mountain. At the same time, in the Dan Pavilion of Yunmeng's inner court, a burly elderly man with a head full of golden hair stormed in, wielding a crimson staff nearly a meter long, his demeanor fierce and imposing. The elderly man in black had a purple waist token hanging from his belt, a symbol of elder status within Yunmeng Martial Academy. According to the academy's hierarchy, outer disciples wore white tokens, inner disciples blue, core disciples green, and only elders were entitled to the purple token. Expressionless, the elder strode into the grand hall of the alchemy pavilion with long, determined steps. The disciples of the pavilion halted in their tracks as he passed, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Shao," they said. However, the elder ignored them, walking straight to a luxurious alchemy chamber deep within the hall. Suddenly, he stopped. "Hu Danqing, you scoundrel, get out here." His furious roar reverberated throughout the pavilion, shaking the very structure. The sheer force of his voice sent shivers down the spines of those nearby, leaving them pale and startled, exchanging confused glances as they wondered why Elder Shao was so enraged. In the next moment, the door of the luxurious alchemy chamber was kicked open. Out stormed an elderly man in a white robe with sharp features. It was Hu Danqing. He glared at the man in black and lashed out furiously. "What the hell, Xiao Bao, you old bastard? I was in the middle of refining an 8th grade blood lotus pill, and your yelling just caused my furnace to explode. Are you insane, coming here to throw your weight around? Is that so?" Xiao Bao stared coldly at Hu Danqing. "You've got some nerve. How dare you steal my disciple? Believe me, I'll smash your entire alchemy pavilion if you keep this up." "Utter nonsense." Hu Danqing's beard bristled with anger. "I devote myself to alchemy. Why would I care about your martial disciples? You've got the wrong person." "Still playing dumb?" Xiao Bao's forehead veins bulged as he growled. "The disciple you took in a few days ago, remember him now?" Hu Danqing's expression changed at these words, and his anger surged further. "You old fool. How dare you covet my disciple? He's a born alchemist, and you'll never take him from me." "Rubbish. He's a born martial artist." Xiao Bao's hair seemed to stand on end as he shouted. "His talent surpasses even Qin Jia's. He could reach the Xiantian realm within 10 years. And you want to waste the future top warrior of Fengwu Kingdom on alchemy? Unforgivable." The surrounding disciples of the alchemy pavilion were utterly stunned. Two renowned elders were arguing so fiercely over a single disciple. Even more shocking, this disciple was hailed as both a natural-born alchemist and an extraordinary martial artist, with the potential to reach the legendary Xiantian realm within a decade. Xiao Bao's forehead veins bulged, his fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. His eyes glinted with a fierce light, like a beast about to pounce on its prey. He fixed his gaze on Hu Danqing, his voice filled with rage. "Suba is the disciple personally assigned to me by the prefecture master. I waited for 3 whole days, and yet he didn't come to acknowledge me as his master. After asking around, I found out he became your disciple instead. Hu Danqing, are you tired of living? No one has ever dared to snatch someone from me." Hiss. As soon as Xiao Bao finished speaking, a wave of gasps erupted around him. The disciples present began whispering among themselves, "So it's him, the infamous Su Ba." No wonder even Elder Hu, who's usually so mild-tempered, got this angry. Hu Danqing frowned, sweeping his gaze over the chattering disciples. "You all know Su Ba?" One disciple, summoning his courage, stepped forward and answered respectfully, "Yes, Elder Hu. Su Ba is no ordinary person. He was specially admitted into the inner prefecture while still at the peak of 4 stars. As soon as he joined, he defeated Lu Niu, ranked 33rd on the prodigy list, with a single punch. On the same day, while selecting martial techniques in the Gongwu Pavilion, he encountered Yuan Tao, ranked 28th, and struck him down with 1 blow, leaving him like a dead dog. Now, everyone in the inner prefecture is terrified of him, and even some disciples on the prodigy list avoid him when they see him. What? Hu Danqing was taken aback, his face pale with shock. He knew all too well the weight the prodigy list carried within the inner prefecture. To take down the 33rd with a single punch, the 28th with 1 strike, and to make other ranked disciples steer clear of him, such strength was truly astonishing. Only the strongest individuals in the entire Yunmeng Inner Academy make it to the rankings. Witnessing Su Ba, a newcomer, defeat a prodigy from the Renjie list was nothing short of shocking for everyone present. His martial talent is simply unimaginable. Xiao Bao exclaimed in disbelief. "I even suspect he might be the legendary son of Tianwu, destined by the heavens to master martial arts." Xiao Bao turned to Hu Danqing, his eyes gleaming sharply. "Do you know what Su Ba's cultivation level was when he first entered Yunmeng Martial Academy? Midstage 1 star. Yet in just a single month, he broke through to the peak of 3 stars. Then, with one moment of enlightenment, he soared straight to the peak of 4 stars. At this point, Xiao Bao leapt up in excitement. Enlightenment is something martial artists can only dream of, let alone breaking through an entire major realm in just one instance. I've lived this long, and I've never heard of such monstrous talent. Hu Danqing, with your mere 8-star grandmaster level alchemy skills, what right do you have to be Su Ba's master? Xiao Bao's tone dripped with disdain. At the peak of 3 stars, he had already comprehended the essence of the Great Desolation demon-suppressing staff, a technique comparable to a low-grade profound martial art. When he defeated Yuan Tao, he even demonstrated a mastery of the Great Desolation staff's initial form. A genius like him should only be taught by someone as powerful as me, the strongest in Yunming Martial Academy. Besides, I also specialize in staff techniques. Clearly, the heavens have gifted me the perfect disciple. Rubbish. Elder, who erupted in fury, his face dark as a storm. Xiao, Su Ba's martial talent may indeed be astonishing, but his alchemical talent is even more unprecedented. Not only does he possess soul power surpassing the 9th grade, but in his very first attempt at alchemy, he shattered the highest record I've ever achieved in crafting pills of the same level. Straightening his back with pride, Elder Hu declared, under my guidance as the foremost 8th-grade alchemist in Fengwu Nation, Su Ba's future won't just dominate the alchemical world of the 3 Eastern nations, she could very well reign supreme across the 18 nations of the Eastern region. Besides, Su Ba willingly chose me as his master. I am his teacher now. Xiao, get out of here. The pill pavilion doesn't welcome you. You dare to drive me out? Xiao roared furiously, his brows furrowed in rage. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within him, causing the beams and pillars of the Dan Pavilion's grand hall to creak under the pressure. The surrounding disciples of the Dan Pavilion turned pale, feeling as if their very bones were about to collapse. A few of the weaker ones immediately dropped to their knees, their faces as white as paper. Xiao, do you really dare to make a move here? Hu Danqing forced himself to remain calm and said coldly, if this gets to the palace master, even you won't come out unscathed. Have that boy acknowledge me as his master, and I'll leave right away. Dream on. Zhao's sharp voice cut off Hu Danqing before he could finish. Fine. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao's eyes gleamed with a cold light as his overwhelming peak Hotian aura exploded forth. More disciples, unable to withstand the pressure, fell to their knees. It's over. Elder Xiao is about to lose it. The Dan Pavilion might not survive this. With Elder Zhao's temper flaring, who could possibly stop him? Just as Xiao was about to strike, a calm and ethereal voice echoed. Elder Xiao, please restrain yourself. Everyone's vision blurred for a moment, and a figure in white robes appeared in the hall. With a sword by his side and an air of grace, he stood like a gentleman. The palace master! The crowd exclaimed in relief, their tense expressions easing. Palace master, you're just in time. Xiao immediately began to complain. The disciple you recommended to me was tricked by this who into becoming his apprentice, and now refuses to return to me. The palace master smiled faintly upon hearing this. Harmony among fellow members is essential. While I did recommend Su Ba to you, his choice to follow Elder Hu was indeed unexpected. More surprising, however, is his remarkable talent in alchemy. Here's what we'll do. Su Ba is currently on an inner palace mission. When he returns, we'll let him decide for himself. This is unacceptable. Hu Danqing protested anxiously. Su Ba has already acknowledged me as his master. How can there still be any room for change? Fine. Xiao snorted coldly. Once that boy witnesses my prowess, he'll realize the martial path is his true destiny. With that, he stormed off in anger. Hu Danqing was left speechless with fury. After apologizing to the palace master, he stormed into the alchemy chamber. The palace master cast a profound glance in the direction they had left before his figure flickered and vanished. As the oppressive atmosphere lifted, the remaining disciples exchanged bewildered looks, their eyes filled with awe. This Su Ba is incredible. Just one person has stirred up the 3 most prominent figures in the palace. Meanwhile, on the road to Cloud Mist Mountain, Su Ba remained unaware that his simple decision to choose a master had caused such a massive commotion in the Dan Pavilion. Mount Yunwu, a solitary peak towering near the exotic Beast Mountain range, stands proudly with its unique and imposing grandeur. The mountain rises thousands of feet high, and at its base lies an expansive primeval forest stretching over tens of kilometers, filled with towering ancient trees so massive it would take 5 or 6 people to encircle them. The mountainside is perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. However, it is far from a tourist destination. Ferocious cloud lions, exotic beasts of great danger, dwell here, ready to exact a steep price from any naive intruder. Yet, what is perilous for ordinary people is a haven for martial artists seeking to hone their skills. The area is rich in spiritual energy, ideal for the growth of various spiritual herbs, flowers, and trees. While it cannot match the abundant resources of the exotic beast mountain range, its strongest exotic beasts are only at level 6, making the risks manageable for martial artists. At this moment, a young man clad in black combat attire, with a cold and stern expression, cautiously made his way through the forest. This martial artist, named Su Ba, was searching while pondering to himself. The chances of finding the century-old crystal bellflower at the mountain's base are slim. Perhaps I should head higher up, where the spiritual energy is denser and more conducive to the growth of such materials. As he navigated the dim forest, thick vines hung from tree branches like giant serpents. Along the way, he encountered several 10 or 20-year-old crystal bellflowers, but their value was limited. Adhering to the principle of sustainable harvesting, he chose to leave them untouched. However, when it came to the exotic beasts he encountered, he showed no mercy, dispatching them all with his trusty Rui golden staff. With his strength of nearly 30,000 pounds combined with the staff's weight of 13,500 pounds, even a level 6 exotic beast could be crushed with a single strike. For these lesser beasts, which were no stronger than level 3, they were no match for him. After several hours, though he still hadn't found the century-old crystal bellflower, Su Ba had accumulated over 1,000 enhancement points. His primary goal was training, and the task was secondary, so he was in no rush. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he suddenly caught the sounds of a skirmish up ahead. In a place like this, one had to be wary not only of exotic beasts, but also of bandits who specialized in robbery and murder. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Ba's eyes as he decided to investigate. If it turned out to be evildoers, perhaps he could, like the last time he encountered 2 notorious bandits, one fat and one teeny in the exotic beast mountain range, secure an unexpected windfall. The strongest beasts in this area were no more than level 5, so the martial artist's training here likely wouldn't surpass the 5-star level, posing no threat to him. Even if he encountered the mountain's most formidable level 6 beast, he was confident in his ability to escape unscathed. With that thought, Su Ba activated his movement technique. Accompanied by a faint crackle of electricity, he vanished like lightning into the forest. Before long, Su Ba moved swiftly through a grove of bushes. From a distance, the sharp clash of weapons echoed clearly. With his keen perception, he gazed ahead and saw 4 martial artists locked in fierce combat in a clearing about 100 meters away. 3 of them were dressed in matching golden robes, each with identical gold insignias at their waists, indicating they hailed from the same martial house. Among them, the only woman was at the early 5-star level. A young man of similar age had reached the mid-5-star level, while the older one among them had achieved the peak of the 5-star realm. However, the 3 of them were being suppressed by a single opponent, a young man in blue at the late 5-star stage. Wielding a massive battle axe, every swing of his weapon carried sharp, howling gusts of wind. His moves were fierce and ruthless, and even when facing 3 opponents simultaneously, he maintained the upper hand and continued his relentless assault. Ha ha ha, big brother. Isn't the help I found impressive? Stop struggling and kneel to meet your death. Not far from the battleground, a young man in yellow robes laughed smugly. Wu Qi, you beast. How dare you do such a vile thing to your own elder brother? The older man in gold roared in fury as he fought. When father finds out, you'll face the harshest punishment under the clan's rules, torn limb from limb. Don't worry, father will never find out. The yellow-robed Wu Qi crossed his arms and sneered at his elder brother, Wu Hua. Blame yourself for being the eldest and having slightly better talent than me. Once you're dead, the position of the Wu family head will naturally be mine, the second son. Out here on a training mission, accidents happen all the time. If I kill you and destroy the evidence, who will ever know what really happened? His gaze shifted to the woman in the golden robes, and a lecherous grin spread across his face. As for your 2 companions, the man can die, but the woman, she looks quite decent. I might as well have some fun with her first. Bastard. Shameless. Wu Hua and the woman shouted furiously in unison. Ha ha ha. Yes, I am shameless and I don't care. What can you do about it? Wu Qi laughed even louder. Wu Hua, I heard you're about to become the top expert in the Jinxiang martial house's inner division? Too bad you're no match for the 8 I've summoned. He's one of the top 3 fighters in the Yunqing martial house, which is about to rank among the top 10 martial houses in Fengwu Kingdom. He sneered malevolently and added, today, I'll see to it that you, the eldest son of the Wu family, die here in Yunwu Mountain. After that, all of the Wu family's resources will be mine. Wu Hua was both enraged and alarmed, but the blue-robed young man's relentless and ferocious attacks left him no chance to respond. Were it not for the assistance of his junior disciples, he would have already perished. Even so, the trio's defeat was becoming increasingly apparent. Brother Chu, stop playing around with them and finish this quickly, Wu Qi said fawningly to the blue-robed fighter. All right, these 3 are way too weak. Not even worth watching. Fighting them is just boring. The young man in blue shook his head disdainfully, but his eyes suddenly turned sharp as his energy surged. Mountain Splitter, he roared. The massive axe in his hands erupted with a dazzling blue light, carrying an unstoppable force as it slashed toward Wu Hua and his companions like a lightning bolt. Caught off guard by the overwhelming blow, the trio scrambled to react. In desperation, they connected their swords and blades, channeling their energy into a makeshift defense. Boom! The moment the giant axe collided with their weapons, the sheer force shattered them instantly. The three were sent flying like broken kites, crashing to the ground with heavy thuds, coughing up blood. Pathetic weaklings, the blue-clad youth, Liao Chu, sneered, gripping his massive axe with disdain. Of course. How could anyone from the Jinxiang Martial Academy even compare to you, Huge? Wu Qi chimed in obsequiously. Enough with the flattery, Liao Chu said coldly, waving him off. As per our deal, these three are yours to handle, but whatever resources they have belong to me. And don't think about backing out on the resources you promised me. Otherwise, of course, I wouldn't dare. Wu Qi nodded repeatedly, sweat dripping down his forehead. As a mid-stage 5-star martial artist, he knew he was no match for Liao Chu. Just as Liao Chu was about to collect his spoils, he suddenly sensed someone standing not far away. Who's there? He barked, startled. Although the figure was only at the early 5-star level, the fact that he hadn't noticed them immediately from 100 meters away unsettled him. My bad. Carry on, Su Ba said casually, waving a hand as he turned to leave. Stop right there, Liao Chu commanded, his voice icy. You think you can just walk away after stumbling upon my deal with Wu Qi? Oh, I can pretend I didn't see anything, Su Ba replied calmly, turning back to face them. I suggest you don't push your luck. Suggest we don't push our luck? Wu Qi was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Huge, did I hear that right? This little early 5-star brat actually said that? He must be brain dead. Who else would wander alone into the depths of Yunwu Mountain at his level? He's got to be out of his mind. Liao Chu's expression darkened as he smirked coldly. Kid, I was only planning to take your storage ring and spare your miserable life. But now, it seems you're begging to die. Isn't it good to stay alive? Su Ba softly shook his head, his gaze indifferent as he looked at Liao Chu across from him. There was a hint of pity in his tone. Some people just don't value their own lives. The three men from the Jinxiang Martial Mansion, lying on the ground, widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. Earlier, they had teamed UPA Peak 5-star, a mid 5-star, and a beginner 5-star martial artist, yet they were defeated by Liao Chu. And now, this young man in black, with only beginner 5-star cultivation, dared to provoke him like this? Good. Very good. You must have a death wish. Liao Chu's face darkened as he swung his thick arm, drawing out his massive, gleaming battle axe once more. A formidable aura surged from his body, causing the surrounding air to grow heavy. Wu Hua and the other two silently lamented in their hearts. It's over. Liao Chu is truly enraged. This kid is as good as dead. However, to everyone's astonishment, instead of showing a trace of fear in the face of the murderous Liao Chu, Su Ba raised his right hand, beckoning with his finger. His lips curled into a contemptuous smile as he uttered two words, bring it. Damn it, Brother Chu, this kid is way too arrogant. Unable to hold back any longer, Wu Qi drew his long blade and charged at Su Ba. With a stomp on the ground, he leapt into the air, unleashing the full power of his mid 5-star essence. The blade in his hand radiated a blinding red light as he slashed down towards Su Ba's head. Ha ha ha, let's see if you can survive this strike. Wu Qi laughed maniacally, his blade only 3 inches away from Su Ba's head. But in that critical moment, a large foot suddenly appeared before him, moving so fast that it was impossible to react. Bang! A dull, heavy sound echoed as Wu Qi was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily into a tree several dozen meters away. Before he could even scream, his head was smashed into a bloody mess by the kick, killing him instantly. The scene fell into stunned silence. The three men from Jinxiang Martial Mansion stared in shock, their mouths agape at what they had just witnessed. Su Ba's kick was not only as swift as lightning but also perfectly timed, instantly killing a mid 5-star martial artist. Kid, no wonder you're so cocky, you got some skills. Liao Chu was both shocked and furious, his expression turning crazed. But you dared to kill Wu Qi? My payment. My money. Having lost a fortune of 1,000 low-grade essence stones, Liao Chu could no longer contain his rage. Letting out a series of frenzied roars, he bellowed, Arg! Die! With that, he gripped his massive axe and charged at Su Ba in a frenzy. His gaze turned sharp, and an intense burst of energy erupted from his body. In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed all around. Mountain Splitter! Boom! The massive axe in Liao Chu's hands radiated a deep blue light, carrying the force to split mountains and shatter the earth as it struck heavily towards Suba. This was his most powerful attack, one that had previously crushed the combined assault of Wu Hua and two others with easy a strike of overwhelming might. At that moment, the air seemed to tear apart, producing a deafening explosion. A beautiful girl from the Jinxiang Martial Academy let out a startled cry and instinctively turned her head away. Wu Hua and his companion averted their gazes as well, unwilling to witness the gruesome sight of Su Ba being cleaved in two. Amidst the earth-shaking roar came a piercing scream, and a dark shadow streaked past everyone like lightning. Wu Hua and the others thought to themselves that the young man was surely doomed. Yet, when they couldn't resist raising their heads, the scene before them left them utterly stunned. Su Ba stood motionless, holding a thick black staff in his hand, his expression calm and his breathing steady as if nothing had happened. On the other side of the battlefield, Liao Chu, clad in blue, lay flat on his back, his chest caved in and his heart shattered. He was unmistakably dead. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Wu Hua and his companions were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Liao Chu, one of the top 3 latest-stage 5-star experts of Yunqing Martial Academy's inner division, had been killed in a single exchange by a mere early-stage 5-star youth. It was then that Wu Hua's gaze fell upon the blue waist token hanging from Su Ba's belt. Oh my god! He exclaimed, his body trembling violently. Senior brother, what is it? The beautiful girl from Jinxiang Martial Academy and the other young man asked in confusion. Wu Hua pointed a shaking finger at the token and stammered. That's the insignia of an inner disciple of Yunming Martial Academy. What? An inner disciple of Yunming Martial Academy? The two cried out in shock. As disciples of the most prestigious martial academy in Fengwu Nation, inner disciples of Yunming Martial Academy were practically invincible among those of the same level. No wonder he dared to venture deep into the Yunwu Mountains alone, and no wonder even Liao Chu was no match for him. Suppressing his pain, Wu Hua struggled to his feet and hurriedly stepped forward to bow respectfully. Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. It was nothing. Su Ba stowed away his black staff, his expression calm as he waved dismissively. He approached the bodies of Wu Qi and Liao Chu, collecting their corpses and storage rings into his spatial storage. If they hadn't sought death themselves, he wouldn't have bothered with them. Now, at least, their demise contributed to his collection of enhancement points. As the beautiful girl and the young man in golden robes from Jinxiang Martial Academy were about to step forward to salute as well, Su Ba suddenly raised a hand to stop them. The two froze in shock, unable to react, as Su Ba's gaze shifted into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. The group looked puzzled, but before they could ask any questions, a deep, terrifying roar echoed from afar. Within moments, a massive creature tore through the jungle, crashing its way into view. It was a giant beast covered entirely in white scales, resembling a lizard but far more ferocious. Its thick tail was lined with sharp bone spurs, and each swing of it struck the ground with a deafening thud. A level 6 cloud lion beast. Wu Hua from the Jinxiang Martial Academy gasped in shock as he recognized the fearsome creature. How is this possible? Why is there a cloud lion here? Aren't they supposed to be up in the Cloud Mist Mountains? The young man in golden robes, who was at the mid-phase of the 5-star cultivation level, also cried out in disbelief. Beside him, a delicate young woman's face turned deathly pale. Cloud lions were notoriously savage among exotic beasts. A level 6 cloud lion was not only astonishingly fast and powerful in its attacks, but could also spew toxic mist. Even a mid-phase 6-star warrior would have to avoid confronting it directly. The 3 of them were already gravely injured. Let alone fighting back, they weren't even confident they could escape. Instinctively, they turned their gaze towards Su Ba, only to find that he remained calm and composed in the face of the terrifying level 6 cloud lion. Could he possibly take on a level 6 cloud lion? The 3 were stunned. That would mean surpassing an entire major realm and more. So this is the famed exotic beast of the Cloud Mist Mountains, the Cloud Lion? I hear it can spew toxic mist? Su Ba murmured to himself. Then, to everyone's shock, he began walking toward the Cloud Lion with an air of nonchalance. Come, let me experience the thrill of your toxic mist. Wu Hua and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. The Cloud Lion's toxic mist was incredibly lethal. A single careless breath could render a 5-star warrior unconscious, and if the beast unleashed its full power, even a mid-phase 6-star warrior could succumb to the poison within seconds. This senior brother, the Cloud Lion's toxic mist is extremely dangerous. The young woman started to warn, but Su Ba interrupted her. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Su Ba replied calmly. He had cultivated the 9 Suns divine technique, a supreme martial art that was pure and robust in nature. Not only did it allow his inner energy to regenerate rapidly, but it also enhanced his bonus recovery and defense capabilities. Most importantly, it rendered him immune to all poisons. This was the perfect opportunity to test the power of this unparalleled technique against the level 6 Cloud Lion. As Su Ba took a step forward, the Cloud Lion let out an earth-shattering roar. With the bloodline of a Lion King, it was naturally violent and feral. Seeing its prey not only refuse to flee but even provoke it, the beast's eyes turned blood-red with rage. Opening its jaws wide, it unleashed a thick, pitch-black mist that surged toward Su Ba, enveloping him in an instant. Watch out! The sharp scream of a stunning young woman pierced the air. Seeing Su Ba standing motionless as the Cloud Lion spewed its poisonous mist, her face turned deathly pale. Wu Hua reacted instantly, grabbing the arms of the young woman and the man in the golden robe, pulling them back several meters in a rapid retreat. The poison mist was extraordinarily sinister, holding one's breath was futile, as it slithered into every pore of the human body like a living creature. However, when they reached a safe distance and turned to look back, the scene before them left them utterly dumbfounded. The deadly black mist had completely engulfed Su Ba, but instead of evading it, he tilted his head back and took a deep breath. As the poison mist gradually dispersed, Su Ba remained firmly standing in place, as if he had inhaled nothing more than the morning dew. What the hell is going on? The two stared in disbelief at Su Ba's back. He just inhaled the poison mist of a level 6 Cloud Lion and came out unscathed? Su Ba's lips curled into a faint smile. He could feel it clearly the moment the poison entered his body. The nine-yang true essence within him surged like an unstoppable army, obliterating the toxic mist entirely. It seemed his immunity to all poisons had just given him another life-saving advantage. The Cloud Lion, seeing that its prized poison mist had no effect, flashed a human-like expression of rage in its crimson eyes. It roared furiously and unleashed several more clouds of dark poison mist, hurtling them towards Su Ba. Heh, sorry, but I don't have time to play with you. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Ba's eyes as his figure blurred, moving so fast that the surrounding scenery became distorted. So fast? The three from the Jinxiang martial house exclaimed in shock. In the blink of an eye, Su Ba appeared directly in front of the Cloud Lion, a black iron staff materializing in his hand. Just as the lion opened its massive jaws, the staff came crashing down heavily on its head. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the level 6 Cloud Lion plummeted from midair, crushing a swath of shrubs beneath it. The sound of snapping branches echoed through the forest. One strike-instant kill of a level 6 beast. The three from Jinxiang martial house stood slack-jawed, their throats involuntarily swallowing. A mere 5-star beginner martial artist, without even using martial techniques, had taken down a level 6 beast. Were the inner disciples of Yunming martial house all this monstrous? Unfazed, Su Ba calmly stored the Cloud Lion's corpse and turned to face the trio from Jinxiang martial house. Instantly, they straightened their backs, standing like obedient students, nervously staring at this terrifying powerhouse. This man is terrifying. Even the core disciples of Jinxiang martial house might not be this formidable. The group stared at the scene before them, their hearts filled with silent shock. What stunned them even more was that this black-clad young man's cultivation level was merely at the early stage of 5 stars. Looking at the corpse of the level 6 Cloud Lion on the ground, the three disciples from Jinxiang martial house couldn't help but shiver. They dared not make any sudden moves, fearing it could provoke a disaster. Their gazes were filled with vigilance and wariness after all. In this desolate wilderness, if Su Ba suddenly harbored ill intentions, they would have no chance to resist. Noticing their reaction, Su Ba's lips curled into a faint smile. There's no need to be so tense. I merely have a question to ask. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Senior brother, please ask. We'll tell you everything we know. Wu Hua quickly responded, and the other two nodded in agreement. I heard you've been to Yunwu Mountain several times. Do you know the location of the Centennial Crystal Flower? The Centennial Crystal Flower? Wu Hua's pupils contracted, his voice tinged with clear surprise. Seeing Su Ba's questioning gaze, he hurriedly explained. While chasing a level 5 swift wind rat earlier, we discovered an icy blue lake at the base of the mountain. The spiritual energy there was incredibly dense. Not far upstream from there, we spotted traces of the Centennial Crystal Flower. However, he paused briefly before continuing. There's a cave in that area, and it's occupied by several level 6 Cloud Lions. Our strength was insufficient, so we could only note the location from a distance. Upon hearing this, Su Ba nodded in satisfaction. He noticed a flicker of reluctance in their eyes and understood their thoughts. With a wave of his hand, 2 bottles of pills flew toward Wu Hua. Consider this a token of thanks. Before his voice had fully faded, Su Ba vanished like a streak of lightning. The 3 disciples opened the pill bottles, and an intense medicinal fragrance wafted out. 5th grade and 6th grade essence gathering pills, they exclaimed in shock. For them, who could only afford 3rd or 4th grade pills, this was an incredible fortune. Thank you, senior brother. The three of them instinctively bowed deeply in the direction Su-Ba had departed, their hearts filled with genuine gratitude for this powerful yet magnanimous expert from Yunmeng martial house. 3 days later, within a cave perched 100 feet high in the misty mountain, a lean yet muscular young man dressed in black sat cross-legged by a crackling fire. Over the flames, a massive cloud lion beast was being roasted, its enticing aroma filling the air. The young man, bare-chested, displayed a bronzed and well-defined physique, his clothes scattered nearby to dry. This was Su-Ba, whose mere presence exuded a sharp and chilling aura, enough to make anyone uneasy. 3 days, and not a bad haul, Su-Ba murmured to himself, taking stock of his recent accomplishments. Over 20 stalks of 100-year-old crystal ling flowers had been harvested, 10 of which were set aside for a mission, while the rest were safely in his possession. Adding to his spoils, the hunt of the cloud lion beast had brought his accumulated enhancement points to 10,230. After savoring half of the roasted cloud lion, Su-Ba began pondering how best to allocate his considerable enhancement points. From experience, he knew that either advancing his cultivation or opening new meridians would require 5,000 to 6,000 points. However, given the smooth success of his quest for the crystal ling flowers in the Misty Mountain, perhaps luck was on his side. It might be the perfect opportunity to try his hand at a lottery draw. Acting on his thought, Su-Ba silently commanded, "Let's go for it. 100 consecutive draws. Activate." The system's notification promptly echoed in his mind. Beep. Enhancement points 10,000. 100 consecutive draws activated. A rapid series of notifications followed, indicating increases in various attributes such as comprehension, strength, and constitution. With each improvement, Su-Ba could feel his body and spirit undergoing a profound transformation. Suddenly, a unique prompt interrupted the sequence. "You have acquired a secret technique, Hell's Eye." Before Su-Ba could fully process this, a pitch-black jade slip appeared in his hand, emanating an eerie and unsettling aura. Carefully, he infused a strand of soul energy into the jade slip, which instantly transformed into a streak of light and merged into his consciousness. In an instant, Su-Ba's mental world was thrown into chaos. The horrifying imagery of the 18 layers of hell unfolded vividly in his mind. The hell of tongue extraction, the hell of scissors, the iron tree hell, all the way to the 18th layer, the hell of saws. A crimson sky loomed above. The ground beneath his feet was a viscous mire of flesh and blood, and iron pillars stood ominously around him. The air was filled with endless wails of agony, curses, and screams, creating a nightmarish scene of unparalleled terror. After a long while, Su-Ba exhaled deeply, emerging from the illusionary realm. His face remained stern and composed, but an unusual light flickered in his deep, dark eyes. In the depths of his pupils, a fleeting black vortex appeared and disappeared. This was the manifestation of the secret ocular technique, the Eye of Hell. This technique had no specific rank and depended entirely on the strength of the practitioner's soul power. The stronger the soul power, the faster the cultivation and the more devastating the technique's power when unleashed. At its peak, a single glance could plunge an opponent into the torment of the 18 layers of hell, obliterating their soul in an instant. Su-Ba's eyes grew brighter. To ordinary people, this secret technique might be just another method of soul attack, but for him, it was a perfect fit. Enhancing his soul power was an effortless task for him. As long as the conditions allowed, he could even increase it without limit. This draw was definitely worth it, Su-Ba murmured with a faint smile. The Eye of Hell would accompany him throughout his life, growing stronger as he did. One day, it would surely surpass even the highest-tier martial techniques. Moreover, he had a vague premonition that if he could bring his true essence, physical body, and soul power to their ultimate limits simultaneously, something extraordinary might occur. Calming his mind, Su-Ba quickly assessed his gains. His strength had reached 31,200 gene, surpassing the power of 3 elephants. Even a 6-star early-stage genius body cultivator couldn't boast such strength. His physical constitution had improved further, with his body's defense now comparable to a standard human-tier treasure. His comprehension and soul power had also seen significant growth. With a few days in seclusion, he was confident he could perfect the desolate staff intent and achieve minor mastery in the Thunderlight Phantom Step. Although his cultivation level hadn't advanced, his overall strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Satisfied, Su-Ba nodded, dressed in his dried clothes, and stood up. The Martial Academy's collection mission is complete, and my enhancement points are used up. The next 20 or so days will be perfect for honing my skills. In just over a month, the Inner Academy's semi-annual assessment will take place. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. It's about time someone else took the position of senior disciple in the Inner Academy. As he prepared to leave the cave, he suddenly heard a voice muttering near the entrance. Strange, according to Junior Brother Xion's information, it should be around here. Not a trace of the 100-year crystal spirit flower, not even ordinary spiritual materials, and no sign of the cloud lion either. I wonder how Senior Brother Wei and the others are doing. Huh, there's a cave here. Let me take a look. Suba's expression remained calm as he slung the Rui golden staff over his shoulder and moved toward the entrance. Soon, a graceful figure appeared before him. It was a woman dressed in white, her flowing hair gently swaying in the breeze. Her radiant face, paired with her fair complexion and elegant figure, made her beauty almost rival that of Qin Jiyue. Suba acted as if he hadn't seen her and continued walking. The woman, evidently surprised to find someone else in the cave, froze for a moment before her expression subtly changed as if realizing something. Seeing Suba about to leave, she quickly called out in a clear, sweet voice, "Sir, please wait." Got something to say? Suba paused his steps, his tone indifferent. Yu Lushan gracefully moved to stand in front of him, her sharp gaze scrutinizing him. "Who are you, and why are you here?" Suba's lips curled into a faint smile. "Who I am doesn't matter. As for why I'm here, is this place your family's property?" Yu Lushan hadn't expected such a sharp retort and got straight to the point. "The century-old jingling flowers near this cave, did you take them all? And if I did? Quite bold of you. With only an early 5-star cultivation, you dared to come to Yunwu Mountain. You're lucky. This place used to be swarming with cloud lions, including some at the 6th tier. Just one 6th-tier cloud lion would have been enough to send you running for your life." Suba glanced at her and replied curtly, "Enough chatter. If there's nothing else, step aside." "I'm leaving." Yu Lushan's expression shifted. According to Junior Brother Zin's information, there were at least 20 or 30 century-old jingling flowers here, worth over 2,000 gold coins, enough to exchange for 100 lower-grade true essence stones. Not to mention the other rare century-old spiritual materials in the area. Her 5-star peak cultivation level had already far outstripped the stipend provided by her martial academy. "What? Reluctant to part ways? Want to come with me?" Suba's tone remained calm. "In your dreams." Yu Lushan glared at him, but eventually let go of the hilt of her sword. "Fine. Let's stick to the rule of first come, first served. You can go." Suba subtly withdrew the spiritual sense he had extended toward her hand and nodded. All right. If she had dared to draw her sword, he wouldn't have hesitated to strike her down. "You junior sister, who are you talking to? Any luck over there?" A voice called out from outside. Moments later, 3 young men in blue combat attire strode into the cave. They each wore the same Battle Wolf Martial Academy insignia as Yu Lushan, and their cultivation levels were all at or above 5-star peak. The leader had even reached the early 6-star Levilan exceptional talent far beyond the capabilities of an average martial academy in Fengwu Nation. "Who are you?" The leader's tone turned icy as his gaze landed on Suba. Suba sneered inwardly but remained outwardly indifferent, his hands clasped behind his back as he moved to leave. Yu Lushan quickly explained the situation. "Senior Brother Wei, we were too late. Let's just leave it." "Stop right there." Wei Gongjie stepped forward, blocking Suba's path, his expression hostile. "Hand over the jingling flowers, or face the consequences." Suba's eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous intent beginning to surface. "Are you talking to me?" Suba asked calmly, his expression indifferent as he looked at Wei Gongjie. "Who else? A ghost?" Wei Gongjie sneered, narrowing his eyes suddenly. "Oh? So, you're an inner disciple from Yunming Martial Academy of Fengwu Nation. No wonder you're so arrogant. Daring to climb Yunwu Mountain with just a 5-star initial cultivation level, impressive. In our Tianzhong Nation's War Wolf Martial Academy, there aren't many with such guts." "That's because you're too weak," Suba replied coldly. "What the hell? Was I complimenting you, or what?" Wei Gongjie burst out laughing in anger. "Among the 3 martial academies of the Eastern Region's East Zone, our War Wolf Martial Academy is the strongest, followed by the Flying Tiger Martial Academy of Hanyue Nation. Your Yunming Martial Academy of Fengwu Nation is at the bottom. In every past competition of the top inner disciples of the 3 academies, hasn't it always been the senior brother of our War Wolf Martial Academy who claimed the championship? And you think you..." Before he could finish, Suba closed his eyes and interrupted with a flat tone. "Annoying. I was just looking for someone to test my newly learned technique, and here you are. Test your technique on my grandpa. You dare to try your moves on me? You're asking for death." Wei Gongjie roared furiously. "Go. Take this arrogant brat down." "Yes," responded a young man at the peak of the 5-star level. His aura surged as he stepped forward, wielding a long blade that slashed downward with force. "Haha. Let me, Wang Chuanfu, the genius of War Wolf Martial Academy, teach you a lesson." As the sharp blade light closed in on Suba's head, Yu Lushan's heart skipped a beat. This kid, with just a 5-star initial cultivation level and his eyes closed, how could he possibly block the attack? Just as she prepared to intervene, a sudden twist occurred. Suba's eyes snapped open, and an eerie, chilling aura flashed through the air. Everyone watched as Wang Chuanfu's body froze mid-action, his pupils losing focus before he collapsed limply to the ground. How? How is this possible? Wei Gongjia's eyes widened in shock, staring at Su Ba in disbelief. Taking down a 5-star peak-level martial talent with just a single glance? Even a 6-star initial-level expert outside wouldn't have been able to defeat Wang Chuanfu so easily. Yu Lushan's delicate face was filled with astonishment, her lips slightly parted. Another young man standing beside Wei Gongjia was equally dumbfounded, his hands trembling as he gripped his sword. Looking at the pale-faced Wei Gongjia, Su Ba stood with his hands clasped behind him and said calmly, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Hand over your storage ring and I won't hit you." Wei Gongjia was so furious that even his nostrils seemed to flare with anger, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Suddenly, he let out a laugh, though it carried a sharp edge of fury. "Kid, you think you're invincible? If I'm not mistaken, you're using a rare soul attack technique. Humph. Catching someone off guard might work for a quick takedown, even against someone at the same level. But I am a 6-star warrior. Now that I'm prepared, let's see what tricks you can pull." Clang, a sharp, chilling sound cut through the air as Wei Gongjia drew his blade. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, and without hesitation, he unleashed his most powerful move, Windstorm Devastation. With a thunderous roar, Wei Gangji's entire essence surged like a tidal wave. Even before his blade struck, the cavern trembled violently under the overwhelming force of his aura. A strange energy emanated from his body, and the surrounding scenery seemed to shift. Before everyone's eyes, a massive, terrifying tornado began to form, tearing through everything in its path with relentless fury. This was an advanced-grade Shin-level blade technique, enhanced by the entry-level mastery of Whirlwind Blade Intent. Yu Lushan gasped in shock. Senior brother Wei is going all out, going for the kill. The young man standing behind Wei Gongjia burst into laughter. "Ha ha, kid. You should feel honored to die under senior brother Wei's strongest strike. My senior brother Wei is a true genius's already comprehended blade intent at the early 6-star level." A smug smile crept across Wei Gangji's face as he stared disdainfully at Su Ba, waiting for the blade's energy to descend. The sharp winds from the blade were already stinging Su Ba's face. But at the critical moment, Su Ba's expression remained calm. In a low voice, he murmured, "Eye of Hell, 1st level tongue-ripping hell." He slowly closed his eyes, then reopened them. His pupils had vanished completely. "Your eyes!" Wei Gongjia exclaimed in shock. Boom! His body trembled violently as an oppressive darkness enveloped the area. A chilling, eerie aura descended over the entire scene. Wei Gongjia, in a daze, saw the sky above him bleeding, while the ground beneath his feet transformed into a sticky, pulsating mass of flesh and blood. Countless small demons emerged from the gory mire, each wielding iron pincers. Dangling from the pincers were severed, crimson tongues. The demons discarded the tongues, their blood-red eyes locking onto Wei Gongjia. With piercing shrieks, they charged toward him in a frenzy. "Get away from me!" Wei Gongjia shouted in terror, slashing wildly with his blade. The whirlwind blade intent tore through the air, but the swarm of demons surged forward like a relentless tide, overwhelming him in mere moments. One demon grinned wickedly, thrusting its hand into his mouth and grabbing his tongue. Others immediately clamped it with their iron pincers, violently pulling and twisting. "Aya!" Wei Gongjia screamed in agony, his cries echoing through the cavern. Clang! The sound of his blade hitting the ground reverberated as he collapsed like a lifeless heap. His face was ashen, his eyes vacant, and foam spilled from his mouth. Moments later, his body crumpled like a pile of mud. The whirlwind blade intent dissipated entirely. The cavern fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, an astonishing scene was unfolding within the Tian Kingdom's Werewolf Martial Hall. The instant Wei Gongjia collapsed, the remaining spectators froze in place. One young man from the Werewolf Martial Hall, who had just been cheering moments ago, stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. Yu Lushan instinctively covered her mouth, her expression filled with disbelief. From their perspective, Su Ba had merely closed and reopened his eyes, casting a casual glance at Wei Gongjia. Yet in that fleeting moment of eye contact, Wei Gongjia's entire offensive crumbled instantly. He stood there convulsing violently, as if struck by a sudden epileptic seizure, and within a few breaths, he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The scene was utterly shocking after all. Wei Gongjia was ranked among the top 50 geniuses in the inner hall of the Werewolf Martial Hall, with a cultivation at the early 6-star stage. And yet, he was defeated in an instant by a mere glance from Su Ba, an inner hall disciple from the weaker Yumeng Martial Hall, who was only at the early 5-star stage. Su Ba, his face expressionless, walked forward, took the storage ring from Wei Gongjia's hand, and then coldly turned his gaze to another young man from the Werewolf Martial Hall. That man immediately collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, shouting, "I want look! I want look!" as he shut his eyes tightly, not daring to meet Su Ba's gaze. Without another glance, Su Ba withdrew his gaze and strode out of the cave. Yu Lushan watched his retreating figure, hesitant to speak. Don't worry, they're not dead. Su Ba's voice came from outside the cave. But I suggest you take them back quickly. If their soul injuries aren't treated in time, they might end up as idiots. Realizing the urgency, Yu Lushan and the other young man each hoisted one of the unconscious individuals onto their shoulders and hurriedly left. About 100 meters away from the cave, Su Ba leaned against a large tree, watching their retreating figures with an indifferent expression. He pondered the power of the Hell's Eye. The soul attack was indeed impossible to guard against, and its effects were extraordinarily potent. With his current soul strength, he could only utilize the first layer of the Hell realm, the tongue-pulling Hell, but it was already enough to instantly defeat a genius at the early 6-star stage. Even an ordinary late 6-star martial artist would likely struggle to withstand it. Moreover, the Hell's Eye had 17 more layers of realms to be developed, each layer exponentially increasing in power. If he could fully master all 18 layers and continually enhance his soul strength, even innate realm experts might find it unbearable. The might of this secret technique was comparable to the supreme martial art he practiced, the Nine Sons divine art. The reason he didn't destroy the two men's spiritual seas outright wasn't out of mercy, but rather due to his principle of avoiding unnecessary extermination. Since the others hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't take innocent lives. Besides, considering the strength of the Tian Kingdom's War-Wolf Martial Hall, he knew he needed to remain low-key for now. Alright, there are still about 20 days left. Time to focus on some serious training. Before his words had fully faded, Su Ba's figure transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished from sight. The morning sunlight streamed through the lattice windows of a secluded building in Yunming's inner quarters. Su Ba sat at his desk, flipping through a thin booklet titled The Hero's Ranking, which he had purchased for the price of 3 low-grade true essence stones through a servant. His eyes scanned the pages one by one. Third place, Jin Zhao, at the peak of 6-star cultivation, a swordsmanship master who had comprehended the essence of the sword. 8th place, Cui Yunhuan, late 6-star cultivation, proficient in both leg and blade techniques, possessing dual intent. 16th place, Miao Xian, late 6-star cultivation, an expert in whip techniques, with nascent mastery of whip intent. 18th place, Lu Xiaotian, known as the Unbreakable Fortress, late 6-star cultivation, excelling in defense, having mastered the high-grade profound technique shield armor and comprehended shield intent. Well, look at that, I made it. Su Ba raised an eyebrow, his gaze stopping on a line of text. 28th place, Su Ba, peak 4-star cultivation, skilled in body refinement and staff techniques, having comprehended staff intent. He chuckled and shook his head. This was clearly an outdated record from when he had challenged Lu Niu and Yuan Tao. Now, his strength was on an entirely different level. Just last night, he had returned from a month-long training expedition, having accumulated over 50,000 enhancement points. Su Ba casually pulled up his attribute panel. Host, Su Ba. Cultivation level, early 6-star. Cultivation method, 9 Yang Divine, Art 10720. Weapon, Rui Golden Cudgel. Martial techniques, high-grade human-level Great Wilderness Demon-Subduing Staff, high-grade Profound-level Thunderlight Phantom Step. Intent, Great Wilderness Staff Intent Perfected, Thunderlight Step Intent Beginner. Talent, Mastery and Alchemy 50 increase in pill success rate, quantity, and quality. Secret technique, Eye of Hell. Enhancement points, 10. Lottery, 100 enhancement points for 1 draw. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. Over the past month, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. His cultivation had broken through an entire major realm, unlocking 5 new acupoints, and his arm strength had skyrocketed to 75,000 Jin, far surpassing typical 6-star peak body refinement cultivators. His high-grade profound-level martial technique, Thunderlight Phantom Step, had reached perfection, and he had comprehended Thunderlight Step Intent, greatly enhancing his speed. The Great Wilderness Staff Intent had naturally progressed to perfection, while his soul power and the offensive capabilities of the Eye of Hell had also improved significantly. Su Ba closed the booklet and casually tossed it aside. As he stood, a glint of battle intent flashed in his eyes. He had found his targets now. It was time to test his strength. Heroes of the ranking, tremble. Su Ba is back. In the Yunming Martial Academy, within the inner court, a sudden burst of arrogant laughter echoed from the private residence of Lu Xiaotian, ranked 18th on the elite rankings. In the central hall, Lu Xiaotian was standing in a horse stance, his upper body posed in an unusual posture. As his true energy surged, his entire body shimmered with a black glow, and a heavy, steady aura radiated outward. Around him, countless tiny shield-like phantoms resembling scales appeared, slowly rotating. With each rotation, the immovable, mountain-like aura surrounding him grew even more formidable. Ha ha ha! I've finally mastered the shield armor intent to a small degree. Who in the inner court of Yunming can stand against me now? My defense is invincible, he laughed triumphantly. A servant nearby immediately stepped forward, flattering him. Congratulations, senior brother Lu, on achieving such mastery. Dominating the inner court is just around the corner. Hearing this, Lu Xiaotian was overjoyed. Although he knew it was a bit far-fetched to claim dominance over the inner court with his current strength, he was brimming with confidence in his defensive abilities. As long as he could fully perfect the shield armor intent, he believed he could become the strongest defender in the inner court. Now, with the initial success of his intent, his mood was elated, and he couldn't resist showing off a bit. Good, a reward. He casually tossed a low-grade true essence stone. The servant caught it with delight and quickly offered a freshly brewed cup of revitalizing tea. Senior brother Lu, you must be tired after all that training. Please, have some tea. Just as Lu Xiaotian was about to sip the tea, a thunderous boom erupted from the courtyard gate. A deformed wooden door flew through the air, smashing through the entrance of the residence and landing right in front of them. Startled, Lu Xiaotian's hand jerked, spilling the scalding tea onto himself. Damn it! He hadn't even had time to react when a clear, bold voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Lu Xiaotian, come out and face your death. Infuriated, Lu Xiaotian hurled the teacup to the ground and stormed out the door. Which bastard dares to cause trouble on your grandpa Lu's turf? Outside, a crowd had already gathered to watch the commotion, their faces filled with anticipation for the drama. In the center of the crowd stood a young man clad in black, carrying an enormous black iron staff on his back. His expression was cold and stern. So, you're Lu Xiaotian, the young man said lazily, crossing his arms. I've taken a liking to your place. Be smart and pack up your things. Get out before I have to teach you a lesson and show you that you've messed with the wrong person. Lu Xiaotian was so enraged that his face turned red, his earlier good mood utterly destroyed. But as he scrutinized the man in black, noting his signature outfit, the iron staff, and his brazen demeanor, his brow furrowed deeply, as if a realization had just struck him. Are you that infamous Suba? Lu Xiaotian's mind flashed with the name, and he blurted it out instinctively. That's me. Suba nodded calmly, a faint smirk playing on his lips. But I think you can call me Baba. I don't mind. Mind your own business. Lu Xiaotian was instantly enraged, blood rushing to his face. He glared coldly at Suba. I've heard plenty about you. They say you're incredibly strong, wield a heavy staff, and have even reached the minor mastery of the wild staff intent, relying on brute force to overpower others? Huh? Well, guess what? I just broke through to the minor mastery of shield armor intent today. You're the perfect opponent for me to test my skills on. As soon as he said this, a wave of gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. Lu Xiaotian's shield armor intent reached minor mastery? That's a high-grade Shin-level martial skill, someone exclaimed. Minor mastery can quadruple his defense power. This could be trouble, another voice chimed in. In the inner court, other than the top 5 on the prodigy rankings, anyone else would have to rely on endurance tactics to beat him. That shield armor of his is like a turtle shell, nearly impossible to break through, and the counterforce is ridiculously strong. Even though Suba uses heavy weapons, if he can't break the defense, the recoil alone could cripple him. This guy's too arrogant. Ranked 28th, and he dares to challenge Lu Xiaotian, who's ranked 18th. He's in for some serious pain. Hearing the murmurs around him, Lu Xiaotian grew even more confident, his eyes filled with disdain. Come on, I'll stand right here without moving. If you can make me budge, I'll admit defeat. Enough nonsense. Suba's eyes turned icy as he pulled out the golden staff strapped to his back. Without even channeling his true energy, he swung it down with raw physical strength. The air tore apart with a thunderous roar as the staff descended with unstoppable force, aiming straight for Lu Xiaotian's crown. Lu Xiaotian was caught off guard, his expression shifting to one of panic as he hastily assumed a defensive stance. True energy surged around him, forming countless shield-like projections that floated and rotated around his body. In desperation, he conjured an even larger shield projection with both hands, raising it to block the incoming strike. Boom! The golden staff slammed into the shield projection with devastating power. Lu Xiaotian felt his arms go numb from the violent shock, his forearms completely paralyzed. The immense force traveled down his arms and into his legs, shattering the ground beneath him inch by inch. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Lu Xiaotian was horrified. If not for his consistent training to strengthen his lower body, that single strike would have been enough to bring him to his knees and surrender. Before Lu Xiaotian could catch his breath, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him again. The shadow of the golden cudgel rapidly expanded in his vision, forcing him to raise his shield to block it once more. Boom! A terrifying force struck him, sending waves of numbness through his arms. He struggled to maintain the shield's aura, his legs rooted to the ground like steel nails. Yet, he couldn't stop himself from sinking into the earth, his calves already halfway buried. Unbreakable defense, huh? Su-Ba sneered coldly as the golden cudgel rained down like a violent storm. Boom. Using me for practice, are you? Boom. Unmovable like a mountain. Huh? Boom. Want me to hit faster, is that it? Boom. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Boom. Disrespecting me like this? You deserve a beating. Boom. Enjoying this, huh? Do you feel great now? Come on, say something. Lu Xiaotian barely found a chance to catch his breath and was just about to speak when another strike came crashing down on his head. Lu Xiaotian, ranked 18th on the list of elites? Huh? Impressive. Silent as a rock, are you? Hit him. He tried to open his mouth again, but yet another blow landed squarely on him. At this point, Lu Xiaotian's face turned green with frustration, and he roared internally. Damn it, you won't even give me a chance to speak. This guy's like a human beast. Such monstrous strength can only be rivaled by the second-ranked physical cultivator, King Kong. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless strikes echoed as everyone watched in stunned silence. Lu Xiaotian was hammered inch by inch into the ground, leaving only his head exposed above the surface, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Rumble. A final, even more terrifying blow came hurtling down. This time, the golden cudgel carried an overwhelming force, heading straight for Lu Xiaotian's crown. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock. His shield aura had already been shattered. This strike could easily crush his skull. Screech. The golden cudgel stopped abruptly, just a centimeter above Lu Xiaotian's head. Yet the sheer force emanating from it made his scalp tingle. After a long moment, realizing he was still alive, Lu Xiaotian gasped for air, cold sweat pouring down his face. He weakly raised his head, only to see Su-Ba holding the golden cudgel, his massive figure casting a shadow in the sunlight. He stood towering over him like a god of destruction, a being who could tear the heavens apart. Gulp. Lu Xiaotian instinctively swallowed hard, his face breaking into a fawning smile. Senior brother Su, your strength is unparalleled, unmatched under the heavens. I admit defeat, completely convinced. Haha. The crowd fell into a hushed silence. The onlookers stared at Su-Ba, who stood like a demonic god, instinctively swallowing hard. This scene shattered their understanding of reality, defeating Lu Xiaotian, ranked 18th on the prodigy list and at the late 6-star stage, using only physical strength without any true essence. Even more astonishingly, Lu Xiaotian's proud minor mastery of the shield armor intent was destroyed in a single blow. Each counterforce from Su-Ba's strikes was powerful enough to kill a 6th-level demonic bull beast. Yet Su-Ba remained completely unharmed, as if the attacks were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Watching his agile and effortless movements, the spectators couldn't help but question their own eyes. Wait, someone suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Su-Ba. Look at senior brother Su's cultivation level. All eyes immediately fixed on Su-Ba, and the next moment, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Early 6-star stage. A month ago, he was still at the peak of 4-star, and now? Someone murmured in disbelief. It took me a year and a half just to go from the peak of 4-star to early 6-star. Just kill me with a block of tofu already. Another disciple cried out in frustration. Only now did the crowd understand why Lu Xiaotian was utterly powerless against Su-Ba. Such terrifying combat strength was likely unmatched even by some geniuses at the peak of 6-star. Under the awestruck gazes of the crowd, Su-Ba remained calm and indifferent. He put away his golden staff and prepared to leave. Glancing at Lu Xiaotian, who was half buried in the ground like a defeated dog, Su-Ba's mind was already calculating his next target should he proceed step by step, or go straight for the top 10 of the prodigy list. Just then, hurried footsteps and shouts came from the distance, growing closer. Senior brother Su. Senior brother Su. A disciple dressed in a white alchemist's robe ran over, panting heavily. Elder who? Elder who has asked for you immediately. He says there's an important matter to discuss. My chief master is looking for me? Su-Ba blinked briefly, then nodded. All right, I understand. Let's go. The principle of respecting one's teacher and valuing their teachings was something he always kept in mind. Inside the grand hall of the Dan Pavilion, Su-Ba had just stepped through the entrance when he noticed Elder Hu, clad in a white robe with a sharp and refined appearance, already waiting for him. My good disciple, it's been a month. Come here and let me take a good look at your progress. Hu Danking's eyes lit up as he walked over with a cheerful smile. However, in the very next moment, when he sensed Su-Ba cultivation level, he froze in place. 6-star early stage. Hu Danqing almost pulled his beard out in shock, rendered speechless. He clearly remembered that when Su-Ba left, he had just broken through from the peak of 4-star to the early stage of 5-star, advancing an entire major realm in just 1 month. Hu Danqing's mind was in turmoil. He knew all too well that it had taken him a full year to progress from the early stage of 5-star to the early stage of 6-star, and that was already considered a prodigious speed. Even Qin Jiyue, the current prodigy of Fengwu Kingdom, had taken over 3 months to achieve the same. Yet Su Ba had accomplished it in just a third of that time. Elder Xiao Bao's earlier words suddenly echoed in Hu Danking's mind. Originally, he had sought out Su Ba to impart the principle of, once a teacher, always a father. But after witnessing Su Ba's extraordinary martial talent firsthand, he found himself hesitating. To redirect such a peerless martial genius toward the path of alchemy might indeed create a master alchemist. However, Fengwu Kingdom would lose a potential unparalleled martial powerhouse. While alchemists held a prestigious status, it was ultimately the top martial experts who determined the standing of a nation. Master, what's wrong? Didn't you say there was something urgent you needed to discuss with me? Su Ba asked, puzzled by Hu Danking's troubled expression. Just as Hu Danqing was about to respond, a thunderous voice boomed from outside the hall, rough and commanding. Hey, Hu, are you in there? I'm back. Has that boy returned yet? A black-robed elder with an imposing presence strode into the hall with long, confident steps. Hu Danqing cursed his luck under his breath and pointed at Su Ba. There he is. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Ba felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him. The black-robed elder's gaze was piercing, as though it could burn through one's soul. This faint yet palpable pressure immediately made Su Ba realize that this man was undoubtedly a powerhouse of immense stature. Under this oppressive force, Su Ba's 9-yang divine art automatically activated. His pure and fiery true energy surged like a tidal wave, his blood boiling as it dispelled the pressure entirely. Oh! A sharp glint flashed in the eyes of the black-robed elder, Xiao Bao. Whoosh! Xiao Bao's figure vanished in an instant, and in the next moment, he appeared right in front of Su Ba, his 5 fingers clawing straight for a vital point. Faced with this sudden attack, Su Ba was startled, instinctively activating his 9-yang true essence. In a flash, the movement technique Thunderflash Step was unleashed. With a crackling burst of electricity, Su Ba's figure flickered and reappeared dozens of meters away, leaving only a fleeting afterimage in his original position, which Xiao Bao's hand grasped at in vain. What? Xiao Bao's expression froze for a moment. Although he had only been testing the waters without using even 1% of his full strength, the fact that an inner court disciple could evade his attack was truly surprising. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike him. He spun around abruptly, his eyes gleaming. Kid, was that just now the martial intent of the height-ear shin-level movement technique, Thunderflash Phantom Step? Thunderflash intent? Xiao Bao's voice boomed like thunder. Yes, Su Ba admitted calmly, his gaze shifting to Hu Danqing nearby, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Before Hu Danqing could respond, Xiao Bao burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, excellent. A natural martial arts prodigy indeed. You've been in the inner court for only a month and have already mastered a height-ear shin-level movement technique to perfection, even comprehending its intent. The more Xiao Bao looked at Su Ba, the more impressed he became. Just as he was about to say more, his attention was drawn to Su Ba's cultivation level. What the? You brat, you're already at the early stage of 6 stars cultivation? Xiao Bao gasped sharply. Despite noticing the elder's purple waist token symbolizing his status, Su Ba remained composed. During a month of intense training outside, I merely broke through one major realm. It's nothing worth mentioning. Such words, spoken with apparent humility yet exuding confidence, might have provoked Xiao Bao's wrath if it were anyone else. But instead of anger, Xiao Bao laughed even louder. Ha ha ha, merely broke through one major realm. You say? Bold, I like it. That's the kind of spirit a true prodigy should have. Xiao Bao's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on Su Ba. Kid, how about becoming my apprentice? The best techniques, resources, weapons, whatever you need, it's yours, as long as you agree to be my disciple. Xiao, don't push it too far. Hu Danqing, who had been holding back, finally spoke up with a sour expression. What's the matter, Hu? Still being stubborn? Xiao Bao's face darkened. Su Ba's martial talent is undeniable. If he follows you to study alchemy, it would be a waste of his potential. Do you truly not understand what a future top-tier powerhouse could mean for Yimeng Martial Academy, for Fengwu Nation? Hu Danqing fell silent, caught in a deep internal struggle. Finding a good disciple was already rare, let alone one with such extraordinary talent. But Su Ba's martial aptitude clearly outweighed his potential in alchemy. Hu Danqing took a deep breath, turned to Su Ba, and spoke with genuine concern in her voice. Su Ba, Elder Xiao has a point. With your talent in martial arts, it would be a real shame to let it go to waste. Elder Xiao is not only the top expert of Yunmeng Martial Academy, but also the greatest master in Fengwu Kingdom. Plus, both of you specialize in staff techniques. Becoming his disciple would be immensely beneficial for you. She paused for a moment, her gaze growing resolute. It's all right. If you choose to join Elder Zhao's tutelage, I completely understand. If you ever want to learn alchemy, you're always welcome to come to me. Haha, now that's more like it. Elder Hu. Xiao Bao's mood brightened upon hearing this, and even his tone shifted. He turned to Su Ba with a wide grin. A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch on. Only I can help your martial arts reach new heights. As for alchemy, it's fine as an occasional pastime. Su Ba listened to them quietly and responded with a calm nod. I have already made my decision. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bao laughed triumphantly. Good choice, young man. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. With strength, you can roam the world as you please. Hu Danqing's face showed a trace of sadness, and she let out a soft sigh. But just then, Su Ba spoke up. I'm sorry, Elder Xiao, but I currently have no intention of changing my master. What? Xiao Bao's smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Next to him, Hu Danqing's body trembled slightly as her gaze flickered towards Su Ba. You, say that again? Xiao Bao's expression darkened, and a violent aura began to emanate from his body, like a ferocious beast awakening. Standing tall, Su Ba replied firmly, I said I currently have no intention of changing my master. Boom. Xiao Bao's fury erupted, and a terrifying wave of true energy swept across the hall. The stone pillars of the alchemy pavilion trembled, and debris rained down. Yet Su Ba remained unmoved, standing with his hands behind his back, as steady as an iron pine tree, meeting Xiao Bao's gaze without flinching. Su Ba's mind was clear. With the system in his possession, he knew he could become a top-tier martial artist even without becoming Xiao Bao's disciple. While he initially became Hu Danqing's apprentice to learn alchemy and earn resources, her dedicated guidance, along with his respect for the traditional values of honoring one's teacher from his past life in China, had deeply influenced him. Once a teacher, always a father. This was not just a vow but a conviction that he chose to uphold, staying true to his principles. Of course, that's the most important thing. Su Ba's sharp gaze pierced through, unfazed by the oppressive aura of his opponent. In his previous life, as a legendary martial arts master renowned across China, he had earned his fame with iron fists and was revered by thousands. How could someone like him easily bow down? Unmatched dominance, forging ahead without fear. So what if you're at the peak of the postnatal stage? I may not be able to defeat you now, but one day, I'll make sure you won't even be able to take care of yourself. With those words, an overwhelming aura of defiance erupted from Su Ba's body. He stood tall and proud, his eyes blazing with determination. Xiao Bao's face darkened, and the atmosphere in the Dan Pavilion grew heavy. Hu Danqing, sensing the tension, shouted sternly, Xiao, you'd better know your limits. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy burst forth from Xiao Bao, sweeping through the hall like a hurricane and causing the ground of the Dan Pavilion to tremble. Hu Danqing's expression changed drastically, fearing that this volatile man was about to wreak havoc. Unexpectedly, a hearty laugh echoed through the Dan Pavilion for a long time. Kid, you're pretty impressive. Xiao Bao reined in his energy, looking at Su Ba's unwavering eyes with approval. If you had easily switched allegiances, I would have looked down on you. Now, I admire you even more. His tone shifted as he narrowed his eyes, issuing a final ultimatum. Su Ba, whether or not you want to become my disciple doesn't matter. I've waited too long for a genius like you to simply let you go. Remember, within a month, you either become the top senior disciple in the inner court and claim the first spot on the talent leaderboard, or you obediently become my disciple. If it comes to it, I'll drag you here myself. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bao disappeared, leaving Hu Danqing seething with anger, his beard trembling. If not for his lack of strength, he would have taught that scoundrel a lesson. This is absurd. Becoming the top senior disciple in the inner court within a month? That's outright forcing someone into an impossible task. Don't worry, master, Su Ba said with a calm smile. A month is plenty of time. But Su Ba, the current top of the talent leaderboard is Wen Tianyu, the Blade of the Gale. He's no easy opponent. His strength rivals that of the top core disciples of Yunmeng Martial Academy and even has a chance to make it onto the Eastern region's 3 nations elite list. The stronger, the better, Su Ba replied, his expression composed and his eyes brimming with confidence. Weak opponents would only make it boring. Seeing his disciple's unshakable resolve, Hu Danqing hesitated, then finally asked, Su Ba, is it your goal to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts? Yes, Su Ba admitted without hesitation. Noticing his master's complex expression, he added, Master, you don't have to worry. I will take my alchemy studies seriously. As for martial arts, even if I have to stand alone, I will conquer every genius under the heavens. This month, I will prepare thoroughly. Once I become the top senior disciple in the inner court, I will return to learn the art of alchemy from you. With that, Su Ba clasped his hands in respect and prepared to leave. Hu Danqing reluctantly nodded but suddenly remembered something and called out, Wait, my good disciple, Hold on a moment. Hearing Hu Danqing call him, Suba immediately turned around. What is it, master? Hu Danqing smiled and said, haha, I almost forgot. Over the past month, I helped a Haute Tian peak level expert from another nation refine a batch of 9th grade pills. As payment, I received a top-tier Shin level cultivation technique. He took out a black and white jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Suba. I've already made a copy for myself. This one is for you to cultivate. A top-tier Shin level technique? Suba raised an eyebrow, showing little reaction internally. As a practitioner of the 9-yang divine technique, ordinary techniques rarely piqued his interest. Nonetheless, he accepted the jade slip and casually glanced at it. When he saw the content of the jade slip, Suba's eyes lit up. Boundless energy condensation technique, a special top-tier Shin level cultivation method. This technique not only purifies true essence, but also significantly increases its total amount. It consists of 7 levels, with each breakthrough bringing remarkable improvements. A 30 increase at the first level, a 70 increase at the second, and up to a 6-fold total increase by the 7th level. This discovery was an unexpected delight for Suba. Although his 9-yang divine technique already refined his true essence into the pure 9-yang true essence, rendering most Shin-level techniques ineffective for further purification, the increase in total true essence was exactly what he needed. Currently, while his true essence recovery rate was astonishing and its quality exceptional, the total amount remained at the early 6-star level. If he could increase his true essence 6-fold and combine it with the purity of his 9-yang true essence, he would have no fear of facing even mid-7-star level masterclass martial artists. With this technique, my chances of taking the top spot in the inner court's biannual assessment in a month are even greater. Suba thought to himself with excitement. Noticing the joy in his disciple's eyes, Hu Danqing smiled and said, good disciple, cultivation techniques that can increase true essence are rare, and top-tier Shin-level ones are even rarer. Even Yunmeng Martial House only has top-tier human-level techniques. Thank you, master. Suba bowed respectfully, carefully stored the jade slip, and then took his leave from the Pill Pavilion Hall. 7 days later, in the courtyard of an elegant standalone residence marked as Inner Court Number 18, a figure darted back and forth like lightning. The air crackled with the sound of electric currents, and Suba's movements seemed to leave countless afterimages, enveloping the entire yard. From a distance, a servant stared in stunned amazement. He had served many top-ranked geniuses on the Inner Court talent list, including those in the top 10, but he had never seen such an astonishingly swift movement technique. This senior brother Suba is truly remarkable, the servant muttered to himself. Xiaohuang. At this moment, Suba stopped and spoke calmly. Hearing the call, a servant quickly jogged over from a distance, respectfully offering a towel and water with both hands. Suba took the water bottle, drank a sip, casually wiped the sweat from his forehead and body, and handed the towel back to the servant. Then he said, Xiaohuang, deliver a challenge letter for me later, to one of the experts on the range ranking. Wise, of course, the servant stammered, his heart skipping a beat. Suba's achievements were well known throughout the inner court. Upon entering, he had defeated Lu Niu, ranked 33rd on the Renjie ranking, with a single punch. Later that same day, he subdued Yuan Tao, ranked 28th, with a single strike of his staff. After a month of training, he returned and shattered Lu Xiaoyan's prideful small accomplishment shield armor intent, ranked 18th, using only his physical strength and an iron staff, without employing any true energy. Such prowess had already put him on par with the top 3 most formidable figures in the inner court. Senior brother Su, may I ask who I should deliver the challenge letter to? The servant asked respectfully. Anyone ranked above 18th, except for the top 5. Whoever is available will do, Suba replied nonchalantly. As the servant hurried away, Suba squinted his eyes. 7 days of seclusion had allowed his thunder flash step to reach small accomplishment, and his newly acquired Wu Ying gathering energy technique was cultivated to the first level, increasing his true energy reserves by 30%. It was time to test himself against others. That very day, Suba challenged Guangwang, ranked 15th on the Renjie ranking, and defeated him with a single strike of his Great Desolation staff intent at large accomplishment. 3 days later, he triumphed over Yin Fangchun, ranked 12th, demonstrating the overwhelming power of his 9 sons' true energy. The next day, he used the perfected realm of the Great Desolation staff intent to overwhelm Cui Yunhuan, ranked 8th. This series of victories left the spectators in shock. For someone at the early stage of 6 stars to master the Great Desolation demon-suppressing staff, a technique comparable to low-grade profound-level martial arts, to the perfected realm was simply unheard of. In just over 10 days, Suba's ranking soared to 8th place. Just as everyone eagerly anticipated Suba challenging the top 5, he suddenly vanished without a trace. 20 days later, the inner court disciples of Yunmeng Martial Academy faced their semi-annual assessment. Today, the sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear without a single cloud. At the gathering point for the inner court assessment, the crowd suddenly fell silent. A man dressed in black strode forward. He was lean, with a cold and stern expression, and carried a massive black iron staff slung across his back. Although not conventionally handsome, his sharp, resolute features exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. His steady steps and unshakable presence felt as immovable as a mountain. Senior Brother Su, you're here. Good morning, Senior Brother Su. Greetings, Senior Brother Su. The crowd parted to make way for him, their faces a mix of awe and respect. This was none other than Su Ba, who had just completed 20 days of secluded training. Now a rising star within the Yunming Martial Academy's inner court, Su Ba was considered by many to have surpassed even Qin Jiyue, the academy's most talented female disciple, and was quietly regarded as the future #1 of the inner court. Though his demeanor was domineering, he treated others fairly well, which gradually replaced fear with genuine respect among the ordinary disciples. The semi-annual inner court assessment offered generous rewards, but for some of the top-tier powerhouses, these prizes were of little significance. As the crowd speculated whether the top 3 on the elite rankings would participate, a sudden commotion broke out. Look, Senior Brother 1 is here. A medium-built young man with strikingly refined features approached at a steady pace. He was none other than Wen Tianyu, the inner court's top-ranked disciple and master of the Gale Blade. Each step he took seemed to make the ground tremble faintly, and an invisible blade aura swirled around him, sending chills through those who watched. Boom, boom. Not long after, 2 more powerful presences surged from the distance, each rivaling Wen Tianyu's. The crowd erupted once more. Senior Brother Jin Gang and Senior Brother Song Chun are here too. The top 3 of the elite rankings had all arrived, a rarity for the semi-annual assessment. Su Ba, standing amidst the crowd, narrowed his eyes and muttered coldly to himself, "So, they've all come? Saves me the trouble of seeking them out one by one." Before his words fully settled, he had already begun pushing through the crowd, striding directly toward Wen Tianyu. Su Ba had always been one of the most prominent figures in the crowd. Slowly, he rose to his feet, walking with firm and steady strides toward Wen Tianyu. This action immediately drew the attention of everyone around. Huh, what is Senior Brother Su up to? Judging by the direction, he's heading towards Senior Brother Wen Tianyu. Could it be a challenge? After all, Senior Brother Su Ba is known for his obsession with combat and loves challenging the top-ranked experts on the Rinjie ranking. If that's the case, this is going to be a spectacle. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Su Ba had already stopped in front of Wen Tianyu. Facing the sharp and imposing aura radiating from Wen Tianyu, Su Ba remained calm. He spoke, "Senior Brother Wen Tianyu, you've been sitting at the top of the Rinjie ranking for quite a while now. Surely your seat must be getting uncomfortable. How about letting your junior take a turn?" The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere erupted. While many had anticipated this outcome, hearing Su Ba openly challenge the #1 ranked Wen Tianyu still left them astonished. After all, with Su Ba currently ranked 8th on the Rinjie ranking, surpassing not only Wen Tianyu but also the 2nd-ranked Jin Gang and 3rd-ranked Song Chun seemed like an insurmountable task. Wen Tianyu's eyes gleamed like blades, his sharp gaze piercing directly at Su Ba's face. "So, you're the one rumored to become the future #1 in the inner hall? Remember, that's the future. For now, you'd best stay beneath me." With that, he flicked his finger, and a razor-sharp blade of energy carved a deep groove into the ground. At this moment, Jin Gang, ranked 2nd on the Rinjie ranking, stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to crack. "Kid, don't get too full of yourself," he growled. Though Song Chun, the 3rd-ranked, remained silent, he also stepped forward, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The tension on the field became palpable, like a drawn blade ready to strike. The crowd was electrified, thinking that Su Ba's bold declaration had provoked the top 3 experts, setting the stage for a dramatic showdown. However, they also knew that if Su Ba failed to defeat Wen Tianyu or worse, was beaten by others, she would face utter humiliation. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, 2 figures quietly emerged. One was an elder dressed in white robes with an air of immortality, and the other was a man clad in black, exuding an authoritative presence. They were none other than Hu Danqing and Xiaobao. "Heh, this kid's got guts, daring to challenge Wen Tianyu so brazenly. But in my opinion, defeating Wen Tianyu within a month is pure fantasy," Xiaobao remarked, stroking his chin with amusement. Hu Danqing inwardly cursed this old rival for eyeing his promising disciple, but outwardly let out a cold snort. Xiao, don't get ahead of yourself. Though Su Ba may seem audacious, he's always been calculated in his actions. If you're thinking of taking him as your disciple, you can forget about it." Xiao Bao's lips curled into a mocking smile as he heard those words. What would a mere alchemist like you understand? When it comes to martial prowess, I'm far ahead of you. Su Ba's martial talent is something I've never seen before in my life. But he's too young, that's his weakness. Wen Tianyu not only entered the martial academy 2 years earlier than him, but is also among the top-ranked talents here. Now that he's broken through to the 7-star master realm, His strength rivals that of the top core disciples. Even if Su Ba is a prodigy, it'll take him 3 to 4 months to defeat Wen Tianyu. A month? Impossible. Hu Danqing's eyes flickered as he listened. He thought of Su Ba's unwavering determination to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts and his extraordinary talent. A decision had already formed in his heart, though his face remained calm. Instead, he looked at Xiao Bao with a playful smirk. Xiao, since you don't believe Su Ba can win, how about we make a bet? A bet? With you? Xiao Bao shot him a sideways glance. What? Afraid? Hu Danqing's tone carried a trace of mockery. Afraid? Me? Not a chance. Say it, what's the wager? Xiao Bao almost shouted, barely restraining himself from speaking aloud instead of using his true energy to transmit his voice. Hu Danqing remained composed. It's simple. If Su Ba wins, not only will you stop pressuring him to take you as his master, but you'll also pass on your legacy to him. Heh, Hu, that's quite the scheme you've cooked up, Xiao Bao sneered, raising an eyebrow. And if you lose? If I lose, I'll have Su Ba acknowledge you as his master and also refine 3 batches of top-grade 9th-grade essence pills for you for free. This was no small wager. 9th-grade essence pills with a medicinal fusion rate above 90% could significantly enhance cultivation with minimal toxicity, making them highly sought after by postnatal stage cultivators. Moreover, the materials alone were incredibly valuable, and even with Hu Danqing's skill, producing such high-quality pills wouldn't be easy. Xiao Bao was taken aback by the audacious bet. Damn, Hu, you really believe in Su Ba that much? This will cost you a fortune. Of course, I have full confidence. What, Xiao, are you afraid to gamble? Afraid? Hell no. If you're so eager to throw away your resources, I'll gladly oblige. Xiao Bao laughed heartily as he accepted the challenge. Hu Danqing's face remained expressionless, though he sighed inwardly. Su Ba, as your master, I've secured a great opportunity for you. You must not let it slip away. Regardless of the outcome of this bet, Su Ba would end up with Xiao Bao's legacy, a meticulously planned move by Hu Danqing. Meanwhile, at the inner courtyard assembly point, Su Ba stood with a calm smile, unfazed by the crowd's gazes. Hands clasped behind his back, he was just about to respond to Wen Tianyu's piercing stare when a sudden commotion erupted, even more intense than when Wen Tianyu had appeared. Oh my god, is that who I think it is? Wait, is that the goddess? Damn, she's stunning. I think I'm going to faint. Amidst the rising exclamations, everyone's attention was drawn in the same direction. Even Su Ba and Wen Tianyu couldn't help but turn their heads. Not far away, a breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed in a flowing white gown approached gracefully, cradling a small jade-white puppy in her arms. Her long, silky hair cascaded down like a waterfall, framing her delicate features. Beneath her slender, phoenix-shaped brows were a pair of mesmerizing, soul-stealing eyes. Her face, shaped like a melon seed, was fair and translucent, with a dainty nose above slightly flushed cheeks and lips as luscious as cherry blossoms. Her flawless skin, smooth as porcelain, accentuated her perfect figure, making her appear like a masterpiece crafted by the hands of a divine creator. Holding a snow-white puppy in her arms, she walked gracefully toward the assessment gathering point. It's Qin Jiyue. Senior Sister Qin is here. The inner disciples erupted into excitement. As the brightest star of Yunmeng Martial Academy, Qin Jiyue was not only renowned for her extraordinary martial arts talent, but also for her stunning beauty, which captured the hearts of countless male disciples. Even the prodigies on the inner court genius list were no exception, enchanted by her every smile and movement. Many disciples secretly set their sights on breaking through to the 7-star master realm and becoming core disciples, just for the chance to see her more often. Though they knew such a heavenly figure was beyond their reach, who could resist holding onto a sliver of hope? At this moment, Qin Jiyue exuded an air of serene elegance, her steps light and graceful. Everyone's gaze was fixed on her, speculating about the purpose of her visit. From her demeanor, it seemed as though she was searching for someone. Suddenly, the snow-white puppy in her arms, previously fast asleep, opened its round, gleaming eyes. Its gaze shifted, locking onto a figure ahead. Woof woof. With an excited bark, the puppy transformed into a streak of white light, darting forward like lightning. By the time everyone reacted, the proud and aloof royal spirit beast, the white wolf Qinghuang pup, had already leapt into someone's arms. Affectionately, it nuzzled its small head against the person and licked their face with unrestrained joy. When the crowd recognized the individual, they collectively gasped in shock. It was Su Ba. This was the same puppy that was known to attack anyone who got too close. Yet here it was, displaying such intimacy and even a hint of flattery towards Su Ba. Such behavior could only be explained by a deep connection between the two. Junior brother Su, it's been a while, Qin Jiyue said as she approached, her radiant smile lighting up her face. Indeed, it's been a while, Senior Sister Qin, Su Ba replied with a calm smile. Crack. A faint sound of hearts shattering echoed all around. Qin Jiyue and Su Ba indeed knew each other. While many male disciples silently lamented in their hearts, Su Ba simply looked at Qin Jiyue with a calm expression, a faint smile on his lips. "What brings you here?" he asked. "I just finished my seclusion training and was planning to head to Tiantong's Zhanlong Martial Academy to spar with someone. I saw you here on my way, so I thought I'd stop by to say hello," Qin Jiyue replied with a smile. "What's the matter? Not happy to see me? How could I not be?" "It's my honor," Su Ba said lightly, though a thought crossed his mind. Knowing Qin Jiyue's personality, she wouldn't travel far just to spar without a reason. Could it be that she's planning to challenge one of the top-ranking experts on the Three Kingdoms elite list? All right, I'll take my leave then. Isn't today the semi-annual inner court assessment? I'm looking forward to seeing how you perform. Of course, Su Ba responded confidently. As they spoke, the little creature in Su Ba's arms, Wang Wang, kept acting cute and playful. Su Ba chuckled and took some pet food from his storage space to feed it, instantly making the tiny creature leap around in excitement. "Here, senior sister Qin. Didn't you want to take a look at this before?" "I figured it out," he said, handing Wang Wang over to Qin Jiyue and casually placing the pill bottle containing the pet food in her hand. Su Ba had always appreciated Qin Jiyue's character pure-hearted and dedicated to martial arts. "Thank you," Qin Jiyue said softly, her beautiful eyes lighting up with a hint of delight. She gave Su Ba a warm smile before turning to leave. After she was gone, the gazes surrounding Su Ba carried not only respect and admiration but also a mix of jealousy and envy. Su Ba, however, remained unfazed after all. As the saying goes, if you're not envied, you're mediocre. Just then, a majestic bell rang out from all directions at the inner court assembly point. A voice soon followed. "The inner court assessment begins now." The steward in charge of the assessment led the group to an open field. On the ground were over 100 bronze bells, each as tall as a person and weighing 1,000 pounds. Their dense arrangement created an invisible sense of pressure. The inner court assessment consists of 3 stages: testing you on force, testing speed, and testing combat skills, the steward announced loudly. The first stage, testing you on force. This stage primarily assessed the depth and strength of a martial artist's true essence. Generally, inner court disciples could lift up to 10 bronze bells. Those who could lift more than 20 were considered geniuses. First up, Zhirong. The named disciple stepped forward nervously, taking a deep breath. His chest swelled as a white stream of true essence coiled around one of the bronze bells. The first bell trembled and rose, followed by the second, then the third. By the time he reached the 5th bell, his face was flushed red, and he was clearly struggling. Summoning all his strength, he managed to lift one more bell before collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 bronze bells fell to the ground one after another. 6 bells lifted. Pass. Next. Zhirong let out a long sigh of relief. Lifting 6 bronze bells was the minimum requirement to pass. Failing the semi-annual assessment twice in a row would result in a significant reduction in the monthly stipend for inner court disciples. Next, more disciples from the inner sect stepped forward, one after another, to take the test. Among the dozen or so participants, most could barely lift 6 or 7 bronze bells, and a few even failed to meet the passing mark. Clearly, the difficulty of this test was no trivial matter. Next, Lunyo. The examiner's voice rang out, and a burly man with a physique as robust as an ox stepped out from the crowd. "It's Lunyo." A buzz of whispers spread through the crowd immediately. He's currently ranked 30th on the Renjie list, climbing up a few spots recently. Although he was once knocked off the list by senior brother Su Ba with a single punch, he quickly fought his way back. With an expressionless face, Lunyo walked to the testing area, ignoring the murmurs around him. He exhaled a thick surge of true essence, which, due to his focus on body cultivation, carried an intense vitality and blood energy. Under the control of his true essence, the bronze bells were effortlessly lifted, starting from 10 and steadily increasing to 20, then 25, until he finally reached his limit. "Lunyo, 25 bronze bells, excellent," the examiner announced. Next, Song Chun. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement. A lean young man holding a 3-foot-long green sword stepped forward with measured steps. It was none other than Song Chun, ranked 3rd on the Renjie list. The crowd parted to make way, their eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. Song Chun approached the testing area but did not begin right away. Instead, he turned his head and gave Su Ba a meaningful glance, a hint of provocation in his eyes. "I know I'm better looking than you," Su Ba said calmly, "but sorry, even if you bat your eyes at me, I'm not interested." Song Chun nearly spat out blood on the spot. "What the? Me? Bat my eyes at you?" The crowd struggled to hold back their laughter, and even the examiner's lips twitched slightly. With a dark expression, Song Chin turned back around and, without another word, unleashed a surge of pure and powerful true essence. The energy swirled upward like a whirlwind, instantly lifting 30 bronze bells in one go. What? He went straight for 30. The crowd gasped in shock. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, 30 bronze bells slowly rose into the air, hovering steadily. Song Chun maintained a calm expression as he continued to manipulate his true essence. The number of bells kept increasing, 32, 35, 40, 50, until it finally stopped at 78, a number 4 times greater than what an ordinary genius could achieve. Song Chun, 78 bells lifted, an excellent result, the examiner announced loudly. Song Chun exhaled softly, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Compared to a year ago, when he could only lift 36 bells, this progress was indeed remarkable. He first cast a glance at Su Ba, then allowed his gaze to sweep indifferently over Wen Tianyu and Jin Gang, the first and second-ranked individuals on the Renjie ranking, before he strode confidently off the stage. With Song Chen's outstanding performance, the subsequent assessments of the other disciples seemed lackluster by comparison. Even the geniuses within the top 10 of the Renjie ranking struggled to lift more than 40 bells, failing to ignite much excitement among the crowd. Next, Jin Gang. As the examiner called out this name, the atmosphere on site instantly grew tense. Whispers broke out among the spectators. Senior brother Jin Gang may be on par with senior brother Song Chun in terms of cultivation, but he specializes in body refinement. In terms of raw strength, it's said he possesses the power of 70,000 pounds, making him the strongest in the inner court. Sure enough, as the bear-like Jin Gang stepped onto the stage, he wasted no time in showcasing his formidable power. With a single burst of true essence, he effortlessly lifted 66 bronze bells. Though it fell short of Song Chen's record, it still far surpassed the other geniuses on the Renjie ranking who specialized in energy cultivation. After several more assessments, the moment everyone had been waiting for finally arrived was Su Ba's turn. Next, Su Ba. The words silenced the crowd instantly, and all eyes turned toward the center of the stage. In just 2 short months, Su Ba had repeatedly shattered expectations with his astonishing feats, creating a wave of shock throughout Yunmeng Martial Academy. Now, having just emerged from a 20-day seclusion, what level of strength would he unveil? Senior brother Su Ba may only be at the early 6-star stage, far inferior to senior brother Song Chun, who is at the 6-star peak, but he should still be able to lift 50 bells, right? Someone whispered. Even so, for someone who's only been in the academy for 2 months, that would be terrifying. Just as Su Ba was about to make his move, Song Chun, ranked 3rd on the Renjie ranking, suddenly spoke up with a mocking tone. Su Ba, aren't you planning to challenge senior brother Wen Tianyu? Don't drop the ball here. I'd guess senior brother Wen Tianyu could lift at least 85 bells. At these words, both Wen Tianyu and Jin Gang remained expressionless, their faces unreadable. Su Ba, however, seemed completely unfazed. Calmly, he extended a single finger, lightly tapped the bronze bell before him, and uttered one word. Rise. But, from Su Ba's fingertips, a surge of pure true essence erupted. The bronze bells before him began to rise one after another, perfectly aligned, like soldiers standing at attention for inspection. 5, 10, 15. In just a few breaths, 50 bronze bells hovered in midair, yet Su Ba's expression remained calm, showing no signs of exhaustion. What? How is this possible? The disciples on the Renjie ranking exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a single strand of true essence could wield such power. Rise. Su Ba commanded in a low voice, and the force of his true essence surged dramatically. The bronze bells in the rear trembled violently before soaring into the air. 55, 60, until 66 bells were suspended, matching the record of Jin Gang, the second-ranked disciple on the Renjie ranking and a master of the refinement path. My God, this is on par with senior brother Jin Gang, who possesses peak 6-star cultivation. Discussions buzzed around him. Jin Gang's eyes narrowed slightly, Song Chun was dumbfounded, and Wen Tianyu's gaze sharpened with intrigue. Rise again. Su Ba unleashed an even purer and more intense fiery essence. With a thunderous roar, 20 more bronze bells shot into the air, bringing the total to 86, surpassing Song Chen's record. As the crowd held their breath, Su Ba spoke once more. Rise, all of you. Activating the 4th level of the boundless essence gathering technique, his true essence tripled in an instant. The ground trembled as the remaining 14 bronze bells roared into the sky. 100 massive bronze bells, each weighing 1,000 pounds, now revolved around Su Ba, creating a scene of unparalleled awe. The entire venue fell into stunned silence. Such a feat had not been accomplished in nearly a century, except by Qin Jue last year. Even more astonishing was the fact that Su Ba achieved this with merely an early 6-star cultivation, surpassing Qin Jue in sheer prowess. The prodigies on the Renjie ranking were left in utter shock. Song Chen, ranked 3rd, stared in disbelief. Jin Gang, ranked 2nd, had a drastic change in expression, and even Wen Tianyu, the always composed top-ranked disciple, had his pupils contract sharply. Meanwhile, the intersect examiner responsible for evaluating the performance was left speechless, unable to utter a single word. Su Ba lifted 100 bells. Result? Outstanding. The examiner in charge of the inner court assessment stood frozen for a moment before finally regaining his composure and announcing this unprecedented result with difficulty. Outstanding was the highest evaluation possible, and he couldn't think of a better word to describe it. Everyone present understood that this achievement was unlikely to be surpassed today. The top spot in the Yuan Force test was already in Su Ba's grasp. Even when Tianyu, the senior disciple whom everyone revered, would likely find it hard to measure up. Sure enough, after a few more disciples completed their tests, it was when Tianyu's turn. With a calm expression, he stepped forward and unleashed an incredibly pure stream of Yuan Force, vast and mighty like an ocean. In the end, he managed to lift 93 bells. This was an exceptional result that would have ranked among the best in the history of the inner court's semi-annual assessments. However, compared to Su Ba's performance today, it seemed rather lackluster. Although when Tianyu maintained his composed demeanor, no one noticed that his tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil in his heart. In a corner, Xiao Bao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. Su Ba, that freak, is just insane." He stared at the scene in front of him, struggling to process it. The purity of Su Ba's Yuan Force had surpassed that of an average 7-star Master Realm warrior, and its density was nearly on par with that of a peak 6-star warrior. "What's the matter, Xiao? Do you finally see how extraordinary Su Ba is?" Hu Danqing remarked mockingly. "Didn't you always claim to have sharp judgment? Seems like that's not the case after all." Despite his words, Hu Danqing couldn't help but marvel at Su Ba's astonishing martial talent managing to cultivate the profound tier top-grade technique, the infinite Yuan gathering art, to the 4th level in just over 20 days, achieving a 3-fold increase in Yuan Force capacity. By comparison, Hu himself had barely reached the 1st level after practicing for over a month. "Rubbish." Xiao Bao sneered. "Hu, I was just caught off guard. Just wait and see the combat portion of the semi-annual assessment that really matters. Mark my words, this disciple will be mine." "Huh, no need to rush. We'll see soon enough," Hu Danqing replied calmly, stroking his white beard. At this moment, the inner court examiner had already led the disciples to the next test site, the speed assessment. Before them lay a long corridor filled with various traps and mechanisms. To make things even more challenging, the passage was lined with numerous bronze figures. Although these figures were made of metal, their speed rivaled that of early-stage 5-star warriors. While they couldn't truly defeat the inner court disciples, their coordinated attacks with the traps posed significant obstacles, often causing careless disciples to stumble. The key to this assessment was speed. Any delay would directly impact the final score. Everyone sees the passageway ahead, right? The examination steward of the inner court swept his gaze over the crowd. "This is the speed test passage. The rules are simple: pass through within the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, and you qualify. Rankings will be based on time." Most of the inner court disciples present had undergone similar tests before and nodded in agreement. Only a few new disciples, who had just joined the martial court, listened attentively to the explanation. Standing amidst the crowd, Su Ba silently observed this speed test passage. On the surface, it seemed like a straightforward speed assessment, but in reality, it was full of hidden challenges, not only testing the disciples' movement speed, but also their reflexes and ability to evade external attacks. Compared to the first test, which solely measured the depth of their true energy, this challenge was clearly much more difficult. The speed test passage had 8 lanes in total, each capable of accommodating 2 disciples at a time. If more than 2 entered simultaneously, it would affect the final results. Before long, the steward had assigned all the disciples to their groups. In the first group, the most attention-grabbing participant was Jia Feiqing, ranked 34th on the talent list. As the test began, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, quickly distancing himself from the others. The passage was riddled with traps. Arrows whistled through the air, hidden darts flew unpredictably, and the ground concealed treacherous pitfalls. Yet Jia Feiqing seemed almost prescient, his senses sharp and his movements agile as he weaved through the various hazards. Suddenly, a group of bronze figures wielding iron rods blocked his path. Jia Feiqing remained unflustered, taking a deep breath before leaping gracefully over their heads like a great rock spreading its wings. This maneuver earned an approving nod from Su Ba. While the bronze figures were numerous and fast, they were not adept at jumping. Mastering the art of aerial movement made it relatively easy to evade them. With nimble and precise movements, Jia Feiqing maneuvered through the obstacles and quickly completed the test. The timer showed that only a little over the time of 1 incense stick had passed. The steward immediately announced, "Jia Feiqing, completion time. A little over 1 incense stick. Excellent performance." The subsequent groups proceeded with their tests in turn. When the third group was about to begin, A commotion suddenly arose among the crowd. Song Chen, ranked third on the talent list, had stepped forward. He stood at the entrance of the passage, his face expressionless but his eyes brimming with confidence. To him, this test of movement skills played directly to his strengths. Although he had been unexpectedly overshadowed by Su Ba during the first test, Song Chen was not discouraged. He was confident that he could outperform both Su Ba and Jin Gang in this second challenge. And in the third test, which emphasized real combat, simply having abundant true energy would not suffice. As a seasoned practitioner who had honed his skills in the martial court for nearly 2 years, Song Chen believed that his extensive martial techniques, combat awareness, and practical experience would secure his victory in the final comprehensive evaluation. As for the ranking battle with Jin Gang, we'll only know the result after the fight. A sharp glint flashed in Song Chen's eyes. Although he had been no match for Jin Gang half a year ago, he was no longer the same person he used to be. Today was the perfect opportunity to redeem himself. He silently vowed that he must secure second place in this evaluation. As for first place, facing the unfathomable Wen Tianyu, he dared not entertain such lofty hopes for now. The evaluation begins. With the deacon's command, Song Chen's figure instantly turned into a blur as he dashed forward. Strangely, despite his incredible speed, there was not the slightest sound of air being sliced. Each of his steps was silent and carried an unusual, calming aura, as if everything around him was drawn into a tranquil stillness. Unbelievable. Senior brother Song has mastered the essence of the silent step technique. He's amazing. Even with all the chirping of insects and birds around, it feels like complete silence in his presence. That movement technique is extraordinary. The bronze statues and traps seem utterly blind to his presence, unable to track him at all. Amid the gasps of amazement from the crowd, Song Chen completed the speed test passage flawlessly in just over half the time it took the second-place competitor. He glanced across the audience, his gaze finally resting on Su Ba and Jin Gang, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. As the evaluation progressed, the fifth and sixth groups took their turns. When Wen Tianyu and Jin Gang were assigned to the same group, the audience erupted with excitement. A showdown between the top two on the elite rankings promised to be nothing short of spectacular. Wen Tianyu stood calmly at the starting line, his demeanor composed, while the towering and muscular Jin Gang, resembling a mighty bull, appeared slightly tense. Though he was a body-refining prodigy, his massive physique posed a disadvantage in this type of evaluation. At the signal, Jin Gang shot forward like a cannonball, his explosive power instantly putting him ahead of everyone else. Each of his heavy steps caused the ground to quake, as if an unstoppable steel fortress was barreling through the speed test passage. Arrows and darts flying toward him merely sparked upon impact, failing even to scratch his skin. The bronze statues blocking his path were knocked aside like bowling pins, creating a clear and unimpeded path through the course. Whoa, that's incredible! A wave of astonished gasps rippled through the crowd, and many drew sharp breaths. Senior brother Jingang's display of physical prowess was truly a wine-sponge impervious to blades and swords, with strength that seemed boundless. He was like a humanoid beast. Just as everyone was marveling, someone suddenly remarked, "Wait a second, aren't you forgetting senior brother Su Ba? His physical cultivation is extraordinary too." Not long ago, he used nothing but his raw strength to shatter Lu Xiaoyan's small accomplishment shield armor intent, and Lu Xiaoyan was ranked 18th. This sparked a heated discussion. Someone immediately countered, "That's only because senior brother Su Ba used a weapon. That black staff of his is clearly no ordinary item, it's at least a high-grade Shin-level treasure. If we're talking about pure physical strength, senior brother Jin Gang still has the edge." The chatter reached Su Ba's ears. His expression remained calm, but a faint, cold smile flickered in his heart. Back when he fought Lu Xiaotian, he had only used 60 or 70% of his strength. If he had gone all out, combined with the indomitable power of his golden staff, he might have crushed Lu Xiaotian's head outright. Unless Lu Xiaotian advanced his shield armor intent to the grand accomplishment realm, he wouldn't have lasted more than a few strikes. And that was just his past strength. As for now, at that moment, a burst of exclamations interrupted Su Ba's thoughts. "Look, senior brother Wen Tianyu is here." Wen Tianyu appeared as graceful as a soaring bird, gliding effortlessly through the air. He was performing the high-grade Shin-level movement technique, crossing the river on a reed, transforming into a streak of white light as he traversed the hundreds of meters of the testing corridor with ease. The bronze guardians stationed along the way barely had time to react before he soared over their heads. When Wen Tianyu landed lightly on the ground, only half of the incense stick had burned. His performance immediately drew another round of amazement. This was the undisputed top talent of the inner court. Even Song Chen, who was also skilled in movement techniques, paled in comparison. Shortly after, Jin Gang completed the test with a time close to 1 incense stick, placing him third, just behind Song Chen. As the sixth group concluded their test, the examiner's voice rang out loudly, "Seventh group, Ba clasped his hands behind his back and walked forward with a composed demeanor. His test was about to begin. As soon as Ba stepped forward, the previously calm atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone subconsciously straightened their backs, and murmurs filled the air. Look, it's senior brother Ba's turn. I bet he'll take about an incense stick's time faster than senior brother Jin Gang, but definitely not as quick as when Tianyu or Song Chun. Such analyses rippled through the crowd, met with nods of agreement. Everyone understood that the second trial tested agility and movement techniques. Though Ba had demonstrated astonishing talent in staff techniques, mastering the essence of the great wilderness demon-suppressing staff in just 2 months, this very achievement suggested that he likely had limited time to train his movement skills. Had it not been for his otherworldly performance in the first trial, no one would have ranked him as high as 3rd or 4th. Standing at the entrance of the trial passage, Ba listened to the chatter around him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. They think my movement skills are lacking, he thought with amusement. A bunch of ignorant fools. Just wait, it'll leave them all dumbfounded. At that moment, a familiar voice caught his attention. Turning his head, Ba saw his clan brother, Su Hueha, approaching. What a coincidence to see you here, brother, Ba said with a faint smile. Senior brother Su, give it your all. Show those doubters what you're made of. Ever since Ba's exceptional display in the first trial, Su Hueha had become one of his most loyal supporters. Soon after, a crisp voice chimed in. Su Wei's younger sister, Su Wanling, blushed as she raised her small fists, cheering enthusiastically for Ba like an adoring fan. Ba nodded in acknowledgement. Don't worry, I claimed victory in the first trial with my strength, and he'll do the same in this second trial. He'll take first place again. The declaration left the crowd momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of exclamations. While many thought his words were arrogant, they couldn't ignore the fact that Ba had a knack for achieving the impossible. Still, most quickly dismissed the idea. How could anyone master both martial techniques and movement skills to such a level in just 2 months? When Tianyu remained expressionless, while Jin Gang and Song Chun smirked coldly, as if already envisioning Ba embarrassing himself. Begin the trial, the examiner announced. Whoosh! The disciples of the 7th group surged forward in unison except for Ba, who remained motionless. Just as the crowd began to murmur again, someone suddenly gasped, "Oh my God! Look ahead! Senior brother Ba is already at the front." Everyone was startled. Following the sound, they turned their gazes and saw Ba's figure already racing far ahead, leaving all the other examinees trailing behind. The air crackled with the sound of electricity, and Ba's silhouette flashed through the passageway like a streak of lightning. That's the Thunder Flash Phantom Step? Song Qian squinted slightly, enunciating the name of this height-tier Shin-level movement technique word by word. He was astonished that Ba had chosen such a notoriously difficult technique to master, and even more shocked that Ba had achieved the 2 Phantom stage in such a short time. However, before Song Qian's sneer could fully form, the scene before him made his eyes widen in disbelief. 3 Phantoms, 4 Phantoms, 5 Phantoms? This is impossible. His voice was filled with incredulity. At most, mastering the Thunder Flash Phantom Step produces 3 Phantoms unless. At this moment, the others could clearly see that as Ba sped forward, distinct afterimages were left behind him. Each phantom was spaced more than 10 meters apart, some turning sideways, others bending down. Also lifelike, they seemed real. The strikes of the bronze figures landed on the phantoms, while Ba himself had already darted far ahead. In just a few breaths, the passageway was filled with 7 or 8 Bias. Unless he has comprehended the intent of Thunder Flash steps, the realization dawned on everyone. And at least to the level of minor mastery, this understanding left everyone present utterly stunned. In a mere 2 months, not only had Ba achieved perfection with the desolate staff intent, but he had also mastered the Thunder Flash Phantom Step to its peak and even comprehended the profound Thunder Flash Step intent. Such talent and comprehension were simply unheard of. Outside the passage, when Tianyu's eyes gleamed sharply, and his right hand unconsciously gripped the hilt of his blade. Impressive. No wonder he's so confident. This contest for the top spot in the inner courtyard will certainly be worth watching. Beside him, Jin Gang remained silent, but his fierce eyes burned with fighting spirit. Only Song Chin's expression grew increasingly grim as he cursed internally. Damn it. How can this guy be such a monster? Both at the minor mastery level, but Thunderflash Step Intent speed completely outclasses my Silent Step Intent. I'm going to lose again. Sure enough, with one final crackle of electricity, Ba had already reached the end of the passageway. The dozen or so phantoms behind him slowly dissipated. Everyone turned their eyes to the incense burner. Only a third of the first stick of incense had burned away. This was twice as fast as the record when Tianyu had previously set with half a stick of incense. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Ba, with a calm expression and hands clasped behind his back, walked forward. Observing the stunned faces around him, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly into a faint smile. Are you all shocked right now? Everyone nodded instinctively. Suba's smile widened, his tone still indifferent. There's no need to be too shocked. After all, everything Suba, do is enough to amaze you for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone. After the speed test concluded, Suba once again claimed the crown. With this victory, he had secured the top spot in 2 of the assessments. If he could make it into the top 3 in the final combat trial, the first place in this inner-court semi-annual assessment would undoubtedly be his. In other words, as long as he could defeat any one of the top 3 ranked on the Rinjia list, he would solidify his position as the ultimate champion. The crowd had fully acknowledged Suba's strength, though it was evident that his cultivation journey was still relatively short. While it seemed only a matter of time before he surpassed the top 3 geniuses on the Rinjia list, the outcome of the current battle remained uncertain. Everything was shrouded in suspense. The third and final combat trial was about to begin, and all eyes were fixed on Suba, Wentianyu, and the others. This battle not only determined the rankings of the assessment, but also had the potential to disrupt the established hierarchy of the Rinjia list's top 3. The inner court assessment official stepped forward, surveying the crowd before announcing the rules. Ordinary disciples may challenge any of the 36 ranked disciples on the Rinjia list. Victory or defeat will be scored based on performance. Rinjia list disciples may only challenge those ranked above them. Each participant is allowed only 3 challenges, so choose wisely. Suba nodded silently, finding the rules fair. Regardless of victory or defeat, as long as he demonstrated his full abilities in battle, a respectable score was assured. As the official concluded, everyone began scanning for opponents. Suba wasted no time and locked his gaze on Wentianyu, the number 1 in the inner court. Their eyes met midair, sparking an almost tangible tension. Wentianyu unsheathed his long blade, its sharp aura spreading out as the blade's tip pointed directly at Suba. Suba squinted and smiled faintly, preparing to respond to the challenge. Senior brother Su, I wish to challenge you. A young man in blue stepped forward with a sword in hand, bowing respectfully. I am Lu Shutian, ranked 9th on the Rinjia list. Please grant me a match. Suba frowned deeply, noticing that several other top 10 experts on the Rinjia list were eyeing him as well. Meanwhile, on Wentianyu's side, Song Chun, ranked 3rd on the Rinjia list, had already initiated a challenge. With only 3 opportunities to fight, Suba knew he had to reserve one for a match against Wentianyu. He couldn't afford to waste any on minor opponents. Senior brother Su, enough. Before Lu Shutian could finish, Suba's face darkened, and he drew the long staff from his back. Infused with the 9 young true essence and the perfected great wilderness staff intent, the staff descended like lightning, striking diagonally from above Lu Shutian's head and smashing heavily into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the specially reinforced stone ground collapsed instantly, leaving a deep pit spanning several meters. Shards of rock scattered everywhere, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Lu Shutian, frozen like a statue from the moment Suba swung his staff, stood paralyzed. As the golden staff loomed over him, he was gripped by the terrifying illusion that his death was imminent. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Lu Shutian's forehead. He stood frozen in place, his face as pale as a sheet, his breath momentarily caught in his chest. Suba swept a cold gaze over Lu Shutian, his eyes flicking to the figures behind him, who seemed eager to challenge him. If you want to fight, just know I won't hold back. If you're not afraid of death, step forward and challenge me. His voice was devoid of any warmth. The sound of audible gulps echoed through the crowd. Instinctively, the onlookers shrank back, their eyes filled with fear. Suba, infamous for his ruthlessness, had returned. The top 10 talents on the Rinjia ranking, who had previously been itching for action, exchanged uneasy glances. With forced smiles, they quietly retreated. One of them looked up at the sky and pretended to comment casually, "The weather's pretty nice today." "Yeah, it really is," someone agreed. "Tomorrow should be good too." "Definitely." Lu Shutian finally snapped out of his daze. His Adam's apple bobbed as he forced a stiff smile and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Su." With that, he practically fled the scene, muttering to himself, "This Suba is terrifying. I might never recover from this." The area quickly grew quieter. Suba turned his attention to the ongoing duel between Song Chun and Wentianyu. Song Chun let out a thunderous shout of "mountains and rivers" as the green blade in his hand transformed into a torrential rain of swords. Wentianyu responded with calm precision, raising his blade to meet the attack. Sparks erupted as sword and blade clashed. Suba could tell that Wentianyu was intentionally guiding Song Chun. This battle wouldn't end anytime soon. Suddenly, a loud crash snapped Suba's focus elsewhere. Turning his head, he saw the 2nd-ranked disciple on the Rinjia ranking, Jin Gang, punch the 4th-ranked disciple straight into a wall, sending bricks and stones tumbling down. "Thanks for the match," Jin Gang said coolly. Senior brother Jin Gang, your physical strength is unmatched. I admit defeat. The disciple replied respectfully, clutching his chest and bowing. Exclamations of awe rippled through the crowd. Jin Gang gave a slight nod, then seemed to sense something. His eyes flicked toward Suba, and a faint smirk appeared on his lips. With long, confident strides, his towering frame approached Suba, like a mountain looming before him. Stretching his muscles, the sound of cracking joints echoed as an intimidating aura surged around him. His gaze was as sharp as an unsheathed blade. Suba, Jin Gang said with a cold sneer, looking down at him, since you're free, how about a fight? If you can't even beat me, don't bother dreaming about challenging Wen Tianyu. Suba raised an eyebrow slightly. All right, let's warm up a bit. Arrogant. Jin Gang barked out a laugh, pointing at Suba. Hurry up and grab your staff. Don't say I didn't give you a fair chance. Suba stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and indifferent. To deal with you, I don't need a weapon. What? As soon as Suba said those words, the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief as they exchanged astonished glances. Suba was actually going to face Jin Gang barehanded? It was simply unimaginable. Jin Gang was renowned as the top talent in the internal palace for body refinement, with an arm strength reaching an astonishing 70,000 Jin. Even a level 6 demon bull would have its head crushed to pieces with a single palm strike from him. A figure as formidable as a humanoid beast, and Suba intended to challenge him with just his physical strength? Although Suba's power was nothing to scoff at, it was largely attributed to his mastery with weapons. When it came to pure physical prowess, no one believed he could rival Jin Gang. In the distance, Xiaobao frowned as he observed the scene and couldn't help but shake his head. Has this kid gotten too cocky after winning first place in 2 rounds? Competing in raw strength when he's a staff wielder's just asking for trouble. Looks like Jin Gang will have to teach him a lesson to keep him grounded. He turned to Hu Danqing and smirked. Old Hu, Suba's not getting past Jin Gang this time. You're definitely losing. Get ready to make pills for me when we're back. Not necessarily, Hu Danqing replied flatly. The outcome isn't decided yet. How can you be so sure Suba will fail? Ha ha ha. Xiaobao laughed loudly. If he wins, I'll eat dung standing on my head. Are you sure about that? Hu Danqing said calmly. Don't go back on your word later. Ha, if I do, I'll take your surname, Hu. In the arena, Jin Gang's expression shifted between anger and mockery as he heard Suba's challenge. Finally, he sneered coldly. Suba, your arrogance is truly unparalleled. Enough talk. Let's fight. Suba replied indifferently. The crowd quickly dispersed, giving the two plenty of space to battle. By now, most eyes were fixed on them. Compared to Wen Tianyu's predictable victory over Song Chun, this duel was far more thrilling. While everyone believed that Suba, without his weapon, had no chance of winning, they couldn't completely dismiss the possibility. After all, this prodigy, more monstrous than Qin Jiyue, had repeatedly defied expectations in the past. Go, senior brother Su. At this moment, only Su Wanling and Su Hueha were left cheering for Suba. Suba responded with a faint smile toward his siblings. Then, his expression turned serious as he faced Jin Gang. With a calm yet provocative gesture, he beckoned. Come, senior brother Jin Gang. Show me the might of the internal palace's #1 body refiner. Suba's hooked hand gesture was laced with blatant provocation. This act enraged King Kong, whose expression darkened as he suddenly stomped the ground. Boom. The earth instantly cracked apart, sending debris flying in all directions. King Kong charged at Suba like an enraged beast, his massive fist hurtling directly towards Suba's face. Arrogance comes with a price tag. King Kong snarled with a menacing grin. His punch was fierce, whipping up violent gusts of wind. The very air seemed to carry a force capable of shattering stone and splitting metal. Such power! A disciple watching the scene exclaimed in shock. Senior brother King Kong must be using at least 60 to 70% of his strength with that punch. 5 tons of force. The crowd held their breath as they watched the tense moment unfold. Yet, in the face of King Kong's ferocious assault, Suba neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he calmly extended his fist, meeting the attack head-on. Bang! The collision of their fists was like thunder erupting on flat ground. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, scattering earth and debris everywhere. Within a 10-meter radius, the ground caved in, forming a massive crater as the air blast forced nearby disciples to retreat. My God! Senior brother Suba actually blocked it, someone shouted in disbelief. Suba stood firm, utterly unmoved, as if rooted to the spot. In stark contrast, King Kong was forced back several steps, his face filled with astonishment. Suba, I admit, I underestimated you, King Kong said, narrowing his eyes. Your strength isn't bad. No wonder you are so confident. Ha! Is that all the so-called #1 body refiner of the inner court has to offer? Did you skip breakfast, or something? Suba retorted, standing with his hands behind his back, his tone dripping with mockery. The taunt pushed King Kong over the edge. Yet, instead of lashing out immediately, he reined in his anger. In the next moment, a tremendous aura erupted from within him. His body seemed to swell, growing even more imposing. His hulking frame loomed like a small mountain over Suba. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and his skin tightened, gleaming faintly with a metallic sheen. King Kong advanced towards Suba step by step, each footfall shaking the ground. Suba, this surprise was originally meant to test Tianyu. But now, I'm done playing with you? He sneered coldly and asked, are you ready to face despair? Jingang slowly raised his right fist, fixing a cold, disdainful gaze on Suba. His eyes gleamed with contempt. You think blocking one punch from me is worth celebrating? You believe reaching the peak of body refinement makes you invincible? How laughable. He continued, I've heard of your feat defeating Liu Xiaotian, ranked 18th on the genius list, by smashing through his shield intent using only your raw physical strength, without any true essence. But do you know? That level of defense, to me, is nothing more than a few punches. Jingang's voice grew increasingly scornful. Today, they'll show you what it truly means to face the strength of someone ranked in the top 3 of the genius list. Before the echo of his words faded, Jingang let out a fierce roar and stomped the ground with explosive force. The ground shattered into rubble as his figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Suba. Buzz, the air trembled with a terrifying aura. Jingang's right fist swelled to the size of a human head in an instant, its overwhelming power causing the air to crackle with bursts of explosive sound. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Suba, his face twisted in a feral snarl, unleashing a devastating punch. Arhat's Wrath Fist, perfected fist intent, 90,000 pounds of force. Let's see how you'll withstand this. The surrounding spectators, overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of his aura, instinctively retreated. They were stunned to realize Jingang had been concealing such immense power, 90,000 pounds of force, equivalent to the strength of 9 elephants, a level even a 7-star body refinement prodigy might struggle to achieve. Faced with this unstoppable strike, everyone assumed Suba would dodge. However, he remained calm, simply extending his right fist to meet Jingang's massive blow. Hedon. Haha, if you want to die, I'll gladly oblige. Jingang laughed wildly, confident as his colossal fist closed in on Suba's seemingly slender one. At that critical moment, Suba spoke in a quiet, composed tone. Overestimating yourself? Humph, the one truly overestimating their strength is you. In an instant, Suba's eyes burst forth with an intense brilliance. His 9 young true essence surged like a volcanic eruption. 100,000 pounds of force, the strength of a dragon explode. His fist became enveloped in a blazing crimson glow, colliding heavily with Jingang's enormous punch. What? Jingang's ferocious expression froze. He felt an overwhelming, mountain-crushing force emanating from Suba's fist, utterly unstoppable. Impossible! Jingang cried out in terror. The next moment, a sharp crack resounded through the air, a bone-breaking sound that echoed across the battlefield. During a seclusion period of about 20 days, Suba devoted himself entirely to consolidating and refining his strength. The speed of his progress was astonishing. Within just 1 or 2 months, he advanced from the mid-stage of 1 star to the early stage of 6 stars. Such a meteoric rise was virtually unheard of in the history of martial arts. Although the system's protection ensured a stable foundation without hidden risks, Suba still chose to focus on quiet introspection, systematically organizing and comprehending all the abilities he had acquired. During this time, many of his skills saw significant improvement. The secret technique Hell's Eye advanced to the 3rd level, Iron Tree Hell, Thunder Flash Step reached perfection, and, for the first time, he used his own strength to unlock 2 acupoints of the 9 Young Divine skill. This breakthrough deepened his understanding of the 9 Young Divine skill, and his arm strength skyrocketed to an incredible 100,000 pounds, a figure comparable to the strength of a dragon. Now, in his confrontation with King Kong, this overwhelming power was on full display. With a crisp crack, King Kong's beast-like, muscular arm was forcibly broken, the bone at his elbow piercing through his skin. His massive body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. As he landed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered on the ground like a ghastly crimson flower. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The inner court's acknowledged #1 in body refinement had been defeated. Everyone was stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Among the crowd, Liu Xiaotian, ranked 18th, couldn't help but twitch nervously, relieved that this fearsome figure had shown him mercy in the past. Otherwise, he might already be on his way to the afterlife. You? How are you this strong? King Kong struggled to prop himself up on one knee, staring at Su Ba in shock. As a master of staff techniques, he couldn't believe that Su Ba's mastery of body refinement had surpassed his own. This revelation completely upended his understanding. Su Ba withdrew his fist, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked down at King Kong from above. I told you, when I, Su Ba, do something, you'd better not be shocked because everything I do is enough to leave you in awe for 3 days and nights. King Kong fell silent for a moment before slowly rising to his feet. His towering frame bent slightly as he finally lowered his once proud head to Su Ba. I overestimated myself. Senior brother Su, I admit defeat. At that moment, every disciple present stared at Su Ba in awe, their eyes filled with profound reverence. To conquer someone, you must defeat them in the field they excel in most. Clearly, King Kong had been completely subdued by Su Ba. Holy crap, this kid. From a distance, Xiao Bao stared at the battlefield, utterly dumbfounded, struggling to form a complete sentence. He actually surprised me and won against Jingang. He's practically a human beast. Just then, a faint gaze swept over from the side, accompanied by an annoyingly smug voice. I seem to recall hearing someone say that if Su Ba defeated Jingang, they'd eat dirt standing on their head. Xiao Bao's expression instantly darkened. He turned to see Hu Danqing staring at him with a playful smirk. What are you looking at me for, Hu? Xiao Bao immediately shot back, glaring. You're not suggesting that someone is me, are you? Who else? Hu Danqing replied with a sly grin. Damn it, do you even know who I am? I'd never say something so ridiculous. If you're itching for a fight, I'd be happy to help you loosen up those stiff joints. Xiao Bao retorted furiously. Hu Danqing shrugged, looking utterly unconcerned. Fine, fine, comrade Hu Bao. I knew you'd go back on your word. He even went as far as to deliberately change Xiao Bao's surname. By the way, comrade Hu Bao, could you stop with the who this, who that? Someone who doesn't know better might think you're just talking to yourself. Ugh. Xiao Bao's face turned a mix of red and green in frustration, almost ready to explode. But despite his fiery temper, he wasn't entirely unreasonable. He knew he had dug this hole for himself with his own careless words. Damn it. Xiao Bao cursed inwardly, his face dark. Don't get too full of yourself. That bet was about Su Ba and Wen Tianyu. Sure, Su Ba stronger than I expected, but he's still no match for Wen Tianyu. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, on the other side, another battle had just concluded. 100 vessels racing. With a loud shout and a powerful collision, Wen Tianyu effortlessly defeated Song Chun without even using his blade's intent. Senior brother Wen, thank you for your guidance, Song Chun said with a wry smile. 6 months had passed, and he thought he had made significant progress. But after exchanging blows with Wen Tianyu, he realized his opponent's strength was like a fathomless abyss, leaving him in awe. Quickly regaining his composure, Song Chun turned to Jingang. All right, Jingang, are you ready? I'm challenging you next. However, when he looked at Jingang, he noticed that his opponent's right hand was heavily bandaged, and he was staring back at him with an expression that could only be described as looking at an idiot. While Song Chan stood there utterly confused, when Tianyu's voice, brimming with fighting spirit, echoed out. Su Ba, it seems I underestimated you. Very well, I look forward to our battle. Back when Su Ba and King Kong were battling, Wen Tianyu had already been watching them secretly. When he saw King Kong defeated by a single punch from Su Ba, the dormant fighting spirit within him erupted like a volcano. As the top-ranked member of the inner sect, neither the second-ranked King Kong nor the third-ranked Song Chun had ever piqued his interest. But now, at last, a worthy opponent had appeared, one who could ignite his bloodlust. For this reason, he swiftly defeated Song Chun, eager to face Su Ba without delay. Su Ba versus Wen Tianyu. At that moment, the atmosphere at the scene reached a boiling point. Originally, after Su Ba defeated King Kong, the top spot in the inner sect's semi-annual assessment seemed firmly in his grasp. But now, this duel had transformed into a climactic battle for the ultimate throne of the inner sect. The spectators couldn't help but gasp. In Aoi on one side stood a seasoned powerhouse who had dominated the rankings of the inner sect elites for years. On the other, a sudden prodigy who had come out of nowhere. Who would emerge victorious in the end? The crowd quickly parted to make way, clearing a spacious arena for the two fighters. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the center of the field. Song Chun, pushed to the outer edge of the crowd, was still in a daze. After asking around, he finally learned that King Kong had been defeated by a single punch from Su Ba. The revelation left him utterly dumbfounded. He had originally planned to challenge Wen Tianyu and King Kong before teaching a lesson to the arrogant Su Ba. But now, realizing that Su Ba could defeat King Kong with one punch, he had to admit he likely wouldn't last even a single round. Su Ba, your talent truly leaves me in awe, Wen Tianyu said, calmly observing his opponent. A glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. To stand on the same stage as me in just 2 short months, it's extraordinary. Well, make the most of this opportunity, Suba replied nonchalantly. In the future, you probably won't even qualify to make me draw my weapon. The crowd broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. As expected of the infamous Subatil, as arrogant as ever. You're as confident as always, when Tianyu chuckled lightly before his expression turned serious. But to be honest, whether it's your perfected Great Wilderness Staff technique, your strength surpassing King Kong's one dragon power, or your moderately mastered Thunderlight Step technique, none of it poses much of a threat to me. If you have any stronger cards up your sleeve, I suggest you play them now. Save your breath, we'll see soon enough. Su Bai's eyes turned sharp as he drew the Rui golden cudgel from his back and struck down at Wen Tianyu with tremendous force. The perfected Great Wilderness Staff technique erupted instantly, unleashing an ancient and imposing aura that swept across the arena. For a moment, the spectators felt as if they were in a vast, boundless wasteland. In this desolate expanse, a towering iron pillar pierced the heavens, standing proudly and defiantly against the sky, making everyone feel insignificantly small. My God! Senior Brother Su used the perfected Great Wilderness Staff technique right from the start, someone exclaimed in shock as gasps rippled through the crowd. Over 20 days ago, Suba had used this very technique to defeat Cui Yunhuan, ranked 8th on the Renjie list. Now, after weeks of relentless training, this move had become even more formidable. The crowd watched as Suba's entire body surged with true essence. The overwhelming power of his 9-yang true essence manifested into a towering iron pillar, radiating an oppressive force that seemed to suffocate the onlookers. The perfected intent of the Great Wilderness Staff was aimed straight at Wen Tianyu's head. The disciples from the inner court who had gathered to watch the duel turned pale, fully aware of the terrifying might of this strike, one beyond their ability to withstand. Yet Wen Tianyu remained unfazed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gently raised his long blade. Raging Tempest. In an instant, a flash of blade light filled the air, exuding a sharpness that seemed to pierce the heavens. Countless whirlwinds materialized out of nowhere, tearing through the sky. The perfected mastery of the Raging Tempest blade intent was on full display in that moment. Impressive, gasped the spectators in admiration. Both senior brothers are going all out from the start theory, aiming to end this quickly. All eyes were glued to the battlefield, afraid to miss a single detail. The clash of two vastly different forces erupted in a deafening roar. However, under the unmatched sharpness of Wen Tianyu's blade intent, Suba's Great Wilderness Staff intent began to falter. Cracks spread across the towering iron pillar, and fragments of iron began to fall away. It looks like Senior Brother Su is going to lose, murmured the onlookers. After all, Senior Brother Wen's Raging Tempest blade is a high-grade profound martial skill, unmatched in its offensive power at this level, while the Great Wilderness Subduing Demon Staff is only a low-grade profound technique. Suba, I told you your perfected Great Wilderness Staff intent poses no threat to me, Wen Tianyu said calmly. Break! Suba suddenly roared, his voice booming like thunder. Boundless Essence Technique, 4th Stage Unleash. In an instant, his total true essence tripled, and the scorching 9-yang true essence erupted with an overwhelming force. The towering iron pillar shone with a brilliant black light, its intent surging wildly as it shattered Wen Tianyu's blade intent completely. What? The crowd's eyes widened in shock. Senior Brother Wen's perfected Raging Tempest blade intent was broken? It seems you're the one who's going to lose, Suba said coldly. Is that so? Wen Tianyu's eyes gleamed sharply as he slowly raised his long blade. Though the motion appeared unhurried, it carried an unparalleled edge. As the blade's momentum built, an indescribable aura rose steadily from within him. His 6-star peak cultivation surged, breaking through a critical threshold with an explosive force. In an instant, the Raging Tempest blade erupted with golden brilliance, unleashing a storm of whirlwinds that engulfed the sky. Despite the triple essence boost of Suba's perfected Great Wilderness Staff intent, it crumbled like fragile paper in the face of this overwhelming power. Suba's pupils contracted sharply, while the crowd fell silent for a brief moment before erupting in astonished uproar. When Tianyu had broken through to the 7-star Master Realm, Song Chun and Jingang's expressions shifted, and they exchanged a complex glance. In the end, it was Senior Brother Wen Tianyu who broke through to the 7-star Master Realm first. We're falling behind. Song Chun sighed softly. Jingang's face grew solemn. It was bound to happen. Wen Tianyu has been lingering at the peak of the 6-star realm for a long time, building his foundation. This time, his breakthrough is a natural progression. Suba might be in real trouble now. In the distance, Xiao Bao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he burst into laughter. Ha ha, excellent. Breaking through to the 7-star Master Realm at such a critical moment. No matter how strong Suba is, there's no way he can win now. In martial cultivation, there are 9 stars, with unique titles after the 6-star level. 7-star Master Realm, 8-star Grandmaster Realm, and 9-star Supreme Master Realm. The gap in power between each major realm is like an insurmountable chasm. When Tianyu, who was merely a young tiger at the peak of the 6-star realm, had now transformed into a fully grown predator in the 7-star Master Realm, with destructive power multiplied several times over. Shao, you knew when Tianyu was going to break through, didn't you? Hu Danking's face darkened as he questioned coldly. Xiao Bao shrugged nonchalantly. Heh, when Tianyu could have broken through ages ago. The kid just wanted to wait until his true essence was completely full, achieving it naturally and effortlessly. A glint of pride flashed in his eyes. Now, the victory is in our hands. What can Suba possibly do? Start drafting the words for him to acknowledge his defeat and become a disciple. It's about time to begin preparing the yuan-enhancing pill. The more Xiaobao thought about it, the more thrilled he became. This kid really surprised me. He almost had when Tianyu defeated. Once I take him in as my disciple, we'll finally have the chance to show off during the Three Nations tournament. Those old fossils at the Tianzhong War Wolf Martial Academy won't know what hit them. On the battlefield, the wind-infused blade intent enhanced by the 7-star Master Realm cut through everything like a hot knife through butter, effortlessly shattering Su Ba's perfected Great Desolation Staff intent, which was powered by 3 times his true essence. The overwhelming force pushed Su Ba back 3 steps. This was the first time he had been forced to retreat since the assessment began. Look, senior brother Su retreated. Even so, to hold his ground this far is already incredible. If when Tianyu hadn't broken through to the 7-star Master Realm, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat senior brother Su. The inner court disciples whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with admiration and regret. When Tianyu pointed his long blade directly at Su Ba, his tone arrogant. Su Ba, why don't you just admit defeat? I'll admit, your talent is extraordinary, but I, now at the 7-star Master Realm, am on an entirely different level. Even if you have a trump card, you wouldn't survive a single full-powered strike from me. Oh, is that so? Su Ba slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp and piercing like a dragon awakening from its slumber. Senior brother Wen Tianyu, do you truly believe you've already won against me? Wen Tianyu furrowed his brows slightly and looked across at Su Ba. You know, I really didn't want to use this move, Su Ba said in an extremely calm tone. After all, I've just mastered it, and my control over it is still limited. If I mess up and accidentally turn you into an idiot, senior brother Wen, don't blame me. They'll give you a chance if you surrender now. It's not too late. After saying this, Su Ba clasped his hands behind his back and quietly waited for a response. The surrounding inner disciples exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Senior brother Su was giving senior brother Wen a chance to surrender? And even mentioned something about turning someone into an idiot? When Tianyu let out a cold laugh. Heh, Su Ba, even now, you remain so arrogant. It seems I'll have to show you what reality looks like. The long blade in his hand gleamed as a sharp and overwhelming aura erupted from him. Use whatever move you've got. He'll break it with a single strike. None of your tricks will work. You're destined to lose. When Tianyu laughed proudly. As you wish, Su Ba replied, closing his eyes. Just as when Tianyu frowned in confusion, a faint voice echoed. Eye of Hell, first layer tongue-pulling hell. Su Ba's eyes snapped open, and his pupils vanished, replaced by 2 eerie black whirlpools. When Tianyu was about to shout in alarm when his entire body suddenly trembled violently. The surroundings dimmed instantly, and a dark, oppressive aura descended upon the scene. When Tianyu's vision shifted dramatically above him, blood seemed to drip from the sky, and beneath his feet, the ground turned into a sticky mire of flesh and blood. Countless small demons wielding iron pincers emerged from the sludge, each pincer gripping a crimson, severed tongue. The demons tossed the tongues aside, their blood-red eyes locking onto Wen Tianyu as they let out piercing shrieks and lunged toward him. What the hell is this? Wen Tianyu felt his mental sea shake violently, a tearing pain ripping through his mind. Realizing it was a soul attack, he roared. Mere lowly demons, how can they harm me? Break. A surge of blade intent swept outward like a hurricane, obliterating the shrieking demons in an instant. The illusion shattered, and when Tianyu regained clarity, his face pale. Su Ba, I didn't expect you to have soul-based attacks and to have comprehended the hell domain. When Tianyu took a deep breath. But for a martial artist who has mastered blade intent, this is just a contest of domains. The quality and intensity of your hell domain still falls short compared to my perfected gale blade intent. A 7-star master isn't as simple as you think. Oh, then how about this? Su Ba's expression remained calm. Eye of Hell, second layer scissors hell. Once again, Su Ba's eyes transformed into pitch-black whirlpools, and an aura several times more terrifying than before surged into the air. What? When Tianyu's face changed drastically. Oomph. When Tianyu let out a muffled groan, staggering backwards several steps unsteadily. His face turned pale, and beads of cold sweat covered his forehead, but he had no time to wipe them away. After taking a few deep breaths, he stared at Suba in shock. You've actually comprehended an even stronger soul intent. Suba didn't respond directly. Instead, he spoke calmly. Senior brother Wentianyu, impressive indeed. You actually managed to block it. Though his tone was composed, there was a trace of surprise in his heart. The strength of a 7-star Master Realm genius was truly extraordinary. Most martial artists in the early stages of the 7-star Master Realm couldn't withstand the soul impact of the Scissors Hell technique. Yet when Tianyu, having just entered this realm, managed to endure it, his talent was undoubtedly remarkable. The surrounding spectators had initially been confused, unable to understand why when Tianyu was trembling as if possessed after just locking eyes with Suba. But when they heard that Suba had mastered soul intent, the crowd immediately erupted. Unbelievable. Soul Force techniques are incredibly difficult to master. The Gongwu Pavilion of Yunmeng Martial Academy shouldn't even have such powerful soul attack methods. Maybe senior brother Su was born with extraordinary soul power. To comprehend so many martial intents in just 2 months, his aptitude is simply beyond belief. Everyone gasped in astonishment, their gazes fixed on Suba. Whether it was his physical body, true essence, or soul power, he seemed to surpass others of the same level in every way, leaving no apparent weaknesses. Senior brother Wentianyu, do you believe now that I can turn you into an idiot? Suba asked nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. Wentianyu gripped his long blade tightly, forcing himself to stand upright. Using soul attacks of this level repeatedly must have cost you a lot as well. Let's see who can hold out until the end. Suba sighed softly and closed his eyes once more. A strong sense of foreboding surged through Wentianyu's heart as he realized in disbelief Suba still had an even stronger soul intent in reserve. Eye of Hell, 3rd layer. Iron Tree Hell. When Suba opened his eyes again, a horrifying aura emanated from the pitch-black vortex within them, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Wentianyu's face turned ashen in an instant. Just as Suba was about to unleash his attack, Wentianyu lowered his head and let out a bitter laugh. Senior brother Su, please show mercy. I admit defeat. The 2nd layer of the Scissors Hell had already left Wentianyu struggling to cope, and now, faced with the Iron Tree Hell that was several times more powerful, he knew defeat was inevitable. The consequences of failing to resist such an attack on the soul's essence were unimaginably at best. It could leave him mentally shattered and reduced to a mere shell of himself. At worst, his very soul could be annihilated. What was even more concerning was that Suba had mentioned this technique was something he had only recently comprehended, and even he wasn't entirely in control of it. If Suba were to lose control and accidentally inflict severe damage on his own soul, the outcome would be disastrous. Though Wentianyu was stubborn by nature, he was also sensible enough to recognize the bigger picture. This wasn't a duel to the death. Continuing to fight when defeat was certain would be nothing short of foolishness. Senior brother Su, I admit my defeat wholeheartedly, Wentianyu said, lowering his head in concession. Considering that even a prodigy like Qin Jiyue was no match for someone as monstrous as Suba, losing to him didn't feel too humiliating. For a moment, the crowd was silent. Then, thunderous cheers erupted. All eyes were on Suba, filled with awe and reverence. The new top senior brother of Yunmeng Martial Academy's inner court had been born. From the moment he entered the inner court, Suba had risen like a blazing comet, dominating with unstoppable momentum. Under his brilliance, the other geniuses on the talent rankings seemed dim in comparison. Not only was he the undisputed #1 in the inner court, but he had also set the record for being the youngest to ever hold that title in Yunmeng Martial Academy's history. With the conclusion of the semi-annual assessment, the talent rankings were reshuffled. Suba's name soared to the top. Song Chun climbed to 2nd due to his outstanding performance in the first 2 stages, while the heavily injured Jin Gang fell to 3rd. When Tianyu, having broken through to the 7-star Master Realm, was officially promoted to a core disciple. After the assessment, Suba received a voice transmission talisman from Hu Danqing, summoning him to the Pill Pavilion immediately. On his way there, every inner court disciple he encountered stopped to bow and greet him with respect, their voices ringing out with, "Greetings, Senior Brother Su." However, when Suba arrived at the Grand Hall of the Pill Pavilion, he was surprised to find the notoriously hot-tempered Elder Shao present as well. Suba's heart tensed with caution. Despite his current strength, he was still far from being a match for this elder. Ha ha ha. Elder Shao Bao's eyes lit up the moment he saw Suba, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. A radiant smile spread across his face, leaving Suba utterly confused and rooted to the spot, unsure of what was going on. Suba, come here. I called you over because I have something to discuss with you, Hu Danqing said with a gentle smile, gesturing for Suba to come closer. Hurry, Elder Hu, just say it already. Xiao Bao urged impatiently, his tone unusually polite and respectful. Hu Danqing rolled his eyes and then turned to Su Ba, who still looked puzzled. With a kind expression, he said, Su Ba, after discussing with Elder Shao, we've decided to take you on as a disciple together. You'll learn martial arts from Elder Shao and alchemy from me. Before he could finish, Xiao Bao interrupted eagerly, Su Ba, your talent in staff techniques is unparalleled. You have extraordinary potential. In Fengwu Nation, no one is more qualified to teach you the way of the staff than me. As he spoke, he kept signaling to Hu Danqing with his eyes. Catching on, Hu Danqing immediately chimed in, yes, Su Ba, Elder Xiao Bao is the #1 expert in Fengwu Nation, and he has agreed to pass down his ultimate technique, the Scorpion King's Fierce Tiger Staff, to you. This is a lower-tier Earth-level martial skill, and warriors possessing Earth-level skills are extremely rare across the 3 Eastern nations. Elder Xiao Bao risked his life in a secret realm to acquire this technique. You'll be the very first to inherit it. Absolutely, absolutely. Xiao Bao nodded repeatedly in agreement. Su Ba fell silent, contemplating for a long moment before softly replying, I understand. He then turned to face Xiao Bao, bowed slightly, and quietly said, Master. Xiao Bao's face lit up with joy, and he could barely contain his excitement, almost bursting into a dance. That one word, master, seemed to bring him more happiness than a breakthrough in cultivation ever could. Ha ha ha, good good good, Xiao Bao exclaimed, overflowing with delight. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Su Ba. My precious disciple, inside this ring is the Scorpion King's Fierce Tiger Staff technique, along with 1,000 lower-grade true essence stones and my years of insights into staff techniques. If you have any questions, come find me anytime. But, he patted Su Ba's shoulder. First, you need to improve your cultivation level. Earth-level techniques consume a lot of true essence. Hu Danqing clicked his tongue in amazement from the side. Xiao Bao, 1,000 lower-grade true essence stones? That's not like you at all. Since when have you been so generous? Hey, I can spoil my precious disciple if I want. What's it to you? Xiao Bao snapped, nearly jumping in frustration. And when have I ever been stingy? Don't go ruining my image in front of my disciple, or I'll settle this with you. Hu Danqing chuckled softly and shook his head, choosing not to say more. In his view, the more things given to Su Ba, the better it actually brought him a sense of relief. Xiao Bao noticed Hu Danqing's silence and smirked smugly before turning to Su Ba. In a warm tone, he asked, My dear disciple, did you understand everything I just said? I understand. Su Ba nodded in response. He was well aware that the more advanced a martial technique was, the greater the amount of true essence it required to be executed. This reminded him of his previous battle with when Tianyatho he had used soul power instead of true essence to activate the Hell's Eye. The 2 forms of power shared certain similarities. The first 2 layers of the Hell's Eye tongue-pulling Hell and Scissors Hell were still manageable for him. However, performing the 3rd layer, Iron Tree Hell, with his current level of soul power would likely leave him with an excruciating headache, or even symptoms like dizziness and pressure in his head. This time, it was just a sparring match, but in real combat, techniques that drained a massive amount of power had to be used with caution. Otherwise, failing to achieve results could leave him completely vulnerable. It seems I need to intensify my soul power training, Su Ba thought to himself. Xiao Bao patted Su Ba on the shoulder, his voice filled with anticipation. All right, Su Ba, in just over a month, the Tri-Nation competition will begin. This is a contest between the top disciples of the inner academies from each nation's martial schools. You're now the senior brother of the inner academy, so make sure you perform well, and give me a chance to shine in front of those old geezers. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to Hu Danqing, putting on a stern expression. Elder Hu, my disciple is half yours. I've already sacrificed so much, shouldn't you contribute something as well? What? Since when did my disciple become half yours? Hu Danqing exclaimed, then snorted coldly. He's clearly my disciple. If anything, I'm being generous by letting you claim half. How can the senior master and the second master be the same? Hu Danqing shot a glare at Xiao Bao before pulling a large black bag out of his storage ring and handing it to Su Ba. Good disciple, take this. While my cultivation level may not match someone else's, my wealth is leagues ahead. Here are 150 mid-grade true essence stones. Use them as you wish. Xiao Bao's face instantly darkened to the shade of a scorched pot, and he looked as though he was about to explode. Hu Danqing, feeling triumphant at Xiao Bao's frustration, turned back to Su Ba and continued. Inside, there's also an alchemy manual with detailed techniques and insights on refining various pills. With your talent, I doubt you'll need much guidance from me, but I'll assess your progress in a while. Su Ba opened the bag and saw over 100 smooth, palm-sized stones radiating a pure, comforting energy. His eyes lit up. These were mid-grade true essence stones, 10 times more potent than lower-grade ones. A single mid-grade true essence stone can indeed be exchanged for 10 low-grade true essence stones, but such exchanges are exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Mid-grade true essence stones are not only scarce in supply but also contain purer and more refined spiritual energy, which provides far greater assistance to martial artists in overcoming bottlenecks compared to low-grade stones. This level of purity directly affects the success rate of breakthroughs, which is why cultivators are generally unwilling to trade mid-grade stones for low-grade ones or currency, even at a 10-tune exchange rate. In the hierarchy of true essence stones, low-grade stones are considered standard currency and are readily available for purchase with sufficient funds. However, mid-grade stones are truly rare treasures, often difficult to acquire even with ample wealth. As for higher-tier stones, such as high-grade and supreme-grade true essence stones, they are exceptional rarities that can only be obtained through extraordinary circumstances. After expressing his gratitude to his two masters, Suba couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of cultivation resources he had received. However, he understood clearly that all of this was earned through his own strength. Without demonstrating his extraordinary talent, he would never have gained the favor of Hu Danqing and Xiao Bao. This realization further solidified his determination to pursue greater power. Stronger abilities would bring access to even more resources. After advising Su Ba to focus on his cultivation, Xiao Bao and Hu Danqing dismissed him. Watching Su Ba's steady figure as he departed, Xiao Bao couldn't help but ask Hu Danqing. This youngster surpasses his peers in every aspect: soul power, body refinement, energy cultivation, and comprehension. What do you think? Hu Danqing narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his gaze. This boy's rise is astonishing, and he already shows signs of invincibility. Among his peers, I fear no one can obstruct his path forward. Such a monstrous talent emerging in Fengwu Nation, could it be a sign of the nation's prosperous destiny? Xiao Bao sighed. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he clenched his fist and asked, when will the Thunder Dragon sect in the eastern region begin recruiting disciples again? If I recall correctly, the recruitment envoy should appear in 3 months, right? Hu Danqing nodded in confirmation. Indeed, the Thunder Dragon sect opens its doors to the public once every 3 years, and it has been nearly 3 years since the last recruitment. Although the eastern region is the smallest among the 4 major regions of the eastern continent, with only 18 nations and the Thunder Dragon sect, the sect is the strongest among the 7 great martial section. Xiao Bao took a deep breath, his thoughts swirling. 3 months? I wonder if Su Ba can make it onto the elite rankings of the 3 nations in the Eastern District. The Eastern region is divided into 4 districts: East, West, South, and North, each with its own elite rankings. The Thunder Dragon sect recruits disciples from these rankings, and those who pass the examinations are admitted into the sect. If a disciple is recruited by the Thunder Dragon sect, not only will the Martial Academy and the nation receive generous rewards, but we as their masters will also gain substantial benefits. If the disciple performs outstandingly in the entrance examinations, the rewards will be even more impressive. Even someone like Xiao Bao, with his peak postnatal cultivation, couldn't help but feel a surge of longing for those rewards. The elite list of the 3 kingdoms features the top 18 most powerful young martial artists under the age of 25, all of whom have achieved at least the 7-star master realm. Hu Danqing's eyes sparkled as he spoke, his tone tinged with a mix of anticipation and concern. If it were someone else, their progress could be somewhat predictable. But Su Ba, a prodigy in cultivation, defies conventional logic. With his extraordinary talent, it's highly likely he could advance from the early 6-star level to the 7-star master realm within 3 months. Even Qin Jiyue only needed 3 months to achieve that back then, and Su Ba's aptitude surpasses hers. Xiao Bao stroked his chin and gave a faint, wry smile. It's not that I doubt Su Ba's ability to reach the 7-star master realm. I am confident he can. It's just... He paused briefly. Never mind, perhaps I'm being too greedy. Su Ba is still young. Even if he doesn't make it onto the elite list of the 3 kingdoms to participate in the Lei Long sect's recruitment this time, there will certainly be another chance. The elite list of the 3 kingdoms only includes 18 geniuses, and they are constantly improving. The gap in strength between last year's 18th place and this year's is already worlds apart. Take Qin Jiyue as an example. Last year, when she had just advanced to the 7-star master realm, she could still defeat the 18th ranked martial artist on the list. But if she were to advance now, it would be much harder to secure a victory. This means that Su Ba's chances of making it onto the list this year are even slimmer compared to previous years. Hu Danqing's lips curved into a faint smile. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Remember, Su Ba is someone who excels at creating miracles. Heh, let's hope the kid surprises us, Xiao Bao thought to himself with quiet anticipation. As a martial artist who had been stuck at the peak of the post-heaven realm for years, he knew that if Su Ba performed exceptionally in the Lei Long sect's recruitment assessment, it might bring him a glimmer of hope to break through to the legendary innate realm. At this moment, Su Ba was sitting cross-legged in his small bedroom, a low-grade storage ring and a large black pouch placed before him. His eyes shone with excitement. These items contained a massive amount of enhancement points. 1,000 low-grade true essence stones could be exchanged for 20,000 points, and 150 mid-grade true essence stones equaled 30,000 points, totaling 50,000 enhancement points. Just as he was about to start recovering the true essence stones and studying the alchemy manual along with the earth-tier low-grade martial technique, Scorpion King Fierce Tiger Staff, a knock came at the door. A servant respectfully handed him a white pouch's monthly stipend as the top-ranked individual on the Renjia list, 200 low-grade true essence stones. Before leaving, the servant cautiously reminded him, "Senior Brother Su, the deadline for this month's inner court task is approaching, and you still haven't claimed it." Inner court task? Su Ba was slightly taken aback, then a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Perfect timing. It's time to start preparing for the Three Kingdoms tournament in a month. Jingguang Town, a small border town nestled between Fengwu Kingdom and Hanyue Kingdom, lies adjacent to the ominous Dark Swamp Forest. Its streets buzz with activity as merchants from both nations come and go, infusing the town with a vibrant commercial atmosphere. On this particular day, a young man dressed in black appeared in the town. His face was stern, and his clothes were dusty from travel, evidence of a long journey. This young man was Su Ba, here on a mission to hunt down a target. The mission briefing indicated that two notorious criminals had been spotted near Jingguang Town. These two were suspected to be behind the recent string of mysterious disappearances involving disciples of the martial academies. According to intelligence, their cultivation levels were likely at the 7-star master realm. Su Ba's gaze swept across the bustling streets, his expression calm. He showed no concern for opponents of this caliber. After all, he had defeated the exceptionally talented Wen Tianyu when he himself was only at the early 6-star level. Even though Wen Tianyu had just entered the 7-star master realm, he was far stronger than most seasoned martial artists. What's more, Su Ba's system interface still held over 50,000 in used enhancement points, ready to boost his strength at any moment. As for the rewards, his previous encounter in the Beast Mountain range, where he defeated two 5-star criminals, had already earned him over 20,000 enhancement points. These 7-star Master Realm opponents would surely bring even greater returns. While Su Ba pondered how to locate his targets in this bustling commercial town, 3 martial artists suddenly appeared up ahead on the street. 2 men and 1 woman. They wore matching uniforms, indicating they were from the same martial academy. Their cultivation levels were all at the late 6-star stage, with the leading young man having reached the 6-star peak. Such talent at his age would make him a standout even in the inner academy of Yunmeng Martial Academy. Thanks to his keen perception, Su Ba clearly overheard their conversation. "Hurry. The tracking powder's effect is limited. We need to find a pill shop quickly and stock up on recovery and healing pills," the leading young man urged. Who would have thought those two were in the late 7-star master realm? We can't take them down so easily. Senior Brother Ming is right. Though calling for reinforcements from the academy isn't an option now, as long as we're well prepared with enough pills for a drawn-out battle, we'll capture them sooner or later. Those scum who harm Martial Academy disciples deserve worse than death, the woman added with a fiery tone. The gray-clad young man leading the group frowned and added, "It'd be best if we had someone strong enough to back us up, just in case. But unfortunately, it's too late to call for help now." At that moment, a clear and confident voice rang out near them. "Hey there. What do you think about me?" "Hey everyone. So, what do you think of me?" A clear, crisp voice suddenly echoed near them. The 3 of them froze in their tracks and looked up, only to see a cold and composed young man dressed in black standing before them, smiling faintly as he gazed at them. The gray-clad young man leading the group gave the unexpected visitor a once-over. When he sensed that the stranger was at the early stage of the 6-star level, his brow furrowed slightly. Before he could say anything, the lean young man at the later stage of 6-star cultivation spoke up first. "Brother," the lean man said with a smile, "do you know what we're here for? This is a dangerous mission. For your own safety, I'd advise you not to get involved." Just as the leader, Ming, was about to say something and move on with his group, the young woman beside him, who suddenly tugged at his sleeve. "Ming, Brother Ming," whose voice trembled as her wide, beautiful eyes stared at the black-clad man's waist. Her hand quivered as she pointed. Look at that badge." All 3 of them shifted their gaze to the blue badge hanging from his waist, engraved with the words Yunmeng. The lean young man gasped sharply. "No way. Isn't that the inner disciple badge of Yunmeng Martial Academy?" The moment they confirmed Su Ba's identity, their demeanor changed instantly. Ming Xing stepped forward with a bright smile, extending his hand. "My apologies for the misunderstanding. I'm Ming Xing from Mujiang Martial Academy. If we had known you were a master from Yunmeng Martial Academy, there wouldn't have been any confusion." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Ba inquired about their mission. Ming Xing's expression grew serious as he explained that they were hunting down 2 latest-stage 7-star master cultivators who had committed countless heinous crimes. These 2 were not only immensely powerful, but also highly experienced in battle. In a previous encounter, even with a 3-against-2 advantage, they had failed to capture them. allowing the culprits to escape. The worst part is, Ming Xing said in frustration, due to faulty intel, we didn't bring enough medicinal pills and missed a golden opportunity to eliminate them. Luckily, I sprinkled tracking powder on them, Ming Xixiang said with a confident smile. As long as they're within a 100-mile radius, they can't escape my pursuit. I was planning to buy some recovery and healing pills in Jingguang town before engaging in a battle of attrition. But since I ran into you here for some training, things have gotten a lot simpler. With the four of us working together, those two villains won't stand a chance. He naturally assumed that Su Ba was a martial artist here in the dark swamp forest for training. The forest was rich in resources, filled with rare plants and spiritual herbs, attracting many powerful warriors to try their luck. However, if Ming Xixiang knew that Su Ba had taken on the mission to hunt down and eliminate the two infamous villains all by himself, his reaction would have been quite a sight to behold. Su Ba didn't bother to explain further, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It truly felt like finding something effortlessly after a long and fruitless search. He had anticipated spending several days investigating, but to his surprise, news of his targets had come so quickly. Then let's set off and save some time, Su Ba said calmly. As he spoke, he casually tucked the elite disciple badge of Yunmeng Martial House's inner division from his waist into his storage space. Nearby, a gentle and charming girl, who shimmy, occasionally sneaked glances at the exquisite badge. When caught, she playfully stuck out her tongue. This was her first time seeing the badge of an elite disciple from Yunmeng Martial House, and its craftsmanship far surpassed their own. No wonder she couldn't help but take a few more looks. All right, no time to waste, let's move out immediately. Ming Xixiang waved his hand decisively. Since they had encountered a fellow martial artist from Yunmeng Martial House, purchasing pills seemed unnecessary now. By the way, what should I call you, brother? Despite being a core disciple of Mujiang Martial House with a cultivation level much higher than Su Ba's, Ming Xixiang remained highly respectful. Su Ba. Got it. Ming Xixiang nodded in acknowledgement. Let's go. Follow me. Yes. In an instant, four figures darted across the streets of Jingguang town, heading straight for the dark swamp forest. The dark swamp forest was vast and dense, comparable to the exotic beast mountain range to the east. However, the forest's humid and oppressive air made prolonged stays uncomfortable for most people. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Ming Jiang, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. The other three halted as well. Ahead of them lay the corpse of a blue-tailed fox, a 6th-rank exotic beast. A lean young man stepped forward to inspect it. The inner core has already been taken. Judging by the condition, it hasn't been dead for long. It was those two villains, Ming Jiang said calmly. The scent of my tracking powder still lingers around the wound. Huh. Idiots. The lean young man burst into laughter. They're still in the mood to hunt exotic beasts. Looks like they haven't realized we're tracking them. Of course. Hushimi giggled. Ming Xixiang's tracking skills are so advanced. It's only natural they wouldn't notice. Ming Jiang smiled smugly and waved his hand. All right, I can sense they've stopped to rest. They're about 10 kilometers away. Let's close in and give them a surprise. Got it. The two disciples from Mujiang Martial House responded cheerfully. The group continued on their way. Before leaving, Su Ba quietly stored the blue-tailed fox's body, a trace of doubt flickering in his mind. Could those two villains really be entirely unaware of the tracking? Su Ba's eyes flickered for a moment, unable to make sense of the situation. He decided to stop overthinking it. With his abilities, he was confident he could protect himself even if danger arose. Activating his movement technique, he quickly caught up with Ming Xing and the others. The four moved like swift gusts of wind through the dense forest, the scenery on either side rapidly retreating. Any beasts they encountered along the way were swiftly and silently dealt with by Ming Xing, ensuring they didn't alarm their surroundings. Along the path, they did come across some fresh carcasses of strange beasts, which, according to Ming Xing, were the handiwork of the two villains they were pursuing. When they were less than a kilometer from their target, Ming Xing suddenly gestured for them to stop. The group instinctively slowed their pace and concealed their presence. We're close. We'll spread out and surround them from all directions. Wait for my signal. On my count 1, 2, 3 charge in at full force. Ming Xing instructed in a low voice. Understood, responded the lean young man and who shimmy. Got it. Su Ba nodded. The four immediately dispersed, stealthily closing in on the target from different directions. The distance shortened steadily, 800 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters. When they were within 300 meters, Ming Xing's voice echoed in their minds. Charge. In an instant, four figures burst forth at full speed, like arrows loosed from a bowstring, racing toward the target. Within mere breaths, they broke into a clearing. Who's there? Two men sprang to their feet, shouting in alarm. One was a burly, bald man with a fierce face, carrying an enormous axe nearly 10 feet long on his back. The other, dressed as a refined scholar, appeared mild-mannered but had a chilling, sinister gleam in his eyes. Ha ha ha, caught you off guard again, didn't we? The lean young man leapt out from the eastern forest, looking smug. Moments later, Suba, Ming-Xing, and Hu Shimi emerged from the other three directions, encircling the two men. The scholar's gaze swept over Ming-Xing and the others before settling on Suba. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "So you've brought reinforcements, but a mere early-stage 6-star? Like an ant. Do all of you from the great martial academy lack brains?" Ming-Xing glanced at Suba, recalling how he had concealed his badge to avoid drawing attention due to Hu Shimi. He chose not to reveal the truth. Letting these two underestimate Suba might just be the key to turning the tide in their favor. "There's no escape for you today. Surrender your weapons, and I'll grant you a swift end," Ming-Xing declared, drawing his sword and pointing it at the two men. The lean young man and Hu Shimi also readied their weapons, prepared to strike at any moment. Suddenly, the bald man burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, big brother, these so-called elite disciples of the martial academy are far too naive. They have no idea how cruel the world can be. What a bunch of fools." "What do you mean?" Ming-Xing's brows furrowed as a sense of unease crept into his heart. Why did these two seem even more composed than during their first encounter? "Brother Ming, why waste words with them? Let's strike directly." The thin and impatient young man from Mujiang Martial House raised his sword, ready to attack. However, just as he began to gather his inner energy, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Ah!" The thin youth clutched his chest, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. "Brother he!" Ming-Xing and Sister Hu gasped in unison. "What's wrong?" Ming-Xing asked anxiously. I think I've been poisoned," the young man said with difficulty. "When I try to circulate my energy, it feels like countless silver needles are stabbing my heart. The pain is unbearable." "Poisoned?" Ming-Xing and Sister Hu exclaimed in shock. Before they could process the situation, a sinister laugh echoed from their opponents. "Heh heh heh, realize the danger now, haven't you?" The scholarly man stood above them, looking down with disdain in his eyes. "You thought sprinkling some tracking powder on us would keep you safe? I was roaming the Jianghu while you were still in your mother's wombs." He smugly elaborated. "We were prepared for this. Using rare beast materials, we crafted a special colorless, odorless poisonous mist. Within a 100-meter radius, anyone who inhales even a trace will experience chaotic energy flows that damage the heart. The faster you circulate your energy, the greater the pain. In the end, you'll die in agony." Ming-Xing and Sister Hu, unwilling to believe it, attempted to channel their energy. But the moment they did, they both let out muffled groans, their faces turning pale. "Brother Ming!" The thin youth and Sister Hu looked at Ming-Xing in panic. "Despicable!" Ming-Xing cursed through gritted teeth. Smack! A bald brute stepped forward and slapped Ming-Xing to the ground. He then stomped on him twice, snarling, "Still got a sharp tongue? Go on, get up and fight me if you can." "Baldy, stop playing around. Let's focus on the task," the scholarly man commanded. "With these people as blood sacrifices, we should be able to open the relic's gate." "What a pleasant surprise." "Haha, exactly." The bald brute licked his lips excitedly. "I was worried we wouldn't make it in time, but luck's on our side now." It turned out that a few days ago, deep in the Black Swamp Forest, they had accidentally triggered some kind of mechanism. Amidst tremors and quakes, a mysterious relic suddenly emerged from the ground. Though they didn't know what lay inside, such ancient relics always promised great fortunes and opportunities. After extensive research into ancient texts, the scholar finally uncovered the key to opening the door to the ruins. It either required a special energy source or a blood sacrifice. Since the special energy was nearly impossible to obtain, they decided to resort to the blood sacrifice. They carefully chose talented disciples from the martial house, who were out on training missions, as their targets. These young martial artists not only possessed considerable cultivation, but also carried abundant energy for the blood sacrifice and often had valuable resources on them. However, with the ruins having already appeared, they feared that delaying might lead to others discovering their plan. They were also wary of provoking the pursuit of core disciples by kidnapping members of other martial houses. Just as they were about to settle for a strategy relying on quantity over quality, they unexpectedly encountered Ming-Xing and his group. Using a meticulously designed trap, they successfully captured them, a fortuitous turn of events. Hearing the words, blood sacrifice and ruins door, Suba, who was initially ready to intervene, stopped in his tracks. He thought to himself, a ruin that requires a blood sacrifice to unlock likely holds significant opportunities. Facing the two malicious men, both at the late stage of the 7-star master realm, Suba remained unfazed. Their pride in their poisonous mist was meaningless against him, as his 9 sons' divine art rendered him immune. Moreover, he had over 50,000 enhancement points that could be used to elevate his cultivation, enough to surpass the late stage of the 7-star master realm. Suba decided to feign weakness and follow them to the ruins location. When the time came, these two villains could serve as the blood sacrifice instead. Their latest stage 7-star Master Realm energy should suffice in place of Ming Xing and his group. At that moment, the bald brute approached Su Ba and aggressively demanded his storage ring. Su Ba handed it over without batting an eye. After all, his valuable items were stored in his system space, and the storage ring contained nothing of worth. He was confident that once he dealt with these two, everything would be restored to him. The bald brute was surprised by Su Ba's compliance and arrogantly promised to grant him a swift death. For the sake of preserving the freshness of the blood sacrifice energy, they temporarily suppressed their killing intent. Meanwhile, Ming Xing and the others, weakened by poison and racked with pain, reluctantly surrendered their storage rings. Observing Su Ba's calm demeanor in the face of danger, they felt a mix of confusion and admiration. Through voice transmission, Ming Xing expressed his sentiments to Su Ba. "Brother Su, your courage in the face of death puts us to shame. I'm sorry for dragging you into this predicament. This person has a decent temperament." When Ming Xing expressed guilt, saying they had implicated Su Ba merely smiled faintly and transmitted his thoughts. "What implication? Everything is under my control. Brother Ming, don't be discouraged. Meeting each other is fate. Since we've encountered this situation, they'll handle it. You don't need to worry." These words nearly made Ming Xing cough up blood on the spot. As a core disciple of the Mujiang Martial Academy at the peak of the 6-star level, he was the strongest among them. Yet even he couldn't exert his full strength now, let alone Su Ba, who was also poisoned. Even if Su Ba could barely match him, how could he possibly stand against two latest stage 7-star master-level villains in their prime? Even if the four of them joined forces, they likely wouldn't be able to withstand one of their opponents. Before Ming Xing could respond, the bald brute sneered and barked. "All right, you little brats, behave yourselves, or I'll show you what I'm capable of." He ordered them to line up and then turned to the scholarly man. "Big brother, shall we head out?" The scholarly man simply nodded indifferently and led the way. The bald brute shoved and cursed at Su Ba and the others, urging them to follow. To Su Ba's surprise, these two outlaws, despite their criminal ways, were impressively skilled in wilderness survival. As they ventured deeper into the dark swamp forest, they consistently used various methods to drive away powerful beasts in advance, only casually killing weaker ones. The journey of over 10 kilometers proceeded unusually smoothly. Meanwhile, Ming Xing and the other two grew increasingly despondent, their faces pale and defeated. Su Ba noticed but said nothing, understanding that no matter what he said, they wouldn't believe him now. By dusk, the scholarly man pushed aside a thicket as tall as a person, revealing a clearing ahead. A massive black ruin, the size of an imperial palace, stood silently before them. It was constructed entirely of an unknown metal, exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. Su Ba's pupils contracted slightly. With the Nine Suns Divine Art's acute sensitivity to sinister energy, he could clearly sense the ruins were shrouded in demonic energy. It seemed as though an even denser malevolence was trying to escape from within, yet it was restrained by some kind of sealing formation. This discovery sent a chill through Su Ba's heart. The chilling atmosphere inside the ruins made Su Ba frown. He pondered carefully, suspecting that this place might have been the lair of a demon lord. However, since the eastern region remained peaceful to this day, the demon lord was likely either dead or long gone. With that thought, he felt somewhat reassured, protected by the Nine Suns Divine Art. The sinister energy here could not harm him. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for the others. "Big brother, the ruins are just ahead." The bald man rubbed his hands together in excitement, his eyes gleaming as if he could already see countless opportunities beckoning to him. "Stay calm," the scholarly man responded in a flat tone, though a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. They had risked being hunted down to stake out this place for days, and now their efforts were finally about to pay off. "Hurry up!" the bald man barked impatiently from behind, urging Su Ba and the other three forward. Su Ba walked ahead with a stoic expression, while the three behind him, Ming Xing, the slim young man, and the girl referred to as Hu Shaimi, began exchanging whispered messages through their spiritual connection. "Senior brother Ming, what should we do? Are we really just going to surrender?" the slender youth from Mujiang Martial House asked nervously. "Senior brother Ming, I don't want to die." Hu Shimi's voice trembled, tinged with sobs. Ming Xing let out a bitter laugh as he replied, "I don't want to die either, but we're unarmed and without any pills to aid us. We can't possibly fight back. Does that mean we're doomed?" "My poor Xiaozui," the thin young man groaned in despair. "I haven't even been in love yet," Hu Shimi muttered, her voice full of grievance. After a moment of contemplation, Ming Xing suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "There's one last option, though it's a risky one. These two scoundrels are getting more and more excited, and they're bound to let their guard down as we approach the ruins. That's when we'll make our move, scatter and run in 4 different directions. There are 4 of us, including Su Ba. Although the poison will worsen, enduring it is better than waiting to die." They can only chase after two directions at most, which means the others might have a chance to escape. The slender youth and Hu Shimi were silent for a brief moment before agreeing. Well, follow senior brother Ming's lead. Good. Then it's settled. I'll head south. Junior brother, he will go north. Hu Shimi will take the west, and I'll inform Suba now to take the east. Junior brother he and junior sister Hu nodded earnestly, indicating they had taken senior brother Ming's words to heart. Senior brother Ming took a deep breath and immediately conveyed his thoughts to Suba, who was walking ahead. Suba paused slightly upon hearing this, a trace of admiration rising in his heart for the group. He had assumed they had given up hope of survival, but they still displayed an unyielding will to live. Indeed, as martial artists, they should possess the courage to face danger hidden. Even in a seemingly hopeless situation, how could one know if a miracle might occur without fighting to the end? Ming Xing's suggestion was indeed the most viable escape plan under such disadvantageous circumstances. However, Suba's purpose for this journey was to enter the ruins, and he had no intention of abandoning his goal so easily. Besides, with his strength, there was no need for him to flee. He smiled faintly and transmitted his response through his internal energy. Brother Ming, there's no need to worry. With me here, I will ensure your safety. Those two are nothing more than a couple of appetizers in my eyes. As his words fell, Ming Xing suddenly stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Junior brother he and junior sister Hu hurried to support him, asking with concern, Senior brother Ming, are you all right? They clearly did not understand why he had lost his composure. Feeling the icy stares from the scholarly man and the bald brute, Ming Xing forced himself to stay calm and continued forward. He then relayed Suba's words to his junior siblings. Senior brother Ming, could it be that Suba has lost his mind from fear? Junior sister Hu whispered in disbelief. Who knows? Ming Xing replied helplessly. With only 6-star early stage strength, does he think he can turn the tide? Not to mention he's now poisoned, unarmed, and yet dares to challenge two latest-stage 7-star masters. Where does this confidence come from? After some discussion, Ming Xing finally made a decision. The three of us will split up and escape separately. Follow my orders. Since Suba insists on throwing away his last chance at survival, we have no choice but to leave it to fate. Moments later, a towering black stone gate, 5 zhang tall, loomed before them. The surface of the gate was covered in mysterious runes, with a black dragon totem carved prominently in the center. Strangely, anyone who gazed upon the dragon totem would feel an indescribable fear rising from the depths of their soul, as if even their spirit was trembling. The surrounding runes seemed to writhe faintly, though they returned to stillness when one looked away. The bald brute, seemingly familiar with this sensation, quickly averted his gaze after another glance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The scholarly man, being more cautious, avoided looking directly at the central totem altogether. As for the newcomer, Suba, he was deeply captivated by the dragon totem, unconsciously releasing his soul energy to investigate it. The instant his soul energy touched the totem, a deafening dragon roar erupted. The sound reverberated through Suba's body, causing him to tremble violently. His eardrums burned, and he nearly bled from his nose. Immediately after, his sea of consciousness was thrown into turmoil, with countless fragmented images pouring into his mind like streams of light. Suba's eyes widened in shock. Roar! A terrifying dragon's roar, powerful enough to shatter the heavens, exploded in Suba's ears. His entire body trembled violently as his eardrums burned, and his nostrils nearly spouted blood. In the blink of an eye, his mental sea churned with turbulence, and countless fragmented images transformed into streams of light, flooding his mind. Suba's eyes widened as the scenes before him shifted rapidly, transporting him to an ancient world brimming with primal wilderness. Above the vast sky, countless colossal dragons soared and weaved through the heavens. White dragons, yellow dragons, golden dragons, red dragons, and many others of indescribable forms ascended, letting out earth-shattering roars as they surged toward the horizon. At the edge of the sky, a dense swarm of dragons approached. Leading them was a black dragon king of astonishing size, its body spanning over 1,000 feet, more than 10 times the size of a regular black dragon. With a single roar, it exuded a frenzied, domineering aura, heading the charge with its kin. In an instant, war erupted. Flames, thunder, black mist, and the power of metal clashed fiercely across the heavens. Severed dragon limbs fell, and dragon blood dyed the skies a deep crimson. The scene was so harrowing it sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, Suba was utterly shaken. He was deeply convinced that these visions were not mere illusions but fragments of a history that had truly transpired. A question gnawed at his mind. Why had these mighty dragons, once rulers of the Xintian continent, vanished? And what had sparked this catastrophic battle? As his thoughts surged, a loud shout abruptly pulled him back to reality. Now's the time. Everyone run! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures bolted in different directions south, west, and north at lightning speed. Hmm? Trying to run. Are we? The bald man sneered, his expression twisted with disdain, clearly unimpressed by their attempt to flee under his watch. Just as the scholarly man and the bald brute prepared to pursue, a figure flashed and blocked their path. Suba stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke calmly. Hey, you two, did I say you could leave? The three fleeing figures glanced back in astonishment. Witnessing the scene, Ming Xing exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? This kid actually dares to take on two latest-stage 7-star masters? A mere early-stage 6-star cultivator challenging opponents over 1.5 major realms stronger. It was a decision that left everyone dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Hishidi and Hushimi, though relieved to have escaped the pursuit, felt a mix of speechlessness and gratitude towards Suba. After all, his intervention had bought them precious time to flee for their lives. But just then, their movements suddenly froze, their bodies trembling violently. Thud, thud, thud. Mouthfuls of dark, black blood spurted out as they staggered and collapsed to the ground, as if struck by an invisible force. Oh no! Their faces turned deathly pale in an instant. The poison's intensity had suddenly surged, completely beyond their ability to suppress. It hurts so much. Junior brother, he clutched his chest, letting out a piercing scream. Ming Xing and junior sister, who gritted their teeth to endure the pain, but their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. They were so weak they couldn't even lift a hand. Despair flooded their hearts like a tidal wave. They realized that this time, escape was likely impossible. In the distance, a scholarly man and a burly bald man watched the scene unfold. What a bunch of fools. The bald man laughed maniacally. The special poison I concocted isn't something so easily dealt with. Now you know its power. Saves me the trouble of capturing each one of you. He turned to Suba in front of him, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Kid, you think you can resist? Just you? The scholarly man crossed his arms, smirking coldly and eyeing Suba with disdain. Yes, just me, Suba replied calmly. Two mere latest-stage 7-star masters are nothing in my eyes. If it weren't for my interest in the ruins you mentioned, I would have dealt with you long ago. Now, tell me the method for the blood sacrifice, and I'll grant you a quick death. His words left the scholarly man and the bald man momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, the bald man burst into exaggerated laughter. Big brother, did you hear that? This kid's got some nerve. Claims he would have wiped us out already if he wasn't interested in the ruins. Ha ha ha. The scholarly man narrowed his eyes. Kid, I don't mind telling you the method for the blood sacrifice. See that black dragon's mouth on the ruins? Just press a wound against it, and it'll draw out the essence blood from the body. But with your limited skills, what can you possibly do? Limited skills? Suba chuckled mockingly, clasping his hands behind his back as an indescribable aura emanated from him. He spoke each word with deliberate clarity. You two are my mission targets. What? Their pupils shrank in shock. Suba pulled out a blue waist token engraved with the words Yunmeng and fastened it around his waist. A warrior from Yunmeng Martial Academy? The scholarly man and the bald man were taken aback. Though Yunmeng Martial Academy was the most prestigious in Fengwu Nation, they quickly regained their composure. Ha ha ha, kid. You almost scared me there. The bald man roared with laughter. That blue waist token makes you an inner academy disciple, huh? A mere early-stage 6-star inner disciple dares to hunt us? What a joke. Even if one of your core disciples came with early-stage 6-star cultivation, I'd crush them in no time. Ha ha ha, kid. The bald man laughed loudly with his hands on his hips. You nearly scared me for a second. With just that standard token of an inner court disciple, you, a mere early-stage 6-star inner court disciple, dare to come hunt us down? What a joke. Even your core disciples at early-stage 6-star would have to bow before me. And now, you've even been poisoned by my special concoction, leaving you unable to use even a third of your strength. Yet you still dare to spout such arrogance? Are you out of your mind? Faced with the bald man's mocking, Suba's lips curled into a faint smile. Oh, you think I've been poisoned? You think I'm merely at the early-stage 6-star level? Ha! Open your eyes wide and take a good look. As he spoke, Suba quickly brought up his attribute panel and tapped repeatedly on the plus sign next to his cultivation level. Beep. Cultivation increased to mid-stage 6-star. Enhancement points 8600. Beep. Cultivation increased to latest stage 6-star. Enhancement points 9300. Beep. Cultivation increased to peak stage 6-star. Enhancement points 10,000. With each notification sound, an increasingly powerful aura erupted from Suba's body. The scholar-like man and the bald man's expressions grew darker and darker. They could clearly feel Suba's energy rising rapidly from early stage 6-star to mid-stage to latest stage, until finally breaking through to peak stage 6-star with a resounding force. How is this possible? the two exclaimed in disbelief. Reaching peak stage 6-star at under 20 years old was the mark of a true prodigy. What shocked them even more was that the flow of true essence within Suba's body was calm and stable, showing no signs of being affected by poison. The scholar-like man and the bald man exchanged a tense, uneasy look. Both understood that the Cloud Dream Martial Academy's genius disciples never acted recklessly. If Suba dared to take on this hunting mission, he must have had a hidden trump card. Damn it! Walking by the river every day, it's bound to catch up to you eventually, the scholar-like man cursed inwardly. Then, using his true essence, he transmitted a message to the bald man. Second brother, this kid definitely has something up his sleeve. Watch for my signal wheel launch a surprise attack immediately. At this short distance, with the explosive power of us both at latest stage 7-star Master Realm, if he doesn't react in time, he's as good as dead. Understood, big brother. Catching them off guard and striking when they least expect this overconfident genius won't see our sudden attack coming, the burly bald man whispered in a low voice. Across from them, Suba, who had just elevated his cultivation to the peak of the 6-star level, stood motionless, exuding a powerful aura. He could clearly feel the surging strength within him. Even against two latest stage 7-star master-level warriors, he felt no fear. He had decided to save the remaining 20,000 enhancement points for future use. Suba's lips curled into a faint, ambiguous smile as he gazed at the scholarly man and his companion. Ha, ha, so it turns out you're truly a hidden master, young brother, the scholarly man said with an awkward smile. Such a skill in concealing your strength has really caught us off guard. The immense pressure radiating from you now is undeniable. Therefore, the scholar's expression suddenly twisted into a vicious snarl as he shouted, "Today will still be your death day. Second brother, attack!" Before the words had fully left his mouth, a cold gleam erupted from his hand. The soft sword at his waist shot out like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Suba's throat. A height-ear profound martial technique, triple serpent strike. At the same time, the bald man, who had been ready to act, seized the massive steel battle axe strapped to his back and brought it crashing down towards Suba's head with ferocity. A height-ear profound martial technique, heavy cleave. The air itself seemed to split apart with a deafening whoosh. Their coordinated ambush was swift and overwhelming, enveloping Suba in an instant. Haha, die! The bald man roared with a sinister laugh, as if the image of Suba's head bursting apart was already playing in his mind. But in that split second, Suba's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Accompanied by a faint crackle of electricity, his figure vanished from where he had been standing. The bald man's axe was only halfway through its arc when a shadow loomed over his head. Instinctively, he looked up, only to see a massive black iron staff rapidly enlarging in his view. Boom! The Ruri Jingu bang smashed down with devastating force, instantly obliterating the bald man's skull. Crimson blood mixed with white brain matter splattered in all directions, while blood gushed from his severed neck, dripping onto the ground with an eerily crisp sound against the silence of the ancient ruins entrance. The scholarly man froze mid-thrust, his expression twisted with rage and disbelief. "SEC, second brother," he stammered, staring in horror at the scene before him. He couldn't comprehend how Suba had evaded their ambush, let alone how his second brother had failed to withstand even a single strike. Thud! The bald man's headless corpse collapsed heavily to the ground, revealing Suba standing behind him, calmly retracting the Rui Jingu bang. His expression was indifferent, as though he had done something utterly trivial. The scholarly man instinctively swallowed hard, staring at Suba's serene face. It was as if he was gazing upon something unimaginably terrifying. In an instant, Suba evaded what they believed to be an unavoidable fatal attack. Like a phantom, he appeared behind the burly bald man, and with a sudden swing of the golden staff in his hand, he smashed the head of the latest stage 7-star martial master into pieces. This shocking scene left the scholarly man utterly stunned. A mere 6-star peak martial artist had managed to instantly kill a latest stage 7-star expert? The sheer speed of the attack was so terrifying that the bald man hadn't even had a chance to react. The scholarly man realized they were up against a formidable opponent who had mastered some profound and powerful footwork technique. Gripping his sharp, flexible sword tightly, the scholarly man circulated his true essence rapidly within his body. He retreated step by step, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He knew full well that neither running away nor begging for mercy would make any difference. Fleeing would only expose his back to the enemy and lead to a quicker death, and pleading would be futile, as they were the target of this mission. Suba advanced slowly with his staff in hand. Though he unleashed no overwhelming aura, every step he took exerted immense psychological pressure on the scholarly man, as if he were facing an invincible giant. The hand holding the sword began to tremble, and his heartbeat quickened. "Enough, you brat, don't push me too far. I'll fight you to the death." Finally, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer. The scholarly man let out a furious roar and charged at Su Ba with his sword in a frenzied attack. Su Ba's expression remained indifferent as he unleashed the perfected form of the desolate staff intent. A heavy and ancient aura suddenly surged forth, and in the scholarly man's mind, it was as if a desolate wasteland had appeared before him. In the center of the barren land stood a towering iron pillar that pierced the clouds, making him feel insignificantly small. A perfected martial intent? Impossible. The scholarly man's face turned pale with horror. In the next moment, a deafening boom echoed as dust and debris filled the air. The scholarly man's upper body was cleaved off by a single strike, his remains soaring through the sky before vanishing into the distance. As the dust settled, Su Ba calmly retracted his golden staff. He thought to himself that combining his peak 6-star strength with the perfected desolate staff intent was more than enough to deal with opponents like this. However, if he were to face a talented latest-stage 7-star expert like Wen Tianyu, the outcome wouldn't be so easily decided. Bending down, he retrieved the storage rings from the two corpses. Then, dragging the broken bodies behind him, he headed toward the black ruins. Their blood was still needed to open the relic's gate. In the distance, 3 disciples from Mujiang Martial Academy Mingxing and his companions had witnessed the entire scene. They stood frozen in place, their mouths agape, even drooling unknowingly, as their minds had completely shut down. They never expected it would end like this. The scene before them left everyone in utter shock. Su Ba's cultivation surged like a gushing spring, leaping from the early stage of 6-star directly to the peak of 6-star. His figure flickered unpredictably in the air, effortlessly evading the fatal strikes from the scholar-like man and his companion. In the next instant, his staff whirled through the air with a deafening boom, and the bald brute collapsed to the ground. What was even more astonishing was that, in that moment, the perfected intent of the great wilderness staff technique manifested abruptly. Su Ba's staff carried unstoppable momentum, and with a single move, he killed the scholar-like man on the spot. At the peak of 6-star strength, he transcended nearly an entire realm and easily defeated 2 formidable enemies at the late 7-star master level. Mingxing stood frozen in place, replaying Su Ba's earlier words in his mind. "Don't worry, there's no need to run. I can protect you." A wave of shame washed over him, and he wished he could crawl into a hole. He vividly recalled thinking Su Ba must have been out of his mind back then, but now he realized the true fool was himself. Footsteps approached, and Su Ba walked over with his shitty and his shimmy. "Here, take this antidote and leave quickly," Su Ba said casually, tossing a detoxification pill he had found in the scholar-like man's storage ring to Mingxing, along with returning his storage ring. Mingxing repeatedly expressed his gratitude and, after taking the antidote, quickly regained his color. "Brother Su, I deeply regret rejecting your kindness earlier and even thinking you were overestimating yourself." "No worries." In front of the black ruins, at the stone gate, a long, dark corridor lay silently in the shadows. Su Ba stood before the stone gate, his eyes narrowing slightly as he examined the mysterious passageway. He could sense that the interior of the ruins must be protected by an array designed to seal away sinister demonic energy. Otherwise, such a dense and malevolent force would have already burst through the gate, wreaking havoc far and wide. Taking a deep breath, Su Ba weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Since ancient times, opportunity and danger have always gone hand in hand. The greater the opportunity, the more terrifying the peril that often accompanies it. Yet, on the path to becoming a supreme martial arts master, when has the road ever been smooth? Every peak-level expert has walked their path, step by step, through life-and-death battles. If this ancient ruin, which had stood for an unknown number of years, contained treasures left behind by powerful figures of old, obtaining even just one could cause his strength to soar. With such an opportunity within reach, how could he remain unmoved? Steeling himself, Su Ba's gaze turned cold, and he resolutely stepped into the dark corridor. Boom! The moment he entered, a surge of demonic energy rushed toward him like a tidal wave, pouring in from all directions and attempting to invade his body. Oomph! Su Ba let out a cold snort and immediately activated the 9-yang divine art. In an instant, golden light radiated from his body, and his blood surged like blazing fire. The overwhelming vitality within him scattered the invading demonic energy upon contact. The supreme martial 9-yang divine art, characterized by its pure yang energy, was the ultimate counter to all forms of cold, evil, and demonic forces. Such trifling demonic energy was hardly worth mentioning. Having fended off the interference of the demonic energy, Su Ba cautiously extended his soul force to probe his surroundings. The sight before him, however, left him somewhat surprised. Contrary to his expectations of opulence or intricate complexity, the interior of the ruins turned out to be a spacious grand hall. Within the hall, every 10 or so meters, a black, mysterious jade disc was placed, totaling 36 in number, neatly distributed around the chamber. Each jade disc was surrounded by a concentration of demonic energy, several times denser than the rest of the hall. Is this place merely a training ground for practicing dark arts? Suba thought with a tinge of disappointment. For those who cultivated demonic techniques, this place could indeed be considered a sacred site. But for him, it was utterly worthless. Just as he was about to inspect the seemingly unusual black jade discs, his gaze suddenly froze. At the far left of the hall, about 100 meters away, there were two corpses, a man and a woman. The man's body was charred black, clearly struck dead by lightning, his wide-open eyes filled with terror. The woman, on the other hand, was impaled through her chest by a sinister, black short sword and pinned to a stone pillar. Aside from the fatal wound, her body was entirely unscathed. Her complexion was pale as paper, her eyes tightly shut, resembling an eternal corpse from the depths of the earth. Subia's eyelid twitched, and an ominous feeling surged in his heart. Had he stumbled into a place he should never have entered? Suba suddenly held his breath, his eyes widening in shock. As he carefully observed the woman in gold, he noticed a faint rise and fall in her chest. She was still alive. This discovery instantly put Suba on high alert. His keen senses detected a fierce clash of energies within her body, a righteous and explosive golden energy battling against a sinister black energy, both constantly colliding and consuming each other. The black energy, like a relentless tide, sought to invade her meridians and vital organs, while the golden energy struggled to resist. However, the black energy was disturbingly tenacious. Even when dispersed by the golden energy, it would reform into slender threads and seep back into her bloodstream. In this ongoing battle, the woman's face grew increasingly pale, her life force ebbing away bit by bit. After a brief analysis, Suba began to piece together the situation. Clearly, the man and woman before him had been enemies. Following a brutal confrontation, the woman had managed to kill her opponent but had been impaled by the sinister black dagger in the process, leaving her in a critical state. The sheer magnitude of these energies astonished Suba. Even the slightest leak could severely injure him. He recalled the overwhelming presence of Xiao Bao, a peak-level postnatal expert he had encountered before, but even Xiao Bao's power paled in comparison to this gravely injured woman. She was on an entirely different level. Innate realm warrior. The thought exploded in Suba's mind. This pair of adversaries might very well be legendary innate masters, capable of feats like soaring through the skies and moving mountains. The realization filled him with a mix of excitement and apprehension. But he quickly grew wary. Was this dying woman in gold a force for good or evil? If she were virtuous, that would be one thing. But if she were like the two scoundrels he had dealt with earlier, then he was in serious danger. Even in her weakened state, an innate expert could crush him effortlessly. Fortunately, the black dagger seemed to have sealed her powers. Otherwise, with an innate master's heightened perception, she would have detected him long ago. This thought gave Suba a slight sense of relief. Still, it seemed a shame to leave this ancient ruin empty-handed after coming all this way. Suba hurried to the fallen man's body to search it, only to discover that even his storage ring had shattered. He cursed his bad luck under his breath. His gaze then shifted to the woman in gold, pinned to the stone pillar. Her face, though breathtakingly beautiful, was deathly pale. She still clung to a sliver of life, but approaching her to search her body didn't seem quite appropriate, did it? Suba stood still, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Before him lay a woman clad in golden robes, her hands adorned with two storage rings that gleamed with an extraordinary, crystalline brilliance, undeniable proof of their exceptional quality. As possessions of a Xiantian realm master, whatever was stored within these rings represented an unimaginable opportunity for him. Yet, the current situation left him hesitant. The righteous aura emanating from the golden-robed woman starkly contrasted with the sinister energy radiating from the corpse on the ground nearby. This stark dichotomy led him to believe that she was likely a virtuous figure. The most critical detail, however, was the black dagger embedded in her chest. Suba keenly sensed that pulling the blade free might awaken the golden-robed woman. It was undeniably a gamble. If his judgment was correct, the gratitude of a Xiantian realm master would be immeasurable. But if he was wrong, he shook his head, unwilling to dwell further on the thought. When in doubt, consult the spring breeze. If the spring breeze remains silent, follow your heart, Suba murmured to himself. Ultimately, he decided to trust his instincts. He approached the golden-robed woman with deliberate caution. Even in her unconscious state, a faint, elegant fragrance lingered around her. Forcing himself to focus, Suba locked his gaze on the black dagger and reached out to grip its hilt. The moment his fingers touched the hilt, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the dagger like a caged beast breaking free, far more intense than the dark energy he had encountered in the black ruins. Suba let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, and immediately activated the 9 Yang Divine technique. In an instant, The 9 young blood within him roared to life, enveloping his body in a golden radiance that shattered the invading malevolent energy completely. Your master is gone. Accept your fate. Su Ba sneered coldly, exerting his strength to pull the dagger free. Blood spurted from the wound immediately, but strangely, a burst of radiant golden light swiftly enveloped the injury, staunching the bleeding. The golden-robed woman's true essence suddenly surged, radiating a searing heat. The stubborn black essence within her body was forced into retreat under the golden energy's relentless assault, ultimately disintegrating entirely. With a soft gasp, the golden-robed woman abruptly opened her eyes, her dazzling gaze like twin bolts of lightning piercing through the air before her. Snap! A burst of golden light flashed as Tang Ruashi suddenly opened her striking eyes. 2 blinding streaks of lightning shot out from her pupils, piercing through the air in front of her. The electric currents swirled in the air for a few moments before gradually dissipating. Although her face remained pale and her body weak, with the black energy fading and the evil dagger's seal broken, a sharp and commanding aura began to emanate from within her. Her noble and elegant demeanor became even more pronounced, like an untouchable queen. Su Ba instinctively stepped back a few paces, feeling as though an invisible mountain was pressing down on his chest. He was secretly alarmed. This is her in a severely injured state as a Xiantian realm expert. Just how terrifying would she be at her peak? As he pondered, a cold and indifferent gaze fell upon him. Was it you who pulled out that black, evil dagger and saved me? Tang Ruashi's voice carried a hint of softness. What's your name? Su Ba. I'm Tang Ruashi. Thank you. She gave a faint smile. No need to thank me, senior. It was just a small effort on my part, Su Ba replied respectfully, breathing a quiet sigh of relief. His intuition was confirmed this golden-robed woman was indeed not malevolent. A small effort, huh? Tang Ruashi studied Su Ba thoughtfully. The demonic energy on that black dagger, even without a master controlling it, was not something a mere 6-star pinnacle martial artist could withstand. She sensed an incredibly pure and immense life force within Su Ba's body, something far beyond the results of ordinary body refinement. She had encountered many talented young practitioners from the Tulong sect who had achieved mastery in body refinement, many with higher cultivation levels than Su Ba, yet none possessed such pure and boundless life energy. Are you currently a disciple of a martial academy? Yes, I'm with Yunmeng Martial Academy. Yunmeng Martial Academy in the capital of Fengwu Kingdom, correct? Tang Ruashi nodded, seeming to understand something. May I ask, senior, are you a strong figure from a martial sect? Su Ba couldn't help but ask. Yes, I am from the Thunder Dragon sect, she replied calmly. What? The Thunder Dragon sect? Su Ba was stunned. The Thunder Dragon sect was the leading martial sect of the Eastern Continent's 7 great sects, a true colossus of the Eastern region. No wonder she was so powerful. Judging by her noble demeanor, her status within the Thunder Dragon sect must not be low. Su Ba's gaze fell on the corpse lying on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Senior, this person had a very strange aura, identical to the aura of this black ruin. Was he also from a martial sect? Seeing the puzzled look on Su Ba's face, Tang Ruashi furrowed her delicate brows. To enlighten her savior, her crimson lips parted gently. Soon, Su Ba absorbed the information flooding his mind, and came to understand this long-buried history. His body trembled uncontrollably. According to legend, at the dawn of the Xintian continent, the 4 divine beasts resided in the cardinal directions: the azure dragon in the east, the vermilion bird in the west, the white tiger in the south, and the black tortoise in the north. Later, the 4 divine beasts answered a summons from the celestial realm and departed, leaving their descendants to thrive and multiply across the continent. In the eastern lands, the azure dragon left behind 8 dragon clans: the gold dragon, wood dragon, water dragon, fire dragon, earth dragon, wind dragon, thunder dragon, and black dragon. Among them, the black dragon was the most powerful, but also the most malevolent. Without the restraint of the azure dragon, the black dragon clan's ambition grew unchecked, and they sought to dominate the other 7 dragon clans. This led to a brutal civil war among the dragons. On the battlefield, scorching dragon flames turned the skies crimson, raging thunder tore through the heavens, and corrosive black mists clashed fiercely with the sharp metallic aura of the gold dragons. Countless dragon corpses fell from the skies, and their blood stained the azure heavens a deep red. The scene vividly matched the imagery Su Ba had seen in the black dragon totem carved at the entrance of the dark ruins. After millennia of relentless conflict, the leaders of the 7 dragon clans finally joined forces tens of thousands of years ago to slay the black dragon leader. The surviving members of the black dragon clan fled in panic to the eastern sea, disappearing from history. Perhaps the war had angered the heavens, as no dragons have been seen on the eastern continent since. It was as if they all followed the azure dragon's path and left this land behind. However, the legacies of the dragon clans endured. Humans later inherited these legacies and established martial sects named after the dragon clans. The Thunder Dragon sect, for instance, carried on the heritage of the Thunder Dragon clan. While the ancient truths of this history are difficult to verify, the existence of the Thunder Dragon sect is undeniable. Taking a deep breath, Suba processed this information and turned to the woman in golden robes, asking, "Senior, are you suggesting that the Black Dragon clan's legacy has also been inherited by someone who then established the Black Dragon sect? And now, after thousands of years of development, they are preparing to resurface and target the Thunder Dragon sect?" The golden-robed woman pointed at the corpse of the man in black on the ground and spoke in a cold voice. "I encountered this man during my training outside. As warriors of the Thunder Dragon sect, we are naturally attuned to the power of thunder and particularly sensitive to sinister auras. The moment he appeared, I sensed something was amiss. During our fight, I recognized that he was using techniques derived from the Black Dragon clan. He seemed to realize I was part of the Thunder Dragon lineage and immediately tried to kill me. However, he was no match for me and was ultimately hunted down and killed. Before his death, he revealed information that could affect not only the 18 Eastern Kingdoms but the entire Eastern continent." Hearing the words "affect the 18 Eastern Kingdoms and even the entire Eastern continent," Suba's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively perked up his ears to listen attentively. Over the years, the Black Dragon sect's influence in the depths of the Eastern Sea has expanded to an alarming extent. The malevolent nature of the Black Dragon deeply affects every warrior within the sect, making them not only ruthless and sinister, but also harboring an ambition buried deep in their souls to unify the Eastern continent. Although the depths of the Eastern Sea are secluded, they can no longer satisfy the sect's ever-growing ambitions. If they were to return to the mainland, their first and foremost adversary would undoubtedly be the Thunder Dragon sect, situated near the Eastern Sea. After years of development, the Thunder Dragon sect has become the leading sect of the Eastern continent, its strength surpassing more than half of the other 6 major sects, including the Golden Dragon sect, Fire Dragon sect, and Wind Dragon sect. What's more, the Eastern domain, though small, is abundant in resources, which has long made the Black Dragon sect covet the Thunder Dragon sect's territory. Additionally, the Thunder Dragon sect's warriors are inherently gifted with lightning-based attributes, which naturally counter the Black Dragon sect's techniques. In the war 1,000 years ago, it was the Thunder Dragon's relentless assault that ultimately secured victory. This deep-seated hatred, stemming from the Black Dragon's animosity toward the Thunder Dragons, has been etched into the bones of every disciple of the Black Dragon sect. Tang Ruashi paused briefly before continuing. If they plan to re-emerge, their first move will undoubtedly be to trample the Thunder Dragon sect. Once the strongest sect, the Thunder Dragon sect, falls, wouldn't the other 6 sects bow down without resistance? According to that man in black, the Black Dragon sect now possesses the strength to challenge any martial sect, and they clearly have absolute confidence in taking down the Thunder Dragon sect in one decisive strike. Her tone grew heavy. This is likely the greatest crisis the Thunder Dragon sect has faced since its founding. With the Black Dragon sect's wicked nature, if they conquer the Eastern domain, the 18 nations of the region will surely fall into ruin, leaving devastation and despair in their wake. Looking at Suba, she asked, "Do you understand now?" "I understand," Suba replied with a nod. Tang Ruax's lips curved into a faint smile. "In fact, the moment you entered this black relic, I could sense your presence. Initially, I planned to use the last of my life force to break the seal on that black, evil short sword and have you deliver a message to the Thunder Dragon sect to warn them in time. But I didn't expect you to ignore the demonic aura of the sword and pull it out, restoring a portion of my strength." She cast a grateful glance at Suba before her expression turned slightly grim. "The Black Dragon sect's growth has far exceeded my expectations. I suspect this relic is a remnant from the Black Dragon era, once the dwelling of the Black Dragon clan, later discovered and transformed into a training ground by the Black Dragon sect. There are countless Black Dragon palace ruins scattered across the Eastern continent. If these sanctuaries of dark cultivation all fall into the hands of the Black Dragon sect, the consequences will be unimaginable. Time is of the essence. I must return to the Thunder Dragon sect immediately," Tang Ruashi said solemnly. "You saved my life, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. If you ever need help, feel free to come to the Thunder Dragon sect and find me." "Suba, I won't forget you." Before her words fully settled, her figure transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished before Suba's eyes. Suba withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself, "Though I didn't gain any immediate benefits, having someone this powerful owe me a favor is worth it. Besides, I have a feeling we'll meet again soon. I can always bring up my request then." "Alright, everything's settled. I'll use up the remaining 20,000 enhancement points here, and then head back to the Martial Academy to complete the mission," he murmured to himself. 100 consecutive draws. Let's go. Beep beep. Enhancement points 10,000. 100 consecutive draws initiated. Congratulations, host. Constitution 18 points. The system's notification echoed repeatedly in Su Ba's mind. A series of attribute boosts followed one after another. Comprehension 30 points, Strength 22 points, then a few empty draws, followed by Comprehension 26 points, Constitution 23 points. Amidst the dense notifications, a special reward suddenly popped: UPA cultivation technique called Spiral 8 Desolation Force. As his attributes soared, Su Ba could clearly feel the changes in his body. His muscles became more compact, his mind sharper, and his senses unusually heightened. When the 100 consecutive draws concluded, he slowly opened his eyes. Just as he was pondering over the cultivation technique, a pristine, translucent white jade slip suddenly appeared in his hand. The jade slip detailed the specifics of this extraordinary body-refining technique. The Spiral 8 Desolation Force is a technique that emphasizes the skill of exerting power. By concentrating strength at a single point in an instant, the practitioner can unleash power far beyond ordinary limits. The technique consists of 6 levels. The first level doubles the user's strength, the second quadruples it, the third increases it 8-fold, and ultimately, the 6th level magnifies it an astonishing 64-fold. Su Ba's eyes lit up with excitement. With his current strength of 120,000 gene in both arms, mastering just the first level would allow him to unleash 240,000 gene of force. If he reached the third level, he could achieve a staggering 816,000 gene of power. Although the Jade Slip specifically cautioned that the technique imposed extreme physical demands on the practitioner, with the slightest mistake leading to bodily collapse, Su Ba remained unfazed. With the system at his disposal, whether it was enhancing his constitution through draws or fortifying his body with the 9 Yang Divine Art, these challenges posed no threat to him. 7 days later, deep within the dark swamp forest, Su Ba stood tall like a pine tree, his eyes gently closed. Suddenly, he opened them, sinking into a stable horse stance. With a swift motion, a bronze-colored fist shadow tore through the air. The violent force of his punch swept outward, striking a massive boulder weighing several tons 3 zhang away. With a deafening explosion, the boulder shattered into countless fragments. As the dust settled, only fine stone powder remained, a testament to the sheer power of this astonishing strike. This Spiral 8 Desolation Force indeed places extreme demands on the body, Su Ba thought to himself. He silently calculated the remaining 20,000 enhancement points he had, combined with the 50,000 points obtained from recycling the Black Dragon ruins, and another 40,000 points from recycling the storage rings of the 2 latest-stage 7-star Master Realm villains he had defeated. With nearly 120,000 enhancement points in total, he used them all to unlock acupoints and strengthen his physique. Yet he had only reached the first level of this technique. Looking at the information displayed on his attribute panel, Su Ba began to plan internally. Host, Su Ba. Cultivation Realm, 6-star peak. Cultivation Techniques, 9 Suns Divine Art 20720, Profound Tier Supreme Infinite Yuan Gathering Technique 47, Spiral 8 Desolation Force 16. Weapon, Rui Golden Cudgel. Martial Skills, Human Tier High-Grade Great Desolation Demon Subduing Staff, Profound Tier High-Grade Thunder Light Illusory Step, Earth Tier Low-Grade Scorpion King Rampage Staff. Intent, Great Desolation Staff Intent Perfection, Thunder Light Step Intent Mastery. Talent, Mastery in Alchemy increases pill formation rate, quantity, and quality by 50. Secret Technique, Eye of Hell. Enhancement Points, 30. Lottery, 100 enhancement points per draw. Storage Space, 10 cubic meters. The 9 Suns Divine Art had unlocked 20 acupoints, granting his arms the astonishing strength of 1 dragon and 8 elephants equivalent to 180,000 pounds of force. When combined with the 2-fold amplification of the first level of the Spiral 8 Desolation Force, his strength could reach an incredible 360,000 pounds. With such monstrous power, even facing a peak 7-star Master Realm Genius Body Cultivator with a physique like steel, he had absolute confidence in achieving victory. Alright, everything's taken care of. Time to head back, Su Ba murmured to himself. With a flicker of his figure, he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, on a mountain path within the inner grounds of Yunmeng Martial Academy, a group of people wearing black waist tokens engraved with the words Battle Wolf strolled leisurely. At the front, a stern-faced elder in a blue robe was giving instructions to the group regarding the upcoming Trination Inner Academy Disciple Competition. Among the crowd was a graceful woman in snow-white attire. Yu Lushenho seemed distracted, her gaze wandering around. Beside her stood Wei Tianqing, a tall and handsome man who noticed her unusual demeanor. Junior sister Lushan, how do you think I compare to Yunmeng Martial Academy's number 1? Wen Tianyu? Wei Tianqing asked softly. Yu Lushan replied perfunctorily, Senior Brother Wei, as the third-ranked expert in our Battle Wolf Martial Academy's inner grounds, defeating Wen Tianyu should be an easy task for you. Wei Tianqing first smiled modestly, but a trace of pride soon flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Yunmeng Martial Academy is merely a second-rate institution. Even their top disciple, Wen Tianyu, is no match for me now. As he spoke, he glanced curiously at Yu Lushan, who was still glancing around. Junior sister Lushan, what are you looking for? Yu Lushan hesitated, wanting to mention that mysterious friend but swallowed her words at the last moment. She realized she didn't even know his name, which left her puzzled. Recalling the scene in the Misty Mountain Cave, the young man in black had subdued two skilled fighters, including Wei Gongjia, with just a glance. The domineering aura between his brows, exuding absolute confidence and supremacy, remained vivid in her memory. What's wrong, junior sister Lushan? Wei Tianqing raised an eyebrow and asked, is there something you can't say? It's nothing, senior brother Wei. Yu Lushan gently shook her head, unwilling to elaborate. She reassured herself that someone capable of defeating Wei Gongjia, ranked among the top 50 in the inner court of Zhanlong Martial Academy, at the early 5-star stage couldn't possibly be a nobody in Yunmeng Martial Academy. Surely, she would see him today. Seeing Yu Lushan refuse to speak further, Wei Tianqing didn't press her. At that moment, another equally handsome young man, none other than Wei Gangjihu, had once been left foaming at the mouth and unconscious after being tormented by Su Ba in the Misty Mountains, idled up to Wei Tianqing and whispered, brother, don't forget what I told you. Wei Tianqing glanced at his younger brother indifferently and frowned. Your strength has improved quite a bit over the past month or two. That guy who defeated you is in Yunmeng Martial Academy. When the time comes, handle it yourself. Wei Gangji's face froze. Memories of Su Ba flooded back like a nightmare, and a deep-seated fear made him shudder involuntarily. That man was like a demon. Even after a couple of months, scenes of being tormented and consumed by countless little devils still haunted his dreams. Stop cowering like this. What kind of behavior is that? Wei Tianqing scolded harshly. We, the Wei family, cannot afford to be so timid. Yes, I understand, brother. Wei Gongjia replied with a bitter expression. Seeing his younger brother so fearful of an unknown upstart, Wei Tianqing felt both anger and disappointment. Enough. He'll handle it when the time comes. That kid nearly turned my brother into an idiot. As his elder brother, it's only right to settle the score. Wei Gongjia immediately perked up. Thank you, brother. With you stepping in, that guy is as good as finished. Not far away, Elder Lu Shua from Zhanlong Martial Academy was exchanging pleasantries with Elder Hu Danqing from Yunmeng Martial Academy's Pill Pavilion. Elder Hu, it's been a long time. I've heard your alchemy skills have improved significantly. Oh, not at all. I've just become slightly more proficient in refining 9th-grade pills. But Elder Lu, you're looking better than ever. Your cultivation must have advanced greatly. Haha, it's not too bad. While the two elders engaged in polite conversation, the disciples of Zhanlong and Yunmeng Martial Academies were secretly sizing each other up, sparks flying as their gazes met. It was clear that everyone sensed the brewing tension, anticipating an intense showdown ahead. Haha, Elder Hu. Lu Shua's hearty laughter rang out. This time, I've specially brought the disciples of our Wu mansion to visit, hoping to witness the grace of the geniuses from your mansion before the grand competition among the top inner disciples of the three kingdoms. As he spoke, he gestured behind him. Wei Tianqing immediately understood, stepped forward a few paces, and respectfully saluted Elder Hu Danqing. Junior Wei Tianqing greets Elder Hu. Hu Danqing nodded with a smile, but before he could respond, Wei Tianqing suddenly glanced around and asked, Elder Hu, why don't I see senior brother Wen Tianyu? In the last inner disciple competition of the three kingdoms, senior brother Wen's Gale Blade technique left a deep impression. Even our War Wolf Mansion's senior disciple, Li Quan Wang, had great admiration for him. A hint of regret appeared on Wei Tianqing's face as he continued, at that time, I wasn't strong enough to face senior brother Wen. Now that I've risen to become the third-ranked inner disciple of War Wolf Mansion, I've come specially to experience senior brother Wen's Gale Blade firsthand and see if I'm still lacking. At these words, the expressions of those present shifted. It was true that the overall strength of War Wolf Mansion surpassed Yunmeng Mansion. To rank third, there was an impressive achievement, and it was no wonder Wei Tianqing dared to directly challenge Wen Tianyu, who had once been the top inner disciple of Yunmeng Mansion. Wei Tianqing's bold demeanor earned the admiration of his fellow War Wolf disciples, while even the disciples of Yunmeng Mansion couldn't help but glance at him repeatedly. Someone whispered, Senior Brother Wei is only 19 and already at the peak of 6 stars. His talent is truly comparable to Li Quan Wang. Now that Senior Brother Wei has broken through, even Wen Tianyu might not be his match. Lu Shua, proud of his accomplished disciple, beamed with satisfaction. However, Hu Danqing maintained a calm and composed smile. Nephew Wei, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Wen Tianyu broke through to the early stage of the 7-star Master Realm 10 days ago, and has been promoted to a core disciple of Yunmeng Mansion. What? Wei Tianqing was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Well, that's to be expected. Senior Brother Wan is half a year older than Senior Brother Li Quan Wang. so it's only natural for him to have broken through earlier. He scanned the Yunming Mansion disciples present once more, shook his head in disappointment, and sighed. What a pity. Among all the inner disciples of Yunming Mansion, only senior brother one could pique my interest. As for the others, he didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear didn't consider any of the other Yunming Mansion inner disciples worth his attention. Such arrogance instantly provoked the anger of the Yunming inner disciples present. How outrageous! He's just the newly promoted third-ranked disciple of War Wolf Mansion. So what if senior brother one isn't here? Either senior brother Jin Gang or senior brother Song Chun could easily put him in his place. Hu Danking's expression darkened slightly, and he sighed inwardly. Wei Tiancheng's outward politeness masked an extreme arrogance, daring to so openly belittle Yunming Mansion. Tiancheng, watch yourself and learn some manners, scolded Lu Shuo, the leading elder of the Zhanlong martial house. His tone, however, was light and dismissive, accompanied by a smug smile, clearly showing he was just going through the motions. This visit to the Yunming martial house was officially under the pretense of admiring the talents of the young elite. In reality, it was a chance to flaunt their own prodigy's strength. After all, Yunming martial house had recently gained some renown due to Qin Jiyue, who had been rather arrogant. If not for Qin Jiyue advancing to the 7-star Master Realm early and missing this year's top-tier Trination internal disciple competition, the championship might very well have gone to Yunming martial house. As the long-standing big brother among martial houses in Tianzhong country, Zhanlong martial house naturally felt the need to assert their dominance. Especially now that Yunming's Wen Tianyu had left the inner house, who else was left to challenge them? Wei Tiancheng alone could likely sweep through most of Yunming's inner house disciples. Standing in the center of the arena, Wei Tiancheng's eyes were filled with disdain and scorn as he glanced around at the furious disciples of Yunming martial house. Behind him, the disciples of Zhanlong martial house stood with arrogant expressions, their faces brimming with pride. Forget it. Since senior brother Wen Tianyu is no longer in the inner house, I won't bother making a move, Wei Tiancheng said with a light chuckle, shaking his head. He clasped his hands and turned to leave. Hold it! A cold, sharp voice suddenly rang out. A lean young man wielding a 3-foot Qingfeng sword stepped forward from the crowd. Wei Tiancheng, don't be so arrogant. Let me, Song Chun, test your skills. The disciples of Yunming martial house erupted with excitement. It's senior brother Song. Senior brother Song is stepping up? Senior brother Song. Teach that arrogant guy a lesson? Wei Tiancheng raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the challenger. And who are you? Second on the Yunming inner house prodigy ranking Song Chun. The young man declared proudly, standing tall. No, you're too weak. You're not qualified to make me fight, Wei Tiancheng replied, shaking his head. These words enraged Song Chun, his face flushing red. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and thrust forward. Sword light filled the air, and countless sword shadows, each radiating a razor-sharp aura, enveloped Wei Tiancheng. Wei Tiancheng simply shook his head lightly and slowly extended a palm. With a deafening roar, an overwhelming surge of true essence erupted, instantly shattering all the sword shadows in the air. Too weak, Wei Tiancheng mocked with a sneer. Don't underestimate me. Song Chun roared, his face dark with fury. Gripping his sword hilt tightly, he channeled his inner energy and unleashed his strongest attack. Mastered. Celestial Serpent Sword Intent. In an instant, an incredibly sharp sword energy erupted from his body. A massive phantom of a white serpent, stretching dozens of meters, appeared in the sky, its blood-red mouth wide open as it lunged ferociously at Wei Tiancheng. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Wei Tiancheng's eyes. Now this is getting interesting, he said nonchalantly. Mastered. Cloud-piercing palm intent. With a casual wave of his hand, a giant palm resembling a rolling white cloud materialized in the air. The massive palm collided with the white serpent, creating a deafening explosion. For a few fleeting moments, the two forces were locked in a deadlock, but the white cloud palm soon shattered the serpent's phantom with unstoppable force, crashing directly towards Song Chun. Both are high-grade Shin-level techniques, but your celestial serpent sword intent is all form and no substance. My mastered cloud-piercing palm intent crushes you like a dog. Wei Tiancheng sneered with disdain. Boom! The cloud-piercing palm struck Song Chun square in the chest. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent flying like a ragdoll. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. Just as Song Chun was about to hit the ground heavily, a towering figure dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, catching him with a large, fan-like hand. It's senior brother King Kong. The disciples of Yunming Martial Arts Academy shouted excitedly. King Kong stood like a mountain, his tiger-like eyes radiating a fierce, electrifying presence. His imposing physique exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wei Tiancheng's eyelids twitched slightly as a faint smirk appeared on his lips. So, after when Tianyu left the inner academy, you became the top fighter here, huh? He glanced at the Yunming disciples, his tone dripping with arrogance. You bunch of nobodies, if you're planning to gang up on me, hurry up and do it. Save me the trouble of taking you down one by one. His words ignited a wave of fury among the Yunming disciples, who glared at him with indignation. Yet, deep down, a sense of helplessness gripped them if even senior brother Song Chun was no match. What chance did they have? As the tension on the battlefield reached a boiling point, a white-clad woman from the Zhanlong Martial Arts Academy was still scanning her surroundings. That's odd. Where is he? Yu Lushan muttered to herself, her mind preoccupied with the whereabouts of a black-clad young man who ranked among Zhanlong's top 50 fighters. Wei Tianqing appraised King Kong with a nod of approval. Not bad. You're definitely stronger than him. He gestured toward the injured Song Chen, ignoring the latter's resentful glare. But even so, you won't be able to defeat me. Seeing no challenger step forward, Wei Tianqing shook his head. How dull. Why don't the two of you come at me together? Maybe then I'll have some real fun for a few moves. Arrogant fool. Song Chun roared in anger, gripping his sword tightly, ready to fight again. But a strong hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, stopping him. Jin Gang stepped forward with large strides, standing in front of Wei Tianqing. He said coldly, enough talk. Beat me first if you can. Before the words fully left his mouth, a powerful aura erupted from Jin Gang's body, shaking the air with a deep hum and surging straight into the sky. The surrounding disciples of the Yunming Martial Academy burst into an uproar. So strong. Senior Jin Gang is even more powerful than before. Of course. Senior Jin Gang is a genius in body refinement. 10 days of his training is worth months for others. Senior Jin Gang, teach that arrogant guy from the Zhanlong Martial Academy a lesson. Amidst the commotion, Wei Tianqing ignored the shouts entirely. A faint, disdainful smirk appeared on his face as he casually beckoned Jin Gang with a finger. Come on. Since you're so eager to be humiliated, I'll oblige. Fuhu Nuomo. Jin Gang growled deeply, his massive hand sweeping forward like a giant fan, crashing down toward Wei Tianqing with the force of a mountain. His iron-hard, knotted muscles carried terrifying power, and every strike caused sharp sonic booms to echo through the air. Wei Tianqing remained calm, raising his right palm to meet the attack heat. Boom. The collision of their palms resounded like a thunderclap. Jin Gang was forced back several steps, the solid stone tiles beneath his feet shattering instantly. Yet Wei Tianqing stood firm like an unyielding pine tree, his right palm glowing with a jade-yellow light. Sorry to disappoint you, but I happen to have some expertise in body refinement as well, Wei Tianqing said with a smug grin. Show me what else you've got. Otherwise, this is just too boring. With a furious roar, Jin Gang unleashed an even more overwhelming surge of energy. He stomped the ground with immense force, shattering it into pieces, and launched himself at Wei Tianqing like an arrow loosed from a bow. In an instant, Jin Gang's right fist swelled to the size of a human head, the tremendous energy around it condensing with a cracking sound that reverberated through the air. He closed in on Wei Tianqing with a ferocious expression, bellowing, Luohan Nuimo fist, perfected fist intent, power of a dragon. Senior Jingang's strength has surpassed 100,000 pounds. One of the inner disciples from Yunming Martial Academy shouted excitedly from the sidelines. Facing the terrifying strike of Jin Gang, Wei Tianqing's expression remained calm. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from his throat, and a surge of overwhelming energy burst forth like a volcanic eruption, propelling him into the air in an instant. This move was originally reserved for Wen Tianyu. Since he's not here, let me show all of you what true strength looks like. Wei Tianqing sneered coldly as the sword at his waist flashed out of its sheath with incredible speed. Yinming. With a low chant, a strange and ominous aura enveloped Wei Tianqing. Behind him, it seemed as though an endless darkness emerged, spreading vast shadows across the area. As his sword pierced forward slowly, the air turned chillingly cold. Everyone present involuntarily shivered as a bone-deep frost seemed to crawl up their spines. Wherever the sword's light reached, Jin Gang's Arhat Wrath Demon Fist disintegrated as if it were mere paper. Jin Gang's expression changed drastically, and instinctively he tried to retreat, only to find the eerie shadows clinging to him, relentless and inescapable. A few moments later, Jin Gang let out a muffled groan, clutching his chest as he knelt on one knee. His right arm, along with his lips, had turned an unnatural, blackened hue, clearly poisoned. If not for his robust physique and the timely use of his energy to seal off his heart and arms meridians, the toxin would have likely spread throughout his body by now. Whoa! A disciple from Yunming Martial Academy exclaimed in shock. This Wei Tianqing is insanely strong. That move must be at least a perfected level Earth-grade martial technique. To master something like that at just 19, he's a monster. Meanwhile, the disciples of Zhanlong Martial Academy erupted in cheers. Ha ha ha, now that's what a true powerhouse looks like. Senior brother Wei Tiancheng's talent rivals, even that of senior brother Li Quanwang in the inner academy. Elder Lu Shuhua, who was leading the Zhanlong group, barely concealed his pride as he spoke with feigned humility to Hu Danqing. Apologies, my disciples can be a bit unrestrained. But it's true Wei Tiancheng does possess the potential of our inner academy's top talents. It's only natural that Yunming Martial Academy would lose. Even when Tianyu's aptitude seems to fall short of his, Hu Danqing, hearing this, suddenly revealed a subtle, enigmatic smile. When Tianyu may indeed be slightly inferior to nephew Wei Tiancheng, but to claim that our Yunming Inner Academy has no one who can rival him would be a grave mistake. Oh. Lu Shuo raised an eyebrow, his disbelief evident. Are you saying your Inner Academy has a disciple even more outstanding than Wen Tianyu? Hu Danqing smiled silently, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Clearly, just thinking about that person filled her with confidence. On the other side of the battlefield, Wei Tiancheng had already sheathed his sword, looking down at the defeated Jin Gang and Song Chun with a condescending gaze. I told you before, only if you two came at me together could it be remotely entertaining. What a pity. If Wen Tianyu were here, perhaps I could have had a more satisfying fight. Jin Gang, enduring the pain, forced the toxins out of his body. Though pale, he still sneered. Do you really think you're invincible? Oh, the first and second-ranked fighters of Yunming Inner Court have both fallen to me. Who else is there to challenge me? Wei Tiancheng's eyes were full of disdain. Unless you all gang up on me, or call Wen Tianyu over? Who told you that Song Chen and I are ranked first and second in Yunming Inner Court? Jin Gang raised an eyebrow in retort. Wei Tiancheng and the disciples of Zhanlong Martial Court showed expressions of surprise. Jin Gang shook his head and explained, when senior brother Wen Tianyu was around, I was only ranked third, and Song Chen was fourth. Now, at best, I'm second in strength. Straightening his back, he looked Wei Tiancheng directly in the eye and said, let me tell you, the chief of Yunming Inner Court is far stronger than you could ever imagine. Even if 10 of me and Song Chen joined forces, we wouldn't last a single move against him. Even senior brother Wen Tianyu is no match for him. What? Wei Tiancheng was taken aback. Even when Tianyu wasn't his opponent? Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Jin Gang suddenly recalled. When senior brother Wen Tianyu fought the chief, he was already at the 7-star master level. Impossible. Wei Tiancheng's eyes widened in disbelief, and the disciples of Zhanlong Martial Court were equally stunned. Among the crowd, a young woman in white heard these words, and her heart skipped a beat. She had a vague premonition that this chief might be that person. Yet she found it hard to believe that someone who, just 2 months ago, was merely at the initial 5-star level could now be the chief of the inner court. Jin Gang's words struck like a thunderclap, instantly reigniting the fighting spirit of Yunming Martial Court's disciples. That's right. We still have senior brother Su. They shouted with renewed vigor. With senior brother Su here, this guy is nothing. He'd be taught a lesson in no time. Wei Tiancheng's eye twitched at their reaction. Unable to hold back, he roared in anger. Enough! A terrifying surge of true energy rippled outward, silencing the uproar. He sneered as he scanned the crowd. If this so-called expert of yours is truly so formidable, why hasn't he shown up? The Yunming Inner Court disciples froze, and some lowered their heads in disappointment. Indeed, senior brother Su was still away on a training mission. For now, their words were just empty boasts. Making up some imaginary figure to try and deceive me? Wei Tiancheng grew even more smug. If such a person really exists, why doesn't he dare show himself? Could it be that he's afraid? Rubbish. Senior brother Su afraid of you? The disciples of Yunming Martial Court glared at him, their anger boiling over. Not convinced. Wei Tiancheng mocked. Then bring him out. Where is he? I'm asking, where is he? As soon as his voice fell, a calm voice suddenly echoed from the distance. Are you calling for me? Hearing the voice, the disciples of Yunming Martial Academy immediately felt a surge of energy, their eyes shining brighter than the midday sun. A faint smile appeared on Hu Danqing's lips as everyone instinctively turned toward the direction of the voice. The crowd parted to form a path, and a figure clad in black slowly approached. It was a man with a cold and stern expression, carrying a massive black iron staff slung across his back. While his features were not conventionally handsome, his chiseled face exuded a rugged determination, and his brows radiated an unshakable aura of dominance. Every step he took emanated a steady, mountain-like presence, his entire being brimming with pure masculine energy. It's him. Yu Lushan's beautiful eyes widened as she watched the black-clad young man named Su Ba approach step by step. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, and she couldn't help but marvel silently. This man. He's so strikingly impressive. Nearby, Wei Gongjie stood frozen in disbelief, muttering to himself, this guy. He actually became the top disciple? Senior brother Su. The disciples of Yunming Martial Academy rushed forward, surrounding Su Ba tightly. Their eyes glowed with fervent admiration, as though they had found their pillar of support. A young girl who had just joined the inner academy spoke with reddened eyes. Senior Brother Su, the Battle Wolf Academy has gone too far. Please stand up for us. The other disciples clenched their fists, looking at him with anticipation. Don't worry. Suba nodded slightly, offering a gentle smile. Then, he turned to face Wei Tianqing, his smile fading into an icy expression. Wei Tianqing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the top disciple of Yunming's inner academy, silently wondering, can this guy really defeat Wen Tianyu, who's at the early stage of the 7-star master realm? So, you're the top disciple of Yunming's inner academy, Senior Brother Su? Wei Tianqing asked. Su Ba clasped his hands behind his back, his tone indifferent. Everyone's been calling my name just now. Are your ears not working? This remark made Wei Tianqing's face darken, while the Yunming disciples couldn't suppress their laughter. Even Jin Gang and Song Chun let out satisfied smiles. And how should I address you? Wei Tianqing asked, suppressing his anger. You want to know my name? Su Ba's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he raised a finger and lightly waved it. Take one move from me, and then we'll talk. Such arrogant words left Wei Tianqing and the disciples of the Battle Wolf Academy utterly stunned. In contrast, the Yunming disciples erupted in excitement and laughter. Did you hear that? If you can't withstand even one move from Senior Brother Su, you're not worthy of knowing his name. Ha ha ha. Looks like you guys don't stand a chance. Damn it. Outrageous. The disciples of the Zhanlong Martial Academy were livid, their faces dark with anger, as though they had just been humiliated in the most public and cutting way. Yet beneath their fury lay an even stronger emotion shock. Ever since the arrival of the young man in black, the previously dispirited disciples of Yunming Martial Academy seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Their eyes now gleamed with an unprecedented brilliance, and the way they looked at their senior brother Su was filled with a nearly blind faith. Wei Tianqing, consumed with rage, let out a cold laugh as he unsheathed his sword. The blade glinted with an icy, menacing light under the sun, its tip aimed directly at Su Ba. You boy, let's settle this with our skills. Let's see just how great your staff techniques really are. To deal with you? I don't even need a staff. Su Ba's face was expressionless as he slowly raised his bronze-hued fist. Remember, defend yourself with everything you've got. Before Wei Tianqing could respond, a terrifying vortex of swirling energy suddenly appeared before him. Su Ba's voice followed, calm and chilling, or you might die. A bone-chilling cold shot up Wei Tianqing's spine, making his scalp tingle. In that life-or-death moment, his instincts took over, and he unleashed his most powerful technique, Ghost. In an instant, a dark, eerie aura enveloped him, and vast shadows stretched out behind him. But before he could even feel relief, his pride and joy, the Ghost sword intent shattered the moment it collided with the vortex. This is impossible. Wei Tianqing cried out in a mix of shock and fury. He frantically unleashed several more waves of Ghost sword intent, draining nearly all his energy. Yet the vortex of energy remained immovable, like an unyielding mountain, obliterating everything in its path with overwhelming force. With a deafening crash, Su Ba's fist grazed past Wei Tianqing and struck the ground. The solid stone beneath him instantly crumbled into a deep crater, sending shards of rock flying in all directions and forcing the onlookers to scatter in fear. Wei Tianqing's legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his face ashen. The entire area fell into a stunned silence. Whether they were from Zhanlong or Yunming, the disciples were utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the vast disparity in power they had just witnessed. Su Ba clasped his hands behind his back and walked slowly toward Wei Tianqing, looking down at him from above. With your pathetic skills, where did you even find the audacity to act so brazenly in my Yunming Martial Academy? Wei Tianqing lowered his head, biting his lip as his entire body trembled slightly. Fear had completely taken hold of his heart. The force of that punch was like a mountain collapsing, leaving him shaken to his core. If Su Ba hadn't held back, he might not have survived. So this is the strength of the senior disciple of Yunming Inner Court? Wei Tianqing thought to himself. His mind wandered to Li Quanwang, the senior disciple of their own Zhanlong Martial Academy. Though Li was a year older, with slightly superior talent and comprehension, and his strength many times greater, could he really stand a chance against this Su Ba? The thought planted doubt in Wei Tianqing's mind, a stark contrast to the confidence he had always placed in Li Quanwang. Su Ba noticed Wei Tianqing's silence and let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over the disciples of Zhanlong Martial Academy. Instantly, all of them lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Even their proud Wei Shixiang had been utterly defeated. What hope did they have to match him? The memory of Su Ba's earth-shattering punch was now etched deeply into their minds. Meanwhile, the disciples of Yunming Inner Court felt a surge of energy, shedding their earlier gloom and discouragement. Their eyes, filled with near-blind trust and confidence, were fixed on Su Ba, the senior brother whose strength had left them in awe. Standing to the side, Yu Lushan covered her slightly parted lips with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes full of astonishment. She recalled the young man who had once been at the early stage of 5 stars. Now, he had grown to such a formidable level that she couldn't help but wonder about his name in her heart. Lu Shuo, the elder leading Zhanlong Martial Academy, wore a grave expression, a trace of apprehension flickering in his eyes. I need to warn Li Quanwang and the others to stay vigilant, he thought to himself. The top-tier inter-court disciple competition between the 3 nations is in a month. We can't afford to underestimate anyone. In contrast, Hu Danqing was all smiles, his face brimming with pride as he looked at his disciple, Su Ba. If Xiao Bao were here, he'd probably be laughing out loud by now. At that moment, the disciples of Yunming Inner Court finally snapped out of their shock, erupting into thunderous cheers. Su Shixiang is invincible. The god of war descends, unmatched among his peers. Su Shixiang is so cool. Let's see if Zhanlong Martial Academy dares to act arrogant now. Seeing the dejected looks on the faces of the Zhanlong Martial Academy disciples, the Yunming Inner Court disciples felt nothing but exhilaration, their spirits soaring with pride. After the duel, the group from the Zhanlong Martial Academy left in utter disgrace, resembling defeated strays, a stark contrast to the arrogance they displayed upon arrival. Su Ba, with a single exhilarating battle, taught them the true meaning of humiliation. When they later learned that Su Ba was merely 18 years old and had just entered the inner academy, their spirits completely collapsed. The realization that someone their age could defeat Wei Tianqing with a single punch utterly shattered their understanding of strength. Clinging to the last shred of their dignity, they refused to linger in Yunming Martial Academy a moment longer and fled in haste. Over 20 days passed quietly. In one of the most bustling buildings within Yunming's inner academy, Su Ba sat cross-legged in deep meditation. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, releasing a piercing gleam that rippled through the air. A powerful aura surged from his body before quickly retracting. Rising to his feet, Su Ba moved to the window and gazed up at the sky. His dark eyes were as profound as the stars. With a wave of his hand, an attribute panel appeared before him. Host, Su Ba. Cultivation level, 6-star peak. Cultivation techniques, 9 Yang Divine Technique, 22720. Profound Grade Supreme Infinite Yuan Gathering Technique, 47. Spiral 8 Desolation Force, 16. Weapon, Rui Golden Cudgel. Martial Skills, Human Grade High Rank, Great Desolation Demon Subduing Staff. Profound Grade High Rank, Thunderlight Phantom Steps. Earth Grade Low Rank, Scorpion King Savage Staff. Intent, Great Desolation Staff Intent, Perfected. Thunderlight Step Intent, Perfected. Scorpion King Savage Staff Intent, Beginner. Talent, Mastery in Alchemy increases pill success rate, quantity, and quality by 50. Secret Technique, Eye of Hell, 3rd layer. Enhancement points, 30. Lottery points, 100 eligible for 1 draw. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. A month of seclusion had brought Su Ba's strength to new heights. The 9 Yang Divine Technique had unlocked 2 more acupoints, granting his arms the strength of 2 dragons and 2 elephants. Paired with the Spiral 8 Desolation Force's doubling effect, he could unleash the power of 4 dragons and 4 elephants in a single punch-on attack even a 7-star master might struggle to withstand. His Thunderlight Step Intent had reached perfection, further elevating his speed. The Earth-grade low-rank Scorpion King Savage Staff, taught to him by his second mentor, Xiao Bao, had been mastered, and Su Ba had even grasped its staff intent. Combined with the Infinite Yuan Gathering Technique's threefold energy amplification, its destructive power was terrifying. Thanks to his journey to Jingguang Town, Su Ba enhanced soul strength now allowed him to wield the 3rd layer of the Eye of Hell, the Iron Tree Hell, with ease. He couldn't even accurately gauge his current combat prowess. As someone with an innate love for battle, Su Ba's fighting spirit burned fiercely. He longed for an opponent who could push him to his limits. In 3 days, the grand competition among the top Inner Academy disciples from the 3 nations will begin. Let's hope it doesn't disappoint me, he murmured with narrowed eyes. Just then, a knock came at the door. Standing at the door was a tall, graceful silhouette. Qin Jiyue was clad in an elegant plain silk palace dress, draped with a light blue gauzy shawl that fluttered gently in the breeze. Her beauty was breathtaking, though her face bore a faint pallor, and she exuded a subtle, ethereal aura. Senior Sister Qin, what brings you here? Su Ba was momentarily taken aback. He remembered that Qin Jiyue had recently gone to challenge the elite rankings in Tianzhong. Before Qin Jiyue could respond, a flash of white shot towards Su Ba like lightning. His heart tightened, but he quickly recognized the figure and let his guard down. In the next moment, a fluffy white form tackled him to the ground. Wow, little one, you're getting stronger. Su Ba gazed at the white dog in his arms, blinking in surprise. This snow-white, jade-like pup was none other than Wang Wang, but its size astonished him. In just a month, Wang Wang had grown from palm size to 50 centimeters long, now weighing around 10 kilograms. Junior brother Su, there's no need to be surprised, Qin Jiyue explained with a gentle smile. The fragrant, crystalline pellets you gave before Wang Wang ate them all. Now it's a level 6 spirit beast, so its growth in size is perfectly normal. By the time it reaches level 7 or 8, it'll be even larger. Su Ba suddenly understood. The dog food, rich in spiritual energy, had allowed Wang Wang to advance 2 levels in just a month. No wonder it could knock him over so easily when he was off guard. I'm here today for 2 reasons, Qin Jiyue said warmly. The first is to thank you for your gift, which saved Wang Wang a lot of cultivation time. This is a token of my gratitude. I hope it's sufficient. She extended a pouch, which likely contained premium elixirs or a substantial amount of essence stones. Senior sister Qin, there's no need for such formalities between friends, Su Ba said, meeting her gaze directly. He had long considered her a friend, as evidenced by his willingness to give the dog food without hesitation. Friends? Qin Jiyue's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. Under Su Ba's intent and somewhat bold gaze, Qin Jiyue felt a flutter of unease, her delicate ears quietly turning red. Ah, you're right, we are friends. It seems I was being too formal. She tried to maintain her composure, masking her inner turmoil. Though her expression remained calm, a faint, charming smile unknowingly graced her lips. Seeing Qin Jiyue put her belongings away, Su Ba's lips curled into a faint smile as he asked, Senior sister Qin, what's the second matter? Qin Jiyue looked directly into Su Ba's eyes, her face softening into a gentle smile. The second matter is, of course, to congratulate junior brother Su on his unstoppable momentum in seizing the top spot in the inner court. By the way, I heard that a disciple ranked 3rd in the Zhanlong Martial Academy recently came to Yunming Martial Academy to show off, only to be defeated by you in a single move. He was too weak. I just hope Li Quanwang, the number 1, will give me a bit of a challenge, Su Ba replied confidently, showing no hint of modesty in his tone. Ha, junior brother Su is as sharp as ever. Cough, cough. Qin Jiyue's words were interrupted as her expression suddenly changed. She turned her head away, covering her face as she coughed lightly. Woof woof. Wang Wang, who had been playing beside Su Ba, immediately stopped in its tracks, running over to Qin Jiyue's side and letting out a soft, concerned whimper. Su Ba's eyes narrowed as he noticed a hint of pallor on Qin Jiyue's face. Senior sister Qin, are you injured? It's nothing serious. Losing to someone stronger is part of the journey, Qin Jiyue replied in an understated tone, quietly wiping away the blood from her palm. Who did this? A core disciple of Tianzhong's Zhanlong Martial Academy, Sun Yu, ranked 9th on the elite list. Su Ba nodded silently, though his heart stirred with unease. The distance between Zhanlong Martial Academy and Yunming Martial Academy was nearly a week's journey. For Qin Jiyue, with her profound foundation and recovery ability, to still be coughing blood after all this time indicated the severity of her injury. This was no mere sparring match, it was a deliberate, malicious attack. Noticing the flicker of cold determination in Su Ba's eyes, Qin Jiyue's heart skipped a beat. Junior brother Su, you're not planning to? Don't worry, senior sister. I know what I'm doing, Su Ba said calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, the Yunming Square was bustling with a crowd of inner court disciples. Their faces were alight with excitement as they whispered among themselves, clearly eager for the upcoming 3 Nations tournament. This year's enthusiasm was markedly different from previous years, for they now had someone to carry the banner of their academy, senior brother Su. Whenever Su Ba's name was mentioned, their eyes sparkled with admiration and pride. They were convinced that with Su Ba leading them, the championship of the 3 Nations tournament would undoubtedly belong to Yunming Martial Academy. Look, senior brother Su is here. A sudden exclamation of delight erupted from the crowd. In an instant, all eyes turned in unison toward the same direction. A young man dressed in a sleek black outfit was approaching at a steady pace. He was lean, with a sharp and stern expression, and a large staff slung diagonally across his back. Senior brother Su. Greetings, senior brother Su. Good morning, senior brother Su. The inner disciples swarmed toward the young man named Su Ba, eagerly greeting him with admiration shining in their eyes. A faint smile appeared on Su Ba's resolute face as he calmly acknowledged their greetings one by one. His composed demeanor only heightened the excitement of those around him, especially the young, beautiful female disciples. Their cheeks flushed, their eyes sparkled like stars, and they secretly marveled to themselves. Senior brother Su is so cool. Haha, my treasured disciple, you're here. A hearty laugh rang out across the square. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice and saw a towering man striding forward. His shoulder-length golden hair shimmered, his emerald green eyes gleamed with energy, and he carried a crimson iron staff over a yard long. His imposing presence made him seem like a deity descending to earth. Elder Xiao. The crowd quickly stepped aside respectfully. Xiao Bao nodded briefly in acknowledgement before striding up to Su Ba, clapping him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. My treasured disciple, well done? I was away from the martial house for a few days, and as soon as I returned, I heard the news Wei Tianqing, ranked third in Battle Wolf Martial House, came to show off, and you nearly scared him out of his wits with a single move. You flatter me, master, Su Ba replied with a faint smile and a respectful bow. Is second master leading the team today? That's right. Xiao Bao roared with laughter. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Those Battle Wolf Martial House brats have become far too arrogant. It's time to put them in their place. Show them what you're made of, later let them witness the strength of the top prodigy of Yunmeng Martial House. Understood, Su Ba responded calmly. Xiao Bao's eyes gleamed mischievously as he leaned in closer. You seem so confident. Have you already mastered my Scorpion King Tiger Staff technique to a basic level? That's a lower tier Earth grade martial skill, 3 times harder than a top tier Profound grade one. Well, what do you think? Su Ba replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. You rascal, keeping secrets from your master. Xiao Bao feigned anger but quickly burst into laughter, giving his disciple another hearty slap on the shoulder. All right, you're my prized pupil, so I trust you've at least reached basic mastery. Use my ultimate technique to give them a proper lesson later. Everyone, listen up. Move out. Xiao Bao, brimming with confidence, gave the command. Leading the inner disciples in a grand procession, he departed Yunmeng Martial House with great momentum. The Zhanlong Martial Academy was located in the desolate desert region of the extreme west of Tianzhong. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but endless yellow sand. The lifeless sea of dunes shimmered with scorching heat under the blazing sun. The entire area seemed to be dominated by a monotonous yellow hue. Even the horizon was tinged with this stark and austere tone. Under the leadership of Xiao Bao, the Yunmeng Martial Academy team trekked for 7 days before finally reaching their destination. In the distance, atop a barren mountain, stood a majestic fortress. Xiao Bao raised his hand and pointed toward it, his voice booming. That's the Zhanlong Martial Academy. Stay sharp, and don't let your momentum falter. Understood. The group straightened up, responding in unison with renewed vigor. With senior brother Su present, their confidence soared. Su Ba narrowed his eyes, observing the harsh surroundings with a discerning gaze. He understood the reasoning behind it. The Zhanlong Martial Academy had consistently ranked as one of the top martial academies across the 3 nations. Choosing such a harsh location meant that the intensity of training here far surpassed that of other academies, which explained why it produced so many exceptional talents. As the team approached the foot of the barren mountain, they noticed several figures in yellow robes already waiting there. Xiao Bao immediately recognized the elderly man leading the group. Laughing heartily, he stepped forward to shake hands. Wen Fakin, you old rascal, coming to greet us so early, I'm truly touched. However, the yellow-robed elder snorted coldly and swatted away the outstretched hand. Enough chatter. The Flying Tiger Martial Academy from Hanyue Nation has already arrived. Get up there and assemble quickly. Uncharacteristically, Xiao Bao didn't retaliate and instead turned back with a cheerful grin to rally his team. Up the mountain. Although the mountain was steep, it was hardly a challenge for these martial artists. In no time, the group reached the mountain's summit, where they found a large plaza already filled with hundreds of people. You bougie him here. Xiao Bao shouted with a booming voice, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Striding confidently to the forefront, he approached an elderly man with a white beard. You Bai, it's been a while. Yu Bai's expression turned wary, and he instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, prepared for the possibility of Xiao Bao causing trouble. When Fakin leaned in to whisper in Yu Bai's ear, mentioning that Xiao Bao had behaved just as unusually when they first met earlier. Yu Bai frowned and thought, this old geezer usually greets people with a sour face, like he's swallowed a fly. Why is he so cheerful today? Who knows? When Fakin muttered under his breath. He might hit his head with his own staff during practice. Xiao Bao snorted coldly, his face darkening. Ridiculous. Clearly, you've dulled your brains practicing with swords and knives. Now that's the Xiao Bao we know. Yu Bai and Wen Fakin exchanged a glance and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Su Ba and the others approached. Xiao Bao immediately switched to a proud expression and introduced Su Ba to his 2 old friends. Come, let me introduce my prized disciple, Su Ba. He waved at Su Ba. Come here, my precious pupil. I heard that a month ago, your War Wolf Martial House paid a visit to my Yumeng Martial House, only to be completely defeated and sent running with your tails between your legs? Xiao Bao's lips curved into a mocking smile as he stared directly at Yu Bai and his companions, whose expressions were growing darker by the second. Especially that Wei Tianqing, ranked 3rd in your War Wolf inner house. My precious disciple almost scared him into wetting his pants with just one punch. Absolutely hilarious. Xiao Bao continued, pulling Su Ba, who stood beside him, closer and affectionately patting him on the shoulder. Look at my Discipolito ascent, he have the bearing of a true dragon among men? Yu Bai narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over Su Ba. A faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Indeed, quite an imposing figure with exceptional talent. Despite the words of praise, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The humiliation from a month ago still burned in Yu Bai's chest. He had originally sent Wei Tianqing to Yunming Martial House to showcase the strength of War Wolf Martial House. However, Wei Tianqing, who had always prided himself on his unparalleled power, was utterly defeated in a single move, collapsing to the ground in terror. In the end, the entire team fled in disgrace. What irritated Yu Bai even more was the emergence of two extraordinary talents in Yunming Martial House. Last year, Qin Jiyue had already been a major headache within just over a year. She had reached the peak of the 7-star Master Realm and climbed to 16th place on the elite rankings. Recently, she had even directly challenged Sun Yu, ranked 9th in War Wolf Martial House, showing signs of advancing to the 8-star Grandmaster realm. To curb Qin Jiyue's rise, Yu Bai had secretly instructed Sun Yu to go all out. With the strength of someone at the peak of the early 8-star Grandmaster realm, Sun Yu had indeed inflicted serious injuries on Qin Jiyue. Though he hadn't shaken her foundation, it was enough to disrupt her training for half a month. But before Yu Bai could breathe a sigh of relief, Su Ba suddenly emerged, even more dazzling than Qin Jiyue. This left the War Wolf Martial House, which had always prided itself on being superior, utterly humiliated. Ha ha ha. Yu Bai, don't be envious. Some of us are just born lucky. This time, the top prize in the grand competition is as good as ours. Yuming Martial House has it in the bag. Xiao Bao, noticing Yu Bai's displeasure, laughed even more triumphantly. Yu Bai responded with a cold sneer. Xiao Bao, don't get too cocky. The top two ranked in my War Wolf Inner House are far stronger than Wei Tianqing. Just wait and see. Heh, then let's wait and see. At that moment, Su Ba, standing beside Xiao Bao, felt countless gazes shoot toward him like sharp arrows. Each look carried a different emotion. Some were filled with astonishment, some with curiosity, and others sparkled with fighting spirit. Low murmurs rippled through the crowd. So this is Su Ba? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Su Ba remained composed, but a few particular gazes caught his attention. The first came from a young man with fiery red hair, exuding a sharp, blade-like aura. The air around him seemed to hum with faint, tearing sounds. When the red-haired youth noticed Su Ba's gaze, he slightly raised his chin and returned a cold, indifferent look. Seeing Su Ba silently gesture a throat-slitting motion, he responded with a sardonic smirk. The second gaze came from a skinny man standing next to the red-haired youth. This man carried two swords on his back, and his sword intent, though slightly less sharp than the red-haired youth's, was no less daunting. He, too, looked at Su Ba with a mocking smile. Su Ba understood instantly these two must be the top two elites of the Battle Wolf Martial Academy, far stronger than Wei Tianqing. The third gaze came from the direction of the Flying Tiger Martial Academy. It belonged to a towering young man, standing 2 heads taller than the average person. His muscular frame radiated a beastly and oppressive aura, even more intimidating than King Kong's. The chief of the inner court of Flying Tiger Martial Academy? Su Ba mused with a faint smile. Interesting. At this moment, Yu Buji, seemingly annoyed by Xiao Bao's smugness, stepped into the center of the square with a dark expression and announced, "Now that everyone's here, we'll rest for the day. Soon, our disciples will guide you to your accommodations. Tomorrow, at dawn, the Three Nations tournament officially begins." With that, he led the Battle Wolf Martial Academy members away. Only the Flying Tiger Martial Academy and Yunming Martial Academy members remained at the scene. The towering young man suddenly strode towards Su Ba, each step causing the ground to tremble faintly. In comparison, Su Ba's slender figure seemed almost frail. "Something you need?" Su Ba asked calmly, standing with his hands behind his back as he looked up at the man. "Su Ba, right? Remember this, I am Wang Shi." The burly youth's voice rumbled like thunder. "I heard that both Wen Tianyu and Wei Tianqing were no match for you. Good. Tomorrow, don't let me down." A faint smirk of disdain curled on Su Ba's lips. "If you want me to remember your name, wait until you can survive one move from me." "Huh, arrogant, aren't you?" Wang Shi's grin revealed a chilling edge. He gave Su Ba a deep, penetrating look before turning and walking away, followed closely by the other members of Flying Tiger Martial Academy. Xiao Bao stepped forward, patting Su Ba on the shoulder with a squinting smile. "My dear disciple, that Wang Shi is the newly risen genius of Flying Tiger Martial Academy. His talent surpasses our King Kong and is said to rival even Li Quan Wang. It's rumored that, as of a month ago, the strength in his arms alone was equivalent to the power of 1 dragon and 8 elephants. With the aid of secret techniques, he could amplify that to 3 dragon strength. By now, he's likely even stronger. The stronger, the better. Weak opponents are no fun," Su Ba replied with a calm smile. "Huh. That's the spirit. My precious disciple, Su Ba, must carry that unrivaled dominance. Xiao Bao laughed heartily. Tomorrow, your master will be watching your performance. At dawn, a crimson sun slowly rose from the horizon, casting radiant golden light across the desolate western plains, painting them in shades of gold and red. The grand plaza of the Zhanlong martial house was teeming with people. Disciples in various colorful outfits gathered from all directions. Su Ba was already standing in the center of the plaza. The disciples of Yunmeng martial house, upon seeing him, greeted him respectfully and took their places behind him. As disciples from all sides arrived, the leading elders began to appear one after another. Xiao Bao, smiling cheerfully, walked up to Su Ba, patted him on the shoulder, and silently awaited the start of the competition. By the hour of Chun, the Zhanlong martial house team began to spread out. An elderly man in yellow robes, with a lean face and a white beard, stepped forward. It was none other than Yu Buji. Ignoring Xiao Bao's provocative gaze, he surveyed the crowd with a stern expression and announced the new rules. The Three Kingdoms martial competition is about to begin. Considering the prolonged duration of past competitions due to hundreds of individual matches, the elders of the three factions have agreed on a rule change. Each martial house will now send only 6 elite disciples to compete in a round-robin format. The martial house drawn to go first will send a representative to the stage to face challenges from the other houses. The house with the most remaining participants at the end, or the house of the last person standing, will be declared the winner. Understood. The disciples from all three factions responded in unison, clearly having been briefed in advance by their respective martial houses. Unsurprisingly, the three martial houses had each selected their top 6 elite disciples from their inner ranks. The drawing results were announced, and Yunmeng martial house drew the first position. Within the Yunmeng martial house faction, Su Ba, Jin Gang, Song Chun, and the other three stood at the forefront. Just as Xiao Bao was about to arrange them in order of strength from weakest to strongest, a black-clad figure strode confidently toward the stage. It was Su Ba. Carrying a massive iron staff on his back, he exuded calm and composure. My precious disciple, what are you? Xiao Bao and the other disciples looked on in shock. Halting in his tracks, Su Ba turned and replied coolly, didn't they say we need to save time and finish this quickly? They'll go first and send them all home to their mothers early. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into an uproar. Arrogant. Does he think beating Wei Tianqing makes him unbeatable? In front of my flying tiger inner house senior brother Wang Shi, Wei Tianqing wouldn't even last a second. Crush him. Amid the shouting and insults from all directions, Su Ba leaped onto the stage. With his hands clasped behind his back, he swept an indifferent gaze over the Zhanlong and Flying Tiger factions before mocking, who's first? Come up and meet your end. Damn it. Arrogant. Furious shouts erupted from the crowds of Zhanlong Martial Academy and Feihu Martial Academy. A young man ranked 6th in Feihu Martial Academy grabbed his large blade and stormed onto the stage in just a few strides. Pointing the blade directly at Su Ba, he spoke in a cold voice, Kid, defeating Wei Tianqing, the third-ranked fighter of Zhanlong Martial Academy, is impressive. But thinking you can take on all 12 of us alone? That's just enough. Su Ba interrupted him coldly, his eyes slowly closing. You bastard. The youth from Feihu Martial Academy burned with rage upon seeing Su Ba shut his eyes. Are you looking down on me? He roared, his figure shooting towards Su Ba like an arrow. But in that very instant, Su Ba simply opened his eyes. Boom. Countless illusions flooded into his opponent's mind. The 6th-ranked youth abruptly froze, his pupils losing focus, and his body collapsed to the ground like a lifeless puppet. Hissed, the crowd below gasped collectively, staring at the stage in disbelief. They couldn't even tell if Su Ba had made a move before his opponent had fallen. How? How is this possible? What did Su Ba just do? Jushu is at the peak of the 6-star level and has even mastered the lower-grade Shin-level blade intent. The disciples of Feihu Martial Academy murmured in shock, struggling to accept the outcome. Meanwhile, on the Zhanlong Martial Academy's side, Wei Gongjie and one of his lackeys shuddered involuntarily at the sight. Wei Gongjie, in particular, recalled the terrifying scene of being tormented and devoured by countless phantoms, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Soul attack, muttered Wang Shi, the chief of Feihu's Inner Academy, squinting slightly. Interesting. Before the fallen fighter could even be carried off, Gu Jian, the 2nd-ranked fighter of Zanlang's Inner Academy, strode onto the stage with a cold smirk, his gaze fixed on Su Ba. The crowd immediately burst into excited chatter. My god, Gu Jian is stepping in so quickly. Looks like they're skipping the endurance strategy and sending Gu Jian to finish this directly. He's a genius far stronger than Wei Tianqing. The atmosphere in the arena surged to a fever pitch. Gu Jian, ranked as the 2nd greatest genius in the inner court of the Battle Wolf Martial Academy, would have been the top-ranked talent if not for the overwhelming prowess of Li Quan Wang. At this moment, The brilliant challenger stood face-to-face with Yunmeng Inner Court's top talent, Su Ba. Though Su Ba was known for his arrogance, his impressive record left no doubt about his strength. On the arena stage, Gu Jian stood proudly, slowly unsheathing the twin blades from his back. His eyes carried a trace of disdain as he spoke. I thought your fists were impressive. I didn't expect you to possess soul attack abilities. But let's see what your staff skills are worth. Su Ba gazed at his opponent calmly and shook his head slightly. To deal with you, I won't even need my staff. This remark instantly ignited Gu Jian's fury. Bold words. Let's see if your strength matches your arrogance. Boom. With a roar of anger, a powerful aura erupted from Gu Jian's body. Twin blades in hand, his blade energy surged into the sky like a volcanic eruption, tearing apart a white cloud in the heavens. Wow, that's insane, gasped many disciples in the audience. One of them analyzed, Gu Jian is probably just a step away from reaching the 7-star master realm. Even most latest-stage 7-star masters wouldn't stand a chance against him. Another exclaimed in awe, unbelievable. Gu Jian is already this formidable, yet he's still no match for Li Quanwang. Just how terrifying is Li Quanwang's strength? Despite Gu Jian's astonishing aura, Su Ba remained unervingly composed, slowly closing his eyes. The onlookers recalled the time Su Ba had previously defeated the 6th-ranked fighter of the Battle Wolf Martial Academy with his soul power. Their eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Is Su Ba planning to use soul attacks again? How confident is he? Soul attacks are incredibly risky. Failure could lead to backlash, someone worriedly remarked. Gu Jian's blade intent is fully mastered, and his spiritual defenses are incredibly strong. Su Ba is practically courting death. Gu Jian sneered coldly. You're too overconfident. If you end up brain dead from soul backlash, don't blame me. Fully mastered blade intent twin dragon strike. Blade energy surged across the ground, sweeping up countless grains of sand and forming two mighty sand dragons that charged ferociously towards Su Ba. The power of this technique rivaled perfected blade intent and was twice as strong as when Tianyu's Gale blade intent when he first entered the 7-star master realm. Just as the attack was about to land, Su Ba slowly opened his eyes and murmured, Eye of Hell, third layer the Iron Tree Hell. His pupils transformed into pitch-black vortexes, emitting an indescribably terrifying aura. Gu Jian's expression changed drastically, and his body began to tremble violently. Clang, clang. Moments later, the two long blades fell to the ground with crisp ringing sounds. Gu Jian's eyes lost focus, his face turned pale, and he collapsed like a lifeless heap of mud. Snap! A faint sound echoed as Su Ba's gaze, sharp as lightning, struck. Gu Jian collapsed instantly. The entire crowd erupted in astonishment, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The strength displayed by Yunmeng Inner Academy's top disciple far exceeded everyone's expectations. This is the Soul Force Hell Realm, Yu Baiyan said with focus. And it's beyond the perfect mastery of a high-grade Shin-level martial technique. When Fakan nodded in shock. Even the highest-grade Soul Force technique of our Zhanlong Martial Academy is only mid-grade Shin level. How does Yunmeng Martial Academy possess such advanced techniques? What's even more astounding is the intensity of his soul force, Yu Baiyan said grimly. Even among 7-star master-level warriors, I've never seen anyone surpass him. On Yunmeng Martial Academy's side, Xiao Bao looked at his prized disciple with pride in his eyes. His exceptional student had effortlessly defeated the second-ranked expert of Zhanlong Inner Academy without even using his staff. The inner disciples erupted into waves of cheers, their voices ringing out one after another. Su Ba remained expressionless, his hands behind his back as he faced the two opposing academies. He said calmly, Who's next? This remark infuriated the rival disciples, but deep down, they knew they stood no chance against someone who could defeat Gu Jian with just a glance. At that moment, a burly, beast-like young man stepped onto the stage. It was none other than Wang Shi, the top disciple of Feihu Inner Academy. He could no longer hold back. And who are you? Su Ba asked indifferently. This dismissive attitude completely enraged Wang Shi. Just as he was about to announce his name, Su Ba waved him off. Never mind. Anyone who can't withstand a single move from me isn't worth knowing. Wang Shi was furious. Like a caged beast unleashed, he stomped the ground, shattering it as he charged towards Su Ba. His large, knotted hands tore through the air, aiming to seize his opponent with ferocious force. Roar! Wang Shi's palm sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, accompanied by the faint image of a phantom tiger materializing behind him, roaring thunderously. This was the perfected essence of his Tiger Vanguard Fist, an exceptional mid-tier Shin-level technique. No wonder he's the senior brother of the Flying Tiger Inner Hall. The onlookers exclaimed in awe. The strength of two dragons unleash. Kid, prepare to die. Wang Shi sneered viciously as he launched a deadly attack at Su Ba. Despite the terrifying power of the tiger claw coming at him, Su Ba remained calm and composed. The 9 young true essence within him surged rapidly as he countered Wang Shi's strike with a mighty punch, unleashing the combined force of 2 dragons and 2 elephants. Boom! The moment fist and palm collided, a shockwave rippled across the arena. To everyone's astonishment, Su Ba stood firm like a mountain, while Wang Shi, the attacker, staggered backward. His retreating steps crushed the ground beneath him into rubble, and it wasn't until he had stumbled 7 or 8 steps that he managed to steady himself. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Against Wang Shi's immense strength, equivalent to 200,000 pounds, Su Ba not only withstood it, but appeared completely at ease. Kid, you've got some skill. Wang Shi growled, his face clouded with anger as he glared at Su Ba. Is that all you've got? Su Ba shook his head dismissively. It seems your name isn't even worth remembering. Don't get cocky just yet. Wang Shi's eyes gleamed with cold light. They'll make you tremble beneath my feet. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a series of explosive cracks erupted from Wang Shi's body. His frame began to expand rapidly, growing even more colossal than his already towering stature, reaching nearly 10 feet tall. His muscles bulged like boulders, exuding a terrifying, oppressive power. Su Ba narrowed his eyes, recognizing this as a secret technique similar to a Vajra transformation, but clearly far more potent. Su Ba, Wang Shi said, his icy voice reverberating as he loomed over him. You should feel proud you're the first to force me to fully unleash Tiger Demon Transformation. The crowd around them turned pale. Someone whispered, Tiger Demon Transformation is a top-tier Shin-level body refinement technique. I once saw Wang Shi tear a 7th-rank Iron Bull apart with his bare hands. This move amplifies strength by 1.8 times right now. He's at the power of 3 dragons and 6 elephants. Correction. Wang Shi interrupted with a cold laugh, silencing the murmurs. At full power, my Tiger Demon Transformation brings me to the strength of 4 dragons. He turned his savage gaze to Su Ba, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. Su Ba, tell me now, can you block this? What will you use to stop me? I told you. Will make you tremble beneath my feet. Are you scared yet? Ha ha ha. Wang Shi let out a beastly roar, his laughter brimming with arrogance and murderous intent. What's the matter? You're not going to use your staff? Wang Shi looked down at Su Ba from his elevated position, his voice dripping with disdain. Against someone like you, there's no need for a staff, Su Ba replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm and indifferent. Wang Shi's lips twitched violently, his face twisting into a ferocious expression. With a sudden stomp, the arena floor exploded with a deafening roar, shards of stone flying in all directions as a massive crater formed beneath his feet. The entire platform trembled under the impact. In the blink of an eye, Wang Shi's massive figure appeared in front of Su Ba like a ghost, his shadow engulfing his opponent completely. He raised his right leg high, channeling the power of 4 dragons, and brought it down towards Su Ba's head with devastating force. The sheer momentum of the strike was terrifying, as if capable of leveling a city wall in an instant. The disciples from the War Wolf Martial Academy and Flying Tiger Martial Academy widened their eyes in excitement, eagerly anticipating Su Ba being crushed under the blow. On the Yunmeng Martial Academy's side, however, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The young female disciples turned pale, their faces full of worry. Even Xiaobao furrowed his brows. If Su Ba had chosen to counter with his staff, it might have been fine, but to face such power barehanded, if not for his trust in Su Ba's judgment, he would have intervened and pulled him off the platform by now. Just as Wang Shi's foot was about to strike, Su Ba took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly flashing with brilliance. A powerful aura erupted from him like a tidal wave. He threw a punch with his right hand, channeling the Spiral 8 Desolation Force, instantly doubling his strength. 4 dragons, 4 elephants, force unleash. At the moment fist met foot, a violent shockwave ripped through the arena like a hurricane. Then came the sickening sound of bones shattering in rapid succession. Wang Shi's right leg, thicker than most people's waists, fractured inch by inch, blood spraying into the air. Wang Shi's face contorted in agony as his body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stood frozen, staring in disbelief. Wang Shi, the prodigious body-refining genius who could easily crush peak 7-star masters, had been defeated in a clash of pure strength. When the crowd finally snapped out of their daze, they saw Su Ba calmly withdrawing his fist, resuming his stance with his hands behind his back, his expression as composed as ever. A collective gulp echoed through the crowd. The strength of this Yunmeng Inner Court's top disciple had undoubtedly surpassed that of the previous champions by tenfold. Su Ba's expression remained calm as he scanned the crowd below, his sharp gaze locking onto the direction of the Feihu Martial Academy. An invisible pressure seemed to emanate from his stare, forcing the remaining disciples of Feihu to lower their heads, unable to meet his eyes. Who else? The question rang out once more, but this time, the disciples lacked even the courage to retort. The image of their inner academy's top disciple being knocked out with a single punch replayed vividly in their minds. Just imagining a confrontation with Su Ba sent chills down their spines. A bunch of cowards. Su Ba cast a cold glance at the cowering disciples before turning his attention to the Zhanlong Martial Academy, particularly focusing on the red-haired youth. Although Wei Tianqing wasn't directly being stared at, he instinctively shrank back. Over the past 20-plus days, his strength had indeed grown significantly, but now he realized the gap between himself and Su Ba had only widened. "It's time to step up," Su Ba said, his piercing gaze fixed on the red-haired youth as a mocking smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "Unless, of course, you'd prefer to send someone else up first to wear me down, I wouldn't mind." "Oomph. To take you down, I don't need anyone else's help," scoffed the red-haired youth, Li Quanwang, as he leapt into the air. Midair, he unsheathed his blade, unleashing a terrifying surge of searing blade energy that poured down like a cascading river. "Su Ba, watch his eye, Li Quanwang. Defeat you with one strike." With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming blade intent erupted from Li Quanwang, far surpassing the peak power of Wang Shi by several times. The scorching heat waves swept across the area, as if the air itself were being evaporated, forming a massive vortex of flames. The onlooking disciples scrambled backward as the ground beneath their feet began to emit heat, resembling a surface scorched by blazing fire. Profound rank peak, technique perfect blade intent, blazing flame slash. The crowd watched in shock and awe. This level of martial skill usually required prodigies 3 months to grasp the basics, over half a year to reach mastery, and 3 to 5 years to achieve perfection. Yet Li Quanwang, not even 20 years old and only 2 years into the academy, had already attained such a realm, showcasing an extraordinary talent found in one among thousands. The elders on the sidelines couldn't help but praise him. Such a powerful strike already surpasses what a peak 6-star martial artist can handle. Even a peak 7-star grandmaster would struggle to survive this blade. Once Li Quanwang reaches the early stage of the 7-star grandmaster realm, he will undoubtedly secure a spot on the 3 nations' elite rankings. In the War Wolf Martial House, Yu Buji beamed with pride as he watched the scene unfold, his face flushed with excitement and his expression brimming with satisfaction. Li Quanwang's devastatingly powerful blazing flame blade had undoubtedly brought him great prestige in front of the crowd. Turning towards Xiao Bao from the Yiming Martial House, Yu Buji smirked provocatively and said, "Xiao, did you see that? The strength of this chief of the inner house must have blown your mind, hasn't it?" Xiao Bao snorted coldly. "Don't get too cocky. My prized disciple hasn't even made his move yet. Once he does, I'll be the moment your Li Quanwang meets his defeat." Though his words were firm, Xiao Bao couldn't help but feel a twinge of shock in his heart. Li Quanwang's strength far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he mastered the high-tier profound martial skill to perfection, but the blazing flame blade itself was one of the finest among such techniques. Now, all he could do was pin his hopes on Su Ba mastering the low-tier earth martial skill, the Scorpion King Violent Tiger Staff, and reaching at least the advanced level of mastery. If you're all talk, let's see how smug you are when your disciple loses." Yu Buji sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Bao. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the terrifying blade descending from above. The sheer power of the attack was enough to crush even the pinnacle of a 7-star grandmaster's cultivation. The audience held their breath, anxiously waiting to see how Su Ba would respond. Su Ba, however, remained calm and unflustered. He casually drew the Rui golden cudgel from his back and met Li Quanwang's attack with a single swing. Instantly, a surge of ferocious energy erupted from within him, as if the king of beasts had awakened. The fiery blade intent emanating from Li Quanwang was dispersed in an instant. The torrential flames pouring down from the sky seemed to hit an invisible barrier, as an inexplicable force began to climb higher and higher. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment as a massive phantom appeared behind Su Ba fierce tiger with a scorpion's tail. Though devoid of an aura of intent, the overwhelming power radiating from the figure was enough to leave everyone stunned. Li Quanwang pressed down with his blade, sneering. "So this is Elder Xiao Bao's signature move, the low-tier earth martial skill, Scorpion King Violent Tiger Staff? What a pity it's only at the intermediate level. Even if it's an earth-tier skill, I can crush it with ease." The surging flames dyed half the sky red, fueling the momentum of the blade. The fiery inferno seemed poised to engulf Su Ba's Scorpion Tiger Phantom entirely. Li Quanwang shouted, "Su Ba, admit defeat." Just as the crowd thought the outcome was sealed, Su Ba raised his head to meet Li Quanwang's gaze and said calmly, "So what if your blazing flame blade has reached perfection in the high-tier profound level? If my intermediate-level Scorpion King Violent Tiger Staff isn't enough, then how about the advanced level?" As his words fell, the phantom behind him suddenly erupted with dazzling black light, and a thunderous roar shook the entire arena. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Suba spoke again, his tone unhurried. If the advanced level still isn't enough, then how about now? In the blink of an eye, an indescribably terrifying and violent aura burst forth from Suba. In the sky above, the scorpion tiger phantom seemed to come to life, transforming into a tangible, living entity. In the sky, a colossal scorpion king tiger suddenly materialized, opening its massive jaws to devour the blazing flames engulfing the heavens. This astonishing sight left everyone present in utter shock. The essence of a low-tier, earth-level martial technique, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Suba had not only mastered the Scorpion King Tiger Staff to perfection, but had also comprehended its essence. This fact was beyond comprehension for the onlookers. It was well known that mastering a low-tier earth-level martial technique was more than 3 times harder than mastering a peak-tier profound-level technique. Even a prodigy with extraordinary talent would struggle to grasp its basics in less than 2 months. Yet, Suba, at just 18 years old and having been in the martial mansion for less than 4 months, had cultivated it to such a level. Even with the most lenient calculation, starting from the day Xiao Bao began teaching the technique, Suba would have had a maximum of 4 months to train. Within this short span, he not only achieved mastery over the low-tier earth-level technique, but also grasped the embryonic form of its essence. Such cultivation speed was simply unfathomable. Li Chuanwang's face was filled with shock, his gaze momentarily unfocused. The surrounding elders stood with their mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. Yu Buji's previously smug expression seemed frozen in place, unmoving. Even Suba's master, Xiao Bao, was stunned by this unexpected surprise. Is this the kind of surprise a good disciple gives his master? Xiao Bao murmured to himself. Recalling how it had taken him 2 whole years to comprehend the essence's embryonic form, he couldn't help but sigh. This disciple is a monster. As his master, I feel a bit self-conscious. The violent and ferocious scorpion king tiger essence effortlessly consumed the sea of flames. Li Quanwang fell from the air, landing on one knee in the arena, his face pale as he murmured, I actually lost? A deathly silence enveloped the crowd. Suba slowly shouldered his golden staff, his expression remaining calm. He stood quietly on the arena platform, gazing down at the onlookers with an air of superiority. Though he didn't intentionally exude any aura, the invisible pressure he emanated sent shivers through everyone's hearts. The disciples of Yunming's inner mansion were ecstatic, with some unable to resist boasting to the other martial mansion disciples, Did you see that? This is our Yunming inner mansion's unbeatable chief, senior brother Su. Wang Shi, the chief of the Feihu martial mansion, recalled the time Suba nearly shattered his leg with a single punch. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If that staff strike had landed on him just now, he would undoubtedly have been sent to the afterlife. Who else dares? Suba asked indifferently. The arena remained silent. The remaining contestants from the other 2 martial mansions exchanged nervous glances, their legs trembling. Finally, Yu Buji, the elder from the Zhanlong martial mansion, stepped forward with a dark expression and reluctantly announced, That's enough. There's no need to continue. I declare that in this year's top inner mansion disciple competition of the 3 nations, Suba of Yuming inner mansion has taken the crown, becoming the #1 chief among the 3 nations inner mansions. Haha, excellent. Xiao Bao laughed heartily, his joy and pride written all over his face. The disciples of Yunming Martial Academy erupted into thunderous cheers, their voices rising and falling like waves. In stark contrast, the expression on Yu Buji, an elder of the Zhanlong Martial Academy, grew increasingly grim. Just then, the voice of another Zhanlong elder, Wen Fakan, transmitted through a sound transmission technique, reached his ears. Brother Yu, Yunming Martial Academy has had incredible luck. First Qin Jiyue, and now Suba. Especially Su Bei if he continues to grow. It won't be long before he leads Fengwu Nation to become the strongest among the 3 nations. Yes, I know. Yu Buji replied coldly. Brother Yu, last time when Qin Jiyue fought Sun Yu, was it your idea for Sun Yu to use such heavy-handed tactics? Yu Buji admitted without hesitation. Indeed, I instructed him. The plan was to cripple Qin Jiyue's foundation and hinder her future cultivation. Unfortunately, I underestimated her strength, and she was only severely injured in the end. A trace of cold cruelty flashed in his eyes as he spoke. By the way, this Suba seems even more arrogant and combative than Qin Jiyue. Once he advances to the 7-star master realm, he'll inevitably challenge the elite rankings. At that point, with a little provocation, we could have one of our top-ranked disciples goad him into a fight. He's almost certain to take the bait. When Fakan was startled. Brother Yu, are you planning to? Heh! The same old trick to bring him crashing down from his pedestal. The 2 elders exchanged a knowing glance, their lips curling into confident, sinister smiles. Just as Yu Buji was about to announce the end of the competition, a clear and indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned in the direction of the sound and saw Suba stepping forward. Elder Yu, May I ask if your academy's core disciple Sun Yu is currently present? Suba asked, his tone calm and composed. Yu Buji raised an eyebrow. Though uncertain of Suba's intentions, he answered, Sun Yu is not registered to leave the academy. He is here. Good, that saves me a lot of trouble, Suba replied with a faint smile. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly roared, his voice echoing across the skies of Zhanlong Martial Academy. Sun Yu, come out and face your death. Sun Yu, come out and face your death. Sun Yu, come out and face your death. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Gasps of disbelief filled the air, even among the elders of Feihu Martial Academy. Xiao Bao himself was stunned, his face frozen in bewilderment. After all, Sun Yu was a top-tier expert, ranked 9th on the elite rankings of the three nations. Yu Buji, though initially shocked, exchanged a glance with Wenfaken, and a surge of uncontainable excitement rose within him. Suba's arrogance had exceeded all their expectation. She was practically delivering himself into their hands. Amused, Yu Buji thought to himself, foolish boy, you brought this upon yourself. Yu Bujia gazed at Suba with a half-smile, his eyes glinting with a trace of amusement. Indeed, heroes emerge young. Suba, you're the most gifted martial artist I've ever seen. But are you sure you want to challenge Sun Yu? A victory will surely earn you fame, but if you lose, remember, on the dueling stage, blades and swords show no mercy. Just as Suba was about to respond, Xiao Bao hurried over with a worried expression. My dear disciple, isn't this decision a bit rash? How about we wait a few more months? Sun Yu has already reached the peak of the early 8-star grandmaster level. Even Qin Jiyue was defeated by him during the last challenge. Xiao Bao was evidently unaware that Qin Jiyue had been gravely injured by Sun Yu and had yet to recover. If he knew, this fiery-tempered master would likely have exploded with rage. However, Suba chose not to mention it, though a flicker of cold determination flashed in his eye. She would settle the score with Sun Yu personally. Second master, don't worry. I'd say I have a 60 to 70% chance of defeating Sun Yu, Suba said calmly, his eyes narrowing slightly. At these words, the onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. While they all acknowledged Suba as an unseen-a-century prodigy across the three kingdoms, his confidence bordered on audacity. A 6-star peak martial artist, who hadn't yet stepped into the 7-star master realm, daring to challenge someone at the peak of the early 8-star grandmaster level? Unheard of. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Suba raised his voice, directing it toward the direction of the Zhanlong martial house. Sun Yu, stop hiding and come out to meet your end. Or are you planning to cower like a turtle? How bold. A roar of anger pierced the air, followed by a streak of light hurtling toward them at incredible speed. Boom. With a deafening crash, Sun Yu landed heavily on the stage like a meteor. His narrow eyes glinted with a chilling light, locking onto Suba like a venomous serpent. So it's you, boy, daring to challenge me without knowing your limits? No, no, no. Suba repeated with a mocking smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. Not a challenge, I'm here to take you down. Ha. Ha ha ha. Sun Yu laughed furiously, his laughter echoing ominously. Just then, as if receiving some information, a cruel glint surfaced in his already sharp eyes. Boy, if you dare challenge me, be prepared to die. Shing. A scarlet streak of sword light suddenly shot forth, the air instantly thick with a terrifying killing intent. With a casual swing of his sword, Sun Yu unleashed a strike far surpassing the full-force blazing blade intent of Li Quanwang, the top disciple of the Zhanlong inner house. The power of an 8-star grandmaster was truly overwhelming. This is the difference in realms, the disparity in the essence of true energy. A single sword strike tore through the sky, its sharp energy hurtling straight towards Suba. However, the sword light hit nothing but empty air, leaving a deep scar on the ground. Amid the gasps of the crowd, Sun Yu instantly sensed the murderous intent surging behind him, sending chills down his spine. He spun around abruptly, only to see a ferocious black staff light transform into the phantom of a Scorpion King violent tiger, charging straight at him with terrifying speed. Fiend Moon tenfold slash. Sun Yu roared, and sword light burst forth in all directions. The air was instantly filled with fierce sword energy as the dense sword lights surged upward, shattering the phantom of the Scorpion King violent tiger into fragments. The momentum of the sword didn't waver, transforming into a streak of brilliance that continued to pursue Suba in midair. Suba was well prepared. Like a flash of lightning, he dove down and effortlessly dodged all the sword lights. Not bad, kid. Sun Yu narrowed his long, sharp eyes, his tone icy. Inwardly, he was startled. Suba's movement technique was at least of high-tier mystic grade, and his moves carried a profound sense of mastery, clearly indicating he had fully grasped the great accomplishment level of the Thunderlight step technique. The audience buzzed with chatter and speculation. It was evident that Suba had concealed his true abilities during the Three Kingdoms tournament. Such a movement technique indeed gave him the strength to contend with an 8-star grandmaster like Sun Yu. Without skills, how could I deal with you? This is just the appetizer. Su Ba sneered coldly, his figure flickering across the arena. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air as his speed increased, leaving afterimages scattered all over the stage. That's the Thunderlight Phantom Step from the Yiming intersect. Su Ba must have mastered the perfected Thunderlight Step technique, one elder remarked with admiration. Truly worthy of being a Ancient century prodigy of the Three Kingdoms. Suddenly, an afterimage appeared in front of Sun Yu, and a black staff came crashing down toward him. Sun Yu smirked coldly. No matter how fast you are, you can't escape the perception of an 8-star grandmaster. His long sword thrust forward like lightning, stirring the air into a vortex. Yet the approaching Su Ba neither dodged nor flinched, still swinging his staff downward. My sword is faster than you. Want to go for mutual destruction? Dream on. Sun Yu scoffed disdainfully. The flash of his sword light made the Yunmeng inner sect disciples cry out in alarm. Watch out. Swish. A sharp sword light swept through Su Ba, only to slice through a mere shadow, which dissipated like a bubble. Sun Yu's pupils contracted abruptly as he suddenly realized the danger. The real Su Ba had already silently circled behind him, raising the golden staff in his hand. In an instant, a suffocating and terrifying aura erupted. Roar! A ferocious phantom of a scorpion king violent tiger roared out from Su Ba's body, its massive jaws opening wide with an overwhelming, mountain-crushing presence. This is the entry-level intent of the Scorpion King Violent Tiger Staff. Yu Buji was so shocked that he nearly jumped. In that critical moment, Sun Yu barely managed to turn around, hastily raising his sword to block. However, Su Ba's perfected Thunder Flash Step was far faster than expected, and when combined with the entry-level Scorpion King Violent Tiger Staff intent, the strike's power was astonishing. Even with Sun Yu's vast and ocean-like true essence, he was forced to retreat dozens of steps in disarray, utterly overwhelmed. The crowd erupted into an uproar. All eyes were fixed on Su Ba, who held the golden staff with a calm expression. They stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Su Ba, with his 6-star peak cultivation, had actually forced back Sun Yu, who was at the early pinnacle of the 8-star master realm. This young man's talent and comprehension are indescribable. His combat instincts are so strong. It's as if he was born for battle. An elder exclaimed in awe. Xiao Bao burst into laughter, his voice echoing as he looked at Yu Buji's ashen face with smug satisfaction. Wang Shi and Li Quanwang, on the other hand, gazed at Su Ba with nothing but deep reverence in their eyes. You brat, you've successfully angered me. Sun Yu's chest heaved with fury. I'll show you the true gap in our power. Su Ba casually twirled his staff, his tone indifferent. Perfect. I was just about to show you how vast the gap between us truly is. This remark completely enraged Sun Yu. He poured all his true essence into his sword, and a dazzling green light flared. The perfected sword intent of the profound grade ultimate technique, mountain-splitting gorge-cleaving slash, erupted, with the sharp sword radiance seeming as though it could pierce the heavens. The terrifying momentum forced the surrounding disciples to retreat, and the atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. So powerful, unbelievably strong. This is the might of an 8-star grandmaster. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Facing the earth-shattering strike, Su Ba remained calm and composed. With a light swing of his golden staff, an overwhelming and suffocating aura surged from within him. As the shadow of his staff descended, a majestic scorpion king tiger roared out from his body, its massive maw wide open, charging towards Sun Yu with an unstoppable force. Sun Yu's face twisted into a sinister grin. Su Ba, your mastery of the low-tier earth-level martial technique is indeed impressive. If we were at the same cultivation level, or if you were even at the late stage of the 7-star master realm, you'd be able to defeat me. But unfortunately, you're only at the peak of the 6-star stage. Your true essence is insufficient. You're destined to lose. Oh, is that so? Su Ba glanced at Sun Yu with a faint smile. You're far too confident. My greatness is beyond the comprehension of a petty man like you. Before his voice faded, Su Ba's eyes gleamed with a sharp brilliance. Infinite essence gathering technique, 4th stage, activate. In an instant, his true essence tripled, and a towering aura erupted like a storm. The Scorpion King Tiger's form expanded several times over, blotting out the sky and completely obscuring the crowd's view below. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Su Ba's aura can still multiply several times over? Is this his true power? Just how far does his strength go? Everyone stood dumbfounded as the seemingly unstoppable green sword light was shattered into pieces by a single claw from the Scorpion King Tiger. The remaining devastating staff intent pierced through the sword light and struck Sun Yu squarely in the chest. Arg! A mouthful of blood spurted from Sun Yu as several of his ribs snapped. His body was sent flying backward and crashed heavily onto the ground, his face ashen. The arena fell into a dead silence. All eyes were fixed on Suba, standing tall with his staff. Though his stature wasn't imposing, he exuded an aura of unwavering dominance, as if he alone could hold up the heavens. His brows carried an unyielding arrogance, proclaiming his unmatched might. Suddenly, a realization struck everyone Sun Yu had lost. He had been defeated by a mere 6-star peak martial artist. This meant Suba had now ascended to the 9th position on the elite rankings. My God, someone murmured. Achieving 9th place on the elite rankings at the 6-star peak is unprecedented. His physical strength surpasses Wang Shi. His true essence purity rivals that of a 7-star peak. His essence reserves far exceed his peers, and he possesses terrifying soul power and unparalleled comprehension. Are we witnessing the rise of a future king? Today, Suba's remarkable performance in battle stunned everyone, with each fight being nothing short of legendary. The disciples of Yunming Martial Academy's inner division could barely contain their excitement. Their senior brother had brought them unparalleled glory through his strength. From now on, they would no longer have to bow their heads before disciples from other academies, as they had Suba, a peerless and powerful senior, to back them up. Xiao Bao looked at his prized disciple, grinning from ear to ear. This student not only brought honor to the academy but also secured a spot on the 3 nations elite rankings ahead of time. This meant he was eligible to participate in the upcoming admission trials for the Thunder Dragon sect. With Suba's extraordinary talent, even if his current strength fell slightly short, he would undoubtedly establish himself in the Thunder Dragon sect and potentially surpass most of its disciples. All eyes at the scene were fixed on Suba, especially those of the female disciples. Though his looks might not be considered conventionally handsome, his chiseled features and the commanding aura he exuded with every movement, combined with his extraordinary strength, made him irresistibly captivating. Many admiring glances came his way from female disciples, whether they were sweet, alluring, or cool in demeanor, their cheeks tinged with a faint blush as they gazed at him. After the conclusion of the 3 nations competition, news of Suba, with his peak 6-star cultivation, defeating Sun Yu, ranked 9th on the elite rankings, spread like wildfire. Within just a week, his name echoed through the streets and alleys of the 3 nations in the eastern region. Everywhere, from tea houses to taverns, people spoke of this prodigy from Fengwu Nation's Yunming Martial Academy. 1 week later, Suba and his companions returned in triumph, sparking a jubilant celebration throughout Yunming Martial Academy. In the Grand Hall of the Inner Division's Pill Pavilion, Suba conversed with Hu Danqing and Xiao Bao, learning about the Thunder Dragon sect's upcoming recruitment of disciples from the 18 nations of the eastern region. In just over a month, the recruitment envoys from the Thunder Dragon sect will arrive, Xiao Bao explained with a smile. This recruitment targets the elite talents listed on the regional elite rankings. You now meet the qualifications to participate in the selection. Hearing this, Suba's fighting spirit began to ignite. The 72 top-ranked elites, selected from hundreds of nations across the eastern region, would soon gather in one place. It was destined to be an extraordinary event. Suba could hardly wait to prove his strength in the selection trials, wielding his golden staff to show these so-called strongest young talents of the eastern region what he was truly capable of. Suba narrowed his eyes, weighing the current situation. Although he could defeat early-stage 8-star grandmaster level geniuses when giving his all, it was far from enough. Reflecting on the battle with Sun Yu, even after exhausting all his trump cards, he managed to win with a significant advantage, breaking more than a dozen of Sun Yu's ribs, leaving him severely injured and coughing up blood. It would take Sun Yu at least a month to recover. While this victory avenged Qin Zhu Yue, it still fell short in preparing him to face stronger opponents. After all, Sun Yu was only ranked 9th on the Eastern District's 3 nations elite list. There were still 8 stronger geniuses above him. More importantly, the Eastern District was the smallest region in the Eastern Territory, comprising only 3 countries with relatively modest overall strength. The geniuses from the elite lists of other regions were undoubtedly far stronger than those of the Eastern District. To stand out in the Thunder Dragon sect's recruitment and selection trials, one would likely need to reach the late stage of the 8-star Master Realm or even the peak of the 8-star Grandmaster Realm to have a chance at turning the tide. As Suba was deep in thought, Hu Danqing spoke up, "My good disciple, what are your plans next? Break through to the 7-star Master Realm and aim for the 8-star Grandmaster Realm." Suba replied resolutely. These words nearly made Xiao Bao, who was standing nearby, stumble. Achieving a breakthrough to the 7-star Master Realm and then aiming for the 8-star Grandmaster Realm in just over a month? This disciple's confidence was truly astonishing. Hu Danqing gave a slightly awkward smile and nodded. The Thunder Dragon sect's recruitment values not only strength but also talent. Your talent is already exceptional. If your strength improves further, you'll shine even brighter. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you can come to me or Elder Xiao. He suddenly chuckled and shook his head. I almost forgot, with your talent and strength in martial arts, I probably can't be much help. You'll have to rely on Elder Shao. No, master. There is something only you can help me with, Suba said, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. What is it? Hu Danqing asked curiously. My physique is unique. I can consume large amounts of pills and use true essence stones without suffering from pill toxicity or side effects. With time running short, if I want to break through quickly, Suba gave Hu Danqing a meaningful look. Hu Danqing immediately understood and feigned anger. You little rascal. Are you trying to empty your master's coffers again? My stockpile is almost gone because of you. Suba chuckled. Master, you're the one who said I should come to you if I face difficulties. This is something even second master can't help with. Hearing this, Xiaobao looked embarrassed. It was true his cultivation, at the peak of the acquired realm, already required a vast amount of resources. The 1,000 true essence stones he had given Suba recently had been months of savings, and now he truly had nothing more to offer. Hu Danqing gave Suba a helpless glare. As an alchemist, his resources were indeed substantial, but over the past 2 to 3 months, he had given Suba nearly 2,000 lower-grade true essence stones. Coupled with the resources he had consumed recently while attempting to advance to a 9th-grade alchemist, even he was feeling the strain. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Danqing said, although I can't give you too many true essence stones right now, with your talent, don't forget that you have a significant way to generate wealth. What kind of way to make money? Upon hearing this question, Suba's eyes immediately lit up. Alchemy, Hu Danqing said bluntly. Alchemy? Suba was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting this answer. Hu Danqing shot Suba a glance, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. My dear disciple, have you forgotten why you rejected the prefecture lord's recommendation and insisted on becoming my apprentice in the first place? Your martial talent is indeed unparalleled, but your talent in alchemy is something this old man has never seen before. As long as you improve your alchemy skills, why would you ever worry about lacking cultivation resources? Suba awkwardly rubbed his nose. Indeed, back then, he had been determined to learn alchemy from Hu Danqing, but over time, he had completely set the matter aside. It's not that I'm worried about my progress in alchemy. Suba chuckled sheepishly. Hu Danqing's eyelid twitched. He thought to himself that only Suba would dare to say something like that. If it were anyone else, they'd have been kicked to the curb by now. But alchemy requires a large amount of materials, not to mention the time spent selling the finished products. Going back and forth like that, where would I find the time? Suba pouted, thinking it might be better to just hunt beasts in the exotic beast mountain range. Normally, it wouldn't matter, since once his alchemy skills improved, each batch of pills could yield a wealth of resources, comparable to or even exceeding hunting. But with the Thunder Dragon sect's enrollment approaching, he didn't want to waste a single moment. Hu Danqing smiled faintly. My dear disciple, you're no fool. How could you not think of this? Have you forgotten where you are right now? The martial house. Suba suddenly realized. Exactly, Hu Danqing explained. Pills are consumables, and the demand for them is immense. No matter how many you refine, they will sell. Furthermore, the pill room is located within the pill pavilion just a few steps away. You won't even need to deliver them yourself. The servants can handle that for you. He then elaborated on the plan in detail. For now, focus on learning alchemy with me. The low-grade pills you'll practice making can be placed in the pill pavilion for other disciples to purchase or exchange for contribution points. Once your skill level improves, I'll help you connect with powerful figures. Just the martial house elders alone have considerable wealth. As the premier 8th-grade alchemist in Fengwu Kingdom, even experts from Hanyue Kingdom and Tianzhong Kingdom frequently come to me for alchemy. According to standard practice, they provide the materials, we don't compensate for failures, and for successful refinements, we take a 3,050 fee for our efforts. What? Suba was stunned. No compensation for failures, and we still take such a large cut for successes? Refining high-grade pills could make someone rich overnight. Why else do you think alchemists are so highly respected? Hu Danqing teased with a laugh. Although my cultivation is only at the 8-star master realm, aside from the prefecture lord, the king, and a few like old Shao, who wouldn't respectfully address me as elder who when they see me. Thank you for your guidance, master, Suba exclaimed with joy. As for quickly advancing his alchemy skills, with his mastery of the Tao of alchemy, a skill akin to a cheat code combined with his ever-growing soul power, he was brimming with confidence. In the following days, an event occurred at Yunmeng Martial Academy that left all disciples astonished. The previously scarce 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-grade pills suddenly appeared in abundance in the pill house. What was even more surprising was that these newly available pills were visibly superior in both appearance and efficacy compared to before. Their surfaces were smooth and lustrous, their colors evenly distributed, and they emitted a rich medicinal fragrance, as if the alchemists in the pill pavilion had collectively achieved a breakthrough. This change immediately triggered a buying frenzy, with disciples eagerly exchanging their academy contribution points for these high-quality pills. At the same time, the disciples noticed that the pill pavilion had become unusually lively. Elders and powerful figures from outside frequently visited. They arrived with anticipation and left with amazement, their eyes reflecting disbelief. These scenes left the academy disciples puzzled. Could it be that elder who had made a significant breakthrough in his alchemy skills? The truth was finally revealed one day. Elder who emerged from the main hall of the Pill Pavilion alongside a peak Hotian realm expert from Tianzhongguo. The two appeared to be having an animated conversation. The expert shook Hu Danking's hand with deep gratitude, saying, "Elder Hu, I must sincerely thank you this time. Years ago, I sustained injuries to my internal organs while pursuing a criminal, and despite using countless sacred medicines over the past 7 to 8 years, I couldn't fully recover. It severely impacted the flow of my true essence. If not for the supreme grade 9th grade meridian nourishing pill you provided, these injuries would have plagued me for life, and breaking through to the Xiantian realm would have been out of the question. Elder Hu, your reputation as the top 8th grade alchemist in Fengwu Nation is well deserved. To craft a supreme grade 9th grade pill with such ease, surely, you're not far from becoming a 9th grade alchemist. Across the 3 nations of the eastern region, your alchemy skills are unparalleled." Hu Danqing, however, shook his head and smiled. "Mr. Meng, you flatter me. This meridian nourishing pill was actually refined by my disciple, Su Ba." "What?" The peak Hotian realm expert's pupils contracted sharply. "You mean the rumored youngest genius on the 3 nations elite list, Su Ba? He can also practice alchemy? And he's capable of refining supreme grade 9th grade pills?" Nearby disciples passing by froze in place upon hearing this, their mouths agape, struggling to process the shocking news. "That's right, it was him," Hu Danqing replied, his tone filled with pride. "My goodness, at just 18 years old, he already possesses such remarkable martial talent, and now his alchemy skills are just as astounding. Truly a prodigy." The expert exclaimed repeatedly in amazement, then retrieved a white brocade pouch from his storage ring and handed it to Hu Danqing. "Elder Hu, this is a small token of appreciation for your disciple. Please accept it on his behalf and don't refuse. If your disciple has some free time, please do visit my family. I will personally welcome you with great hospitality." The peak Hotian master said with a sly glint in his eyes, smiling. "There are a few beautiful young ladies in my family who are yet to be married. It's always a good thing for young people to get to know each other." Heh. As he spoke, without waiting for a reply, he stuffed a white pouch into Hu Danking's hands and reminded him, "Elder Hu, remember, this is a gift from me, Meng Zhong. Please don't mix it up with anything else." "Understood, Mr. Meng. Rest assured," Hu Danqing replied with a smile. He then escorted the master to the door before turning back to enter the main hall of the Pill Pavilion. As soon as Hu Danqing left, the entire Yunmeng Martial Academy erupted with excitement. The news that Su Ba was still capable of refining supreme grade 9th tier pills spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Within mere hours, everyone was abuzz with shock and awe. After the initial disbelief, waves of admiration and praise followed. "Unbelievable. Su's senior brother is amazing me ultimate idol. No wonder Elder Xiao tried to poach him, an elder who got so angry. The sudden increase in the pill supply from the pill room must be Su's senior brother's doing. Being a martial arts prodigy is one thing, but having such terrifying talent in alchemy too? How could someone be so perfect? If only I could dual cultivate with Su's senior brother. Keep dreaming. Su's senior brother is mine." Meanwhile, the man at the center of all this attention, Su Ba, was calmly seated in front of the Ritian furnace. He casually tossed rare medicinal ingredients into the furnace, as if he were an ordinary person stoking a fire completely at ease. When Hu Danqing entered the alchemy room and saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. "Good disciple." Others refined pills with bated breath, cautiously and meticulously, fearing an explosion. "But you're so nonchalant. It's like you're just lighting a fire. Watching you makes me want to hit you." "Master," Su Ba chuckled. "Others are others, and I am me. When it comes to Su Ba, my methods are always extraordinary and beyond comprehension." "You brat. You're so full of yourself." Hu Danqing laughed while scolding him. He handed the white pouch to Su Ba. "Here, this is a small token of appreciation from Mr. Meng. Take a look." While keeping an eye on the furnace, Su Ba opened the pouch, and his eyes lit up instantly. It was filled with 500 lower-grade true essence stones. Although he had received many gifts recently, such a generous offering was unprecedented. "This is all because your talent has left even the strongest experts utterly astonished," Hu Danqing remarked with a smile. "They're simply trying to curry favor with a future dual powerhouse in martial arts and alchemy." He then sighed, "Good disciple. In just over half a month, your progress has far exceeded my expectations. Except for your knowledge of medicinal ingredients, which still lags behind mine, you've surpassed me in almost every other aspect. For an 8th-tier alchemist to reach such heights in such a short time, it's nothing short of monstrous. Now that you've accumulated enough true essence stones, It's time for you to begin your cultivation. Understood, Suba replied, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Tossing the final medicinal herb into the furnace, he said calmly, this will be the last batch of 9th-tier gathering essence pills. Once these are complete, I will enter seclusion to prepare for the Thunder Dragon Sect's recruitment exam a month from now. Over 20 days later, in a secluded mountain valley, the door of an elegant tall building creaked open. The valley was adorned with blooming flowers and fragrant greenery, with a meandering stream flowing gently from afar, encircling the structure, which appeared even grander than the inner residence's small pavilion. In the spacious courtyard, several attendants were diligently going about their tasks. Emerging from the building was a lean man dressed in black, with a large black iron staff slung diagonally across his back. It was none other than Suba, who had been in seclusion for nearly a month. At this moment, he exuded an imposing aura, as steady and majestic as a towering mountain. Every subtle movement carried an overwhelming sense of pressure, like a dormant beast ready to awaken. Greetings, Senior Brother Su. The attendants in the courtyard immediately paused their work and respectfully bowed upon seeing Suba appear. Thank you for your hard work, Suba replied with a faint smile. Noticing their nervous demeanor, he quickly retracted his oppressive aura. The attendants visibly relaxed, bowed again, and returned to their tasks. Suba stepped out of the courtyard and looked up at the sky. His deep, dark eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. Xiao Bao's transmission had just arrived. The recruitment assessment for the Thunder Dragon Sect was about to begin. A slight smile tugged at his lips, and with a flicker of his figure, he vanished into thin air. Arriving at the main hall of the Grand Dragon Mountain's main peak residence, Suba immediately felt multiple gazes directed at him as he entered. Inside the hall, 5 people were already present. Besides the familiar Xiao Bao, Hu Danqing, and Qin Jiyue, there were 2 unfamiliar faces: a burly man in black combat attire with a buzz cut and a tall, middle-aged man in white robes, holding a gentleman's sword. Suba's pupils slightly contracted as he sensed a formidable aura from the white-robed man, one on par with Xiao Bao's. Considering the location was the residence of the main peak's leader, Suba already had a suspicion in his heart. Sure enough, the white-robed man spoke. Suba, you've arrived? Haha, as expected, a dragon among men. The #1 genius of Fengwu Nation. I am truly pleased. Bai Hua's gaze lingered on Suba with astonishment. With just one look, he discerned Suba's cultivation level peak of the 8-star master realm. It was almost unbelievable. Just over 20 days ago, Suba had only been at the peak of the 6-star level. Advancing from 6-star to 8-star in less than a month was an unheard-of speed of cultivation, defying all common logic, as if the more he cultivated, the faster he progressed. At this moment, a powerful aura filled the area. It wasn't just Bai Hua who noticed it immediately. Everyone present could clearly sense the extraordinary nature of this energy. Wei Biao, the burly young man with a buzz cut, narrowed his eyes sharply. Qin Juyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hu Danqing looked astonished, and even Xiao Bao paused briefly in surprise. However, Xiao Bao was the first to recover, bursting into hearty laughter. Good, very good. Xiao Bao's eyes were filled with pride and satisfaction as he looked at Suba, as if he couldn't find better words to express his joy and could only keep repeating good. In Xiao Bao's heart, taking Suba as his disciple was undoubtedly one of the most rewarding decisions of his life. Suba first gave a slight bow to Xiao Bao and Hu Danqing, then turned to Bai Hua, cupping his hands in respect. Greetings, Master of the Mansion. As a martial artist at the peak of the postnatal realm and the Master of the Mansion, Bai Hua quickly calmed the shock in his heart. He gave Suba a deep look and smiled warmly. Suba, you should already know why you've been summoned. Before heading to the Thunder Dragon Sect's assessment point, let me introduce your companions for this journey. Bai Hua led Suba to the burly young man with the buzz cut. This is Wei Biao, the core disciple of our Yunmeng martial mansion and ranked 4th on the 3 Kingdoms elite list. Wei Biao stepped forward and looked at Suba with sharp eyes. Junior Brother Su, your remarkable feats over the past 6 months have been widely talked about in Yunmeng martial mansion. Every one of your accomplishments is awe-inspiring, and you truly deserve the title of the #1 genius in Fengwu Kingdom. I originally thought it would take you a year or more to surpass me, but in just 1 month, you've advanced from the peak of the 6-star realm to the peak of the 8-star grandmaster realm. I had intended to spar with you, but with your strength far surpassing others at the same level, I fear I'm no longer a match for you. Suba humbly cupped his hands and replied, Senior Brother Wei, you are too kind. When I first joined the mansion, I had already heard of your great name and have always admired your spirit in bringing honor to our mansion. This tactful response was neither arrogant nor overly modest, maintaining the dignity of Wei Biao as the core disciple. As expected, Wei Biao's expression shifted, his face flushing slightly as a wave of excitement swelled in his heart. Next, Bai Hua introduced Suba to Qin Jiyue. Before Bai Hua could speak, Su Ba smiled and cupped his hands. Master of the mansion, there's no need for an introduction. Senior sister Qin Jiyue, it's been a while. He had already noticed that Qin Jiyue's cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of the 8-star grandmaster realm. Qin Jiyue gave a gentle smile. Junior brother Su, it seems you've truly exceeded all expectations in just a few days. She subtly transmitted her voice to him, adding, thank you. This was clearly her gratitude for Su Ba teaching Sun Yu a lesson. It was said that Sun Yu had needed over 10 days of recovery before he could resume his training. Since everyone is acquainted, let's keep this brief, Bai Hua said as he glanced around at the group. This time, the 3 geniuses from the Yunming Martial Mansion's elite list will be led by Elder Xiao and Elder Hu to the Thunder Dragon Sect's recruitment assessment point. Depart immediately. I wish you all great success. Yes, the group responded in unison. The recruitment and assessment site for the Thunder Dragon Sect was located in a city at the foot of the Thunder Dragon mountain range. This city, named Thunder Dragon City, stretched for hundreds of miles, with walls towering 6 zhang high, appearing majestic and imposing under the sunlight. After 7 or 8 days of travel, covering over hundreds of thousands of miles, Su Ba and his group finally reached their destination. As they neared Thunder Dragon City, Xiaobao signaled for them to descend, and the group proceeded on foot toward the city gates. Along the way, martial artists from all directions converged upon the city. Most of them were at least at the 7-star master level, capable of crossing a 10-mile distance in the time it took to burn a single incense stick. At the city gate, a team of guards stood vigilant. Su Ba scanned them and noticed something unusual. Every single one of these guards was at least at the peak of the 5-star level. In the mortal nations, martial artists of this caliber were often military commanders or served prominent clans, enjoying statuses far above ordinary guards. Clearly, they were drawn to the dense spiritual energy of the Thunder Dragon mountain range and willingly took on this role. The city gates were massive, but given the recruitment and assessment period, the flow of people entering the city was endless. Among them were not only the talented contestants from regional elite rankings, but also countless accompanying personnel. The steep entry fee of 100 gold coins per person deterred ordinary civilians and low-level martial artists. Once inside the city, the streets were lined with shops selling elixirs, rare treasures, and magical artifacts. Although these shops appeared ordinary, the items they displayed were priceless treasures rarely seen in mortal nations. Su Ba couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If not for the system aiding him in reaching his current strength, he might never have witnessed such a bustling and splendid scene in his lifetime. Qin Jiyue and Wei Biao were also captivated by the sight of these rare treasures. After the group settled into an inn, Xiaobao turned to remind them, there's still plenty of time. Feel free to explore, but remember not to cause trouble. Wei Biao eagerly responded and rushed off to his favorite shop. Just as Su Ba was about to return to his room to meditate, Qin Jiyue suddenly spoke up, Junior brother Su, this is your first time in Thunder Dragon City. Would you like to explore it together? Hearing the invitation in her words, Su Ba smiled warmly. Sure. Strolling around with senior sister Qin sounds good. Watching the two walk off into the distance, Xiaobao stroked his chin with a meaningful smile and murmured, something's off here. Could it be that these two kids are hiding some extraordinary secret? Hearing Xiaobao's words, Hu Danqing responded with a faint smile. Su Ba and Qin Jiyue truly seemed like a perfect match, a golden couple. Spending so much time together, it was only natural for feelings to develop between them. Xiaobao squinted his eyes and nodded proudly. My disciple is no ordinary person, a peerless genius of this era. Even someone as extraordinary as Qin Jiyue being drawn to him doesn't surprise me at all. Hu Danqing merely smiled gently and chose not to reply. In her heart, she understood that if these two could embrace a simple life, they might indeed achieve a happy ending. However, knowing their unwavering dedication to martial arts, she suspected their future would more likely involve long separations than peaceful companionship. Ultimately, it would all depend on fate. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Leilong City, Su Ba was accompanying Qin Jiyue on a leisure stroll. Qin Jiyue had seemingly transformed into a shopping enthusiast, admiring and picking out exquisite jewelry, luxurious crafts, and beautiful dresses. Though the cost of goods in Leilong City far exceeded that of the mortal realm, the materials and craftsmanship here were exceptionally refined. Of course, only someone like Qin Jiyue, a wealthy young lady, could afford to spend extravagantly on such adornments. As they wandered, they eventually arrived at a grand, lavishly decorated restaurant with a large signboard that read, Hungry yet? Senior sister Qin, this place looks pretty good. We've been surviving on dry rations while traveling these past few days. How about we treat ourselves to a proper meal today? Su Ba suggested. Qin Jiyue nodded in agreement. The two found a quiet corner to sit, and Su Ba promptly ordered over 20 dishes. Junior brother Su, it's just the two of us. Can we really finish all this food? Qin Jiyue asked in surprise, her eyes widening. Don't worry, I may look slim, but I have a big appetite. Suba replied with a grin. Truthfully, with his current capacity to devour hundreds of pounds of meat, this was him showing restraint. Soon, the table was filled with an array of dishes: chicken, duck, fish, soups, and small plates. Just as they were about to dig in, a group of ostentatiously dressed martial artists barged in. The leader shouted loudly, "Waiter, bring us a table full of your best dishes and 3 jars of fine wine." The moment the waiter noticed the group's golden attire, his whole body stiffened, and a sycophantic smile spread across his face as he hurried forward to greet them. Suba, catching the waiter's unusual behavior out of the corner of his eye, discreetly observed the golden-clad warriors. "Tisich, just my luck." The young man leading the group grumbled loudly while ordering food. "All I wanted was a decent meal, but every decent restaurant is packed." What a joke. The leader appeared to be around 19 years old, yet his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8-star grandmaster level. Such talent was rare, even surpassing Qin Jiyue by a notch and second only to Suba. "Yeah, Brother Huang." One of his companions chimed in, "It's all because of the Thunder Dragon sect's recruitment exams. What's the point of bringing in those backwater warriors? Even the so-called 9-star grandmasters from the 18 nations wouldn't stand a chance against you." Their laughter erupted around the table. The young man referred to his brother Huang downed a bowl of wine with a bold gulp, shaking his head dismissively. "Don't compare me to those rural nobodies. That's an insult. Most of them at the same level wouldn't even be worth my time. Even those a few sub-levels above me are hardly worth a glance." If Brother Huang went to the 18 nations, he'd crush 99% of the so-called geniuses on their elite rankings. Another round of raucous laughter followed. Qin Juyu's face grew icy as she listened, her delicate fingers clenching the porcelain bowl before her. "These people are unbelievably arrogant. They're likely disciples of the Thunder Dragon sect," Suba explained calmly. "With access to abundant resources, their perspective is naturally different. But such blatant arrogance is indeed excessive." He tilted his head slightly in indication. Besides, with the recruitment period underway, many of the top talents from the regional elite rankings are gathered here. Sure enough, 3 individuals from a nearby table had already stood up, their expressions dark as they strode toward the group. Brother Huang's gaze quickly landed on the distinctive blue orchid emblems hanging from their waists, and he scanned their cultivation levels. The leader was on par with him, also at the peak of the 8-star grandmaster level, while the other 2 were at the mid-stage of the same level. "These weaklings haven't even reached the 9-star grandmaster level, and they want to challenge me?" A faint smirk of disdain appeared on Brother Huang's lips. "Perfect. Let them see the gap between sect disciples and the so-called warriors of the mundane world." Leading the 3 was a young man named He Chi, who now stood before them, his gaze cold as he swept over Brother Huang's group. "I heard you say you'd crush 99% of the geniuses on the elite rankings of the 18 nations. Fine. I, He Chi, am right here. Why don't you start with me?" Huang Gu cast a sidelong glance at He Chi, swirling the small wine cup in his hand with a look of disdain. "You? Really?" His gaze fell on the badge at He Chi's waist. "From Baiyang Martial Academy of Baiyin Kingdom? Ha, a minor nation that doesn't even rank in the top 8 of the Eastern region's 18 countries. You think you're worthy of my time?" Before He Chi could respond, the girl behind him couldn't hold back any longer. Her long sword was halfway out of its sheath as she said coldly, "Worthy or not isn't for you to decide. Let's see what you're made of." Huang Gu eyed the indignant girl with amusement, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Oh, feisty, aren't you? I happen to be a direct disciple of the Thunder Dragon sect, and I'm in need of a few companions to warm my bed. How about this? Serve me, and I guarantee your life will be far more comfortable than it is now. What do you say?" His lackeys immediately broke into laughter, jeering in agreement. "You. I'll kill you." The girl's brows furrowed in rage, and her long sword flashed fully from its sheath as she prepared to strike at Huang Gu. "Junior sister, don't be rash." He Chi quickly stepped in, stopping her. "You're no match for them. Let me handle this." With that, he retrieved a gray staff from his storage ring and assumed a battle-ready stance. "Listen, Huang," He Chi said, his voice firm. "I am He Chi, the demon staff, ranked 3rd on the Western region's elite list. Thunder Dragon sect or not. Today, I'll show you what I'm capable of." In a corner of the room, Suba's eyes lit up as he noticed He Chi's weapon. To his surprise, He Chi was also a master of staff combat and seemed to favor heavy staves, just like himself. This unexpected discovery made him feel a certain admiration for He Chi. The surrounding diners, far from panicking, began to clear some space, eager to watch the fight unfold. After all, anyone dining at this upscale establishment was likely a well-off and high-ranking martial artist. Huang Gu finally stood up lazily, a playful smirk on his lips. "Ah, since someone's so eager to get beaten up, I'm in a good mood today, I'll oblige." However, he paused for a moment. "This Hungry Waves tavern isn't cheap. If we break anything, The damages could easily cost a few hundred lower-grade primal stones. If you're scared, kneel and apologize now, and I might let you off. Hearing the mention of potentially compensating hundreds of primal stones, He-Chi's expression tightened. He had already spent nearly all his resources preparing for the Thunder Dragon Sect entrance exam. But backing down now? Impossible. Ridiculous. We're both at the peak of the 8-star Master Realm. Do you think you've already won? Take this first. He-Chi roared, stepping forward as his gray iron staff surged with powerful primal energy. In an instant, he and the staff became one, striking down at Huang Gu like a black dragon descending from the heavens. Heh, overestimating yourself. Huang Gu sneered, shaking his head. Just as He-Chi's staff was about to strike, Huang Gu flipped his right hand, and a slender, soft sword appeared in his palm as if out of thin air. The moment true energy surged into it, the sword crackled with intense electric sparks. Huang Gu swung the sword diagonally, unleashing a torrent of thunderous power that transformed into a ferocious lightning dragon, which roared forward and collided with He-Chi's staff. The clash of sword and staff produced a deafening metallic clang, and the wild burst of true energy overturned 7 or 8 tables nearby, sending bowls, plates, and food scattering across the floor. Electricity traveled along the staff and surged into He-Chi's body like venomous snakes biting him. His right hand instantly went numb and lost all feeling. Under the force of the impact, he staggered back several steps, his face pale. In contrast, Huang Gu stood calmly in place, his expression filled with mockery. Senior brother He. 2 disciples from the Baiyang martial house rushed to support him, only to be jolted by the residual electricity the moment they touched him, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Su Ba narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Huang Gu with a hint of astonishment. He-Chi's mastery of the man and staff as one technique was considered exceptional in the mortal world, yet he was defeated with a single casual strike from Huang Gu. This was the power of a direct disciple from a sect strength that even geniuses on the elite rankings might struggle to rival. Seriously? That weak? Couldn't even handle one casual move? Huang Gu laughed loudly. Is this the level of the so-called third-rank genius on the West District elite rankings? Don't bother showing up for the Thunder Dragon Sect selection. You're just embarrassing yourself. His taunts were echoed by the surrounding onlookers, who joined in ridiculing He-Chi. Seething with rage, He-Chi let out a furious roar, his true energy surging wildly and cracking the floor beneath him. In a flash, he dashed toward Huang Gu, gripping his staff with both hands and unleashing the height-year profound technique, Dunhuang overhead smash. In an instant, a dazzling red light rose behind him like a blazing sun, causing the entire tavern to tremble. This time, Huang Ji's expression turned serious. His true energy erupted as he raised his soft sword and executed the height-year profound technique, Thunderburst Impact. A thunderbolt as thick as a child's arm shot out from the blade, carrying devastating force as it hurtled toward the crimson sun. With a thunderous crash, the perfected intent of Dunhuang overhead smash was instantly shattered. Impossible! He-Chi exclaimed, but before he could finish, the remaining lightning struck him hard, scorching his skin. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing violently 3 times before he finally collapsed to one knee in pain. Senior brother He. The male and female disciples from Baiyang Martial Academy exclaimed as they rushed forward. The female disciple's eyes glistened with tears, clearly indicating an extraordinary bond with He-Chi. I'm fine, He-Chi said, forcing himself to swallow a top-grade healing pill as he staggered to his feet. As the third-ranked genius on the Western Region elite list, failing to withstand even a single move from his opponent was a bitter pill to swallow. Ha! Huang Gu sneered arrogantly, scanning the crowd. Don't compare me to you country bumpkin martial artists from the 18 nations. It's an insult to me. Even those a few levels above me are nothing in my eyes. The 2 disciples from Baiyang Martial Academy were enraged by his words, gripping their weapons tightly as they glared at Huang Gu. What? Dissatisfied? Come at me. Huang Gu smirked with contempt. Don't get too cocky. There's definitely someone from the 18 nations who will crush you like a dog. The female disciple gritted her teeth and spat. Crush me? Huang Gu burst into laughter. Anyone who's tried to crush me has ended up being crushed by me instead without exception. His gaze swept across the martial artists in the tavern, and they all instinctively lowered their heads. Brother Huang is unstoppable. Brother Huang is amazing. Brother Huang is unbeatable. His lackey scrambled to flatter him, making Huang Gu even more pleased with himself. Hey, don't overdo it. This arrogance is really getting on my nerves, you know? A calm yet indifferent voice sounded from the corner. Who? Huang Ji's face darkened as he turned toward the voice, finally noticing Su Ba and Qin Jiyue in the corner. His eyes were instantly drawn to Qin Jiyue, and the entire tavern fell into stunned silence. When Huang Gu snapped back to reality, a trace of malice flickered in his eyes, but he quickly shifted his focus to Su Ba. Was it you who just spoke? It's your daddy, me. Suba replied nonchalantly, toying with his wine cup. What the? Huang Gu froze for a moment, then erupted in laughter fueled by fury. Noticing the Yunming insignia on Suba's waist, he laughed even louder. Fengwu Nation's Yunming Martial Academy? The bottom-ranked academy of the Eastern region? And you dare provoke me? Even the third-ranked on the Western region elite list was crushed by me. Yet here you are, delivering yourself to me. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that, Suba said with a faint, detached smile as he slowly rose to his feet. As Suba stood up, the crowd around him immediately began to murmur. This guy must be out of his mind. He's only at the peak of the 8-star Grandmaster realm, and he dares to step up? Even the second-ranked genius on the East District elite rankings might not compare to the third-ranked from the West District. He couldn't even take one move from Brother Huang earlier. There's no way this guy in black will be a match. At this point, unless some 9-star great Grandmaster level genius shows up, no one can put a stop to Brother Huang's arrogance. But there are so few 9-star experts on the elite rankings, and none of them are here right now. Ignoring the chatter around him, Suba took a few leisurely steps forward. Fixing his gaze on Huang and his group, he smirked coldly and said, "Didn't you say you're here to sweep through the geniuses on the 18 nations elite rankings? I'm ranked 9th on the East District's 3 nations elite rankings. Let's see if you can sweep me." His words left the entire room stunned for a moment, followed by an uproar of laughter. Ha ha ha, this idiot. Brothers, let's take out this so-called 9th-ranked trash from the East District. One of Huang's lackeys, who was at the late peak of the 8-star Grandmaster realm, jeered loudly. Though he didn't feel confident taking on Suba alone, with a group, he was certain of victory. Before he even finished speaking, the lackey charged at Suba with 3 others, wicked smiles on their faces. Suba, however, stood motionless, rooted to the spot. As the blades neared him, instead of reacting, he closed his eyes. What the hell? Is this guy crazy? Why is he closing his eyes? Someone exclaimed in shock. The leading lackey, seeing this, grew even more smug. Haha, scared stiff enough to close your eyes? It's useless. Watch as Before he could finish, Suba abruptly opened his eyes. A dark, eerie vortex flickered within them for an instant. The 3 attackers froze in place, their minds overwhelmed by a tempestuous mental force. In an instant, their consciousnesses shattered. Clang, clang, clang. Weapons clattered to the ground one after another. The 3 men's pupils dilated as they collapsed like puppets with their strings cut, foaming at the mouth and convulsing violently. The scene sent a chill through Huang's spine, his pupils constricting in disbelief. He had just witnessed Suba incapacitate 3 latest-stage 8-star Grandmasters with nothing but a single glance. The onlookers in the tavern's main hall were equally stunned, their faces frozen in shock. Dusting off his sleeves as if he had done something trivial, Suba raised his head to look at Huang, his lips curling into a mocking smile. This is what passes for disciples at the late peak of the 8-star Grandmaster realm? 3 against 1. And you are still this pathetic? Utter trash. Suba had indeed held back against those 3 peripheral disciples of the Thunder Dragon sect. Even though they were not core disciples, his current strength made it unwise to kill them outright. However, their mental Cs had already been injured, and without at least 10 days to half a month of rest and recovery, they would not heal. Kid, stop pretending, Huang Gu said with a grim expression, his gaze icy as he stared at Suba. So, it's a soul attack, huh? I can tell you've grasped a decent soul intent, which is how you managed to subdue my men so easily. This kind of trick works against those of equal strength, but when you face a true expert, you'll only end up harming yourself. My comprehension of martial intent is far beyond what these peripheral disciples could ever achieve. If you dare. Shut up. Suba's eyes flashed with cold light as he unleashed the tongue-ripping hell. Huang Ji's words were abruptly cut off as his body trembled violently. A moment later, the hellish intent shattered, and Huang Gu shook his head, his eyes regaining clarity. Not bad. Your soul power is indeed strong. I almost fell for it. Huang Ji's expression grew serious, but then a sinister grin appeared on his face. Is this your trump card? If you're bold enough to provoke me, then... Before he could finish, Suba's eyes transformed into pitch-black whirlpools once more scissors hell. After a few breaths, Huang Gu let out a muffled groan as he broke free, staggering back several steps. His face was pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gasped for air. Impressive. You even have an even stronger soul intent. And this is the level of an 8-star Grandmaster genius from the main line of the sect? How disappointing, Suba said, shaking his head, his tone laced with disdain. You bastard. Huang Gu roared in fury, his face flushed red with anger. Earth-tier low-grade martial skill, beginner intent thunder judgment. Die. Boom. A thunderbolt as thick as an adult's arm formed above Suba's head, crashing down with deafening roars of thunder. Su Ba remained unfazed, directly activating the third layer of the Eye of Hell Iron Tree Hell. Huang Ji's body trembled violently, his thunder intent collapsing within mere moments. With a pift, he spat out a mouthful of blood as his mental sea shook violently, nearly causing him to collapse. He stared at Su Ba in disbelief, a flash of venomous hatred in his eyes. Never before had someone humiliated him so thoroughly in front of a crowd. "Oh, your willpower's not bad, you didn't pass out," Su Ba remarked, noticing the malice in Huang Ji's gaze. His expression turned icy as he stepped forward, looking down at Huang Gu with a cold demeanor. "Don't ask me why, slap yourself." The surroundings fell into an eerie silence without anyone noticing. Everyone stared at Su Ba in shock, still unable to process the swift and decisive way he had defeated Huang Gu, a core disciple of the Thunder Dragon sect. Before they could recover, his voice rang out again, demanding Huang Gu to slap himself. "What? Are you kidding me?" The crowd erupted instantly, their shocked gazes fixed on Su Ba. People swallowed nervously, thinking this young man in black must be insane. Defeating a disciple of the same level from the Thunder Dragon sect was already a remarkable feat, but provoking Huang Gu like this? If he were to join the Thunder Dragon sect in the future, how could he possibly have a good life? "What did you say? You want me to slap myself?" Huang Gu raised his pale face, which quickly turned crimson with rage, his expression twisting into something grotesque. "You brat! I'm the nephew of an outer elder of the Thunder Dragon sect. Do you even know what you're saying? You're finished." His gaze shifted maliciously toward Qin Jui, standing not far away, and he sneered. "That's your companion, isn't it? Don't worry, if she joins the Thunder Dragon sect, I'll make sure to have my fun with her. A woman as stunning as her, I've never had the chance to enjoy someone like that before." Ha ha ha. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow flashed before his eyes. Su Ba moved like lightning and delivered a precise kick to Huang Ji's groin. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze. Huang Gu let out a guttural, agonized scream, his eyes bulging as his legs clamped together in an awkward inward position. Stumbling backward, he clutched his mouth with one hand and shielded his lower body with the other, ultimately collapsing heavily to his knees. Damn you." Huang Ji's face turned from pale to purple as the excruciating pain nearly caused him to pass out. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. What if it's permanently damaged? The entire crowd was dumbfounded. Every male martial artist instinctively pressed their legs together, their gazes towards Su Ba filled with both reverence and fear. This guy from Yunming Martial Academy was utterly ruthless. Su Ba glanced indifferently at Huang Gu, who was writhing on the ground, then turned and walked toward Qin Jui. Smiling faintly, he said, "Senior Sister Qin, you've probably had enough to eat by now. Shall we go?" "Oh, yes." Qin Jui, still stunned by Su Ba's decisive and domineering actions, hesitated for a moment before following him. As they passed Huang Gu, Su Ba casually kicked him aside once more. Then, under the awestruck gazes of the crowd, he strode confidently out of the Alama restaurant with Qin Jui in tow. At that moment, all the martial artists present silently watched Su Ba leave, not a single word spoken. The decisiveness and ruthlessness he displayed left everyone momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Su Ba's figure completely disappeared that the scene erupted like boiling water. The martial artists gathered in small groups, discussing heatedly. "That guy is fierce, he acts without hesitation, daring to treat the nephew of an outer elder of the Thunder Dragon sect like the must have a death wish. Then again, if someone openly lusted after my woman in front of me, I'd have to take action too. True, he may be impulsive, but his strength is undeniably terrifying." The news spread through Thunder Dragon City as if it had Wingsa, a young genius from Yunming Martial Academy, ranked 9th on the Eastern District Elite list, not only defeated a direct disciple of the Thunder Dragon sect of the same level in a restaurant, but also landed a brutal kick to the man's most vulnerable spot. At first, no one believed the rumors. In everyone's minds, disciples of the great sects were always considered invincible among peers of the same level, even capable of challenging those above their rank. However, when martial artists from various nations who had witnessed the event stepped forward as witnesses, and even He Chi, ranked 3rd on the Western District Elite list, confirmed it, the doubts gradually subsided, replaced by astonishment. Although people didn't yet know this fierce individual's name, the title 9th on the Eastern District Elite list had already spread among the competing martial artists of the 18 nations in the Eastern region. At this moment, on the main street, Su Ba was walking side by side with Qin Jiyue. "Junior brother Su, that Huang Lu. Is he okay?" Qin Jiyue finally regained her composure, a trace of concern appearing on her serene and delicate face. Su Ba let out a cold chuckle. "Don't worry. He won't become a eunuch, but for the next month or two, even with painkillers, hell wish he were dead." Junior brother Su, were you? Just now, were you standing up for me?" Qin Jiyue suddenly asked. She knew that if Huanglu hadn't spoken so offensively, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. As soon as the words left her mouth, Qin Jiyue realized her slip. She quickly turned her head, pretending to admire the street scenery, but the swan-like whiteness of her neck had already been tinged with a faint blush, and her dainty ears subconsciously perked up. Su Ba paused slightly and then said with a hearty laugh, "Exactly. Senior Sister Qin is such a stunning beauty. If some pesky flies come buzzing around, of course, they need to be swatted away to avoid sullying anyone's eyes." As he spoke, a trace of concern flashed in his eyes. However, it seems that Guy has some standing in the Thunder Dragon sect. Qinjua's face lit up with a smile upon hearing this, but she quickly furrowed her brows and said, "Yes, I'm also worried it might cause trouble for you. Don't worry, Senior Sister Qin. That guy poses no threat." Su Ba's expression remained calm, his tone indifferent. As he spoke, an image of a majestic and noble golden figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That person's demeanor, cultivation, and age all exuded an extraordinary aura. If Huang Lu really dared to stir up trouble, the one who might suffer wouldn't necessarily be him. The two strolled around the market for a while longer before returning. Xiao Bao, Hu Danqing, and Wei Biao had already heard the news, each reacting differently. Hu Danqing wore a worried expression and said nothing, while Wei Biao looked at Su Ba with admiration. Xiao Bao, on the other hand, laughed heartily, patting Su Ba on the shoulder as he reassured him, "Don't worry. As long as you showcase your talents, even the higher-ups of the Thunder Dragon sect will take notice of you. That Huang guy won't be able to stir up much trouble." In response, Su Ba merely smiled faintly, his heart remaining calm and unshaken. Before long, dawn broke, and the morning sun rose. At the largest outdoor square in Thunder Dragon City, hundreds of people had already gathered, most of them accompanying individuals. Among them were also numerous elite talents from the eastern region participating in the rankings. Xiao Bao and the others arrived early and were resting with their eyes closed in a corner. Su Ba sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in contemplation. With a thought, an attribute panel appeared in his mind. Host, Su Ba. Cultivation Realm, 8-star Grandmaster Peak. Techniques, 9 Suns Divine Art 30720, Infinite Yuan Gathering Art 57, Spiral 8 Desolation Force 26. Weapon, Rui Golden Cudgel. Martial Skills, Human Tier High-Grade Desolate Demon Suppressing Staff, Profound Tier High-Grade Thunder Light Phantom Step, Earth Tier Low-Grade Scorpion King Violent Tiger Staff. Intense, Desolate Staff Intent Perfection, Thunder Light Step Intent Perfection, Scorpion King Violent Tiger Staff Intent Great Accomplishment. Talents, Proficient in Alchemy increases pill success rate, quantity, and quality by 50. Secret Technique, Eye of Hell 4th Layer. Storage Space, 30 cubic meters. After nearly a month of secluded cultivation, coupled with earning hundreds of thousands of enhancement points through alchemy, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. His cultivation had risen from the peak of 6-star to the peak of 8-star Grandmaster, and the 9 Suns Divine Art had unlocked 9 more acupoints, boosting his strength to an astonishing 240,000 pounds, with his arms alone reaching 450,000 pounds of power equivalent to the strength of 4 dragons and 5 elephants. The Infinite Yuan Gathering Art had broken through to the 5th level, quadrupling his true essence reserves. Meeting the physical requirements for the Spiral 8 Desolation Force, he successfully advanced it to the 2nd level, achieving an explosive force surpassing 1 million pounds in an instant. The Earth Tier Low-Grade Scorpion King Violent Tiger Staff Intent had been elevated to Great Accomplishment, multiplying his combat power several times. Additionally, with the significant growth of his soul power, the 4th layer of the Eye of Hell, the Mirror of Retribution, had been activated, greatly enhancing his soul attack capabilities. Reflecting on the astonishing progress he had made in just one short month, Su Ba couldn't help but curl his lips into a satisfied smile. Being a high-level alchemist was indeed both powerful and immensely profitable. Before long, the 72 geniuses from the elite rankings of the eastern region gathered in the plaza. In an instant, waves of powerful auras surged into the sky from all directions, as if announcing their presence to the world. At one corner of the plaza, Qin Jiyue stood beside Su Ba, a look of doubt crossing her stunningly beautiful face. Are they really going to hold the entrance examination here? The plaza is spacious enough, but it seems to lack any protective measures. And how exactly will the competition be conducted? By drawing lots, a round-robin format, or something else? Su Ba opened his eyes and shook his head slightly. I have no idea. As a newcomer participating for the first time, he was indeed unsure. He turned his questioning gaze toward Xiao Bao and Hu Danqing standing nearby. Xiao Bao chuckled and explained, according to tradition, the Leilong sect changes its entrance exam format every year. However, one custom has never changed during every recruitment. The sect offers 4 valuable treasures to reward the most outstanding talents: a weapon, a piece of armor, a top-grade elixir, and a substantial amount of true essence stones. The value of these rewards is beyond imagination. Xiaobao gave Su Ba a meaningful look. My dear disciple, what do you think of these 4 treasures? Ever since Su Ba had advanced to the peak of the 8-star Grandmaster realm and effortlessly defeated a direct disciple of the Leilong sect at the same level, Xiaobao had harbored high hopes for him. Su Ba glanced around the plaza, his gaze lingering momentarily on a few striking figures. Then, with a calm demeanor, he said, if I could choose, I'd take all 4. Haha, well said. Ambitious. Xiaobao burst into hearty laughter. Nearby, Wei Biao clicked his tongue in astonishment. This junior brother Su is even more arrogant than the rumors suggest. Truly worthy of being the #1 genius of Fengwu Nation. At this moment, Su Ba's attention was fixed on the most prominent individuals in the crowd. Feng Jie, dressed in fiery red attire, ranked first on the Eastern region's elite list and a peak 9-star Grandmaster. His crimson curved blade emanated a searing heat that made others instinctively wary. He was known as the Blazing Blade. Shen Tianquang, towering over 2 meters tall, ranked first on the Northern region's elite list and also a peak 9-star Grandmaster. Wielding a massive spear nearly a meter long, his muscular frame exuded a wild and unrestrained aura. He was called the Piercing Rainbow Spear. Ling Long, a swordsman in green robes, ranked first on the Western region's elite list and another 9-star Grandmaster at the peak. With a 3-foot-long sword in hand, his entire being radiated the sharpness of an unsheathed blade. He was known as the Swift Wind Sword. When Su Ba's gaze fell on the last individual, his eyelid twitched involuntarily. This man had an ordinary appearance, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd and be hard to notice. Yet, it was precisely this unremarkable figure that gave Su Ba an unusual sense of unease. Upon closer observation, a strange phenomenon became evident within a radius of about 10 feet around this man. There was an apparent vacuum. Everyone instinctively kept their distance from him, as if he were some sort of fearsome beast. What shocked Su Ba even more was the eerie silence enveloping the space around the man. With his sharp senses, Su Ba noticed that even the faint breeze seemed to be diverted by some invisible force, skirting the area and dispersing to either side. This man was none other than Qin Bang, ranked first on the South District elite list and known by the moniker Hand of Oblivion. He was a peerless genius standing at the pinnacle of the 9-star Grandmaster realm. The ability to isolate space and obliterate matter could only be described as terrifyingly abnormal. Although the 4 Eastern region experts present were all at the peak of the 9-star Grandmaster realm, each bearing unique titles, it was Qin Bang alone who made Su Ba feel a trace of unease. Taking a deep breath, Su Ba understood one thing clearly during this Leilong sect entrance examination. Qin Bang would undoubtedly be his strongest opponent. Just as Su Ba was about to avert his gaze, a sharp and piercing cry suddenly echoed from above. Looking up, he saw a massive lightning falcon circling high above Leilong City's plaza. The creature exuded an aura of dominance, as if looking down on all beneath it. This was a top-tier flying mount, known for its lightning-fast speed and immense stamina, capable of traveling tens of thousands of miles in a single day. Such rare beasts were virtually unheard of in the mundane world, and could only be found within martial sects. Atop the lightning falcon stood 3 figures. Leading them was a woman clad in luxurious golden robes. Her features were exquisite, and her aura unfathomable, clearly indicating that her cultivation had surpassed the innate realm. Behind her stood 2 young maidservants dressed in white, their appearances charming and delicate. Surprisingly, their cultivation had also reached the 7-star master realm. In the Yunmeng Martial Academy, such cultivation levels would qualify them as core disciples. Yet here in the Leilong sect, they were merely attendants. Truly, the strength of martial sects was extraordinary. The golden-robed woman, Tang Qin, did not descend immediately. Instead, her sharp gaze swept across the plaza. Her brows furrowed slightly as she pondered to herself. The talents on this year's Eastern region elite lists are indeed more impressive than in previous years. Several have reached the peak of the 9-star Grandmaster realm, but none of them appear to be body refiners. By logic, the young man Ruashi asked me to watch out for should possess strength far beyond this. As it turned out, Tang Qin was the cousin of Tang Ruashi, the holy maiden of the Leilong sect. The two had grown up together. Over a month ago, Tang Ruashi had returned and revealed a shocking secret before going into seclusion. Tang Qin had assumed her cousin would remain in isolation until she achieved the Xiandin realm. Yet, surprisingly, after the list of candidates for the entrance examination was released, Tang Ruashi abruptly emerged from seclusion and specifically instructed her to pay attention to a young man named Su Ba. According to Tang Ruashi, this individual possessed a unique physique, capable of effortlessly defeating the genius disciples of the Tulong sect who specialized in body refinement. This is indeed high praise. Tang Qin thought to herself. She recalled Tang Ruashi's remarkable achievements reaching the 7-star master realm at just 17. breaking through to the postnatal realm at 19, stepping into the innate realm at 22, and achieving the pinnacle of the innate realm by 26. As an ancient millennium martial arts prodigy of the Thunder Dragon sect, Tang Ruashi's judgment was unlikely to be mistaken. With this in mind, Tang Qin carefully observed the crowd in the plaza. However, the scene before her made her frown slightly. There wasn't a single particularly outstanding body refinement martial artist. The strongest among them was merely in the late stage of the 9-star grandmaster realm. Such cultivation might be considered decent under normal circumstances, but it seemed to fall short of being worthy of Tang Ruashi's praise. Suddenly, Tang Qin remembered a detail. Ruashi had mentioned a young man named Su Ba from Yumeng Martial Mansion in Fengwu Kingdom. Her gaze subtly shifted to a corner of the plaza, where she noticed a young man dressed in black. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the 8-star grandmaster realm, his vitality was unusually strong, clearly marking him as a body refinement practitioner. Yet, based on this level of cultivation alone, Tang Qin gently shook her head, deciding to wait and see. If this Su Ba truly possessed extraordinary qualities, the assessment would naturally reveal them. Soon after, Tang Qin descended gracefully on her lightning falcon. As the fierce wind swept through, she and her maid landed steadily in the plaza. In an instant, the entire plaza fell silent. Neither the geniuses on the elite ranking nor the senior figures from various martial mansions dared to make a sound. After all, facing an expert of the innate realm, even dozens of postnatal realm peak martial artists combined would likely stand no chance. Everyone is here, Tang Qin said, glancing around with a calm nod. I will now announce the assessment rules. She explained succinctly that the assessment would take place within the Yunfeng illusion array. Within the array, she had placed over 10,000 silver tokens and 4 golden tokens. As she spoke, she displayed 2 types of jade tokens, one shimmering with silver light, the other glowing with a golden hue. After ensuring the crowd had seen them clearly, she continued. Silver tokens were worth 1 point each, while the golden tokens, though carrying no points, held special significance. Participants were required to collect as many tokens as possible within 3 hours, but malicious injury and killing were strictly prohibited. Additionally, Tang Qin paused briefly. There are rewards for the selection. Those ranking in the top 10 in points and holding golden tokens will receive corresponding prizes. Each golden token corresponds to 1 reward. Even if your points are high, without a golden token, you will only earn a ranking, nothing more. Is that clear? As soon as she finished speaking, a genius from the elite ranking in the southern region immediately asked, My lady, does this mean that if someone in the top 10 obtains 2 golden tokens, they will receive 2 rewards? Tang Qin's sharp gaze swept across the crowd before she suddenly raised her voice and declared, That's right. If anyone has the ability to gather enough silver tokens to make it into the top 10 and also collect 4 gold tokens, all 4 rewards from the Thunder Dragon sect will be theirs. Her words struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the passion of everyone present. The eyes of the top-ranked elites on the lists from each region gleamed with fervor. They understood well that each gold token symbolized an extraordinary reward, perhaps a rare weapon, precious elixir, or other priceless treasure. Even those ranked lower now held on to hope, for in the Cloud Wind Illusion Array, luck played a significant role. As long as they could find gold tokens, gather enough silver tokens, and avoid stronger opponents, the chance to claim a reward was still within reach. In a corner of the plaza, Xiao Bao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Just as I expected, the 4 rewards must be a weapon, armor, elixirs, and a true essence stone. He turned to Su Ba, smiling slyly. My good disciple, I still remember what you promised me. Su Ba didn't respond, but the fire flickering in his eyes betrayed his fighting spirit. For him, the rewards were secondary. What he truly anticipated was the intense battle against the geniuses of each region. He silently hoped that the opponents he had noticed earlier wouldn't disappoint him. The rules have been explained. Now, all the elites on the ranking lists, enter the Cloud Wind Illusion Array. Tang Qin commanded, her voice firm. With a wave of her right hand, a swirling, luminous white vortex appeared in the center of the plaza. Ha ha ha. Since no one's making the first move, they'll go in first. A tall, lean young man laughed as he dashed into the vortex, clearly eager to get a head start on collecting tokens. The others quickly reacted, rushing in after him in a frenzy. Let's go too. Despite being the youngest, Su Ba had already become a central figure among the group due to his exceptional talent and strength. He gave a faint smile to Qin Jiuyu and Wei Biao, who nodded in agreement before the 3 of them stepped into the illusion array together. Before long, all 72 elite geniuses from the Eastern region's rankings had entered the array, leaving only the accompanying high-ranking officials from each martial academy in the plaza. Tang Qin, her expression cold and unreadable, ordered her maids, activate the Cloud Wind projection screen. At her command, the 2 graceful maids sprang into action, and a massive, shimmering screen slowly rose into view. To the astonishment of everyone present, The screen allowed them to clearly observe every move made by the elite geniuses within the illusion array. Was it a random teleportation? As the dizziness subsided, Su Ba opened his eyes and found himself standing alone in a desolate plain. Qin Jiyue and Wei Biao, who had entered together with him, were nowhere to be seen. I see, Su Ba murmured with a slight lift of his eyebrow. This was clearly designed to prevent geniuses from the same martial house or region from forming alliances right at the start, which would create an unfair advantage. Looking around, he saw a barren wasteland, devoid of any vegetation, with jagged rocks strewn about sporadically. Su Ba picked up one of the stones and applied a bit of pressure with his fingers. The stone crumbled into powder. The texture was far finer than that of ordinary rocks, clearly a creation of the illusion array. However, it lacked the realism of the martial heart trial he had once faced during the martial house assessment. Nevertheless, the scale of this Yunfeng illusion array was astonishing, with no end in sight. Just then, Su Ba's eyes caught a glimmer of silver amidst the powdered stone in his hand. It was a silver talisman. He chuckled softly. Not bad. Luck's on my side today. He placed the silver talisman into his assessment bag and immediately set off. After all, collecting jade talismans was only the first stage. The real competition lay ahead. Su Ba's expression turned cold, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. An invisible wave of sensory power emanated from his mind, spreading out like a tide in all directions. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1 kilometer. His range of perception was several times greater than that of an ordinary peak 9-star grandmaster. Within this range, even movements occurring a meter underground could not escape his detection. In the next moment, Su Ba's figure vanished like a streak of lightning. His Thunder Flash Phantom Step was operating at full capacity, accompanied by faint crackling sounds of electricity as he darted around the field. Each time he paused, he accurately located jade talismans hidden underground. In no time, he had collected dozens of silver-glinting jade talismans. Outside the illusion array, this scene on the light screen immediately caught everyone's attention. Whoa, that's insane. Who is this guy? His speed at finding talismans is unreal. Doesn't seem to be any of the top 4 experts or the 8 champions of the Eastern region. Could he be some hidden genius, waiting to make a big splash today? Maybe he's just naturally gifted with extraordinary perception. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and shouted, "Look, he's run into He Jun, the 3rd ranked on the Southern District's elite list." This shout instantly triggered a wave of gloating laughter. Haha, this guy's great at finding talismans. But too bad he ran into He Jun. Looks like he's about to hand his hard work over. Per kid, huh? Tang Qin, the admissions examiner of the Leilong sect, fixed her gaze firmly on the scene. So, he's up against He Jun, the 3rd ranked on the Southern District elite list. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips. With He Jun's cultivation at the early stage of the 9-star Grandmaster realm, he was a full minor realm higher than Su Ba. Not to mention, as one of the 8 heroes of the Eastern region, He Jun ranked within the top 12 among the 72 geniuses on the Eastern region elite list. His strength was undeniable. If he can't even handle He Jun, then this Su Ba is truly disappointing and unworthy of Tang Ruashi's praise. Tang Qin thought to herself, her eyes never leaving the changes within the Cloud Wind illusion array. Inside the illusion array, Su Ba stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm as he looked at the opponent who had suddenly blocked his path. "What can I do for you, sir?" he asked coolly. He Jun toyed with a few steel beads in his hand, a sneer flashing in his eyes. "The Cloud Wind illusion array is vast. We shouldn't have run into each other so quickly. But it seems your luck is terrible. Just 15 minutes in, and you've bumped into me." And then, Su Ba's tone remained tranquil. He Jun grinned wickedly. "It's simple. Hand over all the jade tokens in your bag. Otherwise, while the rules forbid causing severe injuries or death, there's nothing stopping me from making you suffer a little. Once you're hurt, your ability to collect jade tokens will drop significantly, and you might even get robbed by someone weaker." Before he could finish, He Jun noticed that Su Ba had closed his eyes. "What the? You're ignoring me?" He Jun's forehead throbbed with veins of anger as he prepared to launch the steel beads in his hand. But just then, Su Ba opened his eyes. Boom! A torrent of terrifying illusions surged into He Jun's mind. He collapsed to the ground without even managing a scream. "Someone as weak as you, trying to rob me?" Su Ba sneered as he stepped forward, swiftly taking the bag containing a dozen jade tokens from He Jun's waist. Without hesitation, his figure vanished into the depths of the illusion array. Outside the array, the spectators were stunned into silence. What just happened? He Jun didn't even get the chance to make a move before going down. Could it be he overindulged at the brothel last night? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "I know who that is. That's the guy from last night at the Hungry Tavern. The one who defeated a direct disciple of the Leilong sect and even kicked him in the groin. He's the Eastern District Elite List's 9th-ranked genius." As soon as the man spoke, the square erupted into a frenzy. Voices of discussion rose one after another from the crowd. Some were astonished at Suba's formidable soul force attacks, which could instantly defeat Hejun, one of the 8 heroes of the eastern region, despite Hejun being 1 cultivation level higher. Others mentioned Suba's earlier effortless victory over the Thunder Dragon sect's prodigious disciple, and there were those who marveled at his keen perception displayed during the search for the Jade Talismans, a skill rivaling even the 4 great masters of the eastern region. However, many remained cautious, arguing that specializing in soul attacks was ultimately a risky path. They believed that if Suba encountered an opponent with stronger soul defenses, he could easily suffer backlash. Despite this, they had to admit that this unpredictable method of attack was undeniably powerful. Not far away, Tang Qin furrowed her brows slightly, pondering to herself, soul force attacks? Why has Ruoshi never mentioned this before? As an expert in the field, she understood how rare such a level of soul force talent was. In her view, this kind of talent could greatly aid in breaking through post-innate bottlenecks. Even more importantly, the stronger one's soul force, the higher their comprehension ability tended to be. This realization made her take Suba's potential more seriously, even considering that he might meet the sect's standard for top-tier geniuses. Time quietly slipped by, and an hour passed. Thanks to Suba's stunning performance earlier, he had become one of the most talked-about figures in the square, second only to the 4 great masters and the 8 heroes of the eastern region. During this time, he had swiftly defeated 7 or 8 more opponents, and his decisive and overwhelming methods left the onlookers in awe. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, guessing that Suba had already collected over 1,000 jade talismans, a sudden twist occurred on the field. Dong Tong, the leader of the 8 heroes of the eastern region and a latest-stage 9-star grandmaster, appeared in front of Suba. Tang Qin's attention was immediately drawn to the scene. As the most powerful body cultivator among the elite talents she had initially noticed, Dong Tong's arrival filled her with anticipation. Ruoshi said he could easily overpower the Earth Dragon sect's prodigious body cultivation disciple of the same level. Now's the perfect chance to see if that's true. She watched intently, eager to uncover the reason behind Ruoshi's high regard for Suba. Within the illusionary formation, the towering and muscular Dong Tong stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the young man before him, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 8-star grandmaster realm. A disdainful smirk played on his lips. After all this time, you should know the rules by now, shouldn't you? Running into me is your bad luck. Suba's lips curved into a faint, nonchalant smile. Oh really? I think my luck isn't too bad. At least I didn't encounter the 4 great masters of the eastern region. Running into you instead? I'd say that's fortunate enough. These words hit Dong Tong like a sledgehammer, instantly shattering the smug smile on his face. As the leader of the 8 warriors, he might not rival the 4 great masters, but for an unknown 8-star grandmaster to belittle him like this? Fury flared in Dong Tong's eyes. I was planning to go easy on you, but since you're so confident, don't blame me for showing no mercy when you're lying on the ground in pieces. As he spoke, a series of cracking sounds came from Dong Tong's neck. He stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to quake and emit a deafening explosion. Slapping his iron-like chest, he sneered viciously, "Kid, I'll let you have 3 moves. Hit me however you like." "Let me have 3 moves?" Suba's smile grew even more carefree. "Are you sure you're not just offering yourself up on a silver platter? You bastard. How dare you act so arrogant when you're about to die?" Dong Tong's tiger-like eyes widened. "Come on then. I'll stand right here and see how you manage to take me down." With a low growl, a beast-like roar echoed through the air. Dong Tong's massive frame began to expand, but it wasn't just his size that grew. His muscles took on a dark, metallic sheen. In the blink of an eye, Dong Tong had transformed into a steel giant. "Ha ha ha, come on kid. This is my unyielding steel body. Let me show you what absolute defense feels like." Suba approached unhurriedly, his calm demeanor perplexing Dong Tong. "Kid, what are you up to?" As Suba drew closer, Dong Tong looked down disdainfully at the smaller figure. "With that scrawny build of yours, are you planning to punch me or use a weapon? Do you even have the strength?" "You'll find out soon enough," Suba replied, his expression suddenly turning sharp as his right hand clenched into a fist in an instant. The air screamed with the sound of tearing as Dong Ting felt an overwhelming force barreling toward him, not a fist, but a mountain. Before he could react, Suba's fist smashed heavily into his abdomen. What the hell is this monstrous strength? Dong Tong's eyes bulged as his stomach churned violently, and a wave of bile surged up his throat. Dong Tong's body shook violently. The force behind that punch left him utterly astonished. If not for his innate strength, honed since childhood, combined with years of rigorous training in defensive techniques and his mastery of solid footing, this strike might have pierced through his body, injuring his internal organs and sending him flying several meters back. He actually withstood that? Su Ba's eyelid twitched slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. That punch, despite using only 70% of his strength, carried the force of 3 dragons, yet Dong Tung didn't budge an inch. This guy has some skill, Su Ba thought with a cold smirk. But this is merely the appetizer. Haha, is that all you've got, kid? 1 move down, 2 more to go. Bring it on. Dong Ting laughed heartily, all the while suppressing the turbulent energy and blood within him. Despite his shock at Su Ba's strength, he maintained a facade of composure. Strike hard while the momentum is strong, falter on the second attempt, and exhaust on the third, Dong Tong calculated silently. He was convinced Su Ba had already gone all out with that punch, intending to establish dominance, and would now start to wane. This kid may be at the peak of the 8-star Grandmaster realm with the strength of 3 dragons. But that's all there is to him, Dong Ting thought with growing confidence. Second move, Su Ba said flatly, his dark eyes locking onto Dong Tong. Second move? Bring it on, you litter. Before Dong Tong could finish his sentence, a flash of light streaked before his eyes, and a heavy punch landed squarely on his chest. The force of 4 dragons. Boom. The punch felt like a mountain crashing down on him. Dong Tong's internal organs trembled violently, his energy surged uncontrollably, and his entire body quivered involuntarily. Damn it. Dong Tong's face turned pale. This kid was holding back. Gritting his teeth, he forced his energy to circulate, attempting to neutralize the shock within his body. But as he lifted his head, he caught sight of Su Ba's lips curling into a sinister smile. Third move, Su Ba's smile faded, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp glint. Huh! A thunderous shout erupted from his throat, and an overwhelming aura surged skyward from within him. Spiral 8 Desolation Force, first stage. As he activated his technique, his strength instantly doubled, reaching a staggering force of 900,000 Jin, comparable to the might of 9 dragons. In that moment, Su Ba's demeanor transformed completely. His gaze was as sharp as blades, and he stood like an unsheathed spear, radiating an unstoppable edge. Dong Ting's expression changed drastically as he witnessed this. Impossible, he muttered in disbelief, staring at the seemingly insignificant ant before him, who was at the peak of the 8-star Master realm. As the leader of the 8 heroes and a self-proclaimed prodigy in the late 9-star Grandmaster realm, Dong Tung found himself inexplicably pressured by Su Ba's aura. Boom! Su Ba's heavy punch struck Dong Tung's steel-like body with the force of a meteor crashing to earth. The once impenetrable defense was instantly covered in web-like cracks, and blood gushed out from the fissures like a fountain. Dong Ting felt as if his chest had been hit by a mountain. His clothes and armor shattered completely, and the sound of his ribs breaking was unmistakable. A mouthful of blood surged up and sprayed out as his body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away. Bang! Outside the illusion array, the spectators were utterly stunned. In just 3 moves, the renowned leader of the 8 Heroisa lofty and powerful late 9-star Grandmaster had been utterly crushed. Su Ba calmly walked over to Dong Tong, who could only glare at him in frustration. Without hesitation, Su Ba collected all of Dong Tung's jade tokens. Before leaving, he looked down at the disheveled Dong Ting and shook his head, saying, "No offense, but I've never seen anyone as foolish as you." Ugh. Watching Su Ba's figure disappear into the distance, Dong Tung's expression shifted unpredictably. Su Ba's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Overcome with anger, he spat out another mouthful of blood, nearly fainting on the spot. Damn it, why can't I just keep my mouth shut? To hell with those 3 moves. Meanwhile, deep within the Yunfeng illusion array, a man and a woman were fleeing in panic. The man had a buzz cut and wore a sleek black outfit, his cultivation at the peak of the 8-star Grandmaster level. The woman, breathtakingly beautiful with a serene demeanor, was at the mid-stage of the 8-star Grandmaster level. A dense golden glow surrounded her, clearly indicating she possessed a rare treasure. This glow was so intense that it had drawn the attention of onlookers even outside the illusion array. That golden light? Could it be the golden talisman? There are only 4 golden talismans within 100 kilometers, and they found one so quickly? What insane luck. Look, Feng Jia is chasing them. Following the exclamations, everyone turned their gaze. Several miles away, a fiery figure was closing in rapidly. The searing blade intent emanating from him was palpable even through the light screen. Damn it! Wei Biao's face turned grim. This golden talisman can't conceal its glow like the silver talisman. It's practically a beacon. Senior Brother Wei, what do we do now? Feng Jia is about to catch up. Qin Jiyue's delicate face tensed, and she suddenly thought of someone. If only Junior Brother Su were here, the 3 of us might have had a chance to keep the golden talisman. Wei Biao froze at her words. Thinking of Su Ba's unparalleled strength, he was about to agree when a scorching blade aura suddenly swept toward them from behind, accompanied by a chilling shout. Stop right there. The duo hastily split in opposite directions. A fiery blade aura, over 10 feet long, struck the ground between them, carving a terrifying trench. Feng Jie had caught up. Hand over the golden talisman and get lost. Feng Jie demanded coldly, wielding a curved blade in one hand, as he approached with an impassive expression. Although Wei Biao was also a genius ranked 4th on the Eastern District elite list, he could only muster a strained reply. Feng Jie, we found this golden talisman first. Can't you show some mercy? Deep down, he was painfully aware of the massive gap in strength between them. After all, Feng Jie was not only ranked 1st on the Eastern District elite list, but also one of the 4 great experts of the Eastern region. The 3 individuals ranked above Feng Jie were on an even more terrifying level, their power utterly despair-inducing. Show mercy? Feng Jie raised an eyebrow, a cold, bone-chilling smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the 2 people standing before him. Out of respect for our shared origins in the East District, I've already given you enough face by only asking for the golden token. Otherwise, forget about keeping your silver tokens. You won't even have the chance to make a move. His eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. The golden token isn't something weaklings like you are qualified to possess. Don't make me repeat myself. Wasting my time dealing with small fry like you is already aggravating enough. Wei Biao clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Beside him, Qin Jiue's delicate face was tense, her eyes blazing with fury. The two had only recently entered the assessment area and had been fortunate enough to meet up. Qin Jiue had even stumbled upon a golden token by sheer luck. But their good fortune quickly turned into a nightmare as Feng Jie relentlessly hunted them down, leaving them no room to breathe. And now, they had to endure this humiliation. Oh, thinking of fighting back? Feng Jie sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Makes it easier for me, I'll just take it myself. With that, he swung his long blade in a slanted arc. Boom. A massive crimson blade aura materialized in midair, enveloped in roaring flames. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Wei Biao and Qin Jiue, making it almost impossible for them to catch their breath. So this is the strength of one of the 4 great experts of the Eastern region? Wei Biao's face turned pale with shock. Exchanging a glance with Qin Jiue, the two moved in unison. A domineering blade light and a sharp sword energy shot upward together, aiming to counter the attack. Such a combined assault would be enough to threaten even a peak 9-star grandmaster in the outside world. But Feng Jie was no ordinary expert. He chuckled mockingly. Not bad form, but your strength is pathetic. It's all meaningless. Bang! The fiery blade aura shattered their combined attack effortlessly, not even slowed down for a moment. Despair washed over Wei Biao, and Qin Jiue's blow wouldn't kill them, but the injuries it would inflict would leave them defenseless for a long time. Even holding onto their silver tokens would become impossible. Just as the situation seemed utterly hopeless, a ferocious staff light suddenly tore through the air like a tiger descending the mountain, slicing through the void and striking Feng Jie's flaming blade aura with precision. Bang! The blade aura fragmented, and the staff light continued its charge, heading straight for Feng Jie. Feng Jie's expression shifted slightly. He quickly swung his blade again, unleashing another strike to fully neutralize the force of the staff light. Who's there? He demanded sharply, spinning around to face the source of the attack. Wei Biao and Qin Jiue also turned their heads quickly, eager to see who had such power that they could force one of the 4 great experts of the Eastern region to draw his blade twice. When they finally saw the person's face, both of them froze in stunned silence. A young man dressed in black, with a stern and resolute demeanor, walked slowly forward. Slung across his back was a massive black iron staff. His arrival made Wei Biao's entire body tremble. Su Shitty, it's you? Wei Biao exclaimed in shock. Qin Jiue stared blankly as Su Ba approached, her heartbeat quickening slightly. She had just been thinking about him, and now here he was, standing before her. Was this some kind of unspoken connection? At the thought, she lowered her gaze, trying to hide her flustered emotions. Yes, it's me, Su Ba replied with a faint smile at Wei Biao. Are you all right? We're fine, just barely catching our breath after being chased by Feng Jie, Wei Biao said with a bitter smile, shrugging. Then, with renewed determination, he added, Su Shitty, it's great that you're here. With the 3 of us together, we have at least a 50 or 60% chance of holding him off. Wei Biao calculated silently. Earlier, Su Ba had struck with his full strength, but Feng Jie had casually neutralized it with ease. Still, for Su Ba to withstand even a fraction of Feng Jie's power was evidence of his formidable combat prowess. However, Su Ba simply waved his hand calmly. There's no need to team up. If he dares to make a move against you, then he has no one to blame but himself for what comes next. Before his words could fully settle, an angry, disdainful snort resounded nearby. Ha, boy, teach me a lesson? You think you can? A fiery blade aura surged forward like a scorching tide, engulfing everything in its path. Su Ba remained unfazed, not even turning his head as he swung his staff. The fierce and wild energy of the staff shot out like a raging tiger, carving a long arc through the air before slamming heavily into the fiery blade aura. Boom! The collision of raw energy shook the atmosphere. Feng Jie was forced back several steps, staring in disbelief at Su Ba. Wei Biao and Qin Juyue were even more stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Impressive, kid. I underestimated you, Feng Jie said darkly, his expression grim. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his crimson curved blade tightly and brought it down with force. Earth-grade low tier, minor mastery of the scorching flame blade and tint die. In an instant, the searing blade energy filled the air, and an overwhelming blade and tint, wrapped in blazing flames, erupted skyward, descending with the force to cleave the world apart. Su Ba stepped forward, shielding the other two behind him, his robes billowing violently in the oppressive blade energy. One of the four great experts of the eastern region, Feng Jie, the scorching flame blade? Is this all you've got? Too weak. He shook his head in disappointment and swung his staff. Earth-grade low tier, mastery of the Scorpion King raging tiger staff and tint. A thunderous roar erupted from within him as waves of Nine Suns' true energy surged outward. The spectral figure of a Scorpion King raging tiger loomed, blotting out the sky. In an instant, it tore through the scorching flame blade and tint and struck Feng Jie with devastating force. Ugh! Feng Jie spat out blood, staggering backward repeatedly, his face etched with shock and disbelief. Outside the Yunfeng illusion array, the spectators suddenly widened their eyes in shock and erupted into a chorus of exclamations. My goodness! Isn't this kid only at the peak of the 8-star Grandmaster realm? How can he be this strong? The 9th ranked on the Eastern Elite list is actually suppressing the first place. This guy is clearly pretending to be weak to catch his opponent off guard. It's unbelievable. He's about to surpass an entire major realm to defeat Feng Jie. And Feng Jie is one of the top young talents of the Eastern region. Judging by this, it seems only the top 3 experts of the Eastern region could stand a chance against him. In the direction of Yunming Martial Academy, Hu Danking's eyes were wide open, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Xiao Bao grinned so broadly he looked completely lost in joy. Meanwhile, Tang Qin, the Thunder Dragon sect's recruitment examiner, had a gleam of peculiar light in her eyes as she nodded gently. Impressive. He's certainly surprised me, Tang Qin thought to herself. Even Luo, she doesn't seem to fully understand him. His greatest strength isn't just his physical training, it's his exceptional talent with the staff. Comprehending a mid-tier Earth-level martial skill at just 18.5 years old with such mastery was a level of insight comparable to the top geniuses of the Thunder Dragon sect. Although it's notoriously difficult for martial artists from secular backgrounds to rise to prominence, once they succeed, their resilience and experience often push them further than sect disciples. Tang Qin's mind wandered to a legend from 6,000 years ago. A commoner named Shijia Imo meditated beneath a Bodhi tree for 7 days and nights, achieving enlightenment. He broke through 7 levels of martial barriers in succession and ultimately shattered the void to ascend. For this reason, she never underestimated any hero. The Eastern region might very well harbor countless hidden, unparalleled talents. Inside the illusion array, Su Ba gazed calmly at Feng Jie, who had just been forced back. Although Feng Jie had grasped the minor mastery of the scorching flame intent from a mid-tier Earth-level martial skill, Su Ba's Scorpion King Violent Tiger Staff was superior in quality. Combined with the 4-fold power boost from his mastery of the staff's intent and his exceptionally pure Nine Suns true essence, Feng Jie was no match for him. Suddenly, Feng Jie, who had finished adjusting his breath, showed a flicker of emotion on his face and abruptly darted backward, retreating at full speed. Is he trying to run? The onlookers outside the array were momentarily stunned before realizing in shock Feng Jie, the top ranked on the Eastern Elite list, had chosen to flee. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Su Ba narrowed his eyes, ready to pursue, but a thought struck him. He turned to Wei Biao and Qin Jui, saying, Senior brother Wei, senior sister Qin, let me hold onto the golden talisman for now. If you encounter strong enemies while I'm chasing him, having the talisman on you will make you a target. Without sufficient strength, it's hard to protect it. All right, Qin Jui nodded in agreement and handed the golden talisman to Su Ba. Don't worry, I'll make sure to teach him a proper lesson, Su Ba said confidently with a smile. In a flash, his figure disappeared, darting off in the direction Feng Jie had fled. Qin Jue stared blankly at Su Ba's departing figure, his confident and carefree smile lingering in her mind. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how extraordinary her junior brother's strength had become. Junior sister Qin, what are you thinking about? Wei Biao noticed her distraction and cast a puzzled glance her way. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Qin Jue snapped out of her thoughts in a fluster, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Senior Brother Wei, let's continue searching for the silver talismans. There's still plenty of time, but we must be extra cautious this time. Haha, I see now. Junior Brother Su is truly a lucky man. Wei Biao gave her a meaningful look and burst into hearty laughter. Senior Brother Wei Yu? Qin Jiyue's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She shot him a glare before darting forward in a flash. Wei Biao chuckled and quickly followed after her. Meanwhile, in another location, He Jun, you scoundrel. How dare you steal all my silver talismans? You're despicable. A cultivator lay sprawled on the ground, shouting angrily at the man before him. The man, He Jun, was one of the 8 heroes of the Eastern region and ranked 3rd on the Southern District elite list, known for his ruthless nature. He had previously tried to rob Su Ba. He Jun twirled a steel rod in his hand and sneered dismissively. Kid, you should thank me for sparing you. Try running your mouth again and see what happens. If you're so tough, why don't you go after that black-clad youth who uses soul attacks? Get your revenge on him, the man retorted furiously. He Jun's expression darkened. You saw that? Of course I did. The so-called 8 heroes of the Eastern region aren't much after all getting taken down in an instant by someone weaker than you. Just as He Jun was about to unleash his fury, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed from the distance. A fiery red figure streaked across the sky like lightning. He Jun immediately recognized him as Dong Ting, one of the 4 great experts of the Eastern region. Surprisingly, Dong Tung's face was filled with panic. He clutched a blade in one hand and pressed the other against his chest as he hurried past without even pausing for half a second. He Jun froze in place. Dong Tung's frantic demeanor, constantly glancing over his shoulder, clearly indicated that he was being pursued. For someone to drive one of the 4 great experts into such a dire state, the pursuer had to be one of the most formidable figures, either Shan Tianquang with his rainbow spear, Ling Long with his gale sword, or Qin Bang, the master of the annihilation palm. Who could it be? He Jun pondered silently, his expression growing increasingly serious. He Jun was lost in thought when suddenly, a streak of light, crackling faintly with electricity, flashed before his eyes. Its speed surpassed even that of Dong Tung. Before he could recover from his shock, a soft reached his ears, and the figure abruptly stopped right in front of him. He Jun's eyes widened, and his body trembled. Standing before him was the last person he ever wanted to see in his life, the source of his shame. Su Ba. What shocked him even more was the realization that the one pursuing Dong Tung was none other than this young man, who was merely at the peak of the 8-star grandmaster level. How was this possible? Dong Ting, one of the top 4 experts of the Eastern region, being bested by him? Su Ba cast a cold glance at He Jun and the man on the ground whose jade talisman had been taken. A mocking smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Looks like I didn't hit you hard enough last time. Here you are, healed up and bullying others again. Before his words fully landed, he casually swung his staff and shot off in the direction Dong Ting had fled. A deafening tiger's roar echoed through the air as the violent and ferocious staff energy transformed into an enraged tiger. It streaked through the void, carving a long trajectory as it charged straight at He Jun. He Jun's entire body tensed, his true essence surging as he readied the steel beads in his hands. A powerful aura of perfection at the profound level erupted. 10-star bead blast. Explode for me, he roared, his face twisted in fury. With a thunderous crash, the tiger-like staff energy shattered the 10-star bead blast with unstoppable force, continuing its rampage and slamming into He Jun. Blood spewed from his mouth as he tumbled through the air, landing heavily on the ground with 7 or 8 ribs snapping audibly. As He Jun cursed himself for failing to withstand even a casual strike from Su Ba, a shadow loomed over him. The genius ranked at the bottom of the Western District elite list, the same person He Jun had just robbed, had already gotten back on his feet. He was now staring down at He Jun with a sinister grin. Ha ha ha, what luck. He Jun, weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Come on, break my legs if you dare. The man mocked mercilessly, his tone dripping with scorn. Under He Jun's murderous glare, he leisurely emptied all the silver talismans from He Jun's belongings into his own bag. Thanks for your generosity. I'll be on my way now. After the man left, smug and triumphant, He Jun finally managed to regain a bit of strength. He shouted furiously in the direction where Su Ba had disappeared. Who's bullying who here? It's you, you little punk. You're the one bullying people. Su Ba, who was in hot pursuit of Dong Tung, naturally didn't hear He Jun's anguished cry. Within the cloud wind illusion array, 2 figures, one in black and the other in red, flashed through the air at incredible speed. Su Ba, wielding an iron staff, chased relentlessly while Dong Ting fled in a panic. Their movements spanned almost half the illusion array, causing ripples of disturbance wherever they passed. The warriors witnessing this scene were wide-eyed, their expressions filled with disbelief as they watched the unimaginable unfold. Dong Ting, one of the 4 great masters of the Eastern region, was fleeing like a frightened rabbit chased by a hunting dog. Outside the illusion array, the onlookers were even more shocked. Dong Tung, a top-tier genius at the peak of the 9-star grandmaster realm, was being driven into such a pathetic state by a warrior whose cultivation was an entire major realm lower. This was unprecedented in the history of the eastern region. The plaza near the War Wolf Martial Hall of the Heavenly Kingdom fell into a deathly silence. Yubuji, the team leader, looked aghast, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. In just over a month, Su Ba's strength had skyrocketed to the point where he could overwhelm the top-ranked genius of the eastern region's elite. This was beyond Yubuji's wildest imagination. This kid is definitely no ordinary person, he thought, trembling inwardly. Before long, everyone saw Su Ba catch up to Dong Tung. After a brief exchange of blows, the massive black iron staff in Su Ba's hands smashed through Dong Tung's defenses, sending him crashing to the ground. Dong Ting lay there, motionless, like a defeated dog. The sight made the eyelids of all spectators twitch violently. At the start of the Thunder Dragon sect's entrance examination, who could have imagined that one of the eastern region's 4 great masters would suffer such humiliation? Tang Qin, the examiner of the Thunder Dragon sect, fixed her bright, sharp eyes on Su Ba as the battle concluded. Judging from his condition, it was clear he still had energy to spare. For an 8-star Grandmaster realm genius from the mortal world to display such combat prowess was truly astonishing. After all, the further one advanced in martial arts, the harder it became to fight across realms, especially against equally talented opponents. Tang Qin took a deep breath, her thoughts racing. Even Ruashi's evaluation of him had been somewhat conservative. This young man was likely a hidden dragon, destined to soar to great heights one day. With that thought, she casually picked up a long-distance sound-transmitting talisman, infused it with her true energy, and watched as it dissolved into flames and disappeared. At that moment, just after subduing Dong Tung, Su Ba suddenly felt the golden talisman on his body heat up. A burst of golden light flared, and his expression shifted slightly as he sensed a similar energy signature within a 5-kilometer radius. This golden talisman can resonate with others like it looks like I won't have to waste time searching everywhere, he murmured to himself. Su Ba moved swiftly, following the aura of the golden talisman. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he spotted a group of scattered figures gathered in the distance. What caught his attention even more was the dazzling golden light emanating from the center of the crowd. As he drew closer, the resonance from the golden talisman he carried grew stronger. 2 golden talismans. Su Ba's eyebrows lifted, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he increased his speed and arrived at the scene within moments. It's Su Ba. Su Ba is here. Cries of surprise erupted from the crowd. His prowess, displayed during his pursuit of Dong Tingon of the 4 great experts of the eastern domain within the illusionary array, had already left a deep impression on those present. Many recognized him as the genius from the Battle Wolf Martial House's elite rankings. He had once defeated Sun Yu, an early 8-star grandmaster, with his peak 6-star strength during the top disciples competition among the 3 nations, a feat that made his name famous among the 72 elites of the eastern domain. Now, Su Ba's appearance with the golden talisman only added to the complexity of the situation. Whispers spread among the crowd. 3 of the 4 great experts of the eastern domain are here, all holding golden talismans. This is going to be interesting. If someone can secure a spot in the top 10 while claiming 4 golden talismans, they'll win all 4 rewards from the Thunder Dragon sect. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path for Su Ba as he strode confidently toward the center. There, 2 figures stood face-to-face in a tense standoff. One was a towering man over 2 meters tall, his muscles rippling as he gripped a massive spear. This was Shen Tianquang, known as the Piercing Rainbow Spear, the top elite of the northern region and a peak 9-star grandmaster. Opposing him was a swordsman in a green robe, with sharp features and a piercing gaze, holding a 3-foot-long sword, his entire being radiated a fierce aura. This was Ling Long, the Swift Wind Sword, the top elite of the western region and also a peak 9-star grandmaster. As Su Ba approached, both men narrowed their eyes and studied him carefully. Before they could speak, Su Ba's lips curled into a wickedly confident smile. He took a step forward and said calmly, I assume both of you are as ruthless as I am. And as they say, ruthless men don't waste words. I'll give you 10 seconds to hand over your golden talismans. If not, don't blame me for beating you down. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire scene fell into stunned silence. Even the spectators watching from beyond the formation's light screen were momentarily frozen. A single thought echoed in everyone's mind. Is Su Ba insane? He's planning to take on the 2nd and 3rd strongest experts of the eastern domain all by himself. Su Ba, you've got some guts. The voice of Gale Sword Ling Long was as chilling as ice. His already stern and strikingly handsome face was now covered with a layer of frost, and his eyes radiated a sharp, murderous intent. Interesting. Rainbow Spear Shun Tianquang spoke coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Su Ba. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Kid, don't think that just because you defeated Dongtang, you're invincible. That guy doesn't even deserve to be mentioned alongside the four great masters. Despite the oppressive aura of the two masters, Su Ba remained unusually calm. He lowered his gaze slightly and said in an indifferent tone, "Oh, so it seems you're unwilling. Since you came to me of your own accord, I won't be polite. That golden talisman on you is mine." Shan Tianquang's words were abruptly cut off by a thunderous roar from Su Ba. Silence! Before the echo of his shout faded, Su Ba spun on his heel, and the long staff in his hand thundered forward like a bolt of lightning. The ferocious strike, as unstoppable as a tiger descending a mountain, aimed directly at Ling Long's vital points. Heh! Ling Long sneered coldly. "I haven't even said I'd take it, and you're already attacking? Truly courting death." The sharp energy from his Qingfeng sword instantly wove itself into a tangible cord, colliding Hedon with the staff's radiance. Yet Su Ba didn't spare him a glance. Twisting his body mid-motion, his other fist shot toward Shan Tianquang with immense force. The punch roared through the air, creating shockwaves that rippled outward, shaking everything around. The sudden ferocity of his assault left the onlookers gasping in shock. Su Ba was really taking on both of them at once, without a word of hesitation. "You're asking for it," Shen Tianquang bellowed, his voice filled with rage. His Guanhong spear, over 10 feet long, swept through the air in a gleaming arc, carrying a force as overwhelming as a tidal wave as it slashed toward Su Ba. Boom! Crash! Two deafening explosions erupted almost simultaneously as the three fighters clashed in an instant. The battlefield was a whirlwind of chaos, with the sound of their true energy colliding echoing like thunder. The spectators scrambled backward, terrified of being caught in the aftershocks of the fight. Yet their eyes remained fixed on the scene, unwilling to miss even a second of the action. Shen Tianquang's spear strikes were heavy and relentless, while Ling Long's swordsmanship was swift as the wind. Their seamless coordination exerted immense pressure on Su Ba. However, instead of faltering, Su Ba seemed to grow more exhilarated with every exchange, his eyes blazing with unyielding battle intent. Shen Tianquang and Ling Long exchanged a glance, shock flickering in their eyes. This Su Ba, who was a full realm below them, could actually withstand half of their combined strength. As top-tier prodigies, the fact that they were being pushed to such a degree by a younger, less experienced opponent stoked a fiery anger within them. They immediately intensified their assault. Under the mounting pressure, Su Ba was forced to retreat rapidly. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in excited shouts. "Look, Su Ba is going to lose." Yet, the corners of Su Ba's mouth curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. In the next moment, what unfolded left everyone staring in stunned disbelief. Su Ba took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly transformed. His pitch-black pupils morphed into eerie whirlpools as a chilling, terrifying aura surged from his gaze. The eyes of hell, fourth layer, the mirror of sins. He turned his haunting gaze toward Ling Long, who instantly felt an indescribable impact strike his mind. Shocked to his core, Ling Long's offensive momentum faltered, and his sharp, all-encompassing sword energy dissolved in an instant. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Su Ba immediately withdrew his soul attack. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light as an overwhelming, tsunami-like force erupted from within him. Turning to face Shan Tianquang, he let out a cold shout, "Fall," and launched a devastating punch. The second layer of the Spiral 8 Desolation technique exploded forth, multiplying his power fourfold. The strength of 18 dragons surged to its peak, unleashing a staggering force of 1.8 million Jin in an earth-shattering blast. Where the terrifying force of his punch passed, the void fractured like a mirror, cracks spreading out densely and rapidly. The surrounding air exploded with thunderous roars as violent gusts swept through like hurricanes. "This kid is about to shatter the illusion itself," gasped the onlookers, their eyes wide with astonishment. Facing this unstoppable punch, Shen Tianquang's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his true essence, channeling it into the Earth-grade lower-tier perfected technique, Mountain Uprooter, and thrust his heavy spear forward to meet the attack. Boom! Fist and spear collided, shaking the earth. Shen Tianquang was struck as if by a meteor, his entire body flung backward and crashing heavily into the ground, creating a pit several meters deep. Blood spurted from his mouth as his face turned pale. Clutching his chest, he stared at Su Ba with a mix of shock and disbelief before his clenched fist finally loosened in defeat. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Shen Tianquang had been defeated so decisively. Even the spectators outside the Yunfeng illusion were rendered silent, staring in awe at the cold, domineering figure on the screen. At that moment, Ling Long finally broke free from the soul attack of the Mirror of Sins. His expression was grim as he looked at Su Ba. In just a few short moments, not only had he narrowly escaped disaster, but even Shan Tianquang had been soundly defeated. Shocked, he thought to himself, what the hell? Where did this freak even come from? Seeing Ling Long's cautious stance against soul attacks, Su Ba slightly curved his lips. Relax, I won't be using that level of soul attack again for now. Su Ba calculated inwardly. The infernal mirror hell's intent was indeed incredibly powerful. If unleashed unexpectedly, it could instantly defeat Dong Tung, the weakest of the four great masters of the eastern region. However, Ling Long ranked second among the four, far surpassing Dong Tung. At best, this move could only serve as a distraction. Moreover, given his current soul strength, Su Ba could only remain conscious enough to use the infernal mirror hell's intent once. That was why he had only targeted Ling Long earlier, taking advantage of the brief pause to eliminate Shan Tianquang. If only there were special techniques to amplify soul power, that strike just now might have been enough to completely crush Ling Long, Su Ba thought to himself. Suddenly sensing something unusual, he turned his gaze toward Ling Long. Ling Long's expression had already returned to calm. With a slight flick of the 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword in his hand, sharp sword energy instantly swept across the surroundings. He stood as if at the pinnacle of the clouds, his sword aura surging, cutting through all directions. With a piercing sound, the fierce sword energy penetrated Su Ba's defensive aura. Compared to Su Ba's steady and mountain-like presence, Ling Long's sword aura seemed even sharper and more aggressive. I've had only one goal since I was young, to pursue the ultimate in swordsmanship, Ling Long said, his gaze unwavering. I'm not afraid of opponents. I'm afraid of having no opponents. All the challengers I've faced before have fallen to my blade. Recently, only Jimmy and Shu Qin Bang remained. And now there's you. Su Ba, for someone your age to achieve so much, you've indeed surpassed me in my prime, and perhaps even hold the upper hand over me now. But that won't make me back down. It only excites me more. Having a peerless genius like you as a rival, the process of chasing and surpassing you will make me one of the protagonists of this era. Ling Long's words carried a domineering confidence that left everyone present in awe. Even Su Ba cast an approving glance his way. This Ling Long might not have the strongest talent, but his determination to pursue the extremes of martial arts and swordsmanship was no less than Su Ba's own. It was this very resolve that had enabled Ling Long to defeat formidable foes one after another and ultimately become the second-ranking master of the eastern region. Very well, it's rare to encounter a rival like you. You have my respect. Come. Su Ba placed his left hand behind his back and extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation, marking the first time he had shown such deference in a duel, a testament to his recognition of Ling Long. Then brace yourself. Aurora Slash! Ling Long shouted fiercely. His figure instantly dissolved into a flurry of illusions, as sword light converged from all directions, finally condensing into a single line that vanished into the void. Is this highly compressed true essence? Su Ba's eyes narrowed as Ling Long's sword light flashed so quickly it was nearly impossible to track. While this technique might catch an ordinary person off guard, it was nothing to someone with Su Ba's extraordinary perception. Thunder light step. In an instant, Su Ba's figure flickered, narrowly avoiding Ling Long's lethal strike. The ground where he had just stood cracked open with several deep fissures, a testament to the power of that sword. Ling Long staggered slightly before unleashing a flurry of 36 consecutive strikes. Each strike compressed true essence into razor-thin lines, and the sword light was sharp and intimidating. His moves were executed at bizarre angles, unpredictable like a deer leaping through trees. These sword techniques did not rely on sheer force but instead pushed speed, precision, and sharpness to their limits. Impressive. Su Ba praised lightly, yet he remained calm and composed in the face of the incoming sword light from all directions. Gripping his golden staff tightly with both hands, he spun it rapidly, forming an impenetrable barrier around himself. The sound of clashing metal echoed continuously as Ling Long's sword light was deflected by the spinning staff. What? Ling Long's expression shifted dramatically. He could clearly feel that his sword strikes were landing on something as unyielding as solid steel. The powerful force of the rebound nearly caused him to lose his grip on the hilt. With a series of loud impacts, Ling Long's sword light was completely shattered. Break! Su Ba seized the opportunity, sweeping his staff horizontally. Ling Long barely managed to block the strike, but was forced to stagger back 7 or 8 steps, his blood and energy churning within. The onlookers were all astonished. Such dense, sharp, and intricately angled sword techniques would have been nearly impossible for even an early-stage Hotian realm martial artist to handle. Yet, before Su Ba, these moves seemed utterly ineffective. With just a single staff in hand, Su Ba stood as steady as a mountain and as unyielding as a fortress. The crowd couldn't help but wonder, could Su Ba already possess the strength to challenge an early-stage Hotian realm martial artist? Ling Long took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Your defensive techniques are truly remarkable. Very well, then take my final move. If you can withstand it, I will concede." Before his words had fully settled, Ling Long began advancing slowly. His steps appeared ordinary, yet they exuded an inexplicable sense of unease. In the blink of an eye, an unbelievable sight unfolded behind him. An identical figure appeared. This figure wore the same blue robe, had the same sharp features, and carried the same 3-foot-long sword, radiating the same piercing sword intent. It was indistinguishable from Ling Long himself. An illusion? Su Ba's eyebrows twitched as his senses extended outward. In that instant, the shadow emanated a chilling, killing intent that sent a shiver through his heart. This was no mere illusion, this was a terrifying existence whose strength rivaled that of Ling Long himself. The crowd stared in stunned silence at the two identical Ling Longs that had suddenly appeared. For a moment, not a single sound could be heard. Ling Long glanced at Su Ba, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "I assume you figured it out by now. This shadow possesses all the essence of a true swordsman. It shares my exact true essence and attack power. In other words, you're about to face the combined force of two me." The combined force of two Ling Longs? A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. To them, even one Ling Long's swordsmanship was as swift as lightning and devastatingly sharp. The thought of two Ling Long's power combined was utterly terrifying. Yet, faced with this shocking revelation, Su Ba merely smiled. This so-called combination is nothing more than an amplification of your technique's power. Let's see whose amplification reigns supreme. As you wish. Ling Long's expression grew serious as he raised his azure-edged sword in a flash. The sword emitted a resonant hum that seemed to pierce straight into everyone's eardrums. Dark clouds veiled the sun, and the cold light that filtered through bathed the sword, creating an eerie force field that appeared to devour the surrounding light. Azure edge, unyielding slash. As Ling Long swung his sword, the world around them seemed to darken. The sound of the strike drew all noise into a void. Countless rays of light twisted and converged into the blade, and the overwhelming sword energy rippled outward like a tangible force. The swordsmen present were horrified to find their own blades trembling restlessly in their sheaths. Su Ba could feel his protective true essence being torn apart layer by the sword's energy. Though the strike was not particularly fast, it carried an oppressive weight, like a mountain crashing down. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, but to their astonishment, Su Ba remained unfazed. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted around Su Ba. He slowly raised his golden cudgel and declared, "Infinite Essence Gathering Technique. Third Stage Double True Essence Amplification." A phantom of a massive scorpion king tiger materialized, roaring with an unstoppable force as it charged heat into Ling Long's sword energy. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided. The resulting explosion of true essence distorted the very space around them. Visible shockwaves rippled outward, scattering debris like leaves in a hurricane. "Ah, my back, my leg, my butt. Ouch, ouch, ouch." The scene descended into chaos as the spectators screamed and fled in all directions. In mere moments, they vanished without a trace. The terrifying tremors from the explosion lasted for a few moments before gradually subsiding. As the thick cloud of smoke dissipated, three figures emerged. Among them was Shen Tianquang, the top-ranked elite of the Northern District, known as the Guanhong Spear. Lying on the ground, he had barely withstood the impact of the true essence collision, thanks to his formidable physique as a peak 9-star grandmaster and one of the 4 great experts of the eastern region. Struggling to lift his head, Shan Tianquang's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had always thought Su Ba was merely a prodigious talent in body refinement, but he never anticipated that his staff techniques could be so fearsome, creating a suffocating pressure even from a distance. At the center of the battlefield, Ling Long knelt on one knee, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His trembling hand gripped the Qingfeng sword for support, while his prideful Ling Long shadow technique had already dissipated. In stark contrast, Su Ba stood firm like a mountain, his legs rooted to the ground like steel pillars, his expression calm to the point of indifference. Ling Long lost. The crowd erupted in astonishment. He was defeated by a mere talent at the peak of the 8-star grandmaster level. Shocked murmurs spread like wildfire. Su Ba walked toward the two fallen figures with composure, taking their golden talismans. Just then, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the distance and called out in a clear voice, "Qin Bang, I've been waiting for you." His words instantly caused a stir among the crowd. Qin Bang, known as the Hand of Annihilation, was universally recognized as the #1 expert in the eastern region. Although no one could sense anything unusual just yet, within moments, a dazzling golden light rose in the distance. An overwhelming aura rapidly approached, accompanied by a sharp sound of something slicing through the air. A plain-looking figure appeared in the arena. It was none other than Qin Bang, the Hand of Annihilation, His arrival instantly silenced everyone present, as the crowd collectively held their breath. The number one expert of the eastern region had finally arrived. Qin Bang had arrived, and he came bearing the golden token. At this moment, all 4 precious golden tokens for the admission assessment had finally gathered one in Qin Bang's hand, while the other 3 were under Su Ba's control. The crowd watched Su Ba's eyes burn with an intense fighting spirit. Remembering his domineering actions earlier, they couldn't help but swallow nervously. This audacious man actually intended to claim all the golden tokens for himself. Qin Bang of the Silent Extinction Palm. Su Ba's calm voice rang out. I've heard of your great reputation. The last golden token is in your possession. Will you hand it over willingly, or should I defeat you and take it myself? This statement was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone to their core. Su Ba truly intended to claim all 4 golden tokens for himself. Qin Bang glanced around, his gaze sweeping over Ling Long, who was kneeling on one knee with blood at the corner of his mouth, and Shen Tianquang, whose chest was sunken as he struggled to sit upright. Qin Bang narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. It seems Ling Long and Shen Tianquang have both fallen to you. No wonder you're so confident. But do you really think that's enough to challenge me? You're asking for trouble. What if I told you that even the combined strength of Ling Long and Shen Tianquang isn't half of mine? Would you believe it? Su Ba stared directly at Qin Bang. I believe it. Then what if I said I wouldn't even need half my strength to deal with you? Would you believe that? Su Ba added casually. This statement completely enraged Qin Bang, shattering his usual composure with sheer fury. Very well. Since the remaining 3 golden tokens are in your possession, then I shall. Cut the nonsense. Su Ba roared. In an instant, the golden staff in his hand transformed into a ferocious tiger, roaring as it lunged toward Qin Bang. Cursing inwardly, Qin Bang realized he had been led on by this young man. Spreading his hands, he unleashed an invisible force of silent extinction. Within moments, the ferocious tiger was dissolved into nothingness. Is this the domain of extinction? Indeed, Qin Bang sneered. My domain can dissolve everything, including true essence. Your attacks are useless against me. I am invincible. Not necessarily. Su Ba's gaze sharpened as an indescribably terrifying aura erupted from him. Infinite Essence Gathering Technique, 3rd stage, doubling the amplification of true essence. As he swung his staff, a majestic scorpion king tiger roared forth, charging at Qin Bang with overwhelming force. I already told you, it's useless. Qin Bang smirked disdainfully, spreading his hands once more. The power of extinction surged out like a black hole, ready to consume everything in its path. The colossal and terrifying Scorpion King Baohu crashed heavily into the invisible realm of annihilation. Just like before, the massive creature began to dissolve from its head, as if devoured by an unseen force. It struggled desperately, its enormous body twisting and writhing, but it could not halt its own demise. From its head to its torso and finally its tail, it completely vanished into nothingness just a mere 10 feet away from Qin Bang. Your intent is impressive, but your comprehension is still lacking. A year and a half is too long. I'll defeat you. Today. Your defeat is inevitable. Su Ba's body trembled violently as an overwhelming aura of dominance erupted from within him. Slowly, he raised his head, his gaze as sharp and fierce as a dragon awakening from slumber. In the next instant, he stomped his right foot onto the ground with a thunderous boom, causing the entire earth to quake. There's no such thing as someone truly invincible. In the end, it's because my attack power wasn't strong enough. But now, Su Ba's voice, filled with authority, echoed through the air. Mastery achieved. Scorpion King, Violent Tiger Staff Intent, combined with the 5th level of the Infinite Energy Gathering Technique, unleashing 4 times the true energy. With a deafening roar, a colossal shadow rose behind Su Ba. It was the Scorpion King Violent Tiger, a towering beast standing over 100 feet tall and stretching hundreds of feet in length, its form blotting out the sky. Its tiger-like eyes glowed with icy killing intent, and most terrifying of all was its massive, barbed scorpion tail, the tip gleaming with a chilling, deadly light. Holy crap, Su Ba was hiding such power all along. My god, has his Scorpion King Violent Tiger intent reached perfection? No, he's using a secret technique to amplify his strength at least 4 times more powerful. The crowd erupted in astonished cries. Qin Bang's expression changed drastically, but before he could react, Su Ba coldly uttered, "Go." The massive Scorpion King Violent Tiger charged at Qin Bang with an unstoppable force, whipping up a destructive hurricane in its path. The air itself seemed to crack and shatter, revealing deep black voids in the space. The once mighty annihilation intent that Qin Bang prided himself on was utterly crushed under the overwhelming power, torn to shreds in an instant. Impossible! Qin Bang roared in shock and fury, but before he could finish his words, the Scorpion King Violent Tiger slammed into him with full force. His body flew backward like a broken kite, blood gushing from his mouth. The sight left everyone in the audience frozen in stunned silence. Qin Bang was defeated. He plummeted heavily from the air, barely supporting himself with one hand to stabilize his stance. His chest was a mangled mess of flesh and blood, and crimson droplets continuously dripped from the corner of his mouth, pooling into a glaring puddle on the ground. The scene left everyone present momentarily stunned. This was Qin Bang, the unrivaled prodigy of the Eastern region, who had never lost a battle since his debut, and whose mastery of the Silent Oblivion realm was unparalleled. Even Ling Long, ranked second, possessed less than a third of his strength. Yet, this supposedly invincible figure had been defeated by an unknown martial artist at the peak of the 8-star Grandmaster realm. Suba. A monster. He's a total monster. Someone in the crowd murmured. Indeed, the strength Suba displayed was beyond comprehension. Whether it was soul power, physical strength, true essence bursts, or the purity of his true essence, he far surpassed others of the same level. Even more astonishing was that, at such a young age, he had mastered a mid-tier earth-level martial technique to perfection. Any one of these abilities would qualify him as a genius, but Suba excelled in all of them. Qin Bang coughed violently, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Suba walked toward him unhurriedly, looking down at him from above as he said, "Hand it over." With great difficulty, Qin Bang retrieved the gleaming golden talisman from his waist and handed it over. Struggling to his feet, his expression complicated, he said softly, "Thank you." This expression of gratitude was for Suba's mercy in his final strike. Although the rules prohibited malicious maiming or killing, a slight misstep in a battle of this caliber could lead to disaster. Suba had restrained a portion of his true essence at the last moment, sparing Qin Bang's life. With this, all 4 golden talismans fell into Suba's hands. As he spread them out in his palm, the dazzling golden light reflected on the faces of those around him, filled with envy. Yet, no one dared to harbor any thoughts of taking them. Suba had proven his dominance as the new top martial artist of the Eastern region. The crowd quickly dispersed in silence. Although Qin Bang, Ling Long, and Shen Tianquang were all gravely injured, no one dared to act rashly. After all, the most terrifying figure among them remained unscathed. If a conflict were to break out here and provoke this ruthless individual, there would be no place to cry for mercy. The 3-hour mark arrived, signaling the end of the assessment. The Yunfeng illusion array dissipated instantly, and all participants were ejected back to the plaza. All eyes instinctively turned toward a single direction. There, a young man in black stood proudly, as unyielding as a towering pine tree. It was none other than Suba. With an iron staff on his back and a cold, resolute expression, he exuded an aura so sharp and commanding that few dared to meet his gaze. The shock in the participants' eyes had yet to fade. The scenes of the earlier battles replayed vividly in their minds. Suba relentlessly pursuing Dong Tung, then taking on Shan Tianquang and Ling Long simultaneously, and finally defeating Qin Bang with astonishing insight. Every moment of his performance left an indelible impression. What was even more unbelievable was that Suba had accomplished all this with merely the peak cultivation of the 8-star Grandmaster realm. The crowd couldn't help but speculate. If he were to break through to the peak of the 9-star Great Grandmaster realm, how terrifying would his strength become? His talent is monstrous. His perception is monstrous. His soul power is monstrous. Even his strength is monstrous, someone murmured in awe. To become the #1 expert among the younger generation of the Eastern region at just 18 years old, this is unheard of. He's far beyond an ordinary #1 expert, another whispered. In past years, the top few contenders were often closely matched, and the third and fourth could join forces to challenge the first. But Suba completely dominates. I dare say, even if he were only at the early stage of the 9-star Great Grandmaster realm, the combined efforts of Qin Bang and the other 3 would still be no match for him. The young elites from the ranking list gazed at Suba with a mix of reverence and fear. Even the high-ranking officials of the Martial Academy shook their heads in astonishment, deeply impressed by this prodigious talent. At this moment, Tang Qin, the admissions examiner for the Thunder Dragon sect, spoke up to announce, "The admissions assessment is now concluded. Those ranked 36th to 10th will receive outer sect disciple qualifications. Those ranked 10th to 5th will qualify as inner sect disciples. The top 4 will earn core disciple qualifications. All selected candidates will undergo a 1-month probation period, after which they may officially be inducted upon passing further evaluations." As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Suba, her eyes gleaming with admiration. To claim the top position with only the peak of the 8-star Grandmaster realm, this was unprecedented in the history of the Thunder Dragon sect's admissions assessments. Soon, the results were finalized. Unsurprisingly, Suba secured the top spot with an astonishing score of 3,865 silver talismans, accounting for nearly 1/3 of the total tally. Suba, first of all, congratulations on achieving first place in the assessment. Tang Qin's gaze locked onto Su Ba amidst the crowd, her lips curling into a faint smile. And you, having claimed 4 golden talismans on your own, according to the rules, all the rewards allocated by the Thunder Dragon sect this time belong to you. She then announced the 4 rewards: a top-tier profound-grade treasure weapon, a high-tier profound-grade soft armor, a bottle of top-quality grade 10 spirit rhythm pills that enhance the chances of bone tempering, and 500 mid-grade true essence stones. The weight of these rewards far exceeded everyone's expectations. The cultivators present knew that even the top martial academies could only produce treasure weapons of mid-tier profound grade at best. Soft armor, being more difficult to craft than weapons, was even more valuable. A high-tier profound-grade soft armor could rival the worth of a top-tier profound-grade treasure weapon. What drew the most envy, however, was the bottle of grade 10 spirit rhythm pills. For martial artists approaching the bone tempering stage, it was nothing short of a priceless treasure. The bone tempering stage determined how many of the 206 bones in the body could be tempered, directly influencing the foundational strength after breaking through to the postnatal realm. Ordinary talents could temper over 36 bones, top-tier talents could reach 72, and monstrous geniuses could achieve 108. Legendary prodigies were said to temper over 168 bones, while the mythical supreme geniuses capable of perfectly tempering all bones had never been recorded in thousands of years of history. The final reward of 500 mid-grade true essence stones, though not as impressive as the first 3, still equaled the value of 5,000 low-grade true essence stones, causing the crowd to gasp in awe. Just as Tang Qin was about to distribute the rewards, Su Ba suddenly spoke up. "My lady, please wait a moment." Everyone watched as he gently placed one of the golden talismans into Qin Jiue's hand and explained, "My lady, one of these talismans was originally entrusted to me by senior sister Qin for safekeeping. I'm simply returning it to its rightful owner. This doesn't violate any rules, does it?" After Tang Qin nodded in acknowledgement, Su Ba turned to Qin Jiue and said, "Senior sister Qin, you should use this talisman to exchange for the grade 10 spirit rhythm pills. They will benefit you the most." "But junior brother Su," Qin Jiue said anxiously, "with your talent, you'll soon reach the bone tempering stage. The spirit rhythm pills could help you temper more bones." A flicker of confidence flashed in Su Ba's eyes as he replied calmly, "If I, Su Ba, need the aid of pills to temper my bones, then what's the point of me pursuing martial arts? How could I ever aim for the pinnacle of the martial path?" The crowd around them shuddered violently upon hearing these words. All eyes turned to Su Ba, filled with genuine admiration and awe. Just a few days ago, such bold claims would have been met with ridicule and disdain. But now, no one dared to object, for the one who spoke was Su Ba, the youngest and most talented master of the Eastern Domain in a century, a man who had achieved miracles. "Excellent." Tang Qin's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she offered her praise without hesitation. Following Su Ba's instructions, she handed the last Ling Yun pill to Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu had already realized Su Ba's intention. The Ling Yun pill would benefit him more, yet he chose to give it to her to enhance her potential. This gesture of kindness etched itself deeply into her heart. "The selection process for admission is now concluded," Tang Qin announced. "The top 36 geniuses on the elite list have earned qualification and may return for now. 1 month from today, you will face the challenges of the probationary period. Only those who pass will become official disciples. Is that clear?" "Yes," the crowd responded in unison. As the martial houses from each region prepared to depart, Tang Qin suddenly spoke again. "Su Ba, stay for a moment." A glimmer of intent flashed in her enchanting eyes. "HM? You want me to stay?" Su Ba asked, slightly puzzled, but he nodded in agreement. Immediately, envious whispers arose among the crowd. Everyone understood that being asked to stay alone at this point surely meant something good was in store for Su Ba. "Ha ha ha, my good disciple. We'll take our leave first." Xiao Bao, his face beaming with pride, patted Su Ba on the shoulder and led the Yun Ming martial house group away from the plaza. Once the crowd had dispersed, Su Ba turned to Tang Qin. "Ma'am, is there something more you need from me?" Tang Qin smiled warmly. "No rush. Stay in Thunder Dragon City for now. In 10 days, the Holy Maiden of the Thunder Dragon sect wishes to meet you." "The Holy Maiden of the Thunder Dragon sect wants to see me?" Su Ba was taken aback. Despite his remarkable talent, he knew that a powerful sect like the Thunder Dragon sect must have no shortage of exceptional individuals. Why would the Holy Maiden summon him specifically? Tang Qin playfully blinked at him. "Heh, overthinking won't help. You'll understand when the time comes." She could see that Su Ba had yet to realize that Tang Ruoshi was, in fact, the Holy Maiden of the Thunder Dragon sect. Though still somewhat perplexed, Su Ba agreed. These 10 days would be the perfect opportunity to further hone his strength. The very day after the selection concluded, news of Su Ba's astounding achievements swept across the Eastern Domain like a storm. An 18-year-old prodigy at the peak of the 8-star Master Realm, who had defeated the Eastern Domain's top 4 experts and claimed the #1 spot. The revelation sent shockwaves through the martial world, igniting a frenzy of excitement across the entire Eastern Domain. The strength of the four great masters of the Eastern Domain was indeed terrifying, with the most remarkable among them being Qin Bang, known as Silent Extinction Hand. He held the prestigious title of the strongest below the Hotian realm. However, even such a formidable figure was defeated by Su Ba, whose cultivation was a whole major realm lower. As the news spread, martial artists who had witnessed the battle between Su Ba and the four great masters of the Eastern Domain came forward to recount the event in vivid detail. With each retelling, Su Ba's image grew more legendary, eventually turning him into a mythical figure capable of defeating Qin Bang with a single finger. A few days later, Xiao Bao, Hu Danqing, and others returned to the Yunmeng Martial Academy. The academy's master, Bai Hua, personally led a group of disciples to form a welcoming line at the entrance. For Yunmeng Martial Academy, the Leilong sect's recruitment test was of immense importance. If any disciple were selected, it would bring great benefits to the academy. When it was revealed that Wei Biao and Qin Jiyue had successfully earned spots as outer disciples of the Leilong sect, Bai Hua nodded in satisfaction, and the disciples burst into cheers. However, an even more shocking announcement followed. Xiao Bao declared on the spot that Su Ba had not only defeated numerous powerful opponents, including the four great masters of the Eastern Domain, but had also emerged as the top young talent of the Eastern Domain and claimed first place in the Leilong sect's recruitment test. The news hit like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present wide-eyed and speechless. After all, Yunmeng Martial Academy had always ranked at the bottom among the martial academies of the 18 nations in the Eastern Domain. No disciple had ever made it into the top 10, let alone claimed first place. Bai Hua was so overwhelmed that he was at a loss for words, opening and closing his mouth several times without being able to speak. The news quickly reached the royal palace, where it was said that the emperor of Fengwu Kingdom was so shocked that he nearly fell off his dragon throne. For 3 consecutive days, he was too excited to sleep. He even ordered the creation of an official bulletin to announce Su Ba's achievements across the nation. Within Yunmeng Martial Academy, all the disciples, including those who had once been defeated by Su Ba, felt honored to share the same academy as such a prodigy. The young female disciples, in particular, idolized Su Ba, their cheeks flushing as they spoke of him. Meanwhile, the Su family was in an uproar. This achievement meant the family would thrive for the next century and possibly ascend to the ranks of the top families in Fengwu Kingdom. The family head was overjoyed, ordering Su Ba's parents to be honored and showering the household staff with generous gifts. Everyone understood that all of this was because of the legendary young master, Su Ba. During the time when Su Ba's name was being passed around by countless martial artists, he was sitting cross-legged on a meditation cushion in a guest room of a tavern in Leilong City. The room was so quiet that the sound of the wind outside the window could be heard. Su Ba's calm gaze rested on 3 items placed before him: a gleaming sword radiating a chilling light, a lightweight soft armor emitting a faint white glow, and an ordinary white cloth bag. These were the rewards he had earned from the Leilong sect's recruitment assessment. On the Xintian continent, 70% of warriors use swords or blades as their weapons, and this top-grade Xintier treasured sword was among the finest. Although Tang Qin had mentioned that he could exchange it for a staff of the same tier at the Leilong sect's artifact pavilion, Su Ba was well aware that even if he were given an earth-tier staff, it would still pale in comparison to his Rui Jiangu Bang. Su Ba first stored away the sword and the soft armor. Earlier, he had attempted to assess the 2 Xintier treasures by holding them in his palm, only to find that recycling them would yield just 10,000 enhancement points. He shook his head in disappointment. If sold in the mortal realm, these items could easily fetch thousands of low-grade true essence stones. At an exchange rate of 1 low-grade true essence stone for 20 enhancement points, selling them would be far more profitable than recycling. Finally, Su Ba picked up the white cloth bag. As he opened it, he saw sparkling, translucent stones neatly piled inside. Each stone was about the size of a pebble and radiated pure spiritual energy that invigorated the mind. These were 500 mid-grade true essence stones in total. A faint smile appeared on Su Ba's lips. 1 mid-grade true essence stone could be exchanged for 200 enhancement points, making this a fortune worth 100,000 enhancement points. After some consideration, he decided to take out 100 stones for a lottery draw and temporarily store the remaining 400. If he were to use all of them to enhance his cultivation, he could likely break through directly to the peak of the 9-star grandmaster realm. Such rapid progress, spanning an entire major realm in just a few days, would undoubtedly attract significant attention. In a few days, he would meet the Leilong sect Saintis, who likely knew all about his background. Even for a peerless genius, it was impossible to jump from 8-star to 9-star in just a few days. This kind of leap couldn't be explained away with a casual moment of enlightenment excuse, especially not to the discerning high-ranking members of the Leilong sect. For now, it was better to proceed cautiously. Su Ba immediately recycled all 100 mid-grade true essence stones, instantly gaining 20,000 enhancement points. Without hesitation, he silently commanded, "Activate a 200-draw lottery." The system prompt sounded right away. Ding. 20,000 enhancement points deducted. 200-draw lottery activated. Congratulations, host. You didn't draw anything. Congratulations, host. 30 points to comprehension. Congratulations, host. 28 points to strength. A series of attribute increases accompanied the continuous system notifications. Su-Ba could clearly feel the changes within his body. His physical resilience grew stronger, his strength steadily increased, his thoughts became sharper, and his perception continued to heighten. Finally, at the very last moment, a distinct system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Bloodline Thunder Dragon physique? Huh. Su-Ba's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing within them. Thunder Dragon physique? He muttered in disbelief. He was certain he hadn't misheard. What he had drawn was indeed the Thunder Dragon physique bloodline. Before he could process this revelation, a golden vortex suddenly materialized in the void above him. Though it spanned only about 10 feet, it exuded an overwhelming, oppressive aura as countless bolts of lightning surged and churned within it. Su-Ba lifted his gaze to the eerie golden lightning vortex, a deep unease welling up in his heart. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning roared out from the vortex. Within the lightning, the faint outline of a golden dragon-shaped creature could be seen. The bolt struck with such speed that Su-Ba had no time to react. It pierced directly into his body. Ugh! Su-Ba let out a muffled grunt, his body convulsing violently before he lost consciousness. Immediately afterward, an unending torrent of lightning energy poured out from the vortex, engulfing him completely. Strangely, this ferocious lightning energy left no visible damage on his unguarded body. Instead, it seemed to be reshaping and refining his physique. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the golden lightning vortex finally dissipated, Su-Ba awoke. He flipped upright in a single motion and quickly circulated his true essence to assess his condition. Strange. Nothing seems to have changed. Even while unconscious, his soul had maintained a basic perception of the external world and his inner state. He had distinctly felt some transformations in his body, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had altered. Frowning, Su-Ba summoned his attribute panel for a detailed examination. Apart from the newly added bloodline, Thunder Dragon physique, all other stats remained unchanged. This left him puzzled. Such a grand phenomenon, lasting a full 10 days, and yet there appeared to be no significant effects? As he pondered, a sudden burst of light flared before his eyes. It was a transmission talisman from Tang Qin. Su-Ba, the holy maiden of our Thunder Dragon sect, has arrived. Come to the central plaza of Thunder Dragon City. Whoosh! A flash of fire suddenly erupted before Su-Ba, revealing Tang Qin's transmission talisman. Su-Ba, the holy maiden of the Thunder Dragon sect, has arrived. She's waiting for you at the Grand Square in Thunder Dragon City. The holy maiden of the Thunder Dragon sect? Su-Ba was momentarily stunned but quickly rose, left his room, and hurried toward the square. When he arrived, the scene before him made his eyes widen in astonishment. Senior, it's you? Yes, it's me. What's the matter, Su-Ba? Surprised? Tang Ruashi stood in the center of the square, her stance confident and regal, a faint smile playing on her lips. Su-Ba respectfully bowed, inwardly marveling. Back at the Black Dragon ruins, he had already sensed Tang Ruashi's extraordinary air of nobility. Now, with the holy maiden of the Thunder Dragon sect suddenly seeking him out, everything made sense. Tang Ruashi's gaze swept over Su-Ba, scrutinizing him carefully. Su-Ba, Sister Qin has already told me about your performance during the admission assessment. 18.5 years old, and you've reached this level after less than half a year in the martial academy. Quite impressive. You flatter me, senior, Su-Ba replied calmly and humbly. Ha ha, rumor has it you're arrogant, brash, and self-centered. Why so polite in front of me? Tang Ruashi teased. Su-Ba thought to himself, arrogant in front of you? That would be courting death. Of course, he would never say such a thing aloud. Tang Ruashi's expression turned serious as she set aside her playful tone. I made you wait 10 days for 2 reasons. First, I needed time to consolidate my cultivation. Second, I had to submit your information for my master's review. She paused for a moment. With my master's approval, I can now teach you some of the Thunder Dragon sect's core techniques. What? Su-Ba was taken aback. Although the sect's rules are strict, there's room for flexibility. My master believes you'll have no trouble passing the core disciple assessment in a month. Teaching you the core techniques in advance will save time. For someone with your talent, time is indeed precious. Su-Ba bowed again. Thank you, senior. Still calling me senior? Tang Ruashi chuckled. Su-Ba immediately understood. Su-Ba greets senior sister. Good. Tang Ruashi nodded in satisfaction, then gestured for him to follow. All right, let's get down to business. Come, sit. I need to test your compatibility with the Thunder Elemental Chi. Testing lightning affinity? Suba paused for a moment, then nodded and sat cross-legged in front of Tang Ruashi. Relax your body, keep your breathing steady, and don't deliberately circulate your true energy. Tang Ruashi gently instructed, her delicate hand softly holding Suba's palm. Closing her beautiful eyes, she began sensing the lightning genes within him. In the Xintian continent, everyone is born with different elemental genes within them. The genes of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are relatively common, while those of wind and lightning are much rarer. To train in the Thunder Dragon sect, having a higher concentration of lightning genes is naturally more advantageous. The summer sun was scorching, and after sitting for a while, a fine sheen of sweat glistened on Tang Ruashi's graceful figure. As a young man full of vitality, Suba tactfully averted his gaze, fearing that any inappropriate behavior might leave a poor impression on this newly acquainted senior sister. Yet, despite his efforts, the faint fragrance emanating from her still momentarily stirred his thoughts. As Suba closed his eyes and focused, Tang Ruashi's delicate hand suddenly gripped his tightly. Her startled exclamation broke the silence. My heavens! A 9th grade maximum affinity? Suba opened his eyes in puzzlement, only to see Tang Ruashi's lips slightly parted and her beautiful eyes filled with shock. What is it, senior sister? Ah, my apologies, I lost my composure, Tang Ruashi said, her cheeks flushing slightly before she began scrutinizing Suba once more. In the Thunder Dragon sect, ordinary techniques required a 3rd grade affinity, while core techniques demanded at least 5th grade. As a saintess, her 7th grade superior affinity was already considered a rarity in a millennium. But Suba had reached the 9th grade maximum. This was simply astonishing. Seeing the mix of joy and astonishment on Tang Ruashi's face, Suba seemed to grasp something. Could this be the effect of the Thunder Dragon physique, granting him an affinity comparable to that of a true Thunder Dragon? If so, it meant he would possess unimaginable advantages in cultivating lightning-based techniques. Suba's breath caught as his heart surged with excitement. This talent might truly propel him to unimaginable heights. Tang Ruashi barely managed to suppress the turbulence in her heart. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Suba, and she spoke earnestly. Suba, the purity and density of your true essence far exceed others at the same level, and your physique is exceptionally unique. Apart from your natural talents, you must have cultivated some kind of supreme technique, right? Although I don't know exactly what it is, I'm certain that the top-tier lightning techniques of our Thunder Dragon sect are second to none in the Eastern continent. With her current cultivation level, the unusual aspects of Suba's body didn't escape her notice when she had sensed him up close. However, this was clearly Suba's personal secret, and as a martial artist, she understood that every strong individual had their own mysteries. She wouldn't pry further. I understand. Suba nodded, pretending to agree, though he secretly chuckled. He was cultivating none other than the supreme martial technique known as the 9 Suns Divine Art. While he wasn't entirely sure how powerful ultimate martial techniques could be, he was confident they surpassed even the legendary heaven rank techniques. No matter how formidable the Thunder Dragon sect's techniques were, how could they compare to something of heaven rank? Good, as long as you understand. Tang Ruashi smiled faintly at Suba's seemingly genuine expression. Whether his agreement was sincere or not, she believed that once he truly began cultivating the Thunder Dragon sect's top-tier techniques, he would naturally recognize their unparalleled excellence. Suba, since Master has already agreed to teach you some of our core techniques, and considering your astonishing affinity with lightning energy, he'll now pass on to you the Thunder Dragon Codex. As she spoke, Tang Ruashi couldn't help but marvel at Suba's monstrous 9th grade extreme lightning affinity. If the higher-ups of the sect knew about this, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. She continued explaining, the Thunder Dragon Codex is a technique our founding patriarch acquired in a Thunder Dragon secret realm in the eastern region. It's said to be a legacy of the ancient Thunder Dragon clan. Unfortunately, parts of the technique are incomplete, and significant sections toward the end cannot be restored. Otherwise, even the sacred lands of the Xintian continent would covet it. What are sacred lands? Suba raised an eyebrow. Isn't the Thunder Dragon sect one? Of course not. To qualify as a sacred land, a sect must have a Peking realm expert to oversee it. The strongest in our Thunder Dragon sect has merely reached the pinnacle of the core formation realm and hasn't even entered the King realm. The Xintian continent is vast beyond imagination, and it's said that martial arts are even more prosperous in the continents beyond the eastern continent. Over there, powerful sects are as numerous as stars in the sky. While we dominate in the eastern continent, we might not be as remarkable when viewed on the scale of the entire Xintian continent. If the Thunder Dragon Codex were complete, it might allow us to contend with those sacred lands. As she spoke, Tang Ruashi retrieved a golden jade slip from her storage ring and handed it to Suba. This is the first level of the Thunder Dragon Codex. Take your time to study it thoroughly. Once you're familiar with it, it'll guide you through the basics, and then you can cultivate on your own. Such jade slips required immense effort from a master of the technique to create. The fact that Tang Ruashi could carry a complete set of Thunder Dragon Codex jade slips was a privilege of her status as the Sex Saintess. Seeing Su Ba take the jade slip and focus intently on studying, Tang Ruashi quietly got up and left. The weather was stiflingly hot, and a light sheen of sweat had formed on her skin. Being someone who valued cleanliness, she decided to take a bath first. With Su Ba's aptitude, he should be able to memorize and grasp the essence of the first level of the Thunder Dragon Codex within half an hour. At this moment, Su Ba had completely immersed himself in the contents of the Thunder Dragon Codex. This manual integrated martial techniques and cultivation methods, with the first level detailing the essence of controlling thunder. The jade slip meticulously described various applications of thunder. It could be condensed into thunder armor for defense, transformed into a thunder shield for protection, or forged into a thunder spear for long-range attacks. There was even a unique sealing technique that allowed the power of thunder to be infused into weapons and armor. As a cultivator practiced the Thunder Dragon Sex techniques, their true essence would gradually transform into Thunder Attribute essence. Each move they executed would cause flashes of thunder to erupt. This force, characterized by its pure and powerful yang energy, was perfectly complementary to the Nine Suns' divine art, and the combined power of the two far exceeded a simple addition of their strengths. Su Ba quickly realized that controlling thunder required using true essence as a medium, progressing step by step to achieve effortless mastery. When he finally opened his eyes, he hadn't even noticed that Tang Ruashi had already left. Slowly spreading his hands apart, a golden bolt of thunder suddenly burst forth between his palms. Following the instructions in the manual, Su Ba carefully manipulated his true essence. The bolt of thunder in his hands became thinner and more refined yet increasingly solid, eventually almost taking on a physical form. To his astonishment, what appeared to be a violent and untamed force was surprisingly docile, pliable like dough that he could shape and stretch at will. As his true essence continued to flow, the golden thunder gradually extended into a spear about 10 feet long. By this point, the thunder spear had fully materialized, and when he flicked it lightly, it emitted a crisp metallic sound. A glimmer of joy flashed in Su Ba's eyes as he raised his hand and hurled the golden spear toward a massive cypress tree that required 3 people to encircle its trunk. With a thunderous explosion, the spear instantly obliterated the tree, leaving behind only charred remains at the point of impact. At that very moment, Tang Ruashi returned from her bath and witnessed the scene. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the tree reduced to ashes. If she hadn't personally sensed the powerful thunder essence contained within the spear, she might have thought it was an actual weapon. Su Ba, you've already mastered the thunder spear technique? Tang Ruashi exclaimed in shock. She recalled how it had taken her an entire half-day to comprehend this technique when she first attempted it. Su Ba's comprehension was supposed to be inferior to her. Could he have mastered such a profound skill in the time it took her to bathe? Su Ba noticed the shock on Tang Ruashi's delicate face, and a trace of pride welled up in his heart. For him, astonishing others had long become second nature, even when facing innate-level experts. He quickly grasped the essence of transforming lightning into a spear, condensing energy into physical form. Thanks to the incredible affinity brought by his Thunder Dragon physique, his control over lightning far surpassed that of ordinary people. While most required extensive time to adapt to lightning or relied on immense strength to suppress it, he could skip these steps entirely. Standing to the side, Tang Ruashi's shock gradually turned into disbelief. As a prodigy with extraordinary talent, she had always surpassed others in cultivation speed. Yet now, a junior had managed to complete the transformation of lightning into physical form within just half an hour. She understood very well that even with the highest affinity for lightning, it should not provide such a significant advantage in comprehending techniques. After some thought, she arrived at a startling conclusion. Su Ba's comprehension ability was 1 or even 2 levels higher than her own. But this was only the beginning. What followed left Tang Ruashi utterly astonished. 15 minutes later, the lightning transformed into golden armor. Another 15 minutes and the armor morphed into a golden shield. And half an hour after that, the shield exploded into countless golden runes, all attaching themselves to the golden cudgel. The once dark staff was now enveloped in radiant golden light. Witnessing this, Tang Ruashi was already numb with shock. She had initially planned to guide Su Ba step by step, but it was clear now that her efforts were unnecessary. His progress had already far surpassed her own in the past. Several hours later, when Su Ba had nearly mastered the art of controlling lightning, Tang Ruashi let out a soft breath and smiled. Very good, Su Ba. In 2 months, when the other 6 sects of the Eastern Continent gather at our Thunder Dragon sect, you should be able to showcase your skills. The other 6 sects of the Eastern Continent? Su Ba's eyelid twitched. That's right. The 7 great martial sects of the Eastern Continent. The Golden Dragon sect, Wood Dragon sect, Water Dragon sect, Fire Dragon sect, Earth Dragon sect, Wind Dragon Sect, and our Thunder Dragon Sect. This is the triennial martial gathering for the younger generation of the Eastern continent. 2 months from now, many of the top young disciples from major sects will participate in a martial arts exchange. This news made Suba's eyes instantly light up with an unusual brilliance. Tang Ruashi noticed the battle intent surging in Suba's eyes and smiled faintly. Aside from the usual martial arts exchange, this time there's also an important discussion about the Black Dragon sect. However, Suba, while your fighting spirit and confidence are admirable, your true stage will be 3 years from now. For this event, you only need to showcase your talent briefly. Why? Suba raised an eyebrow and asked. Tang Ruashi explained, although your martial talent is indeed exceptional, 2 months is simply too short of a time. The top geniuses participating in this exchange are all under 25 years old. Among them, the strongest can even reach the early stages of the Xiantian realm. Right now, you can barely hold your own against early-stage Hotian realm practitioners. To grow strong enough to contend with Xiantian-level experts in 2 months is nearly impossible. These words sent a jolt through Suba, and his eyes burned with intense determination. To face off against geniuses as strong as Xiantian-level practitioners? Though the challenge seemed immense, the thought of having such an opportunity after less than a year of training filled him with excitement, his adrenaline surging. 3 years? He couldn't wait that long. Tang Ruashi could see Suba's unwillingness and smiled to herself. Sometimes, a genius's arrogance needed to be tempered appropriately to strip away superficial pride and reveal their true brilliance. Suba, what are your plans for the next month? The qualification review is in 1 month. Don't worry, senior sister Ruashi. I promise to deliver a flawless performance, Suba replied with unwavering confidence. Good. I'll be looking forward to it. As Tang Ruashi gracefully departed, seemingly walking on air, Suba took a deep breath and quickly organized his thoughts. He resolved to collect as many enhancement points as possible in the next month, aiming to showcase his strength during the qualification review and prepare for the Eastern Continent's 7-sect martial arts exchange 2 months later. To gain a significant number of enhancement points in a short time, the Beast Mountain range was undoubtedly the best choice. By hunting beasts, gathering medicinal herbs, and collecting rare materials, he hoped to accumulate a substantial amount of enhancement points. Thanks to Tang Ruashi's influence, Suba was allowed to use the teleportation array in Thunder Dragon City free of charge, which directly transported him to the border of Fengwu Nation. He decided to restock his supplies in Jingguang Town, a bustling commercial hub located at the border between Fengwu Nation and Hanyue Nation. Nestled against the dark swamp forest, it served as the last supply point before his journey into the dangerous forest for training. After 2 days of travel, he finally arrived at this lively frontier town, teeming with merchants and travelers. The Matewan restaurant was the largest and finest establishment in Jingguang Town, but at this moment, the hall was uncharacteristically silent. As Suba stepped across the threshold, he immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere. Gone was the usual buzz of lively chatter. Even the typically rough-and-tumble martial artists kept their heads down, quietly eating. His gaze quickly locked onto an unusual scene in the corner of the hall. A disheveled man was devouring his meal with abandon, tearing at a piece of half-cooked pork. Crimson streaks of blood dripped slowly from the meat and the corners of his mouth. The wild man seemed to notice the scrutiny and abruptly raised his head. His piercing green eyes gleamed like those of a ravenous wolf as he glared at Suba. "What are you staring at, boy?" he growled. The low snarl swept through the hall like a chilling wind, causing the diners to shiver collectively. Some quickened their pace to finish eating, while others stood up to leave entirely. Yet, despite the savage aura, Suba, a peak-level 8-star grandmaster, remained unfazed. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, he replied calmly, "I'm staring at you. What are you going to do about it?" The crowd gasped audibly at his words. Even the waiter, who had been inching closer, quickly backed away, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. To the onlookers, Suba's brazen provocation of this 9-star grandmaster-level brute seemed nothing short of suicidal. The wild man grinned, his blood-streaked teeth glinting menacingly as he stood up. A chilling aura spread through the room, suffocating everyone present. Just as the tension reached its peak, a composed and strikingly handsome young man strode into the restaurant. Unkempt, broad-shouldered, barrel-chested, exuding a savage aura, with the power of a latest-stage 9-star grandmaster. "You must be Liao Man," the young man declared, instantly identifying the wild man. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Liao Man's infamy was well known. 2 years ago, he had gone on a killing spree in the Hanyu Kingdom, slaughtering not only family clans but also wiping out entire households. After being placed on the wanted list, he had even slain numerous elite disciples of the Hanyu Martial Academy. Now, this notorious criminal had appeared right before their eyes. Liao Man remained silent, but the handsome young man smirked coldly as he drew his long sword. "Your silence speaks volumes. Liao Man, you vile scum. I.e. fan. a core disciple of Han Yu Kingdom's Winter Martial Academy, have come specifically to claim the bounty on your head. Today, your life will pay tribute to the countless souls you've wronged. Boom. The overwhelming aura of a mid-stage 9-star Grandmaster erupted, and Yifun's 3-foot-long sword slashed through the air, creating a dazzling streak of light that shot straight towards Liao Man's vital point like a streak of silk. Wherever the sword energy passed, tables and chairs exploded into pieces, fragments flying in all directions, causing the onlookers to cry out in shock. Amazing! Even the sword's wind carries such power. The Winter Martial Academy is one of the top 3 martial academies in Han Yu Kingdom. The strength of a core disciple truly lives up to its reputation. Although his cultivation is a level lower than Liao Man's, Liao Man is definitely not his match. Just as the sword light was about to strike, a sinister grin suddenly appeared on Liao Man's face. With a swift motion, he drew a heavy, ominous blade emitting a dark aura and raised it in front of him. Whoosh! The streak of sword light was effortlessly split in two by the sinister blade, as if it were mere tofu. This, a high-grade profound-tier treasure weapon. Yifun's face changed dramatically as he exclaimed in shock, "You actually possess such a divine weapon." In the mortal world, even the most skilled forging masters could only craft mid-grade profound-tier weapons, and the increase in power from just one grade was immeasurable. Sensing the mortal danger, Yifun instinctively began to retreat. Trying to run? Too late. Liao Man sneered malevolently. The fortuitous encounter I risked my life for in the dark swamp forest isn't something a mere delivery boy like you can compare to. Clang. The sinister blade radiated a wicked black light, lunging towards Yifun's face like a venomous serpent. The space seemed to freeze, leaving Yifun with no escape but to face the deadly strike Hedon. At the critical moment, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed through the air. A black staff light shot forward like a raging tiger, heading straight for Liao Man. How dare you! Liao Man was forced to change his attack, sweeping his sinister blade to counter the staff light. Bang! The staff light shattered, but the immense force contained within it sent Liao Man stumbling backwards several steps, groaning in pain. Who? Liao Man shouted angrily, his voice filled with rage, as everyone turned toward the source of the sound. Not far away, Su Ba stood expressionless, withdrawing his golden staff before planting it heavily on the ground with a thud. The crowd was stunned. Could it really be him? Heavens! An 8-star Grandmaster at the peak of his cultivation actually managed to push Liao Man back. The onlookers stared in shock at the scene before them. This young man in black, with merely an 8-star Grandmaster's peak strength, had forced the infamous Liao Man to retreat. It was widely known that even the mid-stage core disciples of the 9-star Grandmaster realm from the prestigious Winter Martial Academy, one of the top 3 martial academies in Han Yu Nation, couldn't last a single exchange against Liao Man. Who is he? How can he be so powerful? Could he be one of the monstrous geniuses from the regional elite rankings? Murmurs spread through the crowd as they gazed at Su Ba with awe and reverence. Yifan, having narrowly escaped death, quickly retreated to a safe distance, his face filled with shock as he also fixed his gaze on Su Ba. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Liao Man's eyes. Completely ignoring the useless Yifan who had already backed away, he focused all his attention on the young man in black before him. Well, no wonder you're so arrogant. You've got some skill after all. You must be one of those so-called geniuses on the elite rankings, huh? Perfect. I've never killed a ranked genius before. Too much talk. Su Ba interrupted, his cold shout echoing like thunder. In an instant, an ancient and imposing aura erupted from Su Ba's body. The crowd suddenly had a vision of a vast, desolate plain, at the center of which stood a towering iron pillar, hundreds of feet high, piercing the heavens. Before they could gather their thoughts, the pillar came crashing down with a deafening roar, aimed directly at Liao Man. What? Liao Man's expression changed drastically. His black saber ignited with a brilliant dark light. I want fall. Black sun desolation slash. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions echoed as the power of the black saber surged, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Yet, in the face of the colossal iron pillar, even the mightiest of attacks seemed as fragile as an egg striking a boulder. Clang. What? The moment those words were spoken, the entire room erupted in shock. In the bustling tavern hall, diners stood up in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the cold, stoic figure clad in black Su Ba. Who would have thought they would witness this legendary figure in person today? It was only a little over 10 days ago that the recruitment assessment for the Thunder Dragon sect concluded, and Su Ba swept through the 4 major regions of the Eastern Domain like a storm. At just 18 years old, he had reached the pinnacle of the 8-star Grandmaster realm and defeated 4 top-ranking experts, claiming the top spot on the elite rankings. The details of that battle had already spread far and wide across the martial world. He had first chased Dong Tung, the #1 expert of the Eastern region, into a desperate retreat. Then, with a single punch, he defeated Xian Tianquang, the top fighter of the northern region. A single strike of his staff subdued Ling Long, the western region's greatest warrior. Finally, even the renowned #1 below the Hotian realm, Qin Bang, known as the Silent Destroyer, fell at his hands. No wonder he had remained so composed in the face of Liao Man's provocation earlier. The crowd couldn't help but gaze at Su Ba with awe and reverence, recognizing him as the undisputed #1 among the younger generation of the Eastern Domain. Even the Matewan Tavern's manager, who had been hiding behind the counter, quickly rushed forward. Master Su Ba, it is an honor to have you visit our humble establishment. Please, order anything you like. It's all on the house. The manager's smile was filled with flattery. This gesture was both a way to thank Su Ba for swiftly subduing Liao Man, preventing damage to the tavern, and an attempt to build a connection with someone of his stature. Thanks, Su Ba replied indifferently, his attention focused on the storage ring he'd confiscated from Liao Man inside. It was packed with mid-grade and low-grade true essence stones, as well as a variety of pills resources that could be exchanged for a significant number of enhancement points. Suddenly, Su Ba's brow furrowed slightly, had discovered something unusual tucked away in a corner of the storage ring. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.